Chapter 451, Entering the Secret Realm. Nangang Ryukwi widened his eyes as he looked at those glowing beef meatballs. Old Buletin's new dish was really too crude and simple. How could old Buletin's dish be so ordinary and simple? Nangang Ryukwi was slightly tempted when he thought about how mysterious Buletin Fang was. A grin slowly crept up his face. Since old Buletin dared to serve him this dish, there would definitely be something special about it. Have a taste of it. This dish is called the vigorous beef meatball, Buletin Fang said. Vigorous beef meatball? Who was the one who named this dish? Could there be a name cruder than this? This dish truly seemed like those ungraded elixirs. Could this dish actually be delicious? While facing Buletin Fang's encouraging gaze, Nangang Ryukwi carefully picked up a beef meatball whose radiance had already disappeared. The appearance of the meatball changed and it looked just like a normal and ordinary meatball. A faint fragrance came from the meatball. The aroma wasn't rich at all, however, it was like countless wisps which could entwine and captivate Nangang Ryukwi's heart. It's actually quite fragrant. Nangang Ryukwi muttered. He casually threw that piece of meatball into his mouth and ate it like how he usually consumed elixirs. Nangang Ryukwi's eyes immediately widened the moment the meatball touched his tongue. His appearance was quite hilarious as he had a big vigorous beef meatball stuffed in his mouth. So, how's the taste? Buletin Fang curiously asked. You're the chef, not me. Why are you asking me how it tastes? Nangang Ryukwi was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Nangang Ryukwi had an odd look on his face as he looked at Buletin Fang. He suddenly felt as though Buletin Fang became an unreliable and untrustworthy individual. Slurp. Biting down on the vigorous beef meatball, Nangang Ryukwi broke through the outer layer of the meatball. The fragrance which was hidden inside instantly burst out and a stream of scalding liquid spurted out of Nangang Ryukwi's mouth. What the hell just happened? Nangang Ryukwi jumped in fright as his heart shuddered. The meatball was quite delicious and Nangang Ryukwi was excited about how the juice in the meatball splattered around the moment he bit into it. He was actually excited when eating a dish. As expected of old Buletin. Every single dish would be extraordinary if Buletin Fang personally prepared it. Squish. Squish. Nangang Ryukwi chewed on the meatball quickly and nodded his head in satisfaction. The taste is really good. Every dish made by you will surely be of the highest quality. Nangang Ryukwi sincerely praised him. Don't be too hasty. Carefully check the changes in your body. Buletin Fang quickly advised Nangang Ryukwi as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Nangang Ryukwi was taken aback. There was something which changed in his body? The hair on Nangang Ryukwi's body stood on end all of a sudden and his eyes widened. His eyes became completely round when he felt the changes in his body. He felt a warm stream flowing from his abdomen as it quickly spread through his body. He felt as though he soaked his body in a warm liquid. Such a sensation was extremely wonderful. What's going on? Nangang Ryukwi was quite surprised as he felt that the muscles on his entire body were bulging after he ate that piece of meatball. That warm stream flowed into his four limbs and the hundreds of bones in his body. Nangang Ryukwi's body became more muscular and sturdy. Crack! Could old Buletin's meatball change one's build? What is your purpose of inventing a meatball with these effects? Nangang Ryukwi was quite startled. All of a sudden, the pink bedroom appeared in his mind and his entire body shuddered. That warm stream which flowed in his body was becoming more intense. Nangang Ryukwi could feel that his fleshy body strength was becoming more powerful. He had a feeling that he could easily shatter anything in his way. Such a feeling stunned him. Thrusting out a fist, the air around Nangang Ryukwi started rumbling as he bombarded it. His fleshly body's strength was actually more powerful than before. It wasn't a simple increase in strength. This fleshy body strength had increased by around 3 folds. Was this the effect of the meatball? He was pleasantly surprised and looked at Buletin Fang with a gaze filled with amazement. Nangang Ryukwi would never have expected or imagined that an ordinary-looking meatball could increase his fleshy body strength. That was truly too incredible. Wasn't one's fleshly body strength something which could only be promoted through arduous and persistent practice? Nangang Ryukwi was slightly intoxicated by the power coursing through his body. Buletin Fang contentedly nodded to himself. He unexpectedly succeeded in making the vigorous beef meatball on the first try. His success spared him the trouble of making another batch of meatballs. Buletin Fang picked up a piece of meatball and stuffed it into his mouth. Sinking his teeth into it, the juice splattered about and the fragrance burst out of the meatball. He swallowed it after chewing on it for a while. Buletin Fang slightly squinted his eyes as he felt that the strength in his body was rapidly rising. The meatball was really effective. Buletin Fang was pleasantly surprised. He collected that bowl of meatballs on the table as they were prepared for their trip into the secret realm. Their fighting prowess would drastically increase with the rampage ramen and vigorous beef meatball in their hands. Nangang Wukui was quite excited and he eagerly went to prepare for their trip into the secret realm. He was suddenly looking forward to their trip into the secret realm. He wished that he could enter it sooner. With the rampage ramen and vigorous beef meatball, he might be strong enough to kill that old dog, Nangang Suan-hee. When he thought about the fact that he would be able to kill that old dog, Nangang Wukui felt extremely excited. He felt as though he wouldn't be able to sleep at night because of his excitement. Buletin Fang and Nangang Wukui prepared for half a day. They finally left the store after making all their preparations. Whitey, whose eyes flickered in a violet glow, followed beside Buletin Fang. Shrimpy was lazily lying on Buletin Fang's shoulder as it was sound asleep. When they reached the Nangang family's bronze multi-story building, they found out that there were already countless people who were gathered in front of the teleportation array. The teleportation array was located on the roof of the bronze multi-story building. It was the teleportation array which would teleport them into the Cloud Sea secret realm. That teleportation array was owned and managed by the Nangang family. However, the Nangang family was quite small and weak. They were unable to withstand the pressure coming from all sides and they could only share the secret realm with everyone else. It was extremely difficult for a single family to control a secret realm. Buletin Fang and Nangang Wukui casually walked into the multi-story building. The inside of the building was filled with people and bustling with noise. Almost everyone who had one of the secret realm quotas had already arrived. They were countless people who recognized Buletin Fang and Nangang Wukui as they were considered men of the moment. It was especially true for Buletin Fang, as he was only a 9th grade supreme being. He actually dared to follow those divine physique echelon experts into the secret realm and fight over lucky chances with them. He was simply wasting a quota. Who knew what was going in Nangang Wukui's head? He unexpectedly wasted a precious quota just like that. A gaze brimming with killing intent fixed itself on Buletin Fang and Nangang Wukui. When the both of them felt the gaze on their body, they felt quite uneasy. Turning their heads around, they discovered that Nangang Suan-hee was standing not too far away from them as he glared at the both of them. Nangang Suan-hee's complexion was gloomy and the corners of his mouth were twitching. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Buletin Fang completely ignored Nangang Suan-hee while Nangang Wukui broke into a grin. Raising up his hand, Nangang Wukui showed Nangang Suan-hee his middle finger. In a short while, the teleportation array started glowing. A rumbling sound came from the roof of the Nangang family's multi-story building. The bronze gate was slowly opened and a sky which stretched as far as their eyes could see was revealed. There were 2 sky crescent moons intersecting with each other in the sky and they were gradually approaching each other. It seemed as though they would quickly converge and coincide with each other. Everyone was waiting for the moment where the 2 moons would become one. They were staring at those 2 crescent moons in the sky. Those 2 crescent moons gradually started to converge towards each other. Everyone's breath became somewhat rough at this moment. The fluctuations emitted from the teleportation array were becoming more prominent and intense. A deep rumbling sound could be heard coming from the teleportation array. A light beam descended down from the 2 crescent moons which were superimposed on each other and the beam fell onto the center of the array. A dazzling light immediately burst out from the array and it started to tremble intensely. The air and space above the teleportation array started to distort. Everyone who was present held their breath as they looked at the space above the teleportation array. A crisp tearing sound resounded and it sounded as though some clothes were torn apart. A giant opening appeared in the sky. A bright white light was emitted from that opening and extremely intense fluctuations radiated from it. That vertical crack was extremely large. It wasn't any smaller than the Nangang family's multi-story building. It seemed as though the crack could be seen from any corner of Heavenly Mist City. Countless cries of surprise could be heard the moment the crack appeared in the sky. When those fluctuations from the crack stabilized, there were some people who couldn't wait any longer. As a rumbling sound resounded, true energy surged out from someone in the crowd. A person shot towards the crack in the sky. The moment someone took the lead, countless others charged out. Their gazes were fervent and filled with greed as they charged into the secret realm. The 2 experts of the ancient Shura city, who were clad in blood-red robes, emitted a shocking bloody air. They followed behind everyone as they rushed out and charged into the crack. Their fervent gaze was filled with excitement as they flew closer and closer to the crack. Shura Tower. I, Miss Ha, am coming over right now. Nangongsuan he tapped the ground with the tip of his feet as his body gradually floated upwards. Don't let me see you inside the secret realm. I will tear the both of you apart and turn you into meat paste. I'll feed the two of you to the secret realm spirit beast. Nangongsuan he's sinister gaze landed on Nangong Wuokui and Buletin Fang as he warned them in an ice-cold voice. Old dog, don't worry. The first person I'll be looking for inside the secret realm will be you. I'll tear you apart but I won't feed you to the spirit beasts there. They are innocent beings and I don't want your meat to nauseate them. Nangong Wuokui confidently retorted. The only thing you have is a sharp tongue. Just wait for it. Neither of you will leave the secret realm alive. Nangongsuan he sneered at Nangong Wuokui and Buletin Fang. A surging white flame was ignited and it enveloped his entire body. It seemed as though Nangongsuan he turned into a man made of fire as he flew into the crack. Nangong Wuokui clenched his fist and teeth as his gaze brimmed with killing intent. That white flame was his heaven and earth obsidian flame. That old dog. He truly deserved to die. After he calmed down, Nangong Wuokui got ready to enter the secret realm along with Buletin Fang. A person who carried a pitch-black bronze chest on his back looked at Buletin Fang and Whitey. His profound and deep gaze caused Buletin Fang to slightly shiver. What an interesting puppet. I hope that I can meet it inside the secret realm. The expert from the puppet sect calmly said before entering the crack. He was still carrying the bronze chest on his back when he entered the secret realm. The Grand Baron Sect's experts, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's experts, and the experts of the puppet sect, Heavenly Pill City, Heavenly Shine City, and all the other places, entered the secret realm. Nangong Wuokui and Buletin Fang glanced at each other and they resolutely entered the secret realm. An extremely dazzling light assaulted them and they felt an intense impact the moment they entered the crack. Buletin Fang couldn't see anything before him. There was only a boundless white expanse in front of him. Only after adjusting for a long while, he managed to see a black shadow. He felt as though he had just traveled and paced through a white and empty world after entering the crack. He wasn't able to tell left from right as he stood there in a daze. After a long while, a loud crashing sound resounded as Buletin Fang's body broke free of those fetters. Giant waves fell from the sky and rammed at his body. Buletin Fang immediately came back to his senses and he was sent flying by the waves. Shrimpy, who was lying on Buletin Fang's shoulder, fell down. It waved its sickles in the air continuously. With a plop sound, Buletin Fang fell into the water. Rumble. Bubbles could be seen emerging from the surface of the water and Buletin Fang emerged after quite some time. A rich spiritual energy filled the air and it caused Buletin Fang's pores to involuntarily open up. Was this the Cloud Sea secret realm? Rumble. A huge wall of water appeared and Buletin Fang quickly swam upwards. Standing on top of the wall of water, Buletin Fang could hear sounds of explosions everywhere around him. A giant shadow, which had a thick fishy smell, charged out of the wall of water as it shot toward Buletin Fang. Chapter 452, The Hapless Nangong Wuokui. As the sound of water rolling around resounded, a giant and imposing shadow appeared. It emitted a deafening groan with its huge mouth. That was a giant tiger-headed fish. It had a head which resembled the head of a berserk spirit tiger and it brimmed with a tyrannical air. Its scarlet eyes were opened wide and they stared at Buletin Fang closely. It opened its hideous-looking mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. A stinky liquid which had a strong fishy smell could be seen dripping from the mouth of the beast. Buletin Fang, who was standing on top of the water, raised his head and looked at that giant tiger-headed fish. The fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Is this a supreme beast? Buletin Fang was slightly surprised. He wouldn't have expected that he would be attacked by a supreme beast the moment he entered the secret realm. Furthermore, this supreme beast seemed extremely powerful. Roar! That tiger-headed fish unexpectedly emitted a roar. It was a roar which could cause the surroundings to tremble. The moment the roar escaped its lips, the tiger-headed fish tried to bite Buletin Fang and it intended to tear him apart with its fangs. A green smoke twirled around as the black turtle constellation wok appeared in Buletin Fang's hands. Holding onto the wok with one hand, Buletin Fang slightly furrowed his brows and he waved it toward the tiger-headed fish. A sonorous thumping sound resounded as the black turtle constellation wok heavily pounded against the head of the tiger-headed fish. The water which surrounded both of them fluctuated intensely and waves rose into the air. The tiger-headed fish was sent flying by Buletin Fang and its blood splattered all around. That tiger-headed fish didn't seem sharp. Diving back into the water, it roared out once again as it charged at Buletin Fang. Of course, it suffered the same fate and was pounded and sent flying by the wok once again. After it was sent flying several times, the tiger-headed fish rolled around and revealed its belly as it floated on the surface of the water weakly. Buletin Fang covered the sole of his feet with true energy and slowly walked forward. Grabbing the tail of the tiger-headed fish, Buletin Fang dragged it toward the shore. He was able to reach the shore in just a few short moments. A loud noise echoed as waves rammed against the shore. The tiger-headed fish's giant body was thrown onto the shore and Buletin Fang started walking around it. He sized up the body as he thought about what he could do with this huge fish. This fish was extremely huge and it had quite a plentiful mass of flesh. Buletin Fang looked for a part which seemed good and he sliced off a big piece of meat with the dragon bone kitchen knife. In the past, supreme beasts were still able to threaten him. However, the moment he stepped into the supreme being realm, the might of the black turtle constellation wok became extremely fearsome. Buletin Fang became strong enough to deal with supreme beasts easily. He took out the black turtle constellation wok once again and spouted a mouthful of heaven and earth obsidian flame. Sitting cross-legged in front of the wok, Buletin Fang started to cook that piece of tiger-headed fish meat. Hot soup rolled around in the wok as steam rose into the sky. In just a short while, Buletin Fang's fish soup was complete and the fragrance permeated the air. The meat from the tiger-headed fish couldn't truly be considered fish meat as it was slightly different from real fish meat. However, there were still similarities between the meat of the tiger-headed fish and real fish. It had the distinctive fishy smell which belonged to all fish meat. Although it had some similarities with fish meat, the taste was slightly queer. After cooking the tiger-headed fish meat, Buletin Fang started to wolf it down. When he was eating, Whitey suddenly appeared behind Buletin Fang with its violet eyes flickering. Nangong Wukui felt as though he had exhausted all the luck in his life in old Buletin's store. He was separated from Buletin Fang the moment they were teleported into the secret realm. He was unexpectedly teleported into another region where he met several of his acquaintances. Nangong Suanhe dumbfoundedly looked at Nangong Wukui for a while. He quickly sobered up and came back to his senses. He never would have imagined that this bastard, Nangong Wukui, would be teleported into the same region as him. He found it exciting and funny at the same time. It seems like even the heavens are not helping you. Nangong Suanhe started laughing heartily. His laughter was gradually becoming colder as he stared at Nangong Wukui. There were countless experts from the other families surrounding the two of them. Among them, there were experts from the Lin and Zhang family who were looking at Nangong Wukui with a playful gaze. They clearly knew the grudges between Nangong Wukui and Nangong Suanhe. However, none of them expected that Nangong Wukui would be this hapless. Nangong Wukui actually ended up running into Nangong Suanhe the moment he entered the secret realm. How unlucky did he have to be for something like that to happen? Bang! Nangong Suanhe instantly erupted forth with all his true energy. All of you, if you help me kill this bastard, I will definitely reward you heavily, Nangong Suanhe said and his voice reverberated through the surroundings like the sound of a drum. Many experts of the Lin and Zhang families in the surrounding were tempted by his offer. The Nangong family was, after all, one of the big families in Heavenly Mist City. Being heavily rewarded by the Nangong family would definitely be something good. In the next instant, another aura erupted from the surroundings. Several mocking gazes brimmed with killing intent as they locked onto Nangong Wukui. At this moment, Nangong Wukui felt like there were thousands of shrimps flying before him. He was at a loss for words and felt as though he was really unlucky. Old dog, you are too shameless. If you have the skill, come and fight against me one-on-one. Don't look for other people to help you, Nangong Wukui coldly said. His gaze flickered like lightning and his whole being seemed like an extremely sharp sword which came out of its sheath. In response to his words, Nangong Suanhe laughed in disdain. Do you think that I'm scared of you? Nangong Suanhe sneered at Nangong Wukui. He was an expert who broke through two of the Supreme Being's shackles. How could he be afraid of an expert who just broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles? A one-against-one fight. Was Nangong Wukui retarded? Although most people around them were slightly disappointed at the sudden turn of event, there were still some of them who were quite excited. They were eager to witness a fight to the death the moment they entered the secret realm. They were interested in the fight. Clank! The two chains behind Nangong Suanhe unceasingly swayed as they collided against each other. They emitted a loud clanging sound when they smashed against each other. Nangong Wukui exhaled a long breath as his gaze became sharp and serious. In the next moment, his body's true energy surged out as he trod on the ground with the tip of his feet. They were currently on a small island. To be exact, they were on an extremely small island. The moment Nangang Wukui stamped on the ground with his foot, the entire island seemed to shake. In the next moment, the eyes of all the spectators widened. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Nangang Wukui. Nangang Wukui's body, which should be shooting toward Nangang Suanhe, had actually turned around. He left the island as he sped toward a distant place. They felt as though their minds were rumbling when they looked at Nangang Wukui. Was he fleeing? Nangang Wukui, where is your sense of shame? You still had the nerve to call Nangang Suanhe shameless. Everyone became dumbfounded. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? Just a moment ago, he had a righteous and staunch expression on his face. It was as though he was prepared to fight to the death against Nangang Suanhe. However, he turned around and fled the next moment. When Nangang Suanhe looked at the fleeing Nangang Wukui, who was already about to disappear from his line of sight, he roared angrily. Bastard! Where are you going? Did you think that I wouldn't run away? Did you take me for a fool? Nangang Wukui inwardly retorted. He was experiencing an intense headache at this moment. Why the hell would he meet his enemy, Nangang Suanhe, the moment he entered the secret realm? Even if he still had his heaven and earth obsidian flame, he might not necessarily defeat Nangang Suanhe. Now that his flame was taken away by Nangang Suanhe, it became even more impossible for him to defeat Nangang Suanhe. The experts from the Lin and Zhang families were also interested in the fight between Nangang Wukui and Nangang Suanhe. They followed behind the two of them. For a moment, an extremely amusing scene played out in the secret realm. A big group of people started chasing after a single person. The Cloud Sea secret realm was formed by countless small islands. Each island had countless terrifying spirit beasts and precious treasures. Of course, people had to go and look for them in order to obtain the precious treasures. Bang! 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 After exchanging several moves with Nangang Suanhe, Nangang Wukui found that he was unable to confront him. He felt as though his entire body was about to be torn apart and he could only flee with his whole body soaked in blood. He directly gave up on this island and stirred his true energy as he charged toward the boundless sea. All of the islands were surrounded by boundless sea water. Nangang Suanhe continued on and chased after Nangang Wukui for dozens of miles before giving up. He allowed Nangang Wukui, whose entire body was covered in blood, to get away. He snorted coldly to himself as he turned around and returned to the island. It wasn't his first time entering this secret realm. As such, Nangang Suanhe was well aware of the dangers in the boundless sea. Each island had a spirit boat. The spirit boat was hidden somewhere on the island, and if anyone wanted to travel through the secret realm, they had to find the spirit boat. If anyone were to recklessly charge into the sea, they would be quickly engulfed and swallowed by it. This was an experience passed down by their predecessors. Nangang Suanhe was extremely clear about this point. Although he wished to kill Nangang Wukui, he wouldn't do it at the expense of his own life. A person whose whole body was soaked in blood flew in the air. Nangang Wukui quickly took out a jade bottle and threw all the pills inside the bottle into his mouth. He covered his chest with his hand as he stepped on the waves and traveled deeper into the secret realm. His blood, which was dripping into the water, became engulfed by the blue sea waves. Nangang Wukui fiercely gasped for breath as if he was a pair of bellows. A burning smell came from his body and it caused grief to well up in his heart. The flame which was currently burning his body once belonged to him. It was the heaven and earth obsidian flame, 9 Hell King flame, which he once owned. The feeling of grief which suddenly welled up in his heart caused him to cough another mouthful of blood. His gaze was already becoming somewhat blurry. He didn't know how long he had been dashing between those dreadful waves. Nangang Wukui felt like his true energy was being quickly drained from his body, as if the sea water was unceasingly absorbing the true energy in his body. An intense sense of crisis welled up in Nangang Wukui's heart. He knew that if he wasn't able to find another island, he would probably die in the boundless sea. He knew that he would sink into the sea and turn into a pile of bones. He was truly out of luck. He had just entered the secret realm. He hadn't achieved anything yet and he was about to die like this. His eyes, which already became hazy, suddenly spun around. He faintly saw a spirit boat slowly approaching him, and that spirit boat was opening up a small path among the sea waves as it traveled forward. Nangang Wukui, whose head was dizzy, felt as though he had caught on to his last life-saving straw. He lowered his head and rushed onto that pitch-black spirit boat. Along with a loud thump, he fell upon its deck and fainted. Buletin Fang was holding onto a piece of the tiger-headed fish meat with one hand as he pushed a brown spirit boat with the other. The spirit boat was something he had found on the island and he was currently pushing it toward the sea. Cleaning up the precious meat from the tiger-headed fish on the ground, Bullet Fang collected all the meat before taking another bite of the meat in his hand. He then flew into that brown spirit boat. After stirring his true energy, the spirit boat shot out and sped forward. There were countless words written on the interior walls of the spirit boat. It seemed as though they were introducing the Cloud Sea secret realm. Bullet Fang read those words while eating steaming hot fish meat. In just a short while, his eyes lit up. Chapter 453, The Netherworld Ship which came from the Netherworld. There were just several words written on the spirit boat. They were introducing the Cloud Sea secret realm. There were some pieces of information contained within them which attracted Bullet Fang's interest. In the first place, his trip to this secret realm was to seek out the ingredients used to make the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup. His other objective was to find the bone metamorphosing dragon grass to complete the system's temporary mission. It was needless to talk about how precious a 10th-grade spirit herb was. Not to mention the fact that the bone metamorphosing dragon grass was one of the most precious 10th-grade spirit herbs. Bullet Fang didn't know anything about this secret realm. He wouldn't expect that he would be separated from Nangong Yukui the moment they entered it. However, his problem was solved after he obtained the information contained in the words on the spirit boat. The information stated that if Bullet Fang rode this spirit boat and traveled forward, he would gradually be led into the Cloud Sea secret realm's deepest regions. He would end up passing through countless islands in order to get there. There were countless islands in the Cloud Sea secret realm. Some of there were dead lands and others were filled with precious spirit herbs and ingredients. This was where the Cloud Sea secret realm's attraction was. It was also the reason why there was an unending stream of people entering the secret realm. There was one island recorded upon this spirit boat, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call that island a medicine garden instead, as it was filled with countless spirit herbs. As the spirit boat drifted along on the boundless sea, airwaves constantly surged from the rear of the ship. It was unknown who made this spirit boat and left it on that island. There was an array carved on the spirit boat, and all Bullet Fang needed to do was to stir his true energy. The moment he stirred his true energy, the array would release airwaves from the rear of the ship. Those airwaves were propelling the spirit boat further into the secret realm. Bullet Fang sat cross-legged on his spirit boat, which couldn't be considered big. He widened his eyes as he looked ahead of him. He was looking for that medicine garden which was described by the words on the spirit boat. According to Bullet Fang's understanding, there was an extremely great possibility that a precious spirit herb like the bone metamorphosing dragon grass would be found on that medicine garden. He felt that the moment he found that medicine garden, he would be able to find the spirit herb. The spirit boat was swiftly speeding along, and he was gradually leaving the first island further and further behind. It disappeared from his sight before long. Nangong Yukui felt an intense pain all over his body, and it felt as though his body was about to be torn apart. With strenuous effort, he opened his eyes and discovered that he was lying on a deck. A deck? I'm on a ship? Nangong Yukui recalled that he jumped onto a black metallic ship before he lost consciousness. He was probably lying on the black metallic ship right now. Taking a deep breath, he stood up as he bore the intense pain assaulting his body. He started looking around at his surroundings. He was truly within a metallic ship. The ship was completely black, and there wasn't any stripes or pattern on the body of this ship. There was only one color, and it was black. No one had any idea which material the ship was made from. The black metallic ship was ice cold, and it emitted an eerie aura. There was a sail on this ship as well. However, it was a sail which was completely black in color. Every single part of the ship seemed quite weird and mysterious. One would feel unsettled just by looking at the ship. Nangong Yukui slowly walked around on the deck and squinted his eyes. He needed to know the use of the ship, and he also wanted to find out where the ship was headed. Bang! Bang! The deafening sound of waves ramming into the ship resounded in Nangong Yukui's ears. However, the ship was extremely stable. Nangong Yukui, who was walking on the deck, felt as though he was walking on flat land, and there wasn't even the slightest tremor. After searching for some time, Nangong Yukui found the entrance to the ship's cabin. It was a pitch-black entrance, and there was a cold breeze coming out of it. The pitch-black entrance seemed strange and frightening. It caused Nangong Yukui's heart to palpitate with fear as he stood in front of it. Bracing himself, Nangong Yukui walked into the pitch-black entrance. He didn't know the reason, but he had an inexplicable interest in the ship all of a sudden. After entering the cabin, he discovered that his surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see anything at all. This ship Nangong Yukui was on was humongous. It was countless times bigger than ordinary spirit boats. It was like a stifling mountain which was bobbing up and down as it traveled through the Cloud Sea secret realm. Nangang Wukwi raised his hand and slightly stirred his alchemic fire to illuminate his surroundings. The moment he lit up the surroundings, his heart shuddered. He realized that both sides of the cabin were filled with countless skeletons. The skeletons should be quite old as their clothes had already turned into dust. However, why were there so many skeletons in this cabin? Nangang Wukwi suddenly felt as though all the hair on his body stood on end. Cautiously sizing up his surroundings, he felt a sense of panic fill his heart. He was becoming more and more afraid after looking at the skeletons in the cabin. Oh my god! Why is it this eerie and gloomy? Don't come out and cause a scene. I have my beef meatballs. Nangang Wukwi felt as though his heart was turning numb as he started to mumble to himself. He took out a beef meatball cooked by owner Buletin and it was still steaming hot. It seemed as though it was emitting a soft glow as Nangang Wukwi held it in his hand. All of a sudden, Nangang Wukwi caught sight of a stone tablet in the distance. The stone tablet was erected at the center of the cabin. Walking toward the stone tablet, Nangang Wukwi widened his eyes when he read the words written on the tablet. Netherworld ship. Nangang Wukwi's heart shuddered the moment he read the words written on the tablet. It was formless and invisible and it was constantly traveling in the sea. Every single appearance of the ship represented the arrival of a disaster. The ship was a symbol of death and slaughter. It was an inauspicious symbol. It was a cursed ship. It was a pitch-black ship whose darkness could cause one's heart to palpitate with fear. Nangang Wukwi really wanted to cry at this moment. It seemed as though he was truly unlucky. Just when he thought that he had escaped from Nangang Suanhe and survived, he ran into the Netherworld ship. It was difficult for anyone to meet the Netherworld ship even once in 100 years and Nangang Wukwi actually ran into it after entering the secret realm. Rumble. When Nangang Wukwi was regretting his actions, the gate of the cabin slammed shut. Along with a deafening rumbling sound, the gate was sealed and closed. Nangang Wukwi was startled and quickly tried to leave the cabin. However, he quickly discovered that there was no way for him to leave it. Moreover, it seemed like there was a faint sound of people singing echoing through the cabin. It was extremely scary and frightening. A fog slowly rose up from the sea. Buletin Fang, who sat cross-legged on the ship, raised his palm. He suddenly realized that the fog had shrouded the spirit boat. Everything seemed to turn indistinct and misty as the fog set in. That fog was dense and it was like a multi-layered curtain which covered everything. It prevented people from having a clear look at their surroundings. Moreover, it seemed like there was a ship slowly approaching him from the left side. That ship was extremely immense and majestic as it emitted an extremely stifling aura. That was a pitch-black metallic ship. The ship was faintly visible in the fog and it slowly drifted along like a sea ghost. Buletin Fang squinted his eyes and fixed his gaze on the huge black ship as it slowly drifted by before him. Eventually, the black ship floated away from Buletin Fang's spirit boat and its figure disappeared into the thick fog. Buletin Fang took a deep breath. Was that ship the Netherworld ship described in his spirit boat? A ship which came from the Netherworld. An ominous ship which represented death. He found the name Netherworld slightly familiar. Slightly furrowing his brows, Buletin Fang thought about it. However, he wasn't able to recall anything. Buletin Fang felt as though something was amiss when he looked at that metallic ship which gradually disappeared into the fog. He continued to travel forwards, deeper into the Cloud Sea secret realm. The indistinct form of an island became faintly visible to him through the fog. It seemed as though a colossal island had appeared and it was countless times bigger than the first island which Buletin Fang found. The spirit boat slowly drifted toward the gigantic island and stopped on a shore of the island. Buletin Fang tried to take that spirit boat into his system-dimensional bag. However, he found out that it was impossible to store the spirit boat. He could only push it ashore and leave it on the beach as he walked toward the center of the island. This island was extremely huge and Buletin Fang couldn't see the other end with his naked eyes. It gave him a slightly stifling feeling. Buletin Fang didn't know whether this island was that Medicine Garden Island or not, so he needed to enter the island in order to check. If it was the Medicine Garden Island, it would be the best case scenario. However, seeing as how the island was filled with countless stones, it was probably not the Medicine Garden Island. No spirit herbs grew in stone. If the spirit herbs were not able to absorb nourishment, how could they grow and possess medical effects? When Buletin Fang left the ship, Whitey, whose violet eyes were flickering, followed behind him. Shrimpy simply lay on Buletin Fang's shoulders and everything seemed quite auspicious and peaceful. Buletin Fang gazed at a sinuous path and stepped onto the path which would lead him deeper into the island. What he didn't know at this moment was that there were countless spirit boats stopping around this island. They were countless peoples who went through the paths which led to the center of the island, and it seemed as though they would run into each other soon. After walking for a long time on that path, Buletin Fang entered into a dark region where an ice-cold and eerie wind blew at him. He wasn't trapped there for a long time as he quickly found a bright entrance. The moment Buletin Fang stepped into the entrance, a bright light lit up everything in front of him. When he witnessed the scenery before him, his pupils contracted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because the creatures in front of him were none other than some spirit beasts he was familiar with. It was those beasts he met in the illusory spirit swamp's crystal mine, the crystal beasts. However, the crystal beasts before him were bigger and more fearsome than those he met in the illusory spirit swamp's crystal mine. They emitted a powerful pressure which could cause one's heart to shudder. 1, 2, 3. There were actually 3 giant crystal beasts which emitted an extremely powerful aura. There were also countless other crystal beasts which emitted weaker auras surrounding them. This was a sunken region, and after Buletin Fang saw those crystal beasts, he understood everything. As it turned out, there was a giant crystal mine located on that huge island. It was precisely those 3 mountain-like crystal beasts on the center of the island who were protecting the 3 glowing and vibrant crystal sources behind them. Those 3 crystal sources were too eye-catching and alluring. Bang! 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 What a big crystal source! There is definitely a precious treasure hidden in that crystal source. That crystal source is mine. All of you better leave it for me or I'll send you all to hell. It has such a rich essence. A peerless treasure is definitely hidden inside that crystal source. Countless excited and deafening roars could be heard in the surroundings. Buletin Fang was startled as there were many people who came out of the nearby entrances. Every single one of them emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. Countless amounts of world's pressure filled the area. Buletin Fang truly didn't expect that there would be so many Divine Realm experts who were nearby. As world's pressure filled the area, all of the dormant crystal beasts opened their eyes. The scarlet radiance in their eyes swept across the surroundings. Chapter 454, The Crystal Source Purple Essence. This island, unexpectedly, had such a tremendous crystal mine. The 3 glowing crystal sources were like 3 stars glowing in a pitch-black night sky. They attracted the gazes of everyone present, causing greed to flicker in their eyes. Just the fact that the 3 crystal sources were protected by 3 Divine Realm crystal beasts showed how precious the objects hidden within the crystal sources were. Everyone was excited. Thunderous roars echoed off the walls as all the experts, who entered the crystal mine through the passages, shot out and went after the crystal sources. Greed was the source of all evil. Their greed attracted the attention of the guarding crystal beasts. Countless scarlet rays engulfed the cave, and in the next moment, a storm of energy surged up. All the crystal beasts awakened emitted deafening roars. Bang! Bang! The crystal beasts took a leaf from the expert's book and charged out as well, and both sides collided, resulting in a battle. Although the crystal beasts were extremely swift, there wasn't any weakling among the experts present, they had all reached the Divine Realm. Thus, both sides were evenly matched at that moment. Buletin Fang sized up the experts and discovered that he didn't recognize any of their faces. He didn't choose to join them and fight, instead, he just watched them from far away. Shrimpy, who was on his shoulder, suddenly moved. Like a cat that had just perceived a fishy scent, Shrimpy stood upright, rolled its compound eyes around and waved its sickles. It seemed quite excited. What happened to it? Buletin Fang was slightly surprised and confused. He turned around and realized that Shrimpy had rushed out. It turned into a golden light thread, streaking toward the 3 crystal sources. Buletin Fang's brows rose up, and he immediately tried to stop Shrimpy, but it was already too late. He could only look on helplessly as the fellow disappeared into the crowd. Bang! A crystal beast that had charged at Buletin Fang was shattered by a slap from Whitey, turning into countless smaller pieces of crystal which fell to the ground. The violet glow in Whitey's eyes flickered as the puppet, who wore an armor and had a bulging belly, stood behind Buletin Fang. Buzz! Shrimpy's body flickered in the air like a thread. Its speed was quite astonishing, making it impossible for one to catch a glimpse of it with their naked eyes. With a swoosh sound, Shrimpy appeared before one of the crystal sources. The fellow rolled its compound eyes, and as if its most primitive instincts had been stimulated, Shrimpy moved its sickles with explosive speed. It charged and disappeared into the crystal source. The experts and crystal beasts were engrossed in their battle, so no one noticed what had just happened. No one had discovered that a little creature entered one of the crystal sources. They were still fighting as crazily as before. The crystal beasts were quite powerful, and after only a short while, the cave began to reek with the thick scent of blood. The cave was also littered with crystals from shattered crystal beasts. Although the battle was tragic and bitter, there was still someone who managed to reach the crystal sources and take one of them. The crystal source glowed with extremely eye-catching colors. When the person grabbed the crystal source, he swiftly rushed toward the exit without even looking back, trying to flee from the scene. The crystal beasts naturally would not let him take away even one of the crystal sources, so some crystal beasts left their opponents and chased after him. That scene provided an opportunity to the remaining experts. They cooperated and killed a divine realm crystal beast, then one of them grabbed a crystal source and swiftly fled the cave. The battle moved out of this cave and spread to the entire island. The last crystal source that was taken had a dim radiance. There were extremely feeble spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from it, and with just one look, one could deduce that the crystal source didn't contain any precious object. Those experts weren't fools, they would not risk their lives for a crystal source that didn't contain anything precious. Buletin Fang was astonished, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes as he looked around the cave that was now completely empty. An odd expression appeared on his face when he looked at the last crystal source. This was because Shrimpy's aura was emanating from it. He clearly recalled how he had found Shrimpy in a crystal source which he had opened. Back then, out of the 3 crystal sources in that crystal mine, one of them contained Shrimpy. As for the other, it seemed like they had been ruined by that lazy Blackie. So, Buletin Fang never knew what they contained. He only knew that after Blackie ate what it contained, the dog slept off as if it had a stomachache. And this time, Shrimpy was also like that. What did that crystal source contain? Buletin Fang was quite curious. He began to walk toward the crystal source, causing the remaining crystal beasts to widen their scarlet eyes and glare at him. They roared, causing strong winds to sweep through the surrounding. The black turtle constellation walk appeared on Buletin Fang's hand. He waved it casually, and it quickly grew big and soared toward the roaring crystal beasts, crushing them. Those crystal beasts weren't divine beasts, so they were directly crushed by Buletin Fang. A loud rumble resounded, and crystal sprinkled down on the ground. Buletin Fang held the black turtle constellation walk in one hand and leisurely walked toward the crystal source. He began sizing up the ordinary-looking crystal source curiously. Suddenly, the crystal source shook slightly, and a small crack appeared on its surface. A small head drilled out of the crack. It was Shrimpy's. The crack was quite small, and after it appeared, extremely resplendent lights began to blare out of it, soaring up high. A dense spiritual energy and extremely strong fragrance permeated out of the crystal source. It was a scorching hot fragrance. A fragrance? Buletin Fang's pupils dilated. Did this crystal source really contain a fragrance? Did it contain some delicious dish? Buletin Fang pondered in extreme curiosity, while Shrimpy, who looked intoxicated, crawled out from the crystal source. Its body swayed in mid-air and arrived at Buletin Fang's shoulder. Then, it found a cozy spot, lay down and fell asleep. Buletin Fang lifted the remaining crystal source and found it slightly heavy. He shook it a little and heard the sound of some liquid sloshing within it. It was obvious that Shrimpy hadn't consumed much of the liquid, seeing as it was quite lacking compared to Blackie. That dog's appetite was extremely terrifying. Buletin Fang squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. He took out a porcelain bowl from his system's dimensional storage. He began to pour all of the liquid in the crystal source into the bowl. As he tipped the crystal source, a dark purple liquid slowly flowed out of it. The liquid was overflowing with light and energy. Burble. Coincidentally, the remaining liquid in the crystal source was just enough to fill the porcelain bowl to its brim. A strong and alluring fragrance emanated from the liquid, and Buletin Fang couldn't help leaning in close and sniffing it. The crystal source purple essence, a 10th grade spirit medicine. It is an extremely precious ingredient which can help one recover from his injuries. It could also help to strengthen cultivation and improve the strength of fleshly body. It can only materialize in the crystal sources in big crystal mines. It could also repair the injuries of one's soul. It could also let spirit beasts continue to evolve. As Buletin Fang was looking at the liquid, the system's solemn voice resounded in his mind as it began to introduce the liquid to him. This is a 10th grade spirit medicine. Buletin Fang was quite dumbfounded, and he found it somewhat quite unbelievable. He never would have expected that he would be capable of obtaining a crystal source purple essence just like that. Didn't they say that 10th grade spirit medicines were extremely rare? As Buletin Fang gazed at the purple liquid in the porcelain bowl, which was emanating a fragrance, his desire to have it began to increase. He licked his lips, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't bear leaning in closer to the bowl because he desired to take a sip of it. Slurp. Bulatin Fang took a sip, and the crystal source purple essence flowed down his mouth. Bulatin Fang first felt every pore on his body open up, and steam gushed out of them. Then, Bulatin Fang's eyes turned bloodshot. It was extremely spicy. This was what Bulatin Fang felt. Rather than calling the crystal source purple essence a spirit medicine, it was more appropriate to call it wine, or maybe the mixture of wine and plum soup. This crystal source purple essence's taste was like that of a strong wine, and it also had the flavor of a sour and sweet plum soup. Although the essence was incapable of strengthening Bulatin Fang's cultivation, its spiritual energy still entered his body and improved his constitution and flesh. It was no longer surprising that Blackie fell asleep after drinking it. This was because crystal source purple essence possessed the effect of healing one's soul injuries and helping spirit beasts evolve. Bulatin Fang smacked his lips and controlled his impulse and desire to drink another mouthful of it. He placed the purple essence into his system's dimensional storage. This was definitely a good object, so Bulatin Fang didn't want to waste it. If he could process it, it would surely become an extremely precious and fine wine. There were many shattered crystal beasts on the island outside. An expert whose whole body was soaked in blood cried out loudly, then he took out a crystal source. The expert proceeded to stir his energy and carefully opened it. Many experts curiously watched the expert open the crystal source. They were all curious about the kind of amazing treasure within these crystal sources that was worth the protection of divine crystal beasts. However, after the expert opened the crystal source, he was so depressed that he almost coughed blood. The crystal source was empty. He didn't see any treasure inside it as this was a solid crystal source. The expert who had taken the other crystal source was wild with joy. If the person that took the first crystal source didn't find anything within it, then it meant that the crystal source in his hand would surely contain something impressive. Thus, he opened the crystal source in a hurry. This expert was still fine as long as the object inside was somewhat valuable. However, its value wasn't worth the price that they paid for it. Everyone there was dumbstruck for a moment, then they began to clamor. Since the two crystal sources didn't have any good stuff in them, then it would surely be in the crystal source that they had forgotten. The eyes of the surrounding experts turned red, they all looked at each other briefly before charging back toward the cave. At that moment, a thin and tall youth was slowly walking out of the cave. Some of the experts looked at Bulatin Fang in surprise, but they didn't pay much attention to him and continued rushing toward the last crystal source. No one of them expected the development. They had all been mistaken because the last crystal source really was the most important of the three crystal sources. Bulatin Fang doubtfully looked at the experts who hurriedly passed him. He was somewhat confused by their actions. Why did they go back into the mine again? Bulatin Fang was taken aback, but it was only for a moment. He was already disinclined to care any more about them. He continued to walk toward the island outside. He pushed his spirit ship, and as it entered into the sea, waves rose up. Bulatin Fang sat above it and stirred his true energy, prompting it to swiftly charge forward. When Bulatin Fang was driving his spirit ship and was just about to leave, the experts who had rushed back into the mine all came out. When they saw Bulatin Fang and his small ship, they began to shout. "It's that kid! We definitely should not let him run away. The kid has taken the third crystal source." Rumble. The sound of countless spirit ships being pushed into water resounded, and Bulatin Fang couldn't help but turn his head in astonishment. When he turned his head, his pupils immediately dilated. They were many experts, who had extended their necks and widened their eyes, who entered their spirit ships and chased after him. Bulatin Fang was scared, he turned his head and stirred his true energy, speeding up his ship. Are those people retarded? Why are they trying to scare me? Chapter 455, The Long-Haired Woman in the Netherworld Ship. Bulatin Fang hadn't expected this group of people to become this crazy. As his spirit ship streaked swiftly across the sea, it caused water to spray and steam to surge upward. The experts glared at Bulatin Fang as they chased after him. The humiliation they had just suffered made these experts fly into a rage. They felt really humiliated that experts such as themselves had allowed a 9th grade supreme being to pick up a treasure that they had overlooked. Hence, they all stirred their true energy to speed up, hoping to get the crystal source in Bulatin Fang's possession. Even if the experts thought with their toes, they could still deduce that the crystal source in Bulatin Fang's possession was extraordinary. Since 2 of the 3 crystal sources were just wastes, then it became obvious that the essence of the entire mine had coalesced into the final crystal source. Such an object really was a treasure coveted by all Divine Realm experts. Stop! If you leave behind that crystal source, we will spare your life. An angry shout reverberated through the air, closely followed by a true energy bolt, emitting a powerful aura, which went after Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang's expression remained indifferent as he eyed the flow of energy out of the corners of his eyes, then he stirred his true energy slightly, causing the spirit ship to speed up. As the waves surged up, Bulletin Fang calmly dodged the terrifying true energy strike. Those experts were all enraged that a supreme being like Bulletin Fang dared to provoke their dignity. Countless bolts of true energy streaked toward Bulletin Fang. The bolts were enormous and innumerable, and they seemed to cover the whole sky. Bulletin Fang's expression grew grave. Suddenly, his silk-like true energy surged out. He had an extremely fine control over his true energy, and likewise, his true energy had a great control over the spirit ship. This made the spirit ship seem like it had come to life under his control. Bang! 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 Countless bolts streaked toward Bulletin Fang, but he dodged each and every one of them perfectly, using his fine control over the spirit ship. The true energy bolts ended up striking the water in his wake, resulting in countless explosions. The sea water, which shot up into the sky due to the explosions, rained back down on them like a torrential downpour of rain. Bulletin Fang's body emitted a hazy radiance which blocked off the raining sea water. An odd scene appeared above the sea for a moment. Countless spirit ships were chasing after another one. The spirit ship being chased was extremely nimble, like a fish, swaying left and right to dodge the countless attacks streaking its way. Some of the chasing experts flew into a frightening rage, while others were so depressed that they almost coughed up blood. Who the hell was that supreme being? Why was dealing with him that hard? There was an island in front of Bulletin Fang, which was faintly visible within the fog ahead of him. Bulletin Fang's eyes lit up, and he stirred the spirit ship, speeding toward the island. The speed of Bulletin Fang's ship was extremely swift, and when he reached the shore of the island, his ship crashed into the sand with a rumble and flew up into the air. Bulletin Fang grabbed Shrimpy and spun around in mid-air before he steadily landed on the ground. When he landed, Bulletin Fang turned around and took a look at the crowd of Divine Realm experts speeding towards him, his eyebrows scrunched upwards, then he turned around and charged toward the island's inner region. The experts were enraged, so it would be better for him to quickly find and avoid them. Bang! 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 Countless spirits ships rushed over, and with loud rumbles, they all crashed into the shore. Numerous true energy signatures surged into the sky as many experts rushed out of their ships and charged in the same direction that Bulletin Fang fled in, actively chasing after him. They had all gone crazy for that lucky chance. Nangongsuan he was looking at the giant tree swaying in front of him with greed in his eyes. That tree was extremely tremendous and it covered the whole sky. It had countless and innumerable branches which extended out and seemed like malevolent claws. The tree had thick verdant leaves that emitted rustling sounds as they swayed. Furthermore, a radiance was constantly being emitted from the tree. The tree was a divine realm spirit tree. There was an extremely beautiful flower in the tree, its petals had a light red color, and they were slightly opened, revealing a lightly swaying golden bud within. A fragrance wafted out of the tree that made Nangongsuan he shudder intensely. This is a 1,000-year-old demonic claw chi tree, an extremely precious spirit tree. It blooms every 100 years, and it bears fruit only once in 1,000 years. It is an extremely precious spirit medicine that can be used to refine 4-mark spirit pills. Nangongsuan he was extremely excited. As he stared at the glowing flower, his heart was beating so hard, it seemed like it would burst forth from his chest. The flower would only take an instant to bloom and wither. The flower was to wither shortly because all the essence contained within it had already dispersed. In the next moment, the flower's petals would wither, and its fruit would appear. That fruit was of utmost importance, it was Nangongsuan he's objective. As a light breeze blew over, it caused the tree's leaves to start rustling. As the fragrance from the tree grew even fainter, the flower's petals finally withered completely and fell, swaying past Nangongsuan he's eyes, which held an expectant gaze. A fruit which resembled a bear's paw appeared on the spirit tree. That fruit was overflowing with spiritual energy, and it emitted a fragrance that was capable of intoxicating just about anyone. It was truly too marvelous. Nangongsuan he squinted his eyes and sighed. Suddenly, a racket echoed from somewhere in this distance. The sudden noise jolted Nangongsuan he, causing him to awaken from his reverie. He saw someone running over from the distance. The person was running very fast, and he seemed to be charging straight toward Nangongsuan he's location. Who's there? Nangang Suanhe was taken aback and shouted in anger. It's you. In the next moment, his eyes widened up until they became round, and they became filled with killing intent. There were two people who Nangang Suanhe wished to kill the most in the secret realm. Nangang Wukui was able to flee from him, albeit in a half-dead state, but Nangang Suanhe hadn't expected that the other person, Buletin Fang, would present himself to him. This situation truly was similar to the adage, there was a road to heaven, yet you didn't walk on it. However, there was no road to hell, yet you forcefully barged into it. However, Buletin Fang's reaction was so calm that Nangang Suanhe couldn't help but be astonished. It seemed like Buletin Fang was not at all affected or awed by Nangang Suanhe's imposing aura. Buletin Fang continued charging forward swiftly. He swiftly rushed past Nangang Suanhe like an arrow. Well! When Buletin Fang saw that bear paw-like fruit, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Nangang Suanhe didn't care about Buletin Fang's astonishment, he swiftly raised his palm, and a ball of white flame burst forth from it toward Buletin Fang. That was a heaven and earth obsidian flame, one with an extremely powerful might. Buletin Fang shifted his gaze from the fruit, twirled his black turtle constellation wok and placed it in front of him. The flame struck the wok and dispersed. Buletin Fang shot a glance at Nangang Suanhe, then looked behind him before he continued to proceed forward. Upon seeing that reaction, Nangang Suanhe furrowed his brows. In the next moment, his heart lurched and his pupils dilated as he hurriedly looked behind himself. What the hell? That damned guy! Nangang Suanhe was so angry that he felt like his lungs would burst open. When he saw countless Divine Realm experts charging forward, Nangang Suanhe's heart sank. His hatred of Buletin Fang was like a torrential river, unending and continuous. That guy had actually brought this many Divine Realm experts over. The Divine Realm experts weren't fools, they were all attracted to the bear paw-like fruit after perceiving its fragrance. That was a spirit medicine which could refine 4 mark spirit pills. The attraction it held wasn't any less than that of the crystal source in Buletin Fang's hands. Countless cries of alarm and surprise immediately pierced through the air. This fruit was discovered by me, Nangang Suanhe, taking a single step toward it is tantamount to offending my Nangang family. Nangang Suanhe's body aura surged out, and the 2 black chains swaying behind completely exhibited his aura as an expert who had broken through 2 of the Supreme Being's shackles. However, before such an opportunity, the Divine Realm experts couldn't care less about his family. They all roared and rushed toward the fruit. At that moment, deafening battle cries reverberated all around. Nangang Suanhe's eyes became bloodshot, and he boldly attacked. His surging true energy completely burst outwards, and he pounded a Divine Realm expert, destroying half of his body, causing the expert's blood to pool on the ground. The reeking smell of blood immediately permeated throughout the small island. The blood spilled from the crazed expert's battle pooled on the ground and was quietly absorbed. However, neither the Divine Realm experts nor Nangang Suanhe took note of the development. Nangang Wukui felt as though his entire body had been compressed by a giant mountain and found even breathing quite strenuous. The pitch-black ship's cabin was crowded with shattered skeletons and bones. The sound of melodious singing resonated from within, and when the singing reached Nangang Wukui's ear, it caused all the blood in his body to run cold. Crack! The sound of something being crushed rang out. Nangang Wukui felt like his heart had risen up to his throat. It seemed like the netherworld ship had come to a stop as it was now quite steady and stable. Nangang Wukui was taken aback for a moment, and the cabin's door was suddenly opened. An ice-cold, eerie wind blew over him, causing his whole body to shudder slightly. Rustle! Rustle! A pale and sparkling sole of a foot gradually emerged from the darkness along with a light sound caused by it steeping upon the ground. Did this cabin unexpectedly have another person? Nangang Wukui didn't dare to breathe loudly. His eyes widened when he saw the alluring and enchanting person who had appeared from within the darkness. It was obvious that the figure was a woman, a graceful woman who had long hair, reaching her waist, and it fluttered slightly. Her skin was pale like a sheet of paper. Nangang Wukui couldn't feel any traces of life from her body. Was she dead? As her sparkling feet stepped on the ground, taking a step forward, the graceful woman suddenly stopped and stiffly turned her head around. Her ice-cold, indifferent gaze fell on Nangang Wukui. It was too scary. Nangang Wukui felt as though all the blood in his body had begun to boil and would soon gush out of his skin. However, he only constrained his aura and clenched his teeth hard, not daring to make any sudden movements for fear of attracting the woman's attention. Thud! 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 After taking a look at Nangang Wukui, the woman turned her head around and went toward the cabin's door. The netherworld ship had stopped in front of the island which had a crystal mine. That woman's graceful figure stood on the deck as her long hair fluttered in the wind. Countless threads of blood flew out of the island, like countless silk threads. That was the blood of the Divine Realm experts who had died on the island. Their blood was extracted out of their corpses and flew toward the woman. When it reached her, it began to seep into her skin. A great amount of blood had clearly been absorbed in just a short while. The woman whistled, it seemed like she was calling something. The crystal mine began to shake, but there was nothing coming out of it. That woman whistle gradually became louder, and she seemed angry. Rumble. The surrounding sea water exploded and waves rose up. The figure of the angry woman flickered, charging back into the cabin, and along with a loud bang, the cabin door was tightly shut. Nangang Wukui was pressured down to the ground once again. He was extremely indignant yet aggrieved at that moment. What the hell? Bang! When the netherworld ship left that island, the latter seemed to get shattered by a formless power, turning into countless pieces floating on the ocean. The pitch-black sail of the netherworld ship fluttered in the wind as it traveled. This time, its direction was the island that housed the demonic claw chi tree. Chapter 456, The Fight and the Palpitation. Misha, is this the place we sensed? A person clad in a blood-red robe calmly spoke to another person beside him. They were standing on the peak of a mountain situated on an island. The center of the mountain was hollow, and there was magma boiling inside it. Steam rose up from the boiling magma into the sky, along with a dense and thick black smoke. The eyes of Misha, who was also clad in a blood-red robe, seemed quite profound. It seemed like his gaze could see through the thick smoke, directly looking at what was underneath that magma. That's right. It's here. I already sensed the Shura Tower's aura, Misha said in a tone of excitement, and his body trembled slightly. When he heard Misha, the person beside him also became excited. The Shura Tower was their ancient Shura city's symbol. If their Shura Tower hadn't been broken, and its parts scattered across all regions of the continent, its power would be extremely outstanding, and they might even be able to rival the colossus and terrifying faction the Hidden Dragon Royal Court. After losing its Shura Tower, the ancient Shura city could only be considered a first-rate faction, it couldn't be considered an apex faction, and this matter left countless experts of the ancient Shura city regretful. This was especially the case after the affair that occurred several years ago and caused the ancient Shura city to suffer severe losses. A part of the Shura Tower was stolen by one of their disciples. That was a great and unforgivable humiliation for the ancient Shura city. This time, they set forth to look for the Shura Tower and bring it back. Thus, now that they had an idea of its location, how could they not be excited? There is magma flowing underneath. Will we be fine if we jump directly into it? It's just magma, it isn't worth dreading. I can sense that there is someone underneath the magma, who is trying to control the Shura Tower. We should hurry up, otherwise, if the Shura Tower was controlled by someone who isn't a member of our ancient Shura city, then it would surely be a nightmare and a disaster to our city, said Misha. After he finished his words, he jumped down towards the magma, with his blood-red robe fluttering throughout his descent. Rumble. Misha's true energy surged out and covered his skin as his body fell into the magma and was swallowed by it. That other person sighed before he followed suit and jumped down. Plop. Blood splattered. Another Divine Realm expert was killed by Nangang Suanhe. His chest had a deep laceration on it. He coughed up blood as was sent flying in the air, crashing heavily into the ground. Blood flowed from him and formed a pool on the ground. Nangang Suanhe's ruthless gaze swept across the experts. These experts who had broken through just one of Supreme Being's shackles actually dared to covet his demonic claw chi tree? They really were tired of living. Did they assume that he, Nangang Suanhe, was just a sick cat? Thus, Nangang Suanhe, whose killing intent was still surging, had carried a frenzied slaughter, and with that, he managed to scare the remaining experts. The few Divine Realm experts who remained glanced at each other and saw the same wary expression reflected in the other eyes. They weren't just wary of Nangang Suanhe, they were also wary of each other. So, they all stopped fighting while their expressions remained the same. The spiritual energy that clouded the air gradually became denser, and it soon seemed like it would take form. The fruit on the demonic claw chi tree seemed like it would mature shortly and fall down. The gazes of many experts became filled with greed, while Nangang Suanhe's eyes widened to the point that they almost came out of their sockets. It was very difficult for alchemists like them to refine excellent elixirs. It was even more difficult for them to find those excellent elixirs' ingredients. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for them to find or come upon an ingredient that could refine a 4-mark spirit pill. This fruit could be sold for a shocking sky-high price in the Heavenly Pill City. It was extremely difficult to find this fruit, even in the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were extremely rare and sparse, after all. Bulletin Fang, who stood in a location in the distance, had been watching them all along, without making a move. He was slightly interested in the demonic claw chi tree, no, he was extremely interested in it. He needed to cook the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup, so he must not let any divine realm ingredient escape his grasp. However, he wasn't interested in joining that chaotic fight. When Nangongsu and he was confident that he had awed and intimidated the surrounding experts, he directed his gaze to Bulletin Fang. He had wished to kill Bulletin Fang for a long time, so he definitely would not let go of such a rare opportunity. The fruit wouldn't mature for some time, so why wouldn't he use this time to go kill that store's owner? When Nangongsu and he reached that conclusion, a powerful and imposing aura erupted from his body, and his killing intent locked onto Bulletin Fang. Rumble. The sand and rocks on the ground scattered, and the entire island seemed like it had begun to tremble. When Nangongsu and he's aura erupted out, the two chains behind him swayed wildly and collided with each other repeatedly, emitting clanking sounds. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows, and a cold glow flickered in his eyes as he watched Nangongsu and he. This fellow was truly seeking death. White E's eyes flickered with a brilliant purple glow. Buzz. A dazzling radiance burst forth from White E's body as its aura gradually surged. The armored Whitey took a step forward and shot out toward Nangongsu and he. After Bulletin Fang broke through to the Supreme Being realm, White E's battle prowess became strong enough to face experts who had broken through two Supreme Beings' shackles. Bang! Nangongsu and he's gaze became ice cold, and he raised his palm. As soon as true energy erupted out from the raised palm, he began exchanging moves with Whitey. The surrounding experts revealed mocking smiles as they watched the two of them battle. They hated Nangongsu and he and didn't have a good impression of Bulletin Fang, who had led them here. If it wasn't for Bulletin Fang, they wouldn't have met Nangongsu and he and gone through such a bitter fight. Moreover, Bulletin Fang still had that crystal source in his possession. That was a crystal source which surely had a treasure in it. Intense explosion sounds erupted, and gales swept the surroundings. Nangongsu and he's pupils dilated, and he sucked in a breath of cold air as his body was pushed and sent flying. He crashed into the ground and rolled a couple of times before coming to a stop. What the hell was that puppet? It was actually a puppet that could fight an expert who had broken through two Supreme Beings' shackles. What kind of uncanny object was it? Was that punk one of the high-level members of the puppet sect? However, that was impossible. The crowd from the puppet sect were all gloomy and eerie, and they had completely different airs around them than this kid did. Moreover, this heap of steel was completely different from the puppet sect's puppets. The arrays on White E's body began to flicker, and the wings behind it unfurled, making clanking sounds. The stifling aura being emitted by Whitey caused the complexion of many experts to gravely change. This was especially the case for Nangongsu and he. If the battle prowess of this puppet was this powerful, then it might truly be able to fight with him over the fruit of the demonic claw chi tree. Damn! That punk had almost succeeded in his plot against him. Nangongsu and he was extremely angered, yet fear lingered in him. It was fortunate that he had discovered the punk's plot early on. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spiritual energy began to flare up, it seemed like it had experienced grave changes. As a loud rumble resounded, the demonic claw chi fruit began to sway intensely. It trembled intensely for a while and began to emit dazzling lights, then fell down. The auras of the surrounding experts surged. It seemed like there was a fire burning in their hearts as they stared at that fruit. Swoosh! 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 They all rushed out swiftly, charging toward the demonic claw chi fruit. There was only one fruit, so they would all fight over it. Whitey also joined in the fight. The scene of many Divine Realm experts emitting true energy and charging toward a dazzling fruit was truly too shocking. However, unlike the others, Bulletin Fang's heart couldn't help but palpitate in fear at that moment. From his location in the distance, he shifted his gaze to the distant ocean. It seemed like there were angry roars ringing out from over there, disturbing the sea, causing huge waves to rise up and swept through the surrounding like water dragons. What was going on? Why was the surrounding sea water this agitated? It was now completely different from its previous calm state. It was as if a terrifying existence was emerging from within the boundless ocean. The divine experts were engrossed in fighting over the demonic claw chi fruit, so they didn't notice the strange occurrences in the ocean. Bulatin Fang felt a slight unease and worry. He didn't know why he was having such a feeling. Suddenly, Bulatin Fang's pupils dilated and he squinted his eyes as his gaze locked on a location in the distance. A giant black ancient ship was slowly emerging from within the waves. Although it was enveloped by the surging waves, the pitch-black ship was still quite stable and steady. It broke through the waves and slowly proceeded forward. That pitch-black ancient ship emitted an extremely eerie aura, and everywhere it passed through turned pitch-black. The ship's sail fluttered in the wind and emitted a rustling sound. Rib. Bulatin Fang suddenly felt a stabbing pain underneath his skin. It felt as though all the blood in his body had started boiling, and it seemed like it would all gush out from his skin. Countless threads of blood began to rise from the ground and fly toward the black ancient ship. When the blood threads reached the ship, they coalesced right in front of it, before seeping into it. This caused the ship to look even more devilish and uncanny. Bang! When that black ancient ship landed, the fight over the demonic claw chi fruit erupted out. True energy surged up into the sky like a whirlwind, it seemed like it would sweep the whole sky. Chapter 457, Netherworld, Long Black Hair. Creak. A sound that seemed like it had come from ancient times rang out as the cabin's bronze gate were opened once again. Nangong Yukui felt as if he was close to suffocating. However, when he felt the light reflect into the cabin from outside, his strength began to recover. He suddenly intended to rush out of the cage-like place but discovered that his body couldn't budge. Although his strength had recovered, he still couldn't move. He felt as though he was being pressed down by a heavy mountain, preventing him from gasping for breath. Nangong Yukui's eyes widened, and he twisted his butt, trying to crawl. However, after a short while, he felt an ice-cold strand of hair touching his neck. His entire body stiffened immediately. He turned his head around strenuously and found himself staring at an ice-cold face. The face was expressionless and held an extremely cold gaze. Her black hair hung loose like a curtain, and her pale skin didn't have the slightest trace of blood within it. It was that woman. Nangong Yukui truly wanted to weep at this moment. Why was this woman trailing him? Was it because he was too handsome? Nangong Yukui wanted to cry, but there were no tears. He stopped and didn't dare to breathe as he looked at the woman. That gaze from the woman's pitch-black eyes locked onto him, and she opened her mouth, sticking out her scarlet tongue. You! What are you up to? Nangong Yukui's whole body hair stood on end, and he used his whole power to yell out and say those words. However, that woman didn't seem to care about his words. Rib. When her tongue touched his face, licking it, it felt as though a cube of ice was streaking across Nangong Yukui's face. Nangong Yukui was taken aback, feeling thoroughly dumbfounded. His thoughts became a mess at that moment. Was he just forcefully kissed? How could you do such a thing? Didn't you have an aloof and cold temperament? Some black energy threads seemed to seep off the woman's tongue and permeated Nangong Yukui's flesh, causing his entire body to stiffen. After a long while, the woman stood up. Her sparkling feet stepped on the ground, and her body shot out swiftly like lightning. With a loud rumble, the cabin's door was opened. As she shot out, the woman's black hair fluttered in the wind, then, with another loud rumble, the cabin's door was shut. She left Nangong Yukui, whose expression was filled with despair, laying there, sobbing quietly. What was she up to? Bulatin Fang looked at that woman whose ice-cold gaze caused his heart to palpitate intensely in fear. It seemed like he had finally discovered the source of his palpitations. It was because of the woman. She was really scary. The black ancient ship continued proceeding forward. As the sea waves opened a path for the ship, the waves began to engulf the island. An eerie aura was emanating from the woman's long black hair as she stood on the deck. Whitey hurriedly returned to Bulatin Fang's side. Just when that woman's aura spread out, her violet eyes swiftly turned into a profound white glow. Whitey looked at the woman with a weary gaze and turned on all the powers it had. The intoxicated shrimpy, which was laying on Bulatin Fang's shoulder, curled its body. Ha ha ha! I obtained it! A divine realm expert who managed to get the demonic claw chi fruit became wild with joy. He was so excited that he almost started jumping up and down. However, he quickly felt his body stiffening as he noticed the odd gazes on the faces of the other experts. Nangong Suan he had already hidden in a distant place early on and constrained his aura. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he looked at that black ancient ship in fright, and his heart throbbed intensely. The Netherworld ship. It really is the Netherworld ship. Nangong Suan he felt as though his heart had sunk down an ice hole. One of the most frightening objects of the secret realms was the netherworld ship. No matter what secret realm one was, if they ran into the netherworld ship, then it meant that they weren't far from their death. This was something that the people of the Hidden Dragon continent all knew. They were only a few people who could leave a secret realm alive after encountering the netherworld ship. It seemed that each secret realm had a netherworld ship, and yet at the same time, it also seemed like there wasn't any secret realm that had the netherworld ship. Nangongsuanhe became thoroughly stupefied when he saw the netherworld ship. He thoroughly restrained his aura and hid it so that the woman wouldn't notice him. He didn't want to die. The heartful laughter of that expert who got the demonic claw-chi fruit grew fainter as his pupils dilated. Die! That black ancient ship, which had been proceeding forward, suddenly flew into the air and floated above them. That ice-cold woman with the long black hair swept the divine realm expert with an indifferent gaze and muttered that word. This caused the expert to miserably wail before falling down. Upon contact with the ground, his body disintegrated and turned into a puddle of blood on the ground. This is a curse. The netherworld ship's curse. Nangongsuanhe's heart shuddered, he was so scared that his knees almost gave way and fell down on the ground. There was no one who could resist that curse. Every one of them would die. Nangongsuanhe roared, and the surrounding divine realm experts, who all felt frightened, fled in all directions. They fled because they didn't want to die. The woman's long hair, which reached her waist, fluttered like countless tentacles. Plop! 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 The body of countless divine realm experts disintegrated and turned into puddles of blood and meat paste. Nangongsuanhe's aura erupted out, and the two chains swayed wildly behind him. He forcefully withstood the curse, only coughing out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't ripped apart by it. He staggered and flew away decisively, without even turning his head back. Buletin Fang felt all the blood in his body boil, and it seemed like the boiling blood would burst out of his skin. His heart shuddered, and he let out a long breath. That woman really was too frightening. However, his blood quickly recovered back after boiling for just an instant. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows, took a deep breath and looked at the pitch-black ancient ship floating in the air. It seemed like the black and long-haired woman was quite uncanny. Her black eyes looked into Buletin Fang's body. A queer fluctuation emanated from the woman which made Buletin Fang feel like he had been stripped naked before her. That woman emitted a sharp whistle when her gaze swept over Shrimpy's body. Her whistle was extremely intense and it caused the surrounding seawater to erupt out. "It's you, hand over the crystal source purple essence." A stammering voice rang out in Buletin Fang's mind, frightening him. Suddenly, Buletin Fang felt a stifling aura streaking towards him, and with a loud rumble, the entire island was shattered apart. White E's eyes flickered, and it tried to block Buletin Fang's front. However, the puppet was pressed down into the ground by a wave of that woman's finger, it couldn't even budge an inch. "Hand it over." The woman's tone became more severe, containing a trace of a terrifying killing intent. A pitch-black radiance that looked like countless balls of black flames surged out of her. Those flames surged toward Buletin Fang, trying to engulf him. Buletin Fang's heart lurched, and he spouted a mouthful of a golden flame. His golden flame rose into the sky, but it was suppressed and constrained by the black flame instantly. What kind of flame was that? Buletin Fang was shocked, it was his first time meeting a flame which could suppress his 10,000 bestial flame, after all. "If you won't hand it over, then, die." A thin slit appeared on that woman's forehead, and an aura, which caused Buletin Fang's heart to tighten, burst out from it. Buzz. The system buzzed slightly, and Buletin Fang heard a buzzing noise near his ear. Along with a lazy yawning sound. What a familiar aura. "Buletin Fang, kiddo, your lord dog had only slept for a short while, so why did you go to provoke someone from the netherworld?" A mild and manly voice resounded in Buletin Fang's mind. Chapter 458, You are truly swindling this dog. Magma constantly splattered all around. After falling for a while, Misha felt that his body touched a solid surface. This time, he didn't feel the scalding sensation which he had experienced when he passed through lava. Instead, he felt a slight chill. The air was filled with the reeking scent of blood, and it assaulted his nostrils. He felt every pore in his body widen as an inexplicable sense of excitement overwhelmed him. His blood-red robe looked even more ruddy in this bewitching environment, it seemed like blood was dripping down from it. With every step he took, blood seemed to drip down from him. The two of them walked quietly in this place. Miss He squinted his eyes and proceeded in the direction which the intense fluctuations in his mind pointed him to. Although the boundless area in front of Miss He was blood red, as he proceeded forward, his excitement grew. "We will reach it. We will shortly reach it," Miss He muttered, causing the expert following behind him to squint his eyes. With every step forward that they took, they felt everything in front of them experience great changes. Suddenly, a dilapidated blood-red tower appeared before them. The tower was covered in stripes and patterns. These blood-red patterns emitted a mysterious and peculiar fluctuation. "Is that the Shura Tower?" Miss He muttered. Miss He knew that the Shura Tower was broken, however, looking at its appearance on the outside he felt like it was intact. The terrifying fluctuation emanating from the tower suppressed the true energy within his body and thoroughly prevented him from stirring it. This was the suppression effect which the Shura Tower had against every expert of the Shura ancient city. Mish's pupils suddenly dilated when he noticed that there was actually a person inside the blood-red Shura Tower, standing in front of one of its windows. The man had a muscular body, and his blood-red hair hung loosely over his shoulder, fluttering in the wind. The man's ice-cold and heartless eyes were staring at them. "Buletin Fang, kiddo, your lord dog had only slept for a short while, but in that time, you went to provoke someone from the netherworld. You are still playing around as usual, aren't you?" A manly and temperate voice resounded in Buletin Fang's mind. As soon Buletin Fang heard it, he stiffened, and his eyes lit up. It was the voice of that lazy dog, Blackie. Had the plump dog finally awakened? Back in the illusory spirit swamp, Blackie ate something unknown and began to sleep when Buletin Fang returned to the imperial capital. It had been sleeping since then, which had been a long time. However, now, it had finally woken up. Moreover, it looked like the lazy dog was quite familiar with the netherworld. The netherworld ship who floated in mid-air emitted a stifling aura. Whitey's entire body glowed, and the arrays on its armor flickered constantly. It wanted to break free of the woman's pressure. As for Shrimpy, it seemed like it would awaken shortly because it was waving its sickles, albeit only slightly. This netherworld ship came from the netherworld, and that woman is also from the netherworld. "It seems dealing with her won't be easy," Blackie said. Buletin Fang felt like all the true energy in his body began to revolve swiftly, and countless motes of light began to gather above his head, gradually forming an indistinct shadow of a dog. It was Lord Dog's appearance. The woman's black long hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of it resembled innumerable arrows that bombarded and shattered the space in its way. There was a thin slit in her forehead, and it seemed like a vertical eye would come out of it. A terrifying fluctuation was spreading from it. Nangongsuan he ran out into a faraway place and rushed into the stormy sea. He revolved his true energy and poured it into a spirit ship and continued fleeing away without even turning his head around. He must flee, or he would end up dead. The woman looked extremely terrifying. Her aura seemed like it would tear space apart. Such a feeling. Even an expert who had broken through 3 supreme being shackles would be erased from existence if they dared to confront her. There were no existences in the same level as her. The netherworld ship, that cursed ship, he had, unexpectedly, run into it. Buletin Fang felt desperate at that moment. He didn't know for how much longer he could survive on, but he truly didn't want to die. That woman's ice-cold eyes stared at Buletin Fang, and her killing intent surged outward. A vertical eye appeared on her forehead, and it gradually opened up. As soon as it did, a light beam shot out of it. The light beam distorted space as it streaked toward Buletin Fang. The pitch-black flame, which seemed like a lively spirit, spread into the light beam, winding around it. Buletin Fang's 10,000 bestial flames was suppressed by it, and the flames returned into his body. It had been utterly incapable of resisting the woman. The shadow above his head strode forward in a leisurely manner. That manner was Blackie's signature cat strides. The phantom image of a dog gracefully strode forward like a cat. Lord Dog really was as graceful as before. Buzz. That phantom image of Lord Dog, which had been formed by rays of light, stood in front of Buletin Fang, and it raised one of its small paws. Bang! That light beam, which didn't seem like it could be stopped midway, forcefully slammed into Lord Dog's paw. The entire island trembled intensely, it almost seemed like it would split apart. Dreadful waves rose, and countless pieces of rocks shattered and dropped into the ocean because the ground had cracked open. The black and eerie sail of the airborne netherworld ship fluttered in the wind. The woman's black hair was also fluttering in the wind, but her pale face, which had no trace of blood within it, remained expressionless. Buletin Fang also stared at her expressionlessly. Turbulent airwaves passed just his body, but it didn't touch him at all. The radiance emitted by the collision dissipated after a short while, and the smoke and dust were blown away. That phantom image of Lord Dog was still calmly raising its paw. Although its figure was quite fuzzy, its body was still standing there. Netherworld woman who was exiled into the secret realm. If you have something against us, then let's discuss it properly. Let us stop fighting. Lord Dog's calm voice resounded from the phantom image. A trace of liveliness flashed within the woman's eyes cold when she heard Lord Dog's words, and the glow in her pupils flickered. You? How did you know my name? Who are you? Her ice-cold voice was slightly hoarse. I know you, but I cannot tell you who I am. But, don't worry, give this Lord Dog some face. When I return to the Netherworld, I will plead leniency for you. Lord Dog replied mysteriously. When Buletin heard Black's words, he immediately rolled his eyes, feeling that the plump dog was quite shameless. She doesn't even know who you are, so why would she give you some face? The slit on the woman's forehead gradually closed as a trace of confusion flashed through her expressionless face. She deeply looked at Lord Dog's phantom image. It seemed like she was thinking of something. A trace of panic and shock appeared in her lifeless eyes. It's you. Lord Dog raised its small paw and nodded. The Netherworld woman did not speak anymore. Her feet tapped the ground lightly, and she flew back into her ice-cold Netherworld ship. Its cabin opened with a rumble, and the woman disappeared into it. They stole the crystal source purple essence that I kept. But, I will give you face this time, don't forget what you said. The woman's voice echoed like a passing breeze before it disappeared as well. The turbulent ocean calmed down and became peaceful. Buletin eyes were wide open, and he had an odd look on his face as he looked at the Netherworld ship. If he hadn't made a mistake, wasn't there someone struggling in that cabin? The face of that person was somewhat familiar to him. Nangang Yukui? Why did that clown run into the Netherworld ship? Was he captured by that woman and forced to become her husband? Buletin was filled with uncertainty. He had no idea what had transpired, and the Netherworld ship had already disappeared into the fog. Fine. Who cared about him anyway? Crystal source purple essence? Buletin kiddo, did you steal her crystal source purple essence? Lord Dog asked loudly in his ears, with a trembling voice. Ah? Indeed. Buletin nodded indifferently. Do you know how precious it is? Only one crystal mine in dozens could have it. It seems that I have ended up owing her a heavy debt. Lord Dog muttered, seemingly quite vexed. Kiddo, if you don't daily make me 3 sweet and sour dragon meat ribs when we return, I will bite you, Lord Dog said indignantly. Okay. Got it, Buletin replied, indifferently. He took out a jade bottle from his system-dimensional storage, from which a rich fragrance wafted out of. That woman called this a crystal source purple essence, didn't she? Buletin shook the bottle in front of Lord Dog and asked. Every hair on Lord Dog's body stood on end when it saw the bottle. Buletin kiddo, you really are swindling this dog. Is this big bottle completely filled with crystal source purple essence? It is no longer surprising that she tried to kill you. Even if it was me, I would have still chased you to the end of the world, Lord Dog said with a trembling but sharp voice. The reason why Lord Dog had slept deeply for so long was because he drank crystal source purple essence. However, back then, there were only a few drops of crystal source purple essence available. That was nothing compared to how much essence there was in Buletin bottle. That light phantom image of Lord Dog spun on the spot before dissipating. Smelly brat, wait for me. This Lord Dog will come over to you immediately, so leave the crystal source purple essence for me. Its voice gradually grew fainter until it disappeared altogether, and the surrounding area regained its calm. The island was in a complete mess. The demonic claw chi fruit had fallen in an area close to Buletin. He felt somewhat stupefied. He took several steps forward and picked up the fruit. Did he just obtain it like that? It seemed quite easy and effortless. Buletin's indifferent face couldn't help but twitch. He put the fruit in his system-dimensional storage. Regardless of how he had gotten it, Buletin was still pleased that he had managed to obtain a divine realm ingredient. Whitey crawled up from the ground, and its eyes regained its purple luster. As for Shrimpy, it had already woken up, and it was rolling its compound eyes as it stared at Buletin. Rumble. The entire island suddenly began to shake, and Buletin's heart palpitated in fear. He turned around and looked somewhere in the distance. A huge cloud of steam rose up from the ocean's waves, along with a pillar of flames. It seemed like there was something extraordinary happening there. Bulatin Fang was taken aback. There were some fluctuations spreading out from the place where the pillar of flames had risen from. The phantom image of a gigantic blood-red tower had just appeared there. As soon as it appeared, countless tyrannical auras burst forth within the Cloud Sea secret realm. Chapter 459, Delicacy Island. The phantom image of an enormous blood-red tower suddenly rose high into the sky, and everyone witnessed its emergence. The fluctuations being emitted by the phantom blood-red tower were so intense that everyone felt their blood and true energy turn turbulent. They could all sense the tyrannical aura emanating from the tower. Countless powerful auras burst forth, and the sound of countless chains grinding against each other reverberated through the whole secret realm. No divine realm expert could ignore it. On an island filled with yellow rocks, a devilish man, who had 2 chains swaying behind him, licked his bright red lips. On a verdant and lush island, there were 2 people who donned black robes and carried a brass chest each on their backs. They both raised their heads and gazed at that blood-red giant tower with profound gazes. A large rumble boomed, and the 2 of them, who also had several chains behind them, charged and sped in the direction of the blood-red tower. The Grand Baron Sex Yecheng, the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Xiao Changjiun, and all the others also set out. The emergence of the blood-red giant tower was like the flickering of a lighthouse in darkness, catching the attention of every expert, and they all rushed toward it. The experts, who had either broken through one supreme being shackle or several supreme being shackles, all rushed out of countless islands. Waves rose up in the sea, and water sprayed all around. However, the phantom image of the enormous blood-red tower suddenly disappeared just as quickly as it had emerged. In just a short while, the experts couldn't catch a glimpse of it. Nevertheless, although the tower had already disappeared, it had already left a trail for the experts to follow, and every expert charged in the direction it had appeared. Bulatin Fang naturally would not miss it as well. He brought Whitey with him and stepped onto his spirit ship, then charged in the same direction. It seemed as though every expert in the Cloud Sea secret realm was rushing toward the same location at that same time. The blood-red giant tower's aura was too powerful, and it evoked everyone's curiosity. There were even some who were charging there in the hopes of gaining a fortuitous encounter. Hadn't they come to this secret realm just so they gained some lucky chances and fortuitous encounters? Since there was now one before them, they would surely not let it off. Bulatin Fang stomped the floor of the spirit ship, and it tore open a path for him on the sea, speeding toward the island. Countless experts, who were all riding spirit ships, appeared in Bulatin Fang's surrounding. They only gave Bulatin Fang a look, but didn't care about him. Bulatin Fang looked at Nanggong Suanhe in surprise, and it seemed like Nanggong Suanhe was also surprised and astonished since he had just discovered that Bulatin Fang was actually still alive. How was this possible? How could he have survived, without any injuries or suffering, after encountering the Netherworld ship? Was the Netherworld ship's curse useless against him? The current Nanggong Suanhe's aura was quite feeble, and his complexion was quite unsightly. When he discovered that Bulatin Fang was still alive, his expression became even more unsightly. However, he didn't go looking for trouble. Instead, he controlled his spirit ship and entered into a giant island that had just appeared before them. This was probably the biggest island they had seen so far. Its surface was extremely vast, and it had a high and tall shoreline, which caused them to feel reverent at heart. Bang! Bang! An expert's true energy surged through the air as he dragged his spirit boat onto the giant island. Everyone there was a divine realm expert who had powerful cultivation, so they were not deterred by its height. Thus, they all set forth. The sound of people speeding through the air resounded continuously. As soon as he reached the shore of the island, Bulatin Fang brought Whitey with him and clambered aboard the spirit ship. As soon as Bulatin Fang stepped on the shore of the island, he perceived a rich fragrance. This island was filled with bizarre fruits. All of these fruits had extremely odd and strange appearances. Each of those fruits emitted steam as if they were well-baked pieces of bread. There were some fragrant fruits which seemed as if they were made out of a sponge, and their pulps seemed extremely similar to bread. Bulatin Fang was dazzled by the fruits and felt like he had entered into a delicacy island. Were all these delicacies growing out of trees? He proceeded to grab a bread-like fruit. He found it was slightly hot in his grip and twirled it in his hand like he would do with a roasted potato before he tore it apart like if it was a piece of bread. A hot and fragrant sweet liquid immediately flowed out of it. As soon as Bulatin Fang perceived this fragrance and looked at this attractive and alluring fruit, he couldn't help taking a bite of it. Its taste was actually quite good. It was natural and pure. It was quite mystical and marvelous. Buletin Fang continued examining it. There were many species of plants on this island, and there were countless spirit beasts. The arrival of the experts into this island caused these spirit beasts to spread their wings and fly away. Although this island had a beautiful scenery, none of the experts stopped to admire its beauty. They were all in a rush, trying to find that blood-red tower quickly. Their goal was a fortuitous encounter. On the other hand, Buletin Fang's goal was finding cooking ingredients, and it seemed like this big island was created just for him. Buletin Fang began to tour the island excitedly. The island was filled with all kind of trees, and some of them were species that Buletin Fang had never seen before. There was a tree that resembled the coconut tree from Buletin Fang's previous world. However, this tree did not bear coconuts, it bore steaming hot and fragrant, white flat bread. Buletin Fang tapped the ground with the sole of his feet and slowly leaped up into the air, then yanked out a piece of white flat bread. This flat bread was quite soft, and when he took a bite of it, he discovered that it was so warm that it seemed like it had just been cooked, but it did not have any flavor. After taking several bites of the flat bread, Buletin Fang couldn't help but furrow his brows. Although this flat bread was quite fragrant and soft, its taste was too insipid. It was not to his liking, so he continued traveling, collecting several different odd fruits along the way. There were some fruits which grew on the ground, and after Buletin Fang tasted them, he discovered that their pulp tasted like roasted meat. These fruits were also emitting steam. This seemed to be a common characteristic that every fruit on this island shared. The sounds of footsteps suddenly reached Buletin Fang's ears. A plump boar which was emitting steam passed by him. This plump boar's back was scarlet, looking as if it had been roasted until it turned red. There were even some flames burning on its back. The boar's nostrils let off steam as it charged through the island. It also had hideous-looking tusks. Buletin Fang's eyes lit up, and he knocked it unconscious with his wok before he began to study it. He carefully cut off the roasted part of the plump boar's back. It seemed quite dried, and it didn't have any sauce or oil. However, its taste was quite good. This was roasted meat growing on the back of a living boar. It really was marvelous and queer. Buletin Fang took another bite of the roasted meat and realized that it really had the taste of boar meat, however, it had been roasted until it was quite hard and stiff. Thus, he continued on. He collected several fruits and knocked out some plump boars, and then cut off the meat growing on their backs. After getting severed from its boar, the slabs of meat were actually still capable of jumping around and trying to flee. At a location distant from Buletin Fang, there was a herd of sheep lazily eating spirit grass. The spirit grass was overflowing with spiritual energy and had an extremely rich aroma which would make one feel refreshed and rejuvenated just by perceiving it. The meat of the herd of sheep seemed to glow a faint golden color which was extremely eye-catching. The meat of these sheep would surely be an excellent ingredient. Buletin Fang's heart began to thump harder as soon he saw them. He felt as though he had arrived at heaven, seeing as this island was filled with ingredients so fine that he couldn't help but exclaim after seeing them. Many of the experts who had rushed to the island were at a complete loss, they had not been able to find the blood-red giant tower. Wasn't it here a while ago? Many of them nursed headaches as they swept through this island, searching for the blood-red tower. Unlike the impatient experts there, Buletin Fang was leisurely collecting ingredients. Although these ingredients weren't from high-grade spirit beasts, high-grade spirit herbs, and spirit medicines, Buletin Fang was still extremely interested in these ingredients which were naturally nurtured. Buletin Fang found a tree on the island that bore many small brown fruits. After he had picked them, he realized that these were chocolate-like fruits. He needed one of them and discovered that it was extremely soft. When he tasted the fruit he discovered that it had a chocolate-like bitter and sweet taste. This was a delicacy island, and Buletin Fang was sure that this was one of Mother Nature's marvels. He continuously praised it in his heart. The others experts who had come to seek a lucky chance were extremely depressed, and they were also utterly unaware of the kind of island they had come to. They just wanted to find the blood-red giant tower and obtain a fortuitous chance. Thump. After Buletin Fang swept through the entire island and collected numerous ingredients, he put down his black wok onto the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Those slightly exhausted experts who had not managed to find the blood-red tower suddenly looked at Buletin Fang in confusion. They all wore odd looks on their faces as they watched Buletin Fang go about his business. What is this kid doing? Does he want to cook on this island? Is his head all right? We all came to this secret realm to seek lucky chances, not to cook dishes. It's somewhat intriguing. Is this kid a chef? He is somewhat familiar. They were many people who had heard of Buletin Fang, but there only a few people in the Heavenly Mist City who recognized him. His name was known by many people because of the Nangong family's affair, so these people had all learned that a chef entered into the secret realm. However, they never thought that the chef would actually start cooking right in front of them. It was somewhat quite funny. However, Buletin Fang didn't care about them. He was just itching to begin cooking because he was quite excited about his harvest of these odd natural ingredients. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand, and he swung it down while completely ignoring the surrounding expert's playful gaze, beginning to process a slightly glowing sheep. The sheep was quite calm, and its movements were quite sluggish. It didn't struggle or cry during the entire process, it only bleated lazily. Buletin Fang didn't need to use the Overlord 13 Blades technique while processing that sheep's meat. He just cut it apart using the meteor cutting technique. He used his black wok to prepare a fragrant broth out of the boar meat. He proceeded to place the sheep's bones which he had processed into him, then he started stewing it. After just a short while, a dense steam surged out of the wok. The Grand Baron Sex Yecheng, the puppet sex experts, Xiao Changjiun and the other experts all looked at Buletin Fang with playful gazes. Nangong Su and he, who hid within the crowd, looked at Buletin Fang with a disdainful gaze. Buletin Fang didn't care about their gazes, he just continued cooking in high spirits. A dense fragrance wafted out when he skillfully took out the sheep meat from within the wok and placed it into a bowl. After being stewed in the broth, the meat developed a glowing layer of grease. The fragrance aroused the appetite of all the spectating experts. Chapter 460, a bowl of broth in their left hand, and a piece of flatbread in their right hand. Spurt! Mish's complexion turned extremely unsightly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood after being forced to fall to one knee. He looked frightened as he stared at the distant shadow of a man. The shadow was standing on top of a tower, its body was surrounded by bright red blood. Are you refining? The Shura Tower? Who are you? You actually dare to touch my ancient Shura city's Shura Tower. Misha had a large hole in his chest, from which a large amount of blood gushed out. The flowing blood flew straight toward the man above the tower and converged around him. The ancient Shura cities? Ridiculous. This Shura Tower which I found in this secret realm is my own lucky chance, yet you dare to come to steal and still blame me? How preposterous! The man spoke with a soft but stern voice, sporting a piercing gaze. He seemed to be an expert who either held a high position or had an influential status. The way he looked at Misha was similar to how one would look at a dead person, and this caused Misha's heart to shiver in fear. Misha was quite powerful. He had already broken through 3 of the Supreme Being's shackles. With this much power and status, he was surely capable of defeating anyone in the secret realm. Even the 3 Clouds alchemist would be unable to defeat him. That was why he was very confident that he was capable of taking the Shura Tower from the secret realm. However, he did not expect to find the Shura Tower and still be incapable of taking it back with him. His partner had already died in this atrocious man's hands. Every drop of blood in his body had been drained and turned into energy that was seeped into that man's body. This man was clearly a demon. Misha thought of something after looking at this bloody man. He recalled a legend which was spread in his city about a cultivation method written on the Shura Tower. This cultivation enabled someone to obtain great power by turning their entire body into a mass of blood. However, that cultivation method wasn't something that should be cultivated by humans. It was a cultivation method for the abyssal devils. If it was cultivated by a human, then the human would turn into a monster. I thirst for blood, a lot of it. I can already smell all of that fresh blood, said the bloody man. His greed-filled voice caused Misha to shiver. This man had already turned into a monster. I won't kill you. I will let you survive, seeing as I need to kill everyone who will come to this island shortly. I need their blood. An intense light glowed within the bloody man's eyes. Suddenly, countless tentacles of blood appeared and covered Misha's body, then pierced into his skin, bringing him excruciating pain. Such a feeling was devastating. After a long while, Misha blankly stood up, and a powerful aura surged out of his body, while 3 Supreme Beings' shackles swayed wildly behind him. The bloody man atop the tower cackled with a raspy voice as he watched the fading figure of Misha. The bloody tower underneath him, which was filled with red light, began to rotate. He looked down from atop the tower and immediately saw a giant scarlet egg at the bottom of it. A strange energy was flowing out from the egg and flowing into the Shura Tower. A phoenix egg. After the Shura tower completely absorbs all of its essences, it will be able to form a tower spirit once again and turn into a true divine tool. When that happens, the Shura tower will surely be useful in helping leave this damned place. Huff! The surrounding experts couldn't help but take a whiff with their noses. They kept staring at Bulet and Fang, who held a big bowl and wolfed down its contents. Their minds were blown away by how much he was enjoying his meal. That golden sheep meat became extremely soft and chewy after getting boiled several times. The broth had just the right flavor to go with it, and the addition of a small spoonful of the abyssal chili sauce made it even more delicious. However, what surprised everyone was that Bulet and Fang did not drink the broth directly. He tore a piece of flatbread, which he had picked from a tree earlier, and dipped it in the broth. Does it taste better this way? The spectating experts were puzzled over that conundrum. However, only Bulet and Fang would know if it tasted good like that. Although that flatbread didn't have any flavor, once it had been dipped into the broth, it became extremely delicious. The longer he soaked it in the broth, the better it tasted. After being immersed into the broth, the flatbread possessed the rich taste of the broth and its own special taste. It also had an extremely excellent texture. After being soaked in the rich meat broth, it even gained the abyssal chili sauce spicy flavor, making it extremely delicious. This was a dish that Bulet and Fang had suddenly thought of when he saw these ingredients. In his previous world, this dish was called lamb stew with vegetables. Bulet and Fang enjoyed this meal right in front of the surrounding experts, who all watched with stupefied gazes. Yang Miji, who stood behind Master Xianbei, excitedly watched Bulet and Fang noisily eat his meal, and it aroused her appetite. She was clear on how good Bulet and Fang's cooking skill was, so she also desired to have a taste when how much he was enjoying it. Master Xianbei had paid close attention to Bulet and Fang when the latter was cooking, and with his eyesight, he noticed that Bulet and Fang constantly poured his true energy into the wok, in order to retain the balance of spiritual energy within the wok and to suppress the spiritual energy of the ingredients. It was extremely hard for even alchemists to attain such skill. This kid has an extraordinary talent in alchemy, Master Xianbei said, with admiration in his eyes. He felt that he had to have a talk with Bulet and Fang and introduce him to the great and lofty path of alchemists. Yang Miji walked toward Bulet and Fang, happily sat down beside him, and asked for a bowl of that dish. Bulet and Fang proceeded to drink the remaining broth in the bowl, down to the last drop. Then, he realized that his body now felt quite warm. The meat of golden sheep really was an excellent ingredient. He took a look at Miji and filled a bowl for her. Each piece of sheep meat in her bowl had been boiled at least 3 times, which gave them a pretty luster. The sheep meat would sparkle even more each time it was boiled in water. The big woman had also received a piece of flatbread from Bulet and Fang. She happily ran over to a corner and started eating her meal. After Bulet and Fang had eaten his meal, he became somewhat confused. Why did this many strange but high-quality ingredients appear on this island? Like the boar meat from early on, and this golden sheep meat. There were also those strange fruits such as the flatbread fruits, breadfruits, chocolate fruits, and so on. Their existence seemed illogical. Bulet and Fang could feel that these ingredients all contained the same energy. Was this energy behind their changes? If so, where did that energy come from? He was curious about the origin of all this. Honestly, he didn't just feel curious about these ingredients, but he also wondered about the energy itself. Since the energy could make these ingredients turn exceptional, then the source of this energy should be from an ingredient at an even higher grade. Bulet and Fang was a passionate person. As long as they were good ingredients, he would love all of them. Too delicious. Yang Miji widened her eyes and almost swallowed her tongue because of how delicious the sheep's meat was. Mixing the sheep meat broth with the flatbread and eating them together would truly make a peerless delicacy out of it. The vigorous manner in which Yang Miji ate evoked the curiosity of the surrounding experts. Was it this tasty? The experts began to crave for it, but they were too proud to admit it. The Grand Baron Sex Yecheng maintained a dignified front. Even the eerie experts from the puppet sect didn't seem to have any desire of making the slightest of moves. Mu Chenfeng, who was playing with his hair, snorted proudly and ignored everyone. Xiao Changjiun, on the other hand, wore a smile, walked toward Bulet and Fang, and asked for a bowl of the basin sheep meat. Bulet and Fang did not reject him as there were still some of it left in his wok, and he wouldn't be able to finish it all on his own anyway. Xiao Changjiun looked at the big bowl in his hands and took a deep breath. The meaty fragrance assaulted his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily swallow his saliva. He imitated what he had seen Bulet and Fang do and tore that flatbread apart, then tossed it into the bowl and let it soak in the broth for a while. Afterwards, he drank a mouthful of it. Xiao Changjian widened his eyes in surprise. It really was too delicious. This taste, wasn't something the multi-taste fasting pill could rival. The surrounding experts began to clamor at the sight. It seemed like it was quite delicious. Even the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's Xiao Changjian ate it, so why don't we go and have a taste? It might be really delicious. Soon, the remaining sheep meat broth in the wok was divided between these people, and after that, they went to pluck flatbread from the trees. The ambience of the entire island had completely changed from the previous serious and austere ambience to the current strange scenery. Many experts held a bowl of meat broth in their left hand and a flatbread in their right hand. They all sat on the ground and started to eat their meals noisily, evidently enjoying them. A person clad in a torn blood-red robe rushed out from a deep hole filled with magma. There were countless giant rock monsters made out of magma following behind him. Misha had a complex expression on his face. A piercing pain was emanating from the blood flowing in his body, which was controlling him. He was being controlled by that bloody man. Controlling one of the ancient Shura city's experts was quite easy for someone who possessed the Shura tower. Let's start a slaughter. Misha muttered. Despite the fact that he was against it, he was still completely incapable of controlling his killing intent. He rushed out of the volcano. Then, he turned his head, sensing something, and charged in that direction. Misha was emitting an extremely powerful aura as he stood proudly in the air, looking down at the experts below him. His killing intent suddenly vanished for a moment, and his complexion stiffened. What the hell were they doing? Chapter 461, A Sudden Slaughter. Misha was thoroughly astonished when he saw the scenery before him. These peoples were Divine Realm experts, however, what were they doing right now? Every one of them was sitting in a corner, holding a piece of flatbread and a bowl of soup, which they ate noisily. Where was their dignity? Where was their dignity as Divine Realm experts? They were even chewing their meal noisily. Couldn't they just exhibit a slight bit of dignity? Although Misha, who was still airborne, was dumbfounded at the sight, the bloody man's wool within his body caused his killing intent to surge and the three chains behind him to flutter wildly. These people had to die. That killing intent affecting his mind grew so strong that it seemed to take a physical form, condensing within his pupils, making them look frightening. Nangongsuan he didn't eat with the others because he didn't have the face to go eat with them. He had many conflicts with Bulet and Fang and even tried to kill the latter once, so how could he find it in himself to go and eat from that wok of sheep meat broth? However, the broth emitted a rich fragrance that kept arousing his appetite. While the others sat on the ground and ate, Nangongsuan he stood in place like a pole. He was quite prominent, so he found it somewhat embarrassing. Thus, when he saw Misha, his eyes immediately lit up, and his face tightened from excitement. Your Excellency Misha, I finally found you. Nangongsuan he didn't seem to notice Misha's current constrained state as he warmly ran over to the former. He had finally found one of his acquaintances and allies. Misha watched with an indifferent expression the elated Nangongsuan he, who was speeding toward him, and couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes. Was this guy retarded? Misha had come there to kill, not to have some nice chat with Nangongsuan he. Bang! Misha ruthlessly swung his palm at the approaching Nangongsuan he, causing his three shackles to sway wildly, and his true energy burst outwards and turned into a blood-red giant palm, which intended to slap Nangongsuan he. In the next moment, the elated expression on the face of the approaching Nangongsuan he disappeared. You actually want to kill me? Nangongsuan he's expression gravely changed when he sensed the terrifying might of the blood-red palm. He roared and stopped proceeding forward, then he tried to dodge the attack. Plop! However, he either reacted too late, or the speed of Misha's attack was just too fast for him. Although Nangongsuan he tried to evade the attack, half of his body was still crushed by the blood-red giant palm. Nangongsuan he kept coughing blood. A bloody mist began to surge out of his body, and when it stopped, his body soared into the air for dropping somewhere in the distance like a mass of rotten meat. Misha's eyes were brimming with killing intent, and his gaze swept through all of the experts present there. He really had come there to kill. Rumble! Countless beasts formed from magma crawled forward from behind Misha. Although these beasts were numerous, they each had an extremely powerful might. It seemed like none of these beasts were any weaker than a Divine Realm expert. Slurp! The surrounding Divine Realm experts were frightened by the beasts. They quickly downed their bowls of sheep meat broth, wiped their mouths and solemnly stood up. Buletin Fang retrieved his black turtle constellation walk and looked at Misha with a solemn expression. Misha's body was brimming with killing intent and extremely ice-cold killing intent. It was obvious that he was an enemy. Misha, from the ancient Shura city, what are you up to? Did you really collude with these island monsters and came to attack us? The Grand Baron Sexia Cheng coldly asked and took out a sword made out of stone from his back. Although that stone sword didn't have an edge, it still emitted an extremely dangerous aura. The Grand Baron Sexia Cheng was one of the 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven, and he had a powerful cultivation. The puppet sex experts also solemnly looked at Misha and took down the chests on their backs. Afterwards, with a loud rumble, a pitch-black aura surged out of them. 2 figures shot out from those chests and emitted deafening beast-like roars. Those were the puppet sex puppets. The puppet sex experts used the corpses of Divine Realm experts to refine corpse puppets. These corpse puppets had an extremely hideous appearance, and their expression couldn't be discerned. Their mouths were filled with fangs, from which a black aura was leaking out of. Swoosh! 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 The irascible corpse puppets pierced through the air as they charged at Misha. All corpse puppets were irascible, violent, and fond of slaughter. Misha only smiled coldly at the approaching beasts. As he stood proudly in the air, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body immediately disappeared like a phantom. In the next moment, he appeared before one of those 2 corpse puppets. Bang! He swung his fist at it, and the strike immediately sent a stiff corpse puppet flying, which then crashed into a hill. The ferocious Misha was like a savage beast in human form, all of his moves were extremely vicious and unstoppable. He was an expert who had broken through 3 Supreme Being shackles, there was almost no one among the Divine Realm experts there who could confront him. Not even the Wind and Thunder Pavilion Xiao Changjiun and the others could defeat him. The rock beasts charged at the experts and began to attack them. The appearance of Misha and these monsters was too sudden, there were some experts who were still dumbfounded regarding the development. They never expected to encounter such a crisis after they had come all the way here to get a lucky chance. Buletin Fang was dodging swiftly and solemnly observing his surroundings. This time, he didn't choose to use his black turtle constellation walk, instead, he wielded a big golden kitchen knife. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife was the one in his grip. One of the rock beasts had its sight set on Buletin Fang and rushed toward him. The human, however, did not let Shrimpy or Whitey help him, he just raised his kitchen knife and charged at the approaching beast. He wanted to use this opportunity to temper his Overlord 13 Blades technique. The battle was bitter and intense, and after a while, a Divine Realm expert was killed. He had been forcefully torn apart by a rock beast. His blood, which had splattered all around and pooled on the ground, was quietly absorbed. Some rock beasts were shattered by Divine Realm experts, who turned them into broken rock fragments which littered the ground. However, the number of beasts were tremendous, thus, such a loss was insignificant to them. All the experts there were in desperate straits at that moment. None of them had expected this extremely peaceful delicacy island, which did not seem to have any dangers, to instantly turn into a Shura hell. They were all in a desperate situation. Many Divine Realm experts died, and their blood was absorbed into some unknown place. After some experts noticed this, they became utterly terrified and roared in fright. They did not want to die. Some people tried to escape from the island. If they were forced to choose between their lives and a fortuitous encounter, they would surely and decisively choose their lives. Fortuitous encounters were useless if they did not hang on to their lives to enjoy them. Trying to run away. Misha laughed coldly, and his true energy immediately formed a blood-red lance in his hand. Its tip was extremely sharp. With a resounding ripping sound, Misha hurled the lance. Its speed was so fast that it even pierced through space. With a loud plop sound, an escaping Divine Realm expert emitted a miserable shriek as his body was run through by the spear. His body immediately burst open and turned into a mist of blood. The blood mist did not splatter the ground, it seemed to have been seized by a formless power and flew to condense at the center of the island. When some experts saw what happened, they went crazy. There was still a terrifying blood-sucking monster hiding under the island. None of them knew what kind of monster the bloodsucker was. The unknown was always the most frightening. The rock beasts roared and began to shoot burning red rocks out of their mouths consecutively. An innumerable amount of rocks were shot in the air, leaving no room for the experts to dodge, and they all smashed into the many experts. Rumble. Multiple explosions rocked the surrounding as more blood mist began to form. A thick mist of blood clouded the island for a while before it was attracted and sucked by something. The number of casualties was quite serious. Almost all of the Divine Realm experts on the Delicacy Island had died in just a short while. Only the true elites among them remained. However, their current state was quite pitiful, and their appearances were quite wretched. It was the Grand Baron Sex Yecheng first time being in such a sorry state. His entire body was drenched in blood, and the hand which was holding on to his stone sword was trembling. As for Xiao Changjiun, he no longer had his previous refined and graceful look. His complexion was now deathly pale as he gasped for breath intensely. The area surrounding the two experts from the puppet sect was littered with pieces of metal. These were parts of their puppets. In this fight, almost all their puppets had been broken, only one corpse puppet remained. Even the corpse puppets were in sorry states. They had been broken, and only half of their bodies remained standing. It seemed like it was truly impossible for them to escape. This was a death trap, a trap aimed against all of them. Xiao Changjiun and the others weren't fools, they already understood that all of this was possibly just a trap set by Misha. It was no wonder that they traveled for 10,000 miles and rushed to the Heavenly Mist City, but it turned out that it was all because Misha concocted such vicious plot. This guy truly should be damned. Master Xianbei's gaze was calm, and under his protection, Yang Miji was extremely safe. After all, the old man was a Three Clouds alchemist, which was the equivalent of an expert who had broken through 3 of the Supreme Being's shackles. Buletin Fang swung the golden dragon bone kitchen knife and decapitated a rock beast. Its huge head fell down, and magma erupted out of it, causing a cloud of steam to rise up. The corners of Buletin Fang's lips curled upwards as a gale blew his hair, causing it to flutter. He had finally mastered the overbearing manner of the Overlord 13 Blades technique, and now, he could use its first move. Although it was only a single move, its might wasn't weaker than an attack from a Divine Realm expert. Moreover, this move had an extremely powerful suppressive effect against spirit beasts. This many of you actually survived. However, all of you must die, said Misha. His gaze was bloodshot, and an intense killing intent surged out of him. Countless rock beasts surrounded the survivors and aggressively glared at them. The bodies of the experts seemed extremely tiny in face of these hill-like rock beasts. Misha laughed coldly, and his body turned into a blood-red phantom as he charged at them. A loud rumbling sound resounded as Master Xianbei's white beard fluttered. Misha was bombarded by him and sent flying. Master Xianbei clasped his hands behind his back as he trod on air. His aura was extremely powerful, and he had 3 chains swaying behind him. This old man's cultivation was extremely powerful, and under the effects of spirit pills that he had consumed, his cultivation became even more powerful. He completely suppressed Misha with several moves. Buletin Fang took a look at the fight in mid-air before he started sweeping his gaze across the surroundings. The entire Delicacy Island had become a complete mess, it no longer had a shred of its previous peaceful ambience. Many delicacy spirit trees were broken and burned to ashes. The entire island had been ruined. Chapter 462, You won't get pregnant by just staring at me. The ground on the island was cracking open and broken rocks flew out from the ground. Some magma flowed out from the ground as well, burning the trees all around them. Such a nice island was quickly being ruined and destroyed. Buletin Fang, who was carrying a big resplendent golden kitchen knife, looked at his surroundings with a solemn gaze. He swept his gaze through the island in order to look for the 10th grade bone metamorphosing dragon grass. This spirit herb was the main reason he came here and he wanted to obtain it before the island collapsed. Out of all the islands, this was the one which had the densest and richest spiritual energy. This was the reason Buletin Fang believed that the bone metamorphosing dragon grass would be located on this island. As for its precise location, he hadn't been able to discover it. Misha was suppressed and beaten by Master Xianbei. After consuming that elixir, the latter's fighting prowess became extremely terrifying. It was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. The power which burst out of this old man astounded everyone around. After all, he was a divine physique echelon expert who had broken through 3 of the Supreme Being's shackles. Even if he was old, the vitality he possessed wouldn't be weak at all, not to mention his powerful fleshy body. Even though he was already old, he was still extremely powerful. Misha was badly battered by him. Countless parts of his body exploded and his blood splattered everywhere. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and his eyes were bloodshot. Master Xianbei squinted his eyes as he looked at Misha. Taking light steps in the ground, his body's imposing manner actually rose even more. He became even more powerful compared to before. His dragon-like blood and energy surged in his body. Roar! A giant beast made out of stone seemed as though it received some instructions. It started attacking the remaining people and crushed them. Slapping them with its palm, it intended to directly crush them, turning them into minced meat. However, everyone who was left was obviously not weak by any means. They would definitely not be easily slapped to death by the stone beast. Buletin Fang's body started to emit an extremely overbearing aura as he held on to the dragon bone kitchen knife. Buzz! Whitey finally moved. As its purple eyes flickered, its armor started glowing. It unfolded the metallic wings on its back as an intense radiance was emitted from its array cannon. A deafening rumbling sound resounded in the sky and airwaves swept through the area. A blast was sent out of that array cannon and directly bombarded against the body of the giant rock beast. With a single blast, one of the stone beast's arms was destroyed. Bang! 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 Whitey, who turned into a humanoid cannon, steadily stood in place and shot out energy blasts at the giant stone beast continuously. Using brute force, Whitey obliterated the giant stone beast. This scene caused the surrounding people to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. It was especially the case for the puppet sex members. They started sizing up the puppet seriously for the first time. They never expected that it would be so powerful. Whitey seemed even more powerful than their corpse puppets. Especially that array cannon, which was extremely fearsome. How can an array cannon be installed on a puppet? Where does it get the energy to operate the cannon? This defies all logic. A puppet sex expert exclaimed in disbelief. As a gale whistled, countless giant beasts were destroyed. They quickly turned into broken rocks which scattered all over the ground. After everyone recovered from their initial shock, they all displayed their power. Going all out, they started to summon forth their maximum power. Those people were all elites from first-rate factions. Even though they were not the most powerful experts from their faction or the most talented disciples, they were not weak. As rumbling sounds filled the skies, the island became bombarded till it sank. Magma constantly flowed out of it. Misha fell into the sea and countless waves were formed as he faced Master Xianbei's relentless attack. It seemed as though the fight would end just like this. Rumble! A light beam suddenly shot out from the deepest part of this island. That light beam which soared into the sky seemed like a pillar of blood, and a phantom image of a blood-red giant tower appeared. Everyone's gaze fell upon the giant blood-red tower. All of them buzzed with excitement as that was the lucky chance they were seeking when they entered the Cloud Sea secret realm. That blood-red giant tower was brimming with allurance and everyone became unable to control themselves as they charged toward it. In a short while, everyone disappeared. Buletin Fang stored his dragon bone kitchen knife and sighed. The entire island was engulfed with fire and smoke. It became impossible for him to look for the bone metamorphosing dragon grass. Was the bone metamorphosing dragon grass within that so-called lucky chance? Buletin Fang furrowed his brows and looked toward that blood-red giant tower. He didn't know why, but he felt disgusted when he looked at it. He didn't want to approach that giant tower. Taking a deep breath, the fumes emitted by the smoldering volcanoes filled his mouth. Although he didn't want to go over to the tower, the current island had already turned into ruins. If he wanted to find the bone metamorphosing dragon grass, his only chance was to head over to the tower. Walking forward, Buletin Fang followed everyone. Whitey's eyes flickered for a moment before it followed behind Buletin Fang. In a distant place, there was a giant crevice. It was extremely odd as the surging magma seemed to be avoiding it. The stream of magma was separated into two as it revealed a path. Everyone who was heading to the blood-red tower entered that path. It seemed as though there was a greedy gaze staring at everyone from inside the crevice. A pitch-black and ice-cold ancient ship was slowly traveling among giant waves. The surroundings of that ancient ship were engulfed with a thick fog. It shrouded the ancient ship and caused it to become faintly visible. There was no way for anyone to clearly see the ship. Big sister! Let me off! I already have a wife. If something isn't meant to be, it would be useless to use force. If you force me, none of us will be truly happy. Nangong Wuokwee's miserable wails filled the netherworld ship. He was pressed down on the ground by an immense pressure which prevented him from budging. The only part of his body he could move was his mouth. There was a pair of long and beautiful legs before him. However, Nangong Wuokwee wasn't in the mood to admire and enjoy them. The netherworld woman calmly stood in front of him and gazed at him with her pitch-black eyes. Her gaze caused his hair to stand on its end. Nangong Wuokwee was quite sullen and he felt as though this woman went too far. If she wanted to kill him or hack him into pieces, she should just hurry up and do it. Instead of doing anything, she was simply standing there as she stared at him. Nangong Wuokwee was extremely horrified. Did she assume that she could get pregnant by staring at me? That netherworld woman wasn't speaking and the only person talking was Nangong Wyukwi. He was shouting to himself and making a ruckus. He had no idea why the netherworld woman would appear here and capture him. He still didn't know why this woman caught him. All he knew was that this cabin was filled with skeletons. Those skeletons emitted an ice-cold aura and they were overflowing with the power of death. He was sure that they didn't meet a good end. Okay, you can just do whatever you want. Nangong Wyukwi's voice became somewhat husky as his throat was already sore after shouting for half a day. In the end, he gave up and lay there in dejection. The netherworld ship continued proceeding forward and traveled across the boundless secret realm. The ship's destination was unknown. The woman had been standing there without budging in the slightest, however, all of a sudden, her lips slightly opened. The aura of a phoenix egg. That woman mumbled before walking into the cabin. She seemed as though she had just come back to life. Crouching in front of Nangong Wyukwi, she looked at his desperate face. After she opened up her lips, her tongue stretched out and she licked his face. What the hell? If you continue to sexually harass me like this, I will be forced to take responsibility for it. Could it be that you don't understand that? Nangong Wyukwi's tears flowed down his face. After she licked him, several threads of black energy entered Nangong Wyukwi's body. That woman slowly stood up and casually walked out of the cabin as its door opened up. There was actually a vast and broad place under the island. A tall and giant blood-red tower was located in that place. This giant tower wasn't a phantom image. It was a real blood-red tower. Buletin Fang's gaze became grave as he looked at that giant tower. He felt as though the blood-red tower was familiar as if he had seen it somewhere before. Although he felt some sense of familiarity with it, he was unable to recall where he had seen it before. That blood-red giant tower was emitting a profound aura. It was covered by countless stripes and patterns which glowed with a beautiful and alluring blood-red glow. Everyone but Buletin Fang couldn't help themselves as they approached that tower. It was as though there was an invisible force which attracted them toward the tower. There was definitely something fishy about that tower. Buletin Fang's gaze was grave as he looked ahead of him. Yang Miji, who had the weakest cultivation among everyone present, was completely incapable of resisting the lure of the tower. She started walking toward the tower and her actions were out of her control. That giant tower seemed like a fiend which was baring its fangs at her. It seemed as though it was about to swallow her whole the moment she arrived at the tower. He was acquainted with Yang Miji. He shouldn't let her die like this, should he? Buletin Fang hesitated for a while before summoning the black turtle constellation walk into his hand. He was a soft-hearted person after all. He poured his true energy into the wok and held it with one of his hand. He took a step back in order to prepare himself. Taking a deep breath, he threw the black turtle constellation wok with all of his strength. Go! The black turtle constellation wok whistled in the air as it flew toward the giant blood-red tower. It became bigger and bigger and eventually grew into the size of a small mountain. It collided against the giant blood-red tower. Bang! A powerful explosion resounded when the black turtle constellation wok smashed against the giant blood-red tower. It seemed as though the entire place trembled and magma started churning around. Damn! The busybody who ruined my plans. Die! A flustered and exasperated voice boomed through the skies. A person appeared above that giant blood-red tower and his entire body was covered in blood. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His gaze was ice-cold and tyrannical. His eyes brimmed with killing intent as he started at Buletin Fang. The black turtle constellation wok flew back into Buletin Fang's hand. That strike consumed half of his body's true energy. He hastily took out an oyster pancake from his system-dimensional storage to recover his true energy. After eating several mouthfuls, the empty feeling he had in his body slightly eased. A deafening explosion resounded when the black turtle constellation wok crashed into the giant blood-red tower. The radiance around the black turtle constellation wok seemed to have turned somewhat dim. Everyone who had been attracted and captivated by the formless power instantly came back to their senses. All of their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. It was especially the case for Yang Miji. She almost walked straight into the magma. When she opened her eyes, she almost wet herself from fright. A big masculine woman such as her actually started weeping. Tears flowed down from her face without any signs of stopping. It seemed as though she was truly afraid. The Three Clouds alchemist, Master Xianbei, rose the level of his true energy and pulled Yang Miji to his side. The old man's eyes were also filled with fright. Even he had been captivated by that power. If it wasn't because of that strike from Bullet and Fang, all of them might have died. Is that the Shura Tower, the ancient Shura city's divine tool? Isn't this divine tool supposed to be destroyed? The parts of this divine tool are supposed to be scattered around the hidden dragon continent. Master Xianbei exclaimed in surprise and shock. It was no wonder that the ancient Shura city's experts appeared inside Heavenly Mist City. No one would have imagined that the ancient Shura city's divine tool was within the Cloud Sea secret realm. The man who was covered in blood floated beside the Shura Tower. Streams of blood flowed around him continuously. His ice-cold eyes locked onto Bullet and Fang, who was eating an oyster pancake as his killing intent spilled out from his body. I almost succeeded. I almost succeeded in awakening the Shura Tower. That bloody man roared in anger. This was the reason he wanted to kill Bullet and Fang more than anything else. If it wasn't because of Bullet and Fang's interference, everyone would have gone according to his plan. With a loud cry, the blood which covered his body started to boil. It turned into a giant blood-red python which shot toward Bullet and Fang. Chapter 463, Breaking Through 5 Shackles, the Divine Physique Echelon Peak. He would first kill that brat who ruined his plan. That ant-like brat. This was the first thought which flashed through the man's head. The blood which filled the sky converged and condensed into a roaring blood dragon as the nauseating stench of blood filled the air. With a loud roar, the blood dragon spun around and directly pounced at Bullet and Fang. When everyone saw such a scene happen in front of them, all of them started trembling with fear. That blood dragon's imposing manner was too terrifying. It seemed as though it was unstoppable as it charged over to devour Bullet and Fang. Master Xianbei's eyes flickered for a while before he shouted. The aura which was emitted by his body rose as he threw a pill into his mouth. True energy in his body started surging out of it. Raising his palm, Master Xianbei's true energy filled the surroundings and condensed into a winding bolt which coiled around that blood dragon. He looked like he wanted to prevent the blood dragon from devouring Bullet and Fang. A trace of disdain and mockery appeared in the eyes of that man who was covered in blood as he stood on top of the giant blood-red tower. He simply didn't care about Master Xianbei, who tried to stop his attack. He raised his palm and pointed it toward that blood dragon. In the next instant, it seemed as though a strong wool swept across it and the blood dragon experienced some changes. Sharp spikes of blood burst out from its body and the bolt shot out by Master Xianbei was broken apart. At such a sight, Master Xianbei's eyes widened and his whole body shuddered. How could that blood dragon be so terrifying? Bullet and Fang furrowed his brows as he looked at the blood dragon now charging at Master Xianbei. He felt slightly uncomfortable as the killing intent of the man who was covered in blood was locked into him. He looked at Master Xianbei, who was trying his best to resist the assault of the blood dragon. Then, he let out a breath and flipped his hand over. A bowl of steaming hot ramen appeared on his palm. The rampage ramen emitted a pleasant fragrance. However, wasn't taking out a bowl of ramen now somewhat weird? Great Master, take those noodles. Bullet and Fang threw out that bowl of ramen in his hand and the rampage ramen swiftly flew toward Master Xianbei. Take those noodles? Take which noodles? The Master Xianbei was somewhat bewildered by Bullet and Fang's words and didn't understand what he meant. When he saw that Bullet and Fang threw something at him, he subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. The moment he grabbed the object, a rich fragrance assaulted his nostrils. It was the aroma coming from the noodles. Were they truly noodles? Master Xianbei's beard and face shook. What in the world are you thinking? You want me to eat noodles in the middle of a fight? Did you think that I wasn't dying fast enough? Master Xianbei was dumbfounded as he stared at Bullet and Fang. With a wave of his hand, he threw the bowl of noodles back at Bullet and Fang. Bang! Raising his palm, his true energy surged out like a spring and caused a huge explosion. Master Xianbei's face became flushed and he became quite worried as he faced the blood dragon. He was slightly frightened and appalled by the fact that just a simple blood dragon summoned by the man covered in blood was so difficult to deal with. If that man were to personally attack, wouldn't all of them be dead? Swoosh! The bowl of rampage ramen flew back into Bullet and Fang's hand. Bullet and Fang's complexion slightly darkened. Did Master Xianbei reject his bowl of ramen? A bowl of rampage ramen which could increase one's battle prowess was actually rejected. This was really embarrassing. Although his bowl of ramen was rejected, Bullet and Fang didn't care too much about it. Instead, he took out a vigorous beef meatball from his system-dimensional storage and threw it at Master Xianbei. Master Xianbei was smoldering with rage when he received the vigorous beef meatball. What was this brat up to? He was in the middle of a fight right now. Why was Bulletin Fang throwing random food items at him? After holding on to that vigorous beef meatball, Master Xianbei felt as though it was warm in his hand. The heat which came from the meatball made the indignant Master Xianbei calm down. Is this a meatball? Master Xianbei looked at Bulletin Fang with a flickering gaze. Bulletin Fang's expressionlessly nodded at Master Xianbei. He was extremely earnest when nodding, and it seemed as though he wasn't messing around with Master Xianbei. Eating a bowl of ramen would waste some time, however, eating a meatball was quite convenient. It was easy and could be eaten in a few bites. Throwing the vigorous beef meatball into his mouth, Master Xianbei chewed on it a few times. He discovered that the taste of the meatball was actually really delicious, which made his eyes light up. When the beef meatball entered his stomach, he felt as though his heart started throbbing faster and faster. Strength started flowing through his entire body. That was a power which caused his blood to start racing. Rib. All the muscles in his body bulged, and Master Xianbei's thin and feeble body unexpectedly started bulging with dense, dragon-like muscles. Power. This was power. Master Xianbei was pleasantly surprised as he felt his whole body brimming with boundless strength. Roar. An angry roar echoed out as the blood dragon broke free of the true energy bolt. It charged toward Master Xianbei. A rumbling sound resounded when Master Xianbei and the blood dragon collided against each other. Everyone who was watching the fight couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were completely dumbstruck at this moment. Master Xianbei, who was in the sky, had bulging and dense muscles. A tyrannical aura was emitted from his body. With a loud shout, Master Xianbei unexpectedly ripped the blood dragon apart. Blood splattered everywhere, and Master Xianbei's body was covered in it. That boundless power which coursed through his veins made Master Xianbei feel as though he was invincible and peerless. He was truly hale and vigorous despite his old age. Everyone became speechless when they saw the scene in front of them. That man who was covered in blood squinted his eyes and seemed somewhat surprised. As for Master Xianbei, he was the most impressed person out of everyone present. The drastic increase in his fleshy body strength couldn't appear from thin air. Was it because of that meatball? However, that was just a meatball. It wasn't some sort of special elixir. How could it have such a powerful effect? It was truly unimaginable. Although Master Xianbei was somewhat disoriented at this moment, he knew that it wasn't suitable for him to think about such things now. Clenching his fists, he felt as though an explosion would occur just from the strength and power contained in his hands. He trod in the air and his white beard fluttered in the wind. He actually charged toward that man covered in blood in a heroic attempt. He knew that this man was the cause of everything. After the man covered in blood recovered from his shock, the ice-cold look in his eyes returned. He sneered as he looked at Master Xianbei, who was charging at him. You are just trash. Since you are seeking death, I'll help you out. Swoosh. 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 Master Xianbei felt a breeze which blew past him. Turning his head, he saw a blood dragon which was charging at him. The blood dragon had an open mouth as it tried to bite Master Xianbei and rip him apart. He was instantly bombarded by that blood dragon and fell down to the ground. 1, 2. There were 5 blood dragons flying around in the air, and the bloody glow on each blood dragon filled the eyes of everyone present. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they stared at the 5 blood dragons floating in the air. The stench of blood assaulted their noses and a dense killing intent filled the area. All of their bodies stiffened. Plop! The distressed Master Xianbei was out and sent flying by the blood dragons. He created a big pit in the ground when he slammed against it and wasn't able to crawl out of it. It was as though all the strength left his body. Your blood is my greatest happiness. Take your time, come after me one after another. That man who was covered in blood coldly taunted. What kind of monster was he? All of the gifted disciples present in the secret realm sucked in a breath of cold air. Master Xianbei was an expert who broke through 3 of the Supreme Being's shackles. He was still easily defeated by the man covered in blood. Not to mention the fact that the man didn't even make a move personally. How strong was this man covered in blood? Did he break through 4 of the Supreme Being's shackles? Could it be that he actually reached the peak of the divine physique echelon and broke through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles? The terrifying killing intent which was emitted from the man's body thoroughly oppressed everyone present. Everyone who could enter the secret realm was gifted and talented. They were definitely not willing to be constrained and suppressed like this. Countless roars resounded and several auras rose into the sky. They were struggling and trying to break free of the terrifying world pressure emitted from that man. The Grand Baron Sex Yecheng held into a dull sword made of stones, and it suddenly became extremely sharp. It seemed as though it was able to cut space apart. With a wave of his hand, a blade of sword energy shot toward the man covered in blood. Die! The man's gaze was still ice cold, and he didn't bother about the sword energy which was flying at him. Sounds of the collision could be heard behind the mand, and blood-red chains fluttered behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He truly had 5 chains. He was at the peak of the divine physique echelon. There were 4 chains which came from all his 4 limbs. The last chain came from his head. All 5 of the shackles were broken. Crack! A rumbling sound resounded as a giant blood-red palm went after Yecheng. Yecheng immediately broke into despair, as an expert who broke through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles was not an existence he could fight against. Plop! Yecheng spat a mouthful of blood even before the blood-red palm could reach him. He lost his grip on his sword and was forced into the ground by the pressure emitted from the palm. Rumble! The blood-red palm fell on him, but Yecheng didn't even manage to cry out before he was turned into meat paste by the palm. One of the Grand Baron Sec's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven died. It was truly terrifying and frightening. When everyone looked at Yecheng's pitiful and miserable fate, they lost all intentions of resisting the man. Run! The Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Xiao Changjiun, and the experts from the Puppet Sect, Heavenly Pill City, Heavenly Shine City, all burst forth with their quickest speed as they fled in all directions. The unexpected appearance of an existence who broke through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles in this secret realm was like a nightmare for all of them. The Divine Physique Echelon Peak experts were the true apex experts in all of the first-rate factions. They weren't fools. The moment they saw the 5 shackles behind the man, all of them knew that they had to run. Although lucky chances were tempting, they had to be alive in order to obtain them. Trying to run away? It seemed like that man covered in blood slightly sneered as his eyes became colder. Countless arrows of blood whistled through the air and shot through the bodies of those geniuses. Xiao Changjiun wailed miserably. He wanted to block it, but he was incapable of stopping the arrows at all. He discovered that his belly had been penetrated by a blood arrow and his blood splattered everywhere, which frightened him. Mu Chenfeng was swiftly running when a blood arrow fell from the sky and nailed him to the ground. His white robe was dyed red with blood and his aura quickly weakened. How could experts like them who only broke through 1 or 2 shackles be able to fight against an expert who was at the peak of the divine physique echelon? Although they didn't know whether that man covered in blood reached the divine physique consummate echelon, the spiritual god protection realm, they knew that he was able to kill all of them even though he had only broken through 5 of the shackles. Miserable wails unceasingly resounded as one expert after another had their bodies pierced by 1 of those blood arrows. Blood gushed out of their bodies and dyed the ground red. The Heavenly Pill City's Mu Chenfeng died. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion's Xiao Changjiun died. The 2 experts from the Puppet Sect were seriously injured. It seemed as though doomsday had arrived as a deathly aura filled the air. The man who was covered in blood proudly stood on top of the tower. He couldn't help but squint his eyes as he felt countless streams of blood pouring into his body. Yang Miji used all her strength to pull out Master Xianbei, who was in a deep pit. Her whole body trembled and she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air when she saw Master Xianbei's pitiful appearance. All of the bones in his body were broken and twisted apart. The aura he emitted was extremely feeble and faint. It seemed as though he had aged by a lot and there was very little vitality left in him. As the man's gaze fell on Yang Miji and Master Xianbei, he casually waved his hand as a blood arrow shot toward her. Yang Miji felt like even breathing became strenuous for her as the pressure emitted from that man was too terrifying. How could a half-step divine realm expert like her block the attack of someone at the peak of the divine physique echelon? Was she going to die there? Yang Miji lost herself in despair and she gave up. However, something happened just before the blood arrow could pierce through her body. A black wok appeared in front of her. A dull sound resounded when that blood arrow rammed against that black wok. The wok was sent flying for several dozen meters before it fell onto the ground. Buletin Fang was gasping for breath as he widened his eyes. Strong. Too strong. That man who was covered in blood was too terrifying. That bloody man squinted his eyes as he remembered that he hadn't done anything to that ant which spoiled his plans yet. He never expected that the ant was still there and would interfere with his plans. You should just go to hell. Just as that man was about to kill Buletin Fang, his mind shook and he looked into the distance. Dreadful waves came from the distance and steam rose up from the ground as water came into contact with the magma. An ice-cold and pitch-black ancient ship was gradually approaching them. There was a graceful woman standing at the front of the ship and her hair fluttered in the wind. Chapter 464, A Dark and Exquisite Dog Paw. As dreadful waves surged in through that crevice, the entire place started trembling intensely. A sizzling sound could be heard as the sea water flowed down into the magma. Steam rose into the sky and filled the surroundings. An ancient ship braved the wind and billows as it boldly broke through the crevice. It rushed toward everyone. There was a graceful, long, and black-haired woman on the front of this ship. Her ice-cold face, which had a morbid-like pale color, was expressionless. Did the man covered in blood recognize the Netherworld ship? He obviously recognized it, and when he saw that ice-cold Netherworld woman, all the hair on his body stood on its end. Netherworld woman? All of us minded our own business all along. Why did you barge into my domain? The man covered in blood restrained his aura and he spoke warily to the Netherworld woman. He was truly someone who broke through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles and stood at the peak of the divine physique echelon. However, when he faced the Netherworld woman, he didn't dare to be careless. That woman was extremely terrifying. When he had just entered the secret realm, she was already an existence who could strike terror into anyone's heart. She didn't even have to appear. Everyone would be terror-stricken just by hearing her name. Buletin Fang stored his black turtle constellation walk and looked in astonishment at the Netherworld woman who was standing on the Netherworld ship. He met it once again. He met the pitch-black and mysterious ancient ship in the secret realm. That mysterious woman as well. She was someone who was acquainted with Lord Dog. Why was this woman there? Did she come for the blood-red Shura Tower? That Netherworld woman proudly stood atop that pitch-black ancient ship while a hot breeze blew against her. Her hair unceasingly fluttered around behind her. It seemed as though that woman's attention wasn't on the man who was covered in blood or Buletin Fang. Her gaze was fixed on that giant blood-red tower. That giant tower which was covered in a mist of blood was faintly glowing. All of a sudden, the Netherworld woman emitted a sharp whistle from her mouth and a formless sound wave came from her mouth. It shook and dispersed the blood mist which surrounded the tower. Hum! A scarlet radiance immediately surged out from the Shura Tower. It seemed as though there was something sealed under the Shura Tower. Buletin Fang's pupils constricted as his gaze passed through that giant blood-red tower. He saw an object under that tower. It was an egg. There was a peculiar energy fluctuation coming from the egg. An egg? An egg was unexpectedly sealed under that tower? In the next moment, Buletin Fang's gaze became grave and his breathing became rough. He noticed 3 green herbs which were growing around that egg. Those herbs were faintly glowing and their appearance was quite weird. They seemed as though they were winding dragons who were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they roared at the heavens. Those were bone metamorphosing dragon grass. He searched high and low for it. In the end, he actually found the bone metamorphosing dragon grass with such a peculiar method. That bone metamorphosing dragon grass was Buletin Fang's mission objective. That phoenix egg is mine. The Netherworld woman took a look at that phoenix egg which was sealed below the giant blood-red tower. She turned her head toward the man covered in blood and spoke. Her objective was that phoenix egg. That phoenix egg could allow her cultivation to advance. It might even be able to help her take that last step. The man's pupils constricted and they became ice-cold. If that Netherworld woman's objective was the phoenix egg, things would really get troublesome. If he wanted to completely awaken the Shura Tower, he needed more than blood. He also required his cultivation to reach a realm which could withstand the power of the tower. He also needed the tower to absorb enough of the phoenix egg's essence. The reason why this island became a delicacy island was because it had been nourished by the phoenix egg's essence. It was because of the essence of the phoenix egg that countless peculiar and strange spirit trees and herbs grew on the island. It was also because of it that this island became the place who had the densest concentration of spiritual energy in the entire Cloud Sea secret realm. The reason why the Netherworld woman wasn't attracted to this place before was that he used all of his power to cover and hide the area. It was coupled with the fact that the Shura Tower unceasingly absorbed the essence of the phoenix egg which prevented the aura of the egg from spreading and leaking out. However, the intrusion of these ants into the island caused the aura of the phoenix egg to leak out. It actually attracted the Netherworld ship and the Netherworld woman. Things became really troublesome. That man who was covered in blood took a deep breath and looked at the Netherworld woman with an ice-cold gaze. There was no way he was going to give her the phoenix egg, as it was one of the key objects for him to awaken the Shura Tower. It would be impossible for him to awaken the ancient Shura city's divine tool without the phoenix egg's essence. His cultivation alone was still lacking for him to forcefully control the Shura Tower. Buletin Fang, who had stored his black turtle constellation walk, was gasping for breath. His gaze locked onto the Shura tower and its blood-red walls were transparent. It allowed him to see through them and his gaze rested on the faintly glowing egg. That egg was as big as a human and it was covered with countless stripes and patterns. They were scarlet in color and emitted a fiery aura. The bone-metamorphosing dragon grass which was fluttering in the wind lay beside the egg. Buletin Fang licked his lips as his eyes lit up. A phoenix egg was an extremely rare and precious ingredient. The higher the grade of an ingredient, the more delicious the flavor would be. The grade of a phoenix egg was extremely high. The flavor of the egg would definitely be extremely delicious. If he could taste such a delicacy. Just by imagining it, anyone would be excited. Bring that old man with you and quickly leave this place. He took the opportunity where the netherworld woman confronted the man to speak with Yang Miji who had just escaped from death's door. At this moment, Yang Miji was weeping as she stuffed countless pills and elixirs from her spatial spirit tool into Master Xianbei's mouth. Buletin Fang felt as though the sight he was seeing was quite odd and queer. A person with such a majestic and muscular body like her was weeping like a little girl. What's about you? Yang Miji asked while sobbing. I still have some matters to complete. This place is too dangerous, you should leave quickly. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows and calmly spoke to her. Yang Miji found herself at a loss for words for a moment. She wanted him to leave with her, but his decisive and firm look made it difficult for her to open her mouth to try and persuade him to leave. The life of Master Xianbei was already preserved. However, his injuries were still extremely grave. They should quickly be attended to. This place wasn't suitable for him to recover. Leave. Buletin Fang shouted once again and stopped caring about her. If she didn't leave when the man wasn't paying attention, when else would she leave? Buletin Fang wanted to complete his mission and he still had some presumptuous fantasies about that phoenix egg. There was no way he would leave right now. Yang Miji's situation was different from his. She clenched her teeth and carried Master Xianbei as she ran toward the exit of the secret realm. She was obliged to run with all her might as she felt like that man who was covered in blood had locked his gaze onto her body. He had already broken through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles and her body shuddered when his gaze landed on it. Raising his palm, the man who was covered in blood condensed some blood into a sharp lance which shot out toward Yang Miji. As it flew towards Yang Miji, it looked as though it was about to pierce through her and Master Xianbei at the same time. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows and took out a steaming hot bowl of ramen which he ate in 2 mouthfuls. He quickly threw another vigorous beef meatball into his mouth after finishing the ramen. Bang! Buletin Fang's felt as though his body was about to be torn apart by the energy from those 2 utility dishes. The energy in his body drastically rose, making his body feel like it was about to explode. He held the golden dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand and poured his true energy into it, and a resplendent golden light burst out of the blade. A dragon roar followed suit, which filled the ears of everyone around. A golden winding divine dragon phantom image came out from the dragon bone kitchen knife as it hovered behind Buletin Fang's body. Buletin Fang held his kitchen knife with one of his hands and his true energy burst out from his body. He waved his knife and stroked it. A golden blade energy shot after that blood lance as a dragon roar resounded out. The Overlord 13 Blades. Whitey's eyes instantly turned into an eerie white color as rays of light started bursting out of its body. All of the arrays on its body were activated. Spreading out its metallic wings, it soared into the sky. Whitey stood upon Shrimpy who instantly took on its giant form. The both of them charged toward that man covered in blood. Bang! That blood lance burst open as Buletin Fang's all-out attack managed to stop a casual strike that man sent out. Yang Miji's heart skipped a beat and she was finally able to let out a breath as she charged out of the crevice while carrying that old man. That man covered in blood directed his gaze to Buletin Fang. This brat had ruined his affairs many times already. Even by killing him the man wouldn't be able to vent his anger. He raised his head and saw a giant shrimp charging at him. There was a heap of steel on its back. Rumble! That heap of steel body was glowing and countless blasts shot out from its array cannon. The cannon was covered by a hazy golden light and it had an extremely fast firing speed. The man who was covered in blood squinted his eyes as he looked at that array cannon. Bang! The blasts exploded when they approached that man covered in blood. It seemed as though they were stopped by a formless power. As a matter of fact, the force stopping Whitey's blasts seemed to have come from the giant blood-red tower's walls. Whitey was taken aback. After the sounds of several blasts resounded, Whitey shot out even more shots from the cannon. However, they all exploded in the air and none of them were able to reach the man. Even I cannot go through the Shura Tower's walls. A heap of steel wants to attack me through them. The man who was covered with blood laughed in a hoarse voice. Blood immediately leaked out and formed two giant blood-red palms. Bang! The man casually slapped toward Whitey as if he was swatting mosquitoes. Whitey and Shrimpy became pressed against the ground and they couldn't even budge. That netherworld woman was calmly standing in place and it seemed as though she wasn't interested in joining in the fight. Her gaze was still locked onto that phoenix egg. Buletin Fang licked his lips and looked at Whitey and Shrimpy who were constrained. Although they couldn't move, their lives were not in danger. He carried his knife as he charged toward the position of the phoenix egg. His speed was extremely swift and he was like a raging wave charging on the surface of the sea. Buletin Fang never knew that he was able to run at this speed. When the man covered in blood saw that Buletin Fang was charging toward the phoenix egg, he became thoroughly angered. It seemed as though all the blood in the world started boiling as countless blood lances formed in the air and shot toward Buletin Fang. The netherworld woman emitted a sharp whistle and her long black hair started fluttering in the wind. Her sparkling feet tapped against the deck of the ship and she started floating in the air. She looked just like a fairy as she flew out of the netherworld ship. Her speed was extremely fast and she went after Buletin Fang. Bang! 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 Countless blood lances fell down and rammed against the ground as all of them broke apart. Buletin Fang was swiftly dodging the rain of blood lances. His mental force was completely used and it seemed as though he was burning it. He felt an intense stab of pain coming from his head. His body dodged left and right like a ghost, and if he made even the slightest mistake, he would be mercilessly impaled by a blood lance. Stop! That man covered in blood became even angrier. His body, which had been still all along, soared into the sky. A rumbling sound filled the area. Slamming against the formless walls of the tower, he tried to fly toward Buletin Fang. However, the walls restricted him and prevented him from leaving. Buletin Fang was disinclined to pay attention to that man covered in blood. He quickly arrived in front of the phoenix egg. An ice-cold aura filled the area as the netherworld woman appeared beside him. Her pitch-black eyes were fixed on his body. The man covered in blood released an angry roar and the entire place started to tremble. He quickly left the top of the tower as he went toward its bottom. The netherworld woman looked at Buletin Fang and raised one of her fingers, then tapped it against the wall of the tower as several specks of light appeared from her finger. The Shura Tower was sealing that phoenix egg. Buletin Fang suddenly realized that the Shura Tower was obstructing him. He was racking his brains for a way to enter the tower. He looked at the finger which the netherworld woman extended and found out that her palm was slowly entering the tower. Her body slowly entered the tower as well. Was it this easy? As Buletin Fang expressionlessly observed her, he tried imitating her. When he touched the wall of the Shura Tower, he felt as though he came into contact with a warm membrane. It felt as though he was touching a screen of flowing water. That flowing water covered his whole body as he entered the Shura Tower. Slowly opening his eyes, Buletin Fang felt the spiritual energy around him. It felt so rich and dense that he felt as though his pores would burst open. It was too rich. The spiritual energy inside the tower was too rich and dense. Buletin Fang turned around and patted the wall of the Shura Tower. He felt as though the wall became solid and it was nothing like before. It seemed as though he would be unable to leave the tower after he entered. Bang! A dense and reeking scent of blood pervaded his surrounding. A person jumped down from the top of the tower and his dreadful killing intent swept through the area. The world pressure coming from him caused the surroundings to tremble and shake. The man covered in blood had finally arrived. There was a road to heaven yet you didn't take it. There was no road to hell but you barged in. Since you are looking for death, you can go to hell now. The man covered in blood already had enough of Buletin Fang. He was extremely enraged that this annoying brat was spoiling his plans. He wanted to kill Buletin Fang immediately. Roar! Blood converged and condensed a giant and indomitable palm which went after Buletin Fang. It seemed as though the palm wanted to crush Buletin Fang into a meat paste. The netherworld woman took a look at Buletin Fang and turned around without the slightest bit of hesitation. She didn't intend to save Buletin Fang. His life didn't matter to her. The aura of death instantly engulfed Buletin Fang's mind. He couldn't block it. There was no way for him to block that palm. Buletin Fang was thoroughly shaken. He was really too weak. Was he going to die there? The blood-red palm approached him and covered the sky. It filled his whole sight. It seemed as though there were some white specks of light inside the blood-red color. He had the impression that everything in his sight was red in color. All of a sudden, a dark and exquisite dog paw appeared from nowhere. It intended to slap that blood-red palm. Chapter 465, The Man Who Was So Angered That He Spouted Blood. A thunderous rumbling sound resounded as the giant blood-red palm flew toward Bulletin Fang in order to crush him. Even space was oppressed by that palm, and it emitted a sharp whistling sound as it flew toward Bulletin Fang. The Netherworld woman swiftly dodged it and stood in a distant place as she coldly looked at Bulletin Fang, who seemed like a small skiff before that blood-red palm. It was impossible for Bulletin Fang to block that palm with his current cultivation. There was no doubt about it. He was definitely going to die. However, just when she just assumed that he would surely die, countless specks of white light appeared above his head. They seemed like a group of fireflies who whirled in the air as they scattered in all directions. Those specks of light formed a silk yarn-like thread, and a tear in space appeared. The sound of something being torn apart echoed as that crevice was torn open by something. A furry dog's paw quietly came out from the crevice. The terrifying pressure emitted from that blood-red palm caused Bulletin Fang's hair to flutter unceasingly behind him. The stench of blood seemed like it would drown him. That man covered in blood was quite confident about his strike, as he knew that if nothing unexpected occurred, that brat would surely be killed by that palm. The Netherworld woman was quite clear about the fact that the man covered in blood had already broken through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles and reached the peak of the Divine Physique echelon. Although he wasn't in the Divine Physique Consummate echelon realm, the spiritual god protection realm, it was extremely easy for him to kill Bulletin Fang, who hadn't even broken through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. There was no way for Bulletin Fang to survive an attack from the man covered in blood. She was waiting for Bulletin Fang to die so that she could retrieve her crystal source purple essence. That was something extremely important to her. The only reason she gave up in the past was because of the dog. Now that the dog wasn't there, there was no way she would allow the crystal source purple essence to escape from her grasp again. The moment a small dog paw extended out of that crevice, the Netherworld woman was shocked. The paw was furry and extremely exquisite. Even though it looked like a normal dog paw, the Netherworld woman's body was covered in goosebumps when she saw it. Bulletin Fang widened his eyes as he looked at the dog paw coming out from the crevice. There was a delighted expression on his face which he wasn't able to hide. It was Blackie. That black paw obviously belonged to that lazy dog, Blackie. He actually showed up there. The exquisite dog paw emitted an extremely terrifying, imposing manner as it came out of the crevice. The blood-red palm which was about to crush Bulletin Fang seemed as though it was obstructed by a formless power. It couldn't advance any further. The eyes of the man covered in blood instantly widened when he saw the scene in front of him. He felt a wave of world pressure oppressing him. The pressure coming from the paw actually swept his own world pressure away. Buzz! A formless fluctuation spread out and the blood-red palm was sent flying away. After flying a short distance, it was slapped by a dog paw and it scattered, turning into a rain of blood. The blood which was surrounding the man started boiling as he retreated several steps. His expression was hideous as he had a look of disbelief when he looked at the scene occurring below him. Was that brat this strong? No, there was no way it was that brat. Who could it be? Was there a Divine Physique Consummate Echelon expert inside this secret realm? Could it be that it was an existence beyond the Divine Physique Echelon? As that blood mist gradually scattered, the scenery below was revealed to him. The man covered in blood fixed his gaze on the paw and the Netherworld woman was in shock. A dog paw was still slightly raised and it was in the same position as it was when it came out of the crevice. That was the paw which unexpectedly deflected the powerful blood palm. Was that a dog's paw? Such a small dog paw could stop an attack from someone like him? He was an expert at the peak of the Divine Physique Echelon. At this moment, that man covered in blood had a peculiar expression on his face. The corners of his mouth were twitching. Looks like I made it in time. A slightly indolent voice came out from the crevice as it became bigger and bigger. A creature slowly walked out from the crevice. That creature was definitely not a human. It, in fact, strode out of the crevice like it was a cat. Wait. Hang on. It was striding like a cat? Didn't that paw belong to a dog? Why was this creature striding out of the crevice like a cat? The man covered in blood was somewhat muddle-headed at this moment. He squinted his eyes as he looked at that creature which was walking out of the crevice. It was a dog. It was a plump black dog. While it strode like a cat, the fatty meat on its body shook with each step it took. This was the dog which blocked the blood palm? An extremely odd look appeared on the Netherworld woman's face when she took a clear look at Lord Dog's appearance. That was because she discovered that Lord Dog was completely different from the dog she knew in her memories. Regardless of anything, she had seen him once in the netherworld. He wasn't so fat when she last saw him. Lord Dog slightly shook its body and all the fats on it trembled. Buletin Fang raised up the corners of his mouth. The true energy in his body disappeared and a feeling of weakness overwhelmed him. He took out an oyster pancake and began eating it with big bites. After swallowing the oyster pancake, it turned into true energy which filled his body. He gradually felt as though his power was returning to him. Buletin Fang, kiddo. I asked you to leave me some of the crystal source purple essence. Did you leave some of it for me? It's extremely delicious. It should have been difficult for you to steal it from that netherworld little girl. Now, your Lord Dog is here. Pass it over to me. I'll keep it safe for you. Lord Dog stuck out its tongue and glared at Buletin Fang as it said in an impatient voice. Buletin Fang stared at Blackie with an expressionless face. He was thinking about the reason why Blackie appeared all of a sudden. As it turned out, it was just because it wanted to fill its stomach. The netherworld woman is standing right behind you. Are you sure it's all right for you to say such things? At this moment, the netherworld woman had an ice-cold expression plastered on her face. You actually have another helper. How useful can a dog be? The man covered in blood held back his shock as he asked Buletin Fang. A Divine Realm shrimp and a Divine Realm puppet had already appeared. There was nothing strange if a Divine Realm dog were to appear now. Since he was able to call out so many helpers, this Buletin Fang definitely had an extraordinary status. However, to the man covered in blood, it didn't matter how extraordinary Buletin Fang's status was. He was in the man's domain now. Buletin Fang's life and death were controlled by the man covered in blood. The man covered in blood spoke in an ice-cold voice which was brimming with killing intent. Lord Dog was taken aback by the man's words. It turned its head as it stared at the man covered in blood. Who is this person? He seems quite impressive. His whole body was covered in blood, and he emanated an extremely powerful aura. There were 5 blood-red colored chains fluttering behind him which also emitted an astonishing aura. Did he break through 5 shackles? It wasn't surprising that Buletin Fang Kiddo was in such a sorry state then. Although that Kiddo had a little bit of battle prowess now and he had the help of Whitey, he had a long way to go before he could fight someone at the peak of the divine physique echelon. I hadn't eaten dog meat since I was trapped in the Shura Tower. It had been a long time since I had my fill of dog meat. Since there is a dog here now, I'll get to enjoy some dog meat today. The man covered in blood sneered at Buletin Fang and Blackie. Blood converged above the man as he raised his hand, and then turned into a blood lance. Eating dog meat? Buletin Fang was taken aback and the netherworld woman was also shocked. Lord Dog's facial muscles twitched. Were you provoked by dogs? Why do you need to eat dog meat? True energy burst out of the man's body and the tip of the blood lance immediately started revolving as a terrifying fluctuation swept through the area. The blood lance shot out toward Blackie all of a sudden. However, when that blood lance was about to touch Blackie, Lord Dog disappeared. No. Blackie didn't disappear. Blackie appeared a meter away from the man covered in blood. What are you up to? The man covered in blood was taken aback for a moment. In the next moment, he saw that the plump dog raised its paw again. As the paw slowly rose to the skies, it became bigger and turned into a giant paw. Bang! The blood lance was shattered by the giant paw, which continued flying at the man. It fiercely slapped the man covered in blood, smashing him against the bottom of the tower. The entire place started to shake. Why are you eating dog meat? How dare you eat meat from such a noble creature? There are many other kinds of meat like dragon meat and pig meat. Yet you want to eat dog meat? Aren't you just seeking death? The fat in Lord Dog's face intensely shook as he spoke. The netherworld woman's lips twitched as she watched the scene before her. Such a pretentious attitude. It was definitely that dog. Even though it was the same dog she knew, it had always been graceful and beautiful in the past. How did it become this fat? Buletin Fang stroked his chin and smacked his lips as he looked at the plump Lord Dog. It seemed as though Lord Dog's meals in his store were too sumptuous. When he first met Blackie, it was a dashing and graceful dog. Buletin Fang slowly calmed down and felt at ease the moment Lord Dog arrived. He held onto an oyster pancake and noisily chewed on it as he walked toward the phoenix egg. All of you can fight while I take a look at the phoenix egg. Damned bastard dog! Blood filled the area as the man covered in blood soared into the sky. Blood started gathering into a sea of blood which pooled behind the man. His eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent was overflowing as he looked at that black dog whose fats were jiggling around. Squish! A clear and crisp sound resounded as Bulletin Fang easily cut out and took out the bone metamorphosing dragon grass which grew beside the phoenix egg. The sound of the grass root being pulled out was extremely clear in everyone's ears. The body of the man covered in blood stiffened as he turned his head to look at what Bulletin Fang was doing. He was extremely angered. He was angered to the point he spouted blood. Chapter 466, A discussion on the proper way to eat a phoenix egg. The bone metamorphosing dragon grass resembled a divine dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. It wriggled incessantly and had a mystical aura. It was shrouded in a hazy golden halo and emitted a light fragrance. With a cracking sound accompanied by a faint dragon roar, Bulletin Fang cut off the glistering and verdant bone metamorphosing dragon grass. He curled up the corners of his mouth as he sized up the spirit herb in his hand. It was worthy of being a 10th grade spirit herb. It was overflowing with rich spiritual essence and energy. One whiff of it would refresh one's mind and reinvigorate them. Bulletin Fang placed the bone metamorphosing dragon grass into his system dimensional storage and let out a long breath. He had finally completed the system's temporary mission. He had initially assumed that this mission would be quite easy, he did not expect it to be this difficult. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission. Enter the Cloud Sea secret realm and pluck the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup's ingredient, the bone metamorphosing dragon grass. The mission reward will be granted. The system's solemn voice echoed in Bulletin Fang's mind after he collected the grass. Bulletin Fang was really looking forward to this mission reward. A 20% increase in his energy conversion ratio would allow his cultivation to advance faster. However, such a reward was not surprising. With the difficulty of this mission, it was only right that its reward was this generous and ample. The eyes of the bloody man became even more bloodshot when he saw Bulletin Fang leisurely cutting the bone metamorphosing dragon grass. This ant-like human really sought to anger him to death. The bloody man began to regret not slapping the human to death early on, for he was truly fed up of the human continuously jumping around before him. The netherworld woman was speechless as she looked at Bulletin Fang. This extremely weak human was really calm and collected. That bloody man, someone who had broken through 5 supreme being shackles, was still alive, yet the human had already started collecting the spoils. Can you not show an ounce of respect to that expert at the peak of the divine physique echelon? The bloody man was so enraged that his blood began to boil. Lord Dog tilted its head and groaned as it looked at the bloody man. It completely understood Bulletin Fang's disposition. Anyone else who saw Bulletin Fang's calm and indifferent expression would itch to beat him up. However, Lord Dog was already accustomed to it. As long as Bulletin Fang didn't eat sweet and sour meat ribs before him, then Lord Dog wouldn't care about him. Bulletin Fang seemed to sense the bloody man's gaze filled with killing intent but proceeded to look at the bloody man with a calm gaze, almost causing the latter to spit blood. However, Bulletin Fang did not care about him, he just ignored the bloody man and made a move to cut off another bone metamorphosing dragon grass. That bloody man seethed with anger at that sight, he felt that he was intolerably bullied by Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang's infuriating indifference and how much he seemed to crave a beating made the bloody man feel another wave of rage overwhelm him. The sea of blood behind him, which was formed by the blood he had swept and converged, became turbulent. The sight of such a tremendous quantity of blood was truly appalling. Lord Dog, who was floating in mid-air, seemed really tiny and negligible in front of the dreadful sea of blood. A yell rang out, and the sea of blood converged to form a huge mouth, which soared toward Lord Dog, intending to bite him and swallow him whole. Although the incoming, boundless sea of blood seemed like it would sweep everything away, Lord Dog only calmly watched it. As the sea of blood rushed toward the calm Lord Dog, its reeking scent permeated the entire surrounding. That bloody man roared angrily, stirring all of his power. Even his true energy seemed like it had begun to boil. Just when the blood sea was about to swallow Blackie, who had not yet made a move, it suddenly opened its mouth. Its mouth instantly became enormous, and it barked at the incoming blood sea. Its bark was deafening. Explosions rocked the blood sea immediately after the bark resounded. Bang! 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 Countless giant waves rose to reveal innumerable pillars of blood within, which exploded into blood droplets, causing the blood sea to, astonishingly, move backward. The bloody man was alarmed at the sight, he had not expected the plump dog to be this terrifying. Its one bark was enough to make his blood sea recoil. A buzzing sound resounded, and Lord Dog began to stride forward with mesmerizing cat-like steps. It instantly crossed the blood sea and appeared in front of the bloody man. Lord Dog did not have any good impression of this bloody man because they had only just met when this guy said something about wanting to eat dog meat. Wasn't he just seeking death by mentioning eating dog meat in front of this Lord Dog? Blackie raised its paw, and the paw instantly began to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. The paw then began to descend, bringing with it intense pressure and waves of strong gales. That bloody man cried out loudly. His hair fluttered wildly, and he exerted all the strength in his body, trying to block the strike. Bang! It seemed like even space burst open. The bloody man felt a boundless wave of power rush into his arms. It was as though he was being oppressed by a towering and majestic mountain. He was incapable of blocking the paw strike, and he was sent flying once again, crashing into the bottom of the tower as if he saw some sort of rubber ball. Blackie waved its tail and continued striding forward with mesmerizing cat-like steps. It was as if there were invisible stairs in front of it. After Bulletin Fang cut off the last bone metamorphosing dragon grass and put it into his system-dimensional storage, he turned around and gazed at the bloody man with a dazzling glint in his eyes. The bloody man was lying at the bottom of the tower in what seemed like a puddle of stagnant water. Bulletin Fang then directed his gaze to the glittering phoenix egg, which was brimming with spiritual essence. As he approached it, he could feel the boundless vitality and spiritual energy emitted from it. He inwardly exclaimed in surprise and delight. This was the most amazing egg he had seen in his entire life. It was also the most amazing ingredient he had encountered. If he cooked this egg, he would surely be able to make a peerless dish. He could also use it as an ingredient for making the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup. However, Bulletin Fang still felt like it would be a waste to use the egg for the soup. This was because none of the ingredients for the soup were capable of matching this egg. Thus, it would be quite a waste to use the egg as an ingredient, it would overwhelm the other ingredients. That phoenix egg is mine. While Bulletin Fang was pondering what dish he should make with the phoenix egg, an ice-cold voice suddenly rang out from behind him. It was the Netherworld woman's voice. Bulletin Fang had heard it before, so he still had a vivid impression of it. Even though the woman was watching him calmly, Bulletin Fang still felt as though there was a faint killing intent hovering over him, warning from taking another step forward. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows. Did the woman want that phoenix egg? What do you want this egg for? Bulletin Fang asked earnestly. This phoenix egg's spiritual essence can expel the death energy and curse in my body. The Netherworld woman watched him for a while before explaining, only out of respect for Lord Dog. Expel death energy? Bulletin Fang was taken aback. He began to size up the woman carefully, and he realized that there really was a trace of black energy flowing in her body. That energy should be the death energy. So, if you get this egg, how will you handle it? Will you boil it? Bulletin Fang asked. The Netherworld woman was taken aback by his words. Handle it? She only needed the spiritual essence, so why would she boil it? Wouldn't it be more convenient and easy to just lick it directly? She had been utilizing this method till now. She licked objects to absorb their spiritual essence and suppress her death energy. It was such a simple matter, there was no need to make it complex. When Bulletin Fang noticed her confused expression, he became spirited and interested in guiding her. It seems like you are not accustomed to cooking. If you just spend all your time fighting and killing, it will be difficult for you to get to experience and enjoy delicacies. Such an excellent ingredient should be processed using excellent means, only by utilizing this would we not end up wasting it. Do you know how many ways it could be handled? The Netherworld woman's ice-cold face was now brimming with confusion. There are many ways to cook an egg, and the simplest one of them is boiling it. Not only will this preserve its taste and essence, but its satiny egg white will also surely mesmerize you. Since they were talking about food, Bulletin Fang could not help becoming talkative. Besides the simple boiled egg, there is also poached egg, tea egg, soy egg, and a variety of different dishes. There are also more advanced dishes which are prepared by mixing eggs with other ingredients, such as egg fried rice, egg soup, and so on. Bulletin Fang mentioned countless ways of cooking eggs in one breath, thoroughly astounding the Netherworld woman. Tell me, how do you plan to handle it? Do you intend to make poached eggs out of it? Or maybe tea egg? Bulletin Fang gazed at the Netherworld woman with a glitter in his eyes. I will, lick it. The Netherworld woman managed to force out several words after a stammering for a long while. Bulletin Fang was taken aback by her reply, and his face quickly became expressionless. He squinted his eyes and only looked at her out of the corners of his eyes. His gaze was filled with disdain. His look of disdain caused the netherworld woman to begin questioning her whole existence. Lick it. Do you know how much of its energy and spiritual essence will be lost because of that? Just hand it over to me, I will let you experience the pleasure of having spiritual essence surge through your entire body, Buletin Fang said. The netherworld woman remained expressionless as she listened to his words. When Lord Dog, who was watching from the distance, heard the speech Buletin Fang used in an attempt to con the netherworld woman, it laughed so hard, it completely lost a pound of fat. He never realized that even the kiddo, Buletin Fang, would learn how to con people. However, he only succeeded because the netherworld woman was too simple and pure, therefore, conning her was quite easy. Bang! The ground trembled, and the Shura tower trembled along with it. All of the blood energy which filled the sky surged toward the bloody man and seeped into his body. The bloody man slowly crawled up from the ditch at the bottom of the tower. The aura emanating from his body was extremely terrifying, and his blood seemed to be throbbing. He had already experienced Lord Dog's might. He knew that he could not defeat the plump dog. That made him feel aggrieved. He was someone who had swept through the entire Cloud Sea secret realm and remained undefeated, yet he was, unexpectedly, defeated by a dog. He was not willing to accept such an outcome. It was fortunate that he still had a final card to use. He wanted this dog to forfeit its life. Then, he would rip the plump dog's meat apart piece by piece, and eat it. Shura Tower. Awaken. A myriad amount of blood condensed atop the bloody man's palm and turned into a scarlet blood bead. The blood bead brimmed with a tyrannical energy. The bloody man's ice-cold eyes brimmed with killing intent, and his cold gaze locked onto Lord Dog and Buletin Fang. In the next moment, he firmly shoved the blood bead against the bottom of the tower. Suddenly, the sound of something being torn apart resounded as blood permeated out of the blood bead. It seemed to have broken open, and a pool of blood flowed out of it. Blood-red stripes, which were covered in blood and had an extremely mysterious and profound air about them, began to flicker at the bottom of the tower. A short while afterward, all the blood on the ground flowed and permeated the tower. The blood-red stripes that covered the tower's transparent walls seemed as though they had been awakened, and they all emitted an extremely stifling aura. The Shura Tower, the ancient Shura city's divine tool. Since it was called a divine tool, then it surely possessed an extremely terrifying might. The bloody man's hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and he threw his head back and cried out loudly. The transparent blood-red tower was quickly becoming solid and opaque. Its walls were becoming solid and concrete, and the tower's true appearance was gradually being unveiled. The bloody man felt as though his entire being had been connected with the Shura Tower, and this made him feel like he had become extremely powerful. The feeling of controlling a divine tool was really indescribable. Although this divine tool was broken, he believed that it was still useful enough to slaughter the plump dog. With the Shura Tower's power amplification, he felt like he entered into the spiritual god protection realm. He had reached the divine physique consummate echelon. A mere dog was not worth mentioning to the current him. Chapter 467, The sweet and sour meat ribs taste is still way better. The Shura Tower had recovered. After drinking the sea of blood, the broken Shura Tower had finally managed to recover some of its power. Although it was still broken, the pressure emanating of it was still extremely powerful. The blood covering the bloody man gradually dissipated, and his face was revealed. His facial features kept changing as though his entire being was formed by a countless amount of souls. A person soaked in blood slowly emerged from the crevice. It was the heavily injured Misha. His eyes widened when he saw the bloody man. It was his first time seeing the bloody man's face, or better yet, it was his first time seeing the bloody man's constantly changing face. The bloody man's facial features were not strange to Misha, the former still had a vivid memory of it. This was because this face was none other than the face of Duan Ling, who had stolen a fragment of the Shura Tower. Didn't they say that he already died at the Grand Baron Sek's training grounds? Even the ancient Shura city had already verified the news. So, why was the bloody man's face that of Duan Ling's? Roar! That bloody man roared. Although his facial features kept changing, his eyes' expression remained the same. The fat on Lord Dog's face twitched slightly because it was somewhat bewildered by the sight. It clearly remembered that Duan Ling was crushed by a wave of its paw. He couldn't be any more dead if he tried, so why had he appeared in front of Blackett once again? Moreover, it seemed like Duan Ling did not remember this Lord Dog. Nangang Yukui, who was still on the netherworld ship, finally managed to crawl out of the cabin and onto the deck. A great wave of pressure oppressed his body, it made crawling even a small distance extremely strenuous for him. From the deck, Nangang Wukui instantly noticed the bloody man. It seemed like he had become the center of entire surroundings. Boundless waves of energy were converging at his position. When Nangang Wukui noticed the bloody man's rapidly changing facial features, he was shocked and his pupils dilated. The reason why he was so shocked was that he had recognized one of the faces. It was one he was extremely familiar with. Father! Nangang Wukui exclaimed in shock. That was Nangang Wangtian's face. The face of Nangang Wangtian, who was already dead. Why is my father still alive? Nangang Wukui pondered this inconceivable fact. However, he quickly calmed down when he discovered that there was no trace of his father's aura on the bloody man's body. The bloody man was only a stranger to Nangang Wukui. He did not find the latter familiar, at all. How can this be? Buletin Fang heard Nangang Wukui's yells and stopped giving a lengthy speech to the netherworld woman. He turned his head around and looked toward the netherworld ship, instantly seeing the wretched Nangang Wukui lying on the deck. Well? Nangang Wukui! Buletin Fang exclaimed in surprise. The netherworld woman's pitch-black pupils shifted slightly, and her gaze fell on Nangang Wukui. When it did, her aura became ice-cold once more. Go back! She waved her hand, and an energy wave immediately spread from her and went after Nangang Wukui, who had just managed to crawl out. He was once again pulled into the cabin by that power. Don't! Just let me take a breath of fresh air. Nangang Wukui returned to his senses and began to despair. With an expression brimming with despair, he stretched his hands and tried to hold onto the rails, but the force was too strong, it pulled him back into the cabin. Buletin Fang raised his brows in shock, and he looked at the netherworld woman with an odd gaze. What was this woman up to? Was she imprisoning that clown, Nangang Wukui? Is she doing it because she took a fancy to him and wanted to take him as her husband? No, that should not be the case. It was probably because that clown, Nangang Wukui, had displeased her, seeing as he was always itching to receive a beating. Even I sometimes wish to engrave the sole of my shoes on his face. Treat him well, he's still a good man, Buletin Fang earnestly said after thinking for a while. The netherworld woman remained expressionless. However, Buletin Fang still managed to notice a trace of astonishment in her gaze. Shut up, the netherworld woman coldly replied. Buletin Fang saw her pale face instantly darken. Okay. We should continue discussing how we should cook that phoenix egg. Cooking it with steamed meat is also a good choice. Not only will it be capable of nursing one back to full health, but it will also taste extremely delicious. Buletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and began to speak. Lord Dog yawned and looked at the bloody man, who had just gotten up after absorbing all that energy. However, strictly speaking, he should not be called a bloody man because wasn't even a human. Blackie had a vast knowledge and experience, and he already noticed this bloody man's peculiarity. This person should be a form which the Shura Tower's spirit took after absorbing 2 soul essences. After Blackie slapped and crushed Duan Ling, his remnant soul essence was taken by a small black tower. That small black tower should have been the Shura Tower. Crack! As its cracks were being repaired, countless rays of light were emitted from the Shura Tower, which condensed to form a resplendent blood-red armor around the bloody man's body. This armor made the bloody man's body look even taller and more straight. Bastard dog! Die! That bloody man glared at Blackie as his imposing aura surged. His soul emitted a fluctuation, and the blood-red chains behind him fluttered wildly, making continuous clanking sounds as they collided. Swoosh! A blood-red ray flashed, and the armored bloody man instantly appeared in front of Blackie. He swung a fist toward it. The fist contained his boundless power, and even the space in its trajectory was shattered. Oh! You became faster! Lord Dog rolled its eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Whistling wind caused by that bloody man's incoming strike blew at Blackie, causing the fat on its face to jiggle. The bloody man's gaze remained ice-cold, he only snorted in reply, and his killing intent surged. Bang! His fist struck Lord Dog's former position and caused the space there to explode. The condensed energy in the fist had wreaked havoc, causing space to break apart. Did he miss the dog? The bloody man felt that something was amiss. His facial features never stopped changing. Sometimes, it would turn into Duan Ling's hideous-looking face, and at other times, it would take Nangang Wangtian's heroic and handsome face. Lord Dog, who was striding with graceful cat-like steps, appeared in a place not far off and calmly looked at the bloody man. That bloody man's speed was extremely fast, it was almost 3 times the speed of sound, and the speed of his punch was even faster. However, Lord Dog still managed to dodge it. The bloody man had become quite strong after the Shura power strengthened him. He did not believe that he would be incapable of dealing with a mere dog today. He roared, and countless sonic booms exploded in the air. Blood-red rays of light streaked about, piercing through the air. The airflow inside the Shura tower immediately became very chaotic. Strong winds whistled and blew at Lord Dog's body, causing his fatty meat to shiver. The bloody man was attacking maniacally, but Lord Dog was only striding about with graceful cat-like steps. Nevertheless, it still dodged all of the bloody man's attacks. The scene was extremely odd and queer. The bloody man's speed was otherworldly fast, and yet Lord Dog's speed was even faster. Its speed was unbefitting of its fat and plump body. Bang! Suddenly, the blood-red light ray changed its direction and slammed against the bottom of the tower, causing the entire tower to tremble. Blacka had an exquisite paw raised and was rolling its eyes at him. Did you assume that I was playing hide and seek with you? You still kept on attacking me. Don't you get tired? As soon as Blacka's voice echoed, it raised its paw once more and slapped the bloody man. Bang! A huge tremor rocked the ground, and the Shura tower trembled as though it was incapable of bearing the might of the strike and would soon crumble. That bloody man crawled up from the ground once more. His blood-red armor was riddled with so many cracks that it seemed ready to break apart any time soon. Just 2 slaps from Lord Dog almost caused him to start questioning his existence. Plop! The blood covering the bloody man quickly dissipated. Buzz! A resounding buzzing sound rang out, and Bulletin Fang noticed the enormous tower shrinking very quickly. In the next moment, it had become a miniature blood-red tower, which fell atop the bloody man's palm. The dog was too terrifying, almost causing the bloody man to despair. He could only place all of his hopes into the miniature Shura tower and hope that the divine tool Shura tower could suppress the dog. Using all of his power, the bloody man hurled the miniature Shura tower at Lord Dog's head. A terrifying rumble emanated from the Shura tower as it streaked toward Lord Dog. As the Shura tower soared through the air, blood gushed out of it, and it exuded a boundless pressure which seemed like it would rip space apart. This might of this attack had already exceeded the boundary of the divine physique echelon. It was extremely terrifying. A divine tool really was extremely powerful, and Lord Dog could not help but squint its eyes. However, as all the fur of its body fluttered, the corners of its mouth curled upwards. A divine tool? Even if it was a true divine tool, this Lord Dog would not fear it, let alone this broken toy. Did you all assume that this Lord Dog only accumulated a useless mass of fat after sleeping for such a long time? I will now let you all experience one of this Lord Dog's abilities which I recovered, Blacka said with a resounding, temperate and manly voice as its expression suddenly changed. Bulletin Fang and the Netherworld woman seemed to sense something, and both of them looked at Blackie. The current Lord Dog seemed to have become a black hole which was absorbing all the light in its surrounding. A sonorous bark that seemed like it had come all the way from the ancient past into the present boomed. A white crack appeared in the pitch blackness. That crack appeared on Lord Dog's forehead. It seemed to be sprouting another eye. When taken to an extreme, even white would start turning into darkness. A black light beam shot out of the newly emerged vertical eye. The black light beam made a loud ripping sound, accompanied by a booming clap of thunder and unending loud rumbles. That beam moved so fast it was almost impossible for one to catch a glimpse of it. It instantly reached the miniature Shura tower in mid-air, which was hurled by the bloody man. Faced with Blacka's attack, the divine tool Shura tower trembled, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from it. However, the wave of energy did nothing to help the divine tool. The energy wave was pierced through by the black light beam, causing it to shatter into motes of light and disappear. The black light beam, however, continued on its trajectory and struck the Shura tower, bombarding the latter upon impact. A cracking sound resounded, which thoroughly dumbfounded the bloody man. The Shura tower exploded into 3 fragments. Damn! This Shura tower was, in fact, formed by just 2 fragments, but now, it has been broken again and turned into 3 fragments. The bloody man was thoroughly dumbfounded. With terror, he watched the absurdly powerful fluctuations caused by the black light beam sweep through his body and shatter his blood-red armor. In the next moment, his body turned into a puddle of blood that rained down from the sky. 2 wretched wails rang out as 2 remnant soul essences soared into the sky. However, a giant dog paw appeared above them. It grasped both soul essences and threw them into its mouth. Hiccup! Blacka smacked its lips and burped, while its face was full of aversion. The taste of that kiddo's sweet and sour meat ribs is way better. Chapter 468, Lazy Dog. You actually dare to deceive me. Did you eat him? Misha, who was before the crevice, widened his eyes as he looked at that scene in fright and disbelief. It seemed as though he had just witnessed one of the most fearsome scenes in the world. That extremely powerful and invincible man who was covered in blood had broken through 5 supreme beings' shackles. He even awakened the Shura Tower and reached the spiritual god protection realm. He had unexpectedly been slapped to death by a dog and was swallowed whole. How could such a fearsome dog exist in this world? Where did this dog come from? The peak of the divine physique echelon realm. Someone who was so strong could be considered an apex expert even in ancient Shura city. They were all aloof and invincible experts. Right now, Misha felt as though he wasn't looking at a dog. Instead, he was looking at a demonic fiend. A demonic fiend who took on the appearance of a dog. The most important thing was the Shura Tower. The awakened Shura Tower had actually broken apart with a single slap from that dog. It was a divine tool. It was the ancient Shura city's divine tool. Although it was broken, it was still extremely powerful. Misha's entire body started shaking like a leaf. He decisively turned around and crawled out of the crevice as he escaped from that place. This world was truly too scary. Blackie, who was in mid-air, licked its lips and bared its fang. After letting out a soft groan, it landed on the ground. It slightly waved its paw and those 3 broken fragments of the Shura Tower flew back to its paw. The 3 pieces of the broken Shura Tower had already lost their luster. There wasn't even a little bit of a divine tool's might left in those pieces. Lord Dog squinted its eyes and threw the 3 fragments of the Shura Tower on the ground. Buletin Fang, who had been observing Black's actions all along, became puzzled by its actions. What was this plump dog up to this time? Did it want to eat the tower? Was it this demented? Luckily, it seemed obvious that Lord Dog didn't want to eat that tower. It jumped up and down continuously and trampled on the Shura Tower's fragments. Rumbling sounds unceasingly resounded when Black stomped on those pieces. It seemed as though it had used a great deal of power when trampling on the fragments. The 3 pieces became completely deformed. Lord Dog seemed as though it went crazy when it stomped on the pieces. Every time it jumped, all the fats on its body would shake. Buletin Fang was dumbfounded as he looked at it. Was this dog crazy? Did he have a deep grudge or hatred with the tower? Then, Buletin Fang ignored Black's silly behavior and turned his head around. He looked straight at the phoenix egg. After being liberated from the Shura Tower's fetters, this phoenix egg looked even more resplendent. A vigorous essence was unceasingly being emitted from that phoenix egg and filled the entire place. The Netherworld woman took several steps forward and approached that phoenix egg. She leaned closer toward the egg as she greedily took a deep breath. She was absorbing the essence overflowing from the phoenix egg. The essence was helping her to recover her power. It seemed like the pitch-black deathly aura flowing in her body was being suppressed by it. Buletin Fang exclaimed in surprise as he looked at such sight. Just the essence overflowing from the phoenix egg seemed richer than the black swamp boa's blood crown which he had obtained in the past. The blood crown was the part which contained all of the essence of the black swamp boa. However, it was still inferior to the phoenix egg. Buletin Fang extended his palm and lightly patted the eggshell. He felt a warm current enter his palm from the shell which instantly spread throughout his entire body. He felt as though his whole body was washed and cleaned by the warm current. It was truly an indescribable sensation. A phoenix egg was truly an extraordinary egg. It would definitely be an excellent ingredient. Buletin Fang was gradually becoming even more excited. Lord Dog, who was in a distant place, stopped tossing around and took graceful steps like a cat toward Buletin Fang. It reached Buletin Fang in just a short while. Waving its paw, it threw a pitch-black object at Buletin Fang. Buletin Fang, kiddo, this is the Shura Tower. It would be a waste to just throw it away. Lord Dog assembled it back for you. It's just a fragment of the divine tool. You can just use it as a pendant. That object was a pitch-black tower. It was a small and exquisite tower. It was pocket-sized and as big as Buletin Fang's thumb. This is the Shura Tower. Buletin Fang was taken aback. How could the humongous Shura Tower shrink to the size of his thumb? Buletin Fangs raised his brows when he took the Shura Tower from Lord Dog. The moment he touched it, he felt as though his mental power started surging. It seemed as though his mental power became slightly more powerful after passing through the Shura Tower. It seemed to have transformed into a small river from the tiny brook it was initially. Was this object capable of strengthening mental power? This was an extremely good thing for Bouletin Fang. Although his current cultivation was just in the Supreme Being realm, his mental power was at the level of a divine physique echelon realm expert who broke through one of the shackles. However, even though his mental power was stronger than his cultivation, he found that it was quite strenuous for him to cook some dishes, not to mention the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup which would be cooked by using an insane amount of precious ingredients. The mental power required to cook the dish would surely be tremendous. It would definitely suck him dry if he were to cook it. As such, this small tower was quite beneficial for Bouletin Fang. He took a velvet thread and tied a knot after threading it through the pitch-black small tower. He wore it around his neck. The moment he hung it on his neck, Bouletin Fang could feel a refreshing aura surging out of the tower. It was pretty good. Bouletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth. Lord Dog yawned as all the fatty meat on its body shivered. It became sleepy once again. This must be just an ordinary phoenix egg. It's pretty good stuff. Although it isn't the egg of an apex fire phoenix, it's still an excellent ingredient. Of course, the taste wouldn't rival that of a fire phoenix egg. However, it should still be quite delicious. Lord Dog lazily explained. Bouletin Fang was taken aback by his words. From what Black had just said, it seemed as though it had eaten a fire phoenix's egg before. Was this dog fond of plundering phoenix's nests in the past? Something so preposterous seemed like something this lazy dog would do. Lord Dog didn't know what Bouletin Fang was thinking about at that moment. He paced about the phoenix egg as confusion appeared in its eyes. How can a phoenix egg appear in the hidden dragon continent? Did it float down into the secret realm from the Nether River? Lord Dog muttered to himself. The Netherworld woman was leaning against the phoenix egg and licking it with her tongue at this moment. She licked the shell of the egg unceasingly. It seemed as though she would never be willing to let go of the egg. Bouletin Fang couldn't understand this woman. This woman is the Netherworld woman. She is a woman exiled from the Netherworld. She is leading a difficult life. Her body is constantly being assaulted by a deathly aura. If she doesn't get enough essence nourishment, she will suffer a pain tantamount to torture. Lord Dog looked at that woman and sighed. Bouletin Fang, kiddo, do you see that ice-cold Netherworld ship? If she doesn't get enough essence, her Netherworld ship won't be able to move. Although the Nether King isn't someone impressive, the power of his curses is too terrifying. Lord Dog grinned as he explained everything to Bouletin Fang. Was she this miserable? Bouletin Fang raised his brows as he looked at that woman with long black hair. She looked pretty and Bouletin Fang could even describe her as an extremely beautiful woman. However, her pale face didn't have the slightest trace of blood and she looked like a ghost. Moreover, her face was quite thin and it seemed as though it was made with just skin and bones. Even if her face was more beautiful, it would only terrify people since her face looked like it was only made up of skin and bones. Bouletin Fang furrowed his brows as he thought about it. He pondered for a while before he summoned the Black Turtle Constellation Walk. Green smoke twirled around his hand. Opening his mouth, he spouted a ball of golden flame which started burning inside the wok. He poured oil into it and took some dragon blood rice from the system dimensional storage. The dragon blood rice was extremely rich with essence and this wasn't dragon blood rice made with an earth dragon's blood. Instead, it was made from a flood dragon's blood. As he stir-fried it, Bouletin Fang's mental power observed the change of the dragon blood rice in the wok. He took a big piece of the wandering dragon cow's meat and minced it. After preparing the minced meat, he poured all of it into the wok and stir-fried it. While they were being stir-fried, Bouletin Fang took out his last big piece of the blood crown and broke it into pieces before spraying the essence into the wok. The gaze of the Netherworld woman, who was hugging that phoenix egg, fell upon Bouletin Fang's Black Turtle Constellation wok. Her nose slightly twitched and her pitch-black eyes lit up. He lightly patted the wok and the contents shook. The fragrant dragon blood rice immediately flew out of the wok and fell on the porcelain bowl in his hand, which he had already prepared a long time ago. Everything fell into the bowl neatly and filled the bowl up. This was just a simple bowl of fried rice. However, it was rich with essence. After all, Bouletin Fang sprayed a whole piece of the blood crown into the fried rice. The essence contained in the dish would definitely be extremely terrifying. The Netherworld woman curiously looked at the bowl in Bouletin Fang's hand. He lightly threw the bowl toward the Netherworld woman and it flew directly toward her. She swiftly took it and greedily took a deep breath of the aroma which came from the fried rice. The fragrance, essence, and spiritual energy assaulted her nostrils and caused a rosy glow to emerge on her pale face. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips before she shot a profound look at Bullet and Fang. She left the phoenix egg and used her thin fingers to grab the dragon blood rice. She gulped down mouthful after mouthful of the dragon blood rice. Blackie, can I take this egg? Bullet and Fang stroked Blackie's spotlessly clean fur as he asked. You can take it. Lord Dog's eyes lightly flickered. The corners of its mouth curled upwards when it replied Bullet and Fang. Bullet and Fang was taken aback by its reply. Looking at Blackie's face, Bullet and Fang discovered that the corners of this plump dog's mouth were curled upwards and the fats on its face were shaking. Something was fishy. Bullet and Fang slightly squinted his eyes. Even if he knew that there was something fishy going on, he couldn't do anything about it. This phoenix egg was after all too tempting and alluring, especially for chefs who pursued the peak of the culinary arts. A peerless ingredient was more enticing and tempting to them compared to a peerless beauty. Walking to the front of the phoenix egg, Bullet and Fang lightly stroked it with his left hand and patted it with his right hand. Before long, both of his hands were on the egg. He let out a long breath. The true energy in his body surged out of his energy core and it spread to all his bones and limbs. It provided him with a great amount of strength and physical power. Bullet and Fang held onto that phoenix egg and lightly shouted as he exerted all of his strength. This phoenix egg was extremely heavy. Instead of an egg, Bullet and Fang felt as though he was holding a mountain. However, for the sake of obtaining delicacies, Bullet and Fang wouldn't mind carrying a mountain. Even if there was a mountain in his way, he would carry it with him. Bullet and Fang took out a vigorous beef meatball and swallowed it down. The look in his eyes became extremely passionate and it seemed as though there were flames burning in his eyes. After exerting all of his strength by using all of the muscles in his body, the phoenix egg moved slightly. It was raised off the ground by a few millimeters by Bullet and Fang. The Netherworld woman, who was sitting not far from him, was stunned by his actions. Even though her hand was ready to stuff more food in her mouth, they stiffened up. She looked in astonishment at Bullet and Fang and was extremely puzzled. Why would this human before her do something so stupid? Why would he try to pick up that egg? Didn't he know that since someone left a phoenix egg here, it wouldn't be unprotected? Wasn't he able to see that even the man covered in blood set up the Shura tower around the egg in order to absorb its essence? He didn't choose to move the egg even though he was at the peak of the divine physique echelon realm. Lord Dog had a delighted expression as he looked at Bullet and Fang. As a veteran in stealing phoenix eggs, Lord Dog obviously knew the consequences of picking up a phoenix egg. Bullet and Fang felt a sense of unease and his eyes widened. He looked at a terrifying and concentrated source of energy which had been under the egg all along. The energy scattered the moment he picked up the egg. Bullet and Fang instantly became flustered and shouted with exasperation, "Lazy dog! You actually dare to deceive me!" Chapter 469, You Can Make Dishes. You are awesome! A trace of an extremely terrifying and constrained energy which was underneath the phoenix egg dispersed when Bullet and Fang lifted it. It was like the awakening of an ominous beast that had sleeping for a long time. Screech! A screeching sound rang out, and the area below the phoenix egg lit up. An energy wave leaked out of that spot. It seemed that he had triggered some sort of mechanism because the array under the phoenix egg had activated. An extremely tyrannical aura burst forth from the pitch-black spot below the phoenix egg. That ground shook intensely as a beast's screech resounded. Bullet and Fang's pupils dilated when he heard the screech. He saw a shadow swiftly charging at him from the pitch-black spot. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but recall Lord Dog's solemn and honest gaze when it said, "You can take it." Like hell I can take it. Bullet and Fang's face darkened, and he quickly let go of that phoenix egg. However, the black shadow had already awoken, and as the phoenix egg was falling, a black wave of mist covered it, causing it to float up. An extremely huge shadow gradually emerged from the resplendent giant array. The figure was so huge that it was able to cover the entire sky. Bullet and Fang was thoroughly flabbergasted as he looked at the colossal beast. What the hell? He had harbored a pure and simple desire, he only picked the phoenix egg to admire it, so why did that cause such a colossal beast to appear there? Moreover, didn't the lazy dog say it was fine for him to take it away? When Bullet and Fang recalled Black's sincere gaze at that moment and the jiggling fat on its face, he felt really stupid. Why did he believe that lazy dog's words? Crack! The phoenix egg hovered in the air, swaying within the black mist. An extremely hideous bird hovered below that black energy. The bird looked really strange. It did not have a single ounce of meat on it, neither did it have a drop of blood, it was just a pile of white bones. Its bones glowed with resplendent lights, making it look like one of this world's finest art pieces. This is a bone phoenix. They are specialized in guarding phoenix eggs. Lord Dog, who stood in the distance, laughed in amusement before conveniently introduced the creature to Bullet and Fang. The bone phoenix emitted an extremely terrifying and stifling aura, and a rumbling sound emanated from the black energy surrounding it. The black energy was brimming with a deadly aura. That bird opened its beak and screeched. Its screech was deafening and sounded like a beast's roar. It unfurled its bone wings, which were formed by countless hideous bones. The netherworld woman, who was noisily eating the dragon blood rice, carried her bowl and quickly distanced herself from the bone phoenix. The dragon blood rice was too delicious, and she was thoroughly mesmerized by it. This bone phoenix was formed from the will of a female phoenix. It was one of the methods a phoenix used to protect its offsprings. This was the reason why people with the slightest bit of general knowledge would not rashly pick up a phoenix egg. If they had done so, they would be cursed. The curse would make the bone phoenix pursue them persistently to the end of the world. Lord Dog opened its mouth wide and guffawed while waving its paw widely. It seemed to take extreme delight in watching Bullet and Fang's current distressed state. A loud rumble resounded as Whitey dropped from the sky and landed in front of Bullet and Fang. Bang! The bone phoenix flapped its bone wings, giving rise to a black whistling gale. It raked the air with its bone claws as if it was trying to tear space apart. Whitey's armor flickered with resplendent lights. It raised its fan-like palms and tried to grab the bone phoenix. However, the bone phoenix was too powerful, its battle prowess was not any weaker than the bloody man's. The bone phoenix caught Whitey directly and sent it flying. A resplendent golden light flickered for an instant, and Shrimpy returned to its small form. It returned to Bullet and Fang's shoulder and lay on it while continuously rolling its compound eyes. Blacka did not expect Whitey to emerge suddenly. The silly heap of steel was always striving hard to protect Bullet and Fang. The corners of Blacka's lips twitched. As it watched the brand new Whitey, a trace of curiosity appeared in its eyes. The heap of steel was actually wearing armor, and its fighting prowess had become even more powerful than before, and by a whole lot. However, it was still weaker than the bone phoenix. The bone phoenix shrieked, and the entire surroundings trembled. This was the power of a phoenix's will, its might was extremely powerful. Lord Dog was not worried about Bullet and Fang, however. That egg was just the egg of an ordinary phoenix, so the phoenix's will protecting it would not be too powerful. If the egg was the egg of a fire phoenix, then the phoenix's will protecting it would be extremely powerful, even if an existence above the divine physique echelon faced it, they would only be seeking death. The might of a fire phoenix was truly too terrifying. Lord Dog felt quite satisfied as he watched the distressed Bullet and Fang wave his black wok at the bone phoenix. However, Blacka did not wait for long before intervening. It took mesmerizing cat-like steps forward and disappeared. In the next instant, it appeared right in front of the giant bone phoenix's head. The bone phoenix's scarlet eyes locked onto Blackie as it opened its sharp beak, which was filled with sharp fangs, and tried to peck Blackie. Only a pile of bones remain of you, but you still want to eat this, Lord Dog. Blacka lazily extended out one of its exquisite paws. Then, it fiercely slapped the bone phoenix with the paw. A loud rumble resounded, and the bone phoenix scattered. Countless cracks appeared on its white, jade-like bones, and a great amount of dense spiritual essence leaked out of the cracks. The bone phoenix slammed heavily into the ground, giving rise to a storm of dust. An angry howl echoed within the billowing dust, released by the bone phoenix right before it widened its gaping jaws and rushed at the plump Lord Dog who was still mid-air. Lord Dog rolled its eyes at it and descended rapidly. Crack! At the end of its descent, it sat down on the bone phoenix, and its bones immediately began to collapse. The ground trembled severely. When the cloud of rising dust was blown away, a pile of shattered bones was revealed, which littered the ground. Lord Dog, who was leisurely sitting on the biggest pile of shattered bones, moved its butt and stood up. It shook its body, causing bits of bones to fall off it. Afterward, Blacka proudly raised its head, wagged its tail and cheerfully descended from the shattered pile of bones. Rumble! That black energy raising the phoenix egg disappeared after the bone phoenix collapsed. After it lost the support of the black energy, the phoenix egg swiftly fell from mid-air. Bullet and Fang's pupils dilated when he saw this. How could he let the phoenix egg fall down like that? Although the egg was a phoenix's, there was no guarantee that it was harder than rocks. True energy immediately burst out from underneath Bullet and Fang's feet, and he shot outwards, instantly arriving beneath the falling egg with his arms outstretched. The wind whistled as the phoenix egg fell, as the speed of its descent gradually became faster. Bulatin Fang squinted his eyes in concentration as he watched the phoenix egg fall. He suddenly jumped up and extended out one of his hands, pressing it against the bottom of the falling egg. A tremendous amount of power was emanating from the falling egg, causing Bulatin Fang to furrow his brows. And at that moment, Blacka stuck out its tongue playfully as it watched Bulatin Fang. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the ground trembled violently. Bulatin Fang heavily landed back down on the ground. His landing caused huge clouds of dust to rise up into the air and permeate the surroundings. A light breeze blew by, and the dust was swept away, revealing the spot where Bulatin Fang landed. He was carrying the giant phoenix egg on his shoulders. His head was slightly tilted sideways, and his face was flushed. He was gasping for breath heavily, and his chest heaved intensely. He had, at the very least, still managed to save the phoenix egg. His feet had sunk into the ground till his knees. From that alone, one could see how great the weight of the egg was. The phoenix egg was already extremely heavy, however, while it was descending, its momentum naturally increased, making it even heavier than it was while at rest. Lord Dog looked at Bulatin Fang with a playful gaze. This Bulatin Fang kiddo could really do anything, even risk his life, for delicacies. Bulatin Fang placed the phoenix egg into his system-dimensional storage. His body had been sapped of all its strength, and his hands were still shaking. He only recovered slightly after taking out an oyster pancake and eating several mouthfuls of it. His fingers, however, were still shaking, and it would take a long time to completely recover from that. Whitey scratched its round head and stood behind Bulatin Fang, and its pupils reverted back to a purple color. Shrimpy, who was still on Bulatin Fang's shoulders, rolled its compound eyes wildly. It was almost crushed by the phoenix egg a moment ago. Shrimpy was fortunate that its body was quite hard and firm. However, that was still an uncomfortable experience for it. You have done well, Bulatin Fang kiddo. You have improved aloud, Blacka said in a resounding, manly voice. Bulatin Fang did not reply, however. He only looked at Blacka with a gaze brimming with hostility. The fat on Blacka's face jiggled slightly, and the plump dog forced a smile and said, "If I said that I didn't know that there was such a thing below that phoenix egg, would you believe me?" "What do you think?" said Bulatin Fang calmly. "If I said that I forgot how to cook sweet and sour meat ribs, would you believe me?" Lord Dog was startled, and every bit of fat on its body shuddered as its pupils dilated. "No. Lord Bulatin, didn't this Lord Dog already help you to smash that bird to pieces? If you have something against me, then just properly say it." Blacka wagged its tail as it looked at Bulatin Fang with a dazzling gaze filled with sincerity. The Netherworld woman finished eating the dragon blood rice. She stuck out her tongue and licked the entire bowl clean. It looked as though it was washed. Only when the Netherworld woman could taste nothing in the bowl did she stop licking it. She tossed her long back hair behind her head and went over to hand the bowl over to Bulatin Fang before earnestly saying, "Give me another one." "I don't have any more," Bulatin Fang replied as he took back that bowl. The Netherworld woman's face had become rosy after eating the dragon blood rice, and a trace of anxiety appeared in her pitch-black eyes when she heard Bulatin Fang's reply. Her black and long hair rose up and wrapped around Bulatin Fang's arm. "Give me another one," she repeated stubbornly. Bulatin Fang furrowed his brows, then he silently looked down at the ice-cold hair wrapped. At that moment, he looked straight at the Netherworld woman's pitch-black eyes. The Netherworld woman pursed her lips and moved her hair, letting go of his arm. "You can make dishes. You are awesome. I don't have any ingredients now, so I can't make it, thus, there won't be any of it." Bulatin Fang's gaze became gentle and as he explained to her before turning around. A trace of sadness appeared on the Netherworld woman's expressionless face. She stuck out her tongue and licked her white, thin fingers, tasting the remaining flavor of the dragon blood rice in her white and thin fingers. Lord Dog cheerfully strode forward with cat-like steps and reached the Netherworld woman's side. "That Bulatin Fang kiddo doesn't have any ingredients now, but this doesn't mean that he won't have any in the future. If you stick to him like glue, won't you have enough to eat then?" Lord Dog whispered after leaning in close enough. "This Lord Dog believes in you and supports you." Chapter 470, The Persistent Nangong Wyukwi. The Netherworld woman was stunned by Blacka's words and turned to look at its jiggling fat face. Its manly voice sounded like it was trying to deceive her. However, its words still had some truth to them. The woman licked her lips as she was somewhat tempted by the thought. However, she was still hesitant because she couldn't be sure if Bullet Fang could frequently provide her with dishes brimming with spiritual essence. If she wasn't nourished with enough spiritual essence, she would suffer the curse's backlash, which would cause her to suffer a pain so intense that she would feel as though her body was being hacked by thousands of blades simultaneously or being bitten by 10,000 ants. Hence, she was still hesitant. There were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures brimming with spiritual essence in the secret realm, and she could just take them whenever she needed them. However, if she left the secret realm, it would be extremely difficult for her to find heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, she had to make an important choice. Her thoughts drifted to the steaming hot dragon blood rice and the pleasure she experienced when it went down her ice-cold throat and into her dead tree-like stomach, causing it to brim with vitality, and she found herself unable to bear parting with Bullet Fang. The kid is almost useless in everything, but his skill in making food is still excellent. Believe in your Lord Dog, I would never deceive you, but you should choose what you feel is best for you. Although you were cursed and expelled, you still can live your own life to the fullest, Lord Dog said, using its manly voice to trick and lure her. Bullet Fang had no idea what Blackie and the Netherworld woman were doing at that moment, and he was strolling around the place. It couldn't be considered as big, but it was brimming with magma and turbulent heat waves. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place had already reduced and was still quickly dropping after the disappearance of the phoenix egg, and the previous feeling of swimming in spirit energy was gone. He wanted to know if there were any spirit medicines there, but he was soon disappointed. Since the place had played host to a phoenix egg and bone metamorphosing dragon grass, the entire spiritual energy in the surrounding was forcefully taken by them, hence there were no spirit medicines growing there. After Bullet Fang had taken a stroll through this place, he chose to leave it because there wasn't any need for him to continue staying there. Whitey followed closely behind Bullet Fang, and its pupils flickered with purple glows. Shrimpy waved its sickles and rolled its compound eyes. Let's go. We should leave this place, Bullet Fang said to Blackie, who was still whispering something to the Netherworld woman. Lord Dog wagged its tail and gave the Netherworld woman a look which said you should properly consider it, then it strode back to Bullet Fang's side with its graceful cat-like steps. Bullet Fang looked at the Netherworld woman who was still motionlessly standing there, then turned around and left without saying anything to her. He walked toward the crevice. The Netherworld woman's black long hair fluttered as heat waves blew by. Her long beautiful legs strode forward, and her sparkling feet stepped on the ground. Bullet Fang felt a slight breeze blow by as the Netherworld woman expressionlessly followed him from right behind. He was taken aback but didn't care about it since there was only one way to leave this place, so the woman was most probably following him exactly to get out. After they went out of the crevice, they all returned to the surface of the wrecked Delicacy Island. The auspicious Delicacy Island had once been filled with countless peculiar delicacies, but it had now turned to ruins. The queer spirit trees which were growing on it had all been destroyed and turned to charcoal, having been devoured by magma. Steam was still rising out of their charcoaled remains. The island's green grass on the ground was now charred remains, and the ground was riddled with cracks. As Bullet Fang trod on the crack-filled ground, he took a look around the now desolate Delicacy Island and couldn't help but sigh out of pity. The appearance of a natural miracle like this Delicacy Island was extremely rare, it was a fortuitous opportunity difficult for any chef to encounter. However, it was a pity that beautiful things were often short-lived. Bullet Fang was quite saddened by the Delicacy Island's destruction, but this was something he had been incapable of putting a stop to. After walking around the wrecked Delicacy Island, Bullet Fang couldn't help but furrow his brows. All of the spirit ships had disappeared. How could he leave this place without a spirit ship? Moreover, how could he even leave the secret realm? He was truly perplexed by this conundrum. There should still be many people who had entered this secret realm that were still alive. This was because it was not everyone that rushed to the Delicacy Island, so there should be some people still surviving on some other islands. As for the reason why they didn't rush to the Delicacy Island, it was probably because they chanced upon some other lucky chances more suitable for them. There was chilly air emanating from the Netherworld woman standing behind Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang couldn't help but shiver and subconsciously turned his head around to look behind himself. The Netherworld woman nodded at Bullet Fang and pointed at the Netherworld ship floating in the sky. Are you saying that I can take your Netherworld ship? Bullet Fang was somewhat taken aback. The Netherworld woman expressionlessly nodded at him again. Then, she raised her beautiful legs and tapped the ground with her sparkling feet, after which she soared upwards, with her black, long hair fluttering behind her. She floated upwards and landed on the Netherworld ship. Bulatin Fang looked up at her and hesitated for a moment before also flying up. I wouldn't want to impose it on you like this. I mean, although your ship is a little eerie and gloomy, it's still many times more refined than spirit ships. Despite acting all shy about that, Bulatin Fang had already helped himself aboard the ship and started sizing it up. Blackie opened its mouth wide and yawned. Then, it looked for a comfortable place on the deck, lay down there and fell asleep. The Netherworld woman, who stood at the forefront area of the deck, gazed at Bulatin Fang, and with a resounding rumbling, the Netherworld ship started to move. Waves rose, and with a loud rumble, the Netherworld ship landed on the sea. The ship's pitch-black sail fluttered in the wind as it traveled forward. Bulatin Fang was quite interested in this Netherworld ship, so he began to stroll around. This Netherworld ship was intricately built, and the materials from which it was made were all extraordinary. Although the ship seemed quite eerie, if one observed it carefully, he would be surprised by how refined the ship was. Bulatin Fang's gaze suddenly landed on the ship's cabin. He couldn't help but recall some matters as he looked at its tightly shut door. If he remembered correctly, that clown Nangong Wyukwi was in this cabin. The desperate expression on his face when he was being pulled back into this cabin left a deep impression on Bulatin Fang. Well, they had just made a ruckus, so why hadn't Nangong Wyukwi come out? Was he too embarrassed to come out? Bulatin Fang took several steps forward and arrived in front of the cabin. He raised his hand, with intention of pushing the door open. However, as soon as his hand made contact with the door, he felt a cold and eerie aura behind him. Bulatin Fang's body stiffened. He turned around and saw the Netherworld woman's extremely beautiful but ice-cold face. Nangong Wyukwi's nostrils contracted widely, and steam kept gushing out of them. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He stirred his muscles as an unyielding will supported his body. He would not concede, he wasn't willing to concede. He was the man who would become the head of the Nangong family, so how could he stay in this ship and let a woman lick him to death? No, this was an unforgivable matter. He would struggle hard to resist the tremendous pressure and crawl out of this cabin. He must not die there. Beads of sweat dripped down Nangong Wyukwi's forehead and streaked down his eyes, nose, mouth, and his chin before dropping on the ground. The sound of rough breathing broke the silence of this eerie cabin. He was already close to it. He would reach the cabin's door again soon. His spring was already, so close. His face donned a fierce-looking expression as he clenched his teeth and raised up his hand, his fingers were just about to touch the door. Creak. However, right at that moment, a creaking sound rang out as the cabin door was opened. Rays of bright rays flooded the cabin from outside, irritating Nangong Wyukwi's eyes, causing him to involuntarily shed tears. There was someone standing in front of the cabin's door. Although Nangong Wyukwi had tears dripping down his face, he still raised his head upward. The figure was not that of the terrifying long, black-haired woman, who had a voluptuous body. He recognized the silhouette of this person right outside the door. As soon as Bulatin Fang opened the cabin door, he saw Nangong Wyukwi lying down on the ground. The latter raised his head up, his nostrils were wide open, and his eyes had tears dripping down from them. What the heck? Where did this nutjob come from? Bulatin Fang jumped in fright. In that same feeling of shock, he raised his leg high and almost stomped Nangong Wyukwi's face. However, Bulatin Fang recognized Nangong Wyukwi's face and forcefully stifled the impulse to stomp. Old Bulatin? Why is it you? I'm not dreaming now, am I? Nangong Wyukwi, whose face was tear-stained, asked in shock. Bulatin Fang lowered his leg and nodded as he calmly replied, It's me. Nangong Wyukwi felt like his spring had really arrived. That infuriating expression, it really was old Bulatin. However, Nangong Wyukwi's face quickly paled when he noticed a pair of long, beautiful legs behind Bulatin Fang, and a person who had an extremely beautiful and graceful body came to stand beside him. The Netherworld woman's expressionless face appeared in front of him. Nangong Wyukwi was stunned, and his mouth shivered as grief welled up in his heart. He only managed to crawl up to this point strenuously. The Netherworld woman raised her thin palm and waved it. Nangong Wyukwi was immediately forced back down to the ground and pulled into the deepest part of the cabin once again. Why, it was always me who bears such misfortunes. Nangong Wyukwi was quite dejected. The Netherworld woman had once again destroyed his dreams and expectation. Bulatin Fang was taken aback by what he saw and felt that the relationship between Nangong Wyukwi and the Netherworld woman was quite complex. Just what had happened in front of him? Was it the legendary fights which occurred out of love? Bulatin Fang began to explain to the netherworld woman that Nangang Liukui was his friend, and this took quite a long while. He told her that he was friends with Nangang Liukui and asked her to let him go. After expressionlessly listening to him, the netherworld woman firmly shook her head sideways. Nangang Liukui's miserable wails echoed from deep inside the cabin. Bulatin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and said, "Can I use a bowl of dragon blood rice to exchange for that guy?" The netherworld woman was taken aback, and the corners of her lips curled as she nodded cutely. Bulatin Fang was quite taken aback by the speed at which she agreed to the request. "Where are your principles, and your perseverance?" Sure enough, Nangang Liukui wasn't worth more than a bowl of dragon blood rice. The netherworld woman's cute smile lasted only a moment before she became ice-cold and expressionless once more. Her pitch-black eyes looked toward the deeper part of the cabin, and she casually waved her hand. Nangang Liukui suddenly felt that pressure which had been suppressing him all along disappear. He crawled up from the ground in disbelief. Then, his expression turned to one of joy. After he had crawled up, he charged out the cabin while screaming, "Old Bulatin, from now on, I, Nangang Liukui, am at your beck and call." Nangang Liukui was so moved that he wept. He was sure it was Bulatin Fang who saved him. The overjoyed Nangang Liukui spread open his arms and charged toward Bulatin Fang, but when his gaze shifted to the ice-cold face of the netherworld woman, who stood beside Bulatin Fang, he trembled. His charge came to an abrupt stop. He looked at the ice-cold but peerless beauty in fright. This woman was just a devil. He instantly chose to give up on giving Bulatin Fang a tight hug and first distanced himself from the woman. After the netherworld woman watched Nangang Liukui leave, she shifted her gaze to Bulatin Fang. "Quickly make my meal." Suddenly, Bulatin Fang got a headache. How was he supposed to make dragon blood rice without a blood crown? Chapter 471, He won't say aloud the suffering in the heart. The sensation that previously stimulated her taste buds and allowed her whole body to shiver in pleasure was extremely marvelous. The netherworld woman was unconsciously already addicted to it, and she wanted to taste Bulatin Fang's dragon blood rice again. However, while the netherworld woman was being anxious and impatient, Bulatin Fang was nursing a headache over the situation. It wasn't like he did not want to make it, it was just that, he didn't have its ingredients. He still had dragon blood rice, but he couldn't completely replicate the taste of the full dragon blood rice dish with just dragon blood rice alone. There would be a great difference in its taste with or without a blood crown. However, if all Bulatin Fang had to do was fry the dragon blood rice, he could, obviously, do it. Cooking an extremely delicious dragon blood rice dish wasn't even something difficult to him, after all. Still, without a blood crown, the dragon blood rice would be incapable of providing enough spiritual essence for the netherworld woman. Being unable to provide customers a perfect experience was a shame and disgrace to any chef. Bulatin Fang couldn't allow himself to make such a dish. The netherworld woman's pitch-black eyes were watching Bulatin Fang, and her gaze caused Bulatin Fang's hair to stand on end because it was pure and filled with expectation. Bulatin Fang felt like he would be a sinner if he rejected her. "Bulatin Fang, kiddo, don't you still have the crystal source purple essence?" Blackie, who was supposed to be sleeping somewhere on the deck, had appeared beside Bulatin Fang at some unknown time and whispered to him. "Crystal source purple essence?" Bulatin Fang's eyes instantly lit up. Blackie was right. Although he didn't have a blood crown, he still had the crystal source purple essence. This precious ingredient was even richer in spiritual essence than the blood crown was. Back then, the netherworld woman even flew into a rage because of it. As Bulatin Fang was thinking about this, he directed a gaze at Blackie, looking at the plump dog in doubt. He knew that the lazy dog's purpose for mentioning the crystal source purple essence would definitely not be this simple. Bulatin Fang suddenly realized that after parting with the lazy dog for a while, it had become way sharper and scheming. The crystal source purple essence is an excellent supplement. Even if it isn't cooked and directly consumed, it would still taste excellent. Moreover, it's brimming with spiritual essence, and it will have an outstanding effect in dispelling the netherworld woman's curse, Blackie explained to Bulatin Fang. The netherworld woman's eyes lit up when she heard this. Bulatin Fang was dumbfounded, he felt that something was fishy about all of this. "Your words seemed quite logical, however, we must first find a way to leave the Cloud Sea secret realm before discussing it. Before leaving this secret realm, I will surely make a dish for this woman," Bulatin Fang said and walked forward without looking back. The netherworld woman was worried, and her long legs strode forward as she followed Bulatin Fang. "Old Bulatin, did you raise this plump dog? I never once saw it at the store." Nangong Wuokwee's eyes lit up when he saw Blackie. The first thought he had when he saw the dog was, this dog really is plump and fat. His second thought was, such a plump dog would definitely be quite delicious. Nangong Wuokwee had stolen a chicken in the pill tower before, so when he saw this black dog, he subconsciously reached out to stroke it. There was nothing more exciting than stealing chickens and stroking dogs. However, when he saw the long, black-haired woman behind Bullet and Fang, his entire body shivered. He was extremely frightened of that woman. She had left a shadow in his heart. Blackie seemed to sense Nangong Wuokwee's gaze, which harbored malicious intentions. However, it only twitched its mouth, disinclined to care about the clown. How are we supposed to leave this secret realm? Bullet and Fang did not answer Nangong Wuokwee's question but asked him something else, instead. If they wanted to leave this secret realm, then they would surely need Nangong Wuokwee's help. Although this guy was just a clown, he was still the successor of the Nangong family. He must have a more throughout understanding of the secret realm than they did. Since he knew how they could enter it, then he would surely know how they could leave it. Are we leaving this early? Nangong Wuokwee was quite taken aback when he heard Bullet and Fang's question. Why would they leave? What happened? Could it be that the fights in the secret realm had already ended? Were they already done fighting for lucky chances and other treasures? Indeed. If we don't leave, why would we stay here? Bullet and Fang calmly asked him. Nangong Wuokwee took a look at the netherworld woman and suddenly had the urge to charge at her, even if it meant risking his life. He had gone through great troubles to enter the secret realm so that he could get some lucky encounters which would make him powerful enough to take back his Nangong family. However, what did this woman do? She imprisoned him in that dark, eerie, and cold cabin, frequently licking him. What was the outcome of all that? He ended up missing all the lucky chances. He ended up coming to the secret realm in vain. Why was the world harming him like this? It felt as though countless invisible arrows had pierced his heart, causing his tears to flow without stopping. Bullet and Fang didn't understand why Nangong Wuokwee had started weeping again. They had only parted for a short while, and this clown had become fond of weeping like a woman. While others came to the secret realm to fight over lucky chances, did this clown come there to change his sex? Leaving this secret realm is quite simple. There is an array in this secret realm which my Nangong family spent a large sum to set up. The array will teleport us out of this Cloud Sea secret realm, Nangong Wuokwee said while wiping his tears. He was really suffering at this moment, but he did not speak about it. A teleportation array. Bullet and Fang nodded. If there was a disposable array available, then everything would be quite easy. Can you find that teleportation array? If you bring us to it, I will immediately start cooking the improved version of dragon blood rice for you. Bullet and Fang turned around and said to the cheerful netherworld woman. The netherworld woman nodded and raised her hand. The ship's sail immediately began to flutter as a strong wind blew at it, then the ship began to move swiftly on the sea. Wait for a while. You will see the teleportation array soon, the netherworld woman said. Don't forget what you said. Bullet and Fang calmly nodded at her. Mucus dripped down from Nangong Wuokwee's nose. He ran his hands through his red hair, pulled Bullet and Fang to a corner, and began to ask him about all that happened in the secret realm. Although Nangong Wuokwee's trip to the secret realm had been in vain, he had still come there, so he wanted to learn about the events that had occurred. This way, when he went back and someone asked him about his trip, he would be able to answer them. Bullet and Fang didn't think much of it and informed Nangong Wuokwee about some matters. However, he obviously still hid some facts from him, like the ingredients which he obtained and how he obtained a phoenix egg by chance and so on. That old dog Nangong Suan, he died? Ha ha ha. It is good that he died. Even before I came to this secret realm, I knew that the old dog would die soon, and it happened just as I had expected. Nangong Wuokwee was extremely delighted when he heard that the old dog Nangong Suan he died in this secret realm. He felt as though he had just found a peerless chance. He now felt that his trip to the secret realm was worth it. Even though he hadn't gotten anything else from it, he had still gotten the news of that old dog's death, which was enough for him. Since that old dog Nangong Suan he was now dead, then he would have a chance to seize his Nangong family when he returned. However, there was still Nangong Suan Hu out there. He was an expert who had broken through two supreme beings' shackles, and Nangong Wuokwee might not really be able to defeat him. Nevertheless, this wasn't an issue for him. As long as that old dog Nangong Suan he had died, then taking care of the remaining matters would be quite easy. Look over there, that's the teleportation array's location. The netherworld woman, who had been quiet until that moment, suddenly spoke. She pointed to a light beam soaring to the sky until the deepest layers of clouds, which caused the clouds to whirl like a vortex. It was quite a magnificent scene. Standing on the deck of the netherworld ship, Buletin Fang looked up in the direction she indicated, and he saw that the array was an extensive island. The Nangong family really had spent much on it. They had actually used an entire island as a teleportation array. There were many spirit ships speeding past the netherworld ship. They were ridden by the people who had survived. When these spirit ships reached the island, some black shadows shot out of them and stepped into the array. Buletin Fang nodded at her after confirming the array's location. Green smoke curled around his hand, and the pitch-black Black Turtle constellation walk appeared in his grip. The Black Turtle constellation walk was still heavy and simple as usual, and it emitted an aura that would leave any heart palpitating in fear. He opened his mouth and spouted a ball of golden flame. He set about fulfilling his promise to the Netherworld woman and began to cook a bowl of the dragon blood rice to repay her. The Netherworld woman stood there expectantly. Meanwhile, Nangong Wuokui stretched his neck and looked at Buletin Fang's heaven and earth obsidian flame with an envious gaze. He once possessed a type of heaven and earth obsidian flames, too. The rich fragrance wafting out of the Black Turtle constellation walk made both the Netherworld woman and Nangong Wuokui feel intoxicated. This time, Buletin Fang did not have a blood crown, so he decided to use the crystal source purple essence instead. He took a warm jade bottle from his system dimensional storage, and from this bottle, rich spiritual energy wafted out. That jade bottle was filled with crystal source purple essence. The very same crystal source purple essence he found in that crystal mine. Lord Dog suddenly appeared beside Buletin Fang and stared at the jade bottle in his hands with wide eyes. That jade bottle was emitting a scent that Blackie was familiar with, and that caused the plump dog to feel excited. It stuck out its tongue and saliva dripped off it. The crystal source purple essence was a delicacy second only to the sweet and sour meat ribs. Buletin Fang's true energy converged around his hand, and a suction force burst from it toward the bottle. A beautiful purple drop instantly flew out of the bottle and floated above one of his fingers. This was crystal source purple essence, a drop of it contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy. He stored the jade bottle and made the purple drop float above the Black Turtle constellation walk. The true energy around Buletin Fang's finger turned into a sharp drill and split the drop apart, right before the gaze of the others. The sound of something being shattered faintly echoed. The drop of crystal source purple essence had turned into smaller drops, and they all fell into the wok, causing its contents, the scarlet dragon blood rice, to turn purple instantly. It had taken an extremely bright purple luster. Buletin Fang began to shake the wok, stir-frying the dragon blood rice. This caused its fragrance to become richer. It now smelled so delicious that even Buletin Fang himself was astonished. The crystal source purple essence was really an excellent and impressive seasoning. Rich spiritual essence, spiritual energy, and thick clouds of steam wafted out of the wok. Everyone present couldn't help but breathe in deeply. Buletin Fang scooped up some purple dragon blood rice and filled a porcelain bowl with it, which he passed to the Netherworld woman. She impatiently grabbed the bowl and began to stuff the rice into her mouth, completely disregarding the fact that it was scalding hot. Her table manners really was a sharp contrast to her aloof and noble appearance. Buletin Fang kiddo, where is Lord Dog's? Give this Lord Dog a bowl of it. Old Buletin, what about mine? I haven't eaten anything for more than 3 days and 3 nights. Just when Buletin Fang turned his eyes away from the Netherworld woman in content, 2 voices filled with greed emerged from beside him. The voices caused Buletin Fang to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 472. Why did this crazy woman come out of it? Buletin Fang knew that this lazy dog didn't have any good intentions when he reminded him about the crystal source purple essence. It was only because it wanted to have a taste of the essence. That was the only reason Blackie would remind Buletin Fang about it. Lord Dog looked at him with a glittering gaze which was filled with longing and expectation. This placed Buletin Fang into a difficult spot. Filling a tray with dragon blood rice, Buletin Fang gave the bowl to Lord Dog, who began wolfing down the food. Based on how it was unceasingly waving its tail around, anyone could see how excited Lord Dog was at that moment. Lord Dog was quite proud of how smart it was. In the past, Lord Dog directly swallowed the crystal source purple essence in one gulp. Although it was still delicious, it felt as though it was lacking something. By letting that kiddo Buletin Fang cook the crystal source purple essence, not only did Lord Dog got to enjoy the taste of the crystal source purple essence, it also got to enjoy the taste of an amazing delicacy like the dragon blood rice. Old Buletin! Where is my bowl? Give me a bowl of it as well. I didn't eat anything for more than 3 days and 3 nights. Can't you see that I became thinner after starving for so long? Nangang Wukui said as he looked at Buletin Fang with a gaze full of tears. The fragrance emitted by the dragon blood rice aroused his appetite. He found that resisting the temptation of the food was extremely painful. He knew very well that all of the dishes cooked by Buletin Fang were delicacies. He had tasted some of them in the past. Now that there was another type of delicacy in front of him, how could he miss it? Looking at Nangang Wukui, Buletin Fang saw that he was blinking his eyes to emphasize his pitiable state. No. This guy was truly too pitiful. Buletin Fang scooped out all of the remaining dragon blood rice. However, he was only able to fill half a bowl. At the very least, there was half a bowl. It was better than nothing. Nangang Wukui felt somewhat stifled as he felt that half a bowl would be finished by him in just a few mouthfuls. However, eating something was always better than eating nothing. Nangang Wukui received the porcelain bowl from Buletin Fang and started eating the dragon blood rice with relish. The moment he placed a mouthful of the rice into his mouth, Nangang Wukui felt as though all the pores in his body opened up. Rich spiritual essence swept through his body and he felt as though he was ascending. This dish was truly... It was really awesome. Nangang Wukui widened his eyes as he felt a warm stream flowing through his body. The stream seemed as though it was cleansing him. The impurities in his body were constantly being washed out by the stream. After 2 or 3 mouthfuls, all of the dragon blood rice was gone. When the food went into his stomach, Nangang Wukui felt as though energy filled his body. He also felt like his entire body was glowing. The energy which flooded his body made him feel as though his body was about to burst open. It was too tremendous. Was this the effect that a single bowl of food could cause? How the hell was this just eating a meal? Eating this bowl of food was the same as consuming a spirit pill. Moreover, it was an exceptional spirit pill. There was no way that ordinary spirit pills would be able to cause such an effect. Nangang Wukui immediately sat down cross-legged. His entire body started glowing with dazzling light and his clothes started to flutter around. His aura started fluctuating. That bowl of dragon blood rice gave him the chance to make a breakthrough. The netherworld ship was still traveling in the sea and that distant Array Island could already be seen clearly. The island was filled with people. Everyone on it was able to see the netherworld ship. Although the ship was quite famous in the secret realms, it wasn't as though everyone was able to recognize it. When everyone looked at the ship, they felt as though a chilly breeze swept through their bodies. All of the hair on their bodies stood on end. That was an extremely terrifying ship. Who could be on that ship? Yang Miji was supporting the feeble master Xianbei as the two of them stood on the teleportation array. They were waiting to be teleported by it. Of course, the two of them were able to see the pitch-black netherworld ship. The muscles on Yang Miji's body shivered when she saw the ship. Other people might not recognize it. However, she would definitely recognize the ship. Within that crevice, the netherworld ship displayed a peerless might. Even that man who was covered in blood was apprehensive of the ship. It even seemed like he dreaded that ship. Why was that terrifying ship there? Was the ship there to prevent everyone from leaving the secret realm? Did it want to destroy the teleportation array? When she thought of the possibility that the ship was there to prevent them from leaving, Yang Miji felt as though her entire body was stripped of all its strength. If the teleportation array was destroyed, all of them would probably end up dying in the secret realm. Nangang Suanhu had a solemn face as he stood on the teleportation array. His heart was shivering. He felt as though something ominous was about to occur. What happened to my brother Nangang Suanhe? Why wasn't he here yet? Did something bad happen to him? Accidents and mishaps happened frequently in a secret realm. Even an existence like Nangang Wangtian ended up dying in the secret realm. It was definitely possible that something similar happened to Nangang Suanhe. However, Nangang Suanhu still prayed and hoped that his brother could come out alive. He had already lost his second brother. He didn't want to lose his big brother as well. The arrival of the netherworld ship frightened many people. All of a sudden, a light beam shot out of the netherworld ship and soared to the sky. Although the radiance wasn't as intense as the light beam emitted from the teleportation array, it still contained an intense energy. It seemed like a pitch-black chain which emitted a clanking sound. It appeared in mid-air. Was there a person making a breakthrough? Everyone was astonished. Almost all of the experts which entered the secret realm had already broken through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. They were extremely clear on what such a sight meant. Who was making a breakthrough? Moreover, from the imposing manner of the breakthrough, that person wasn't breaking through the first shackle. Instead, it was his second shackle. That was quite an amazing feat. The person who made such breakthrough should have obtained some amazing lucky chance in this secret realm. Buzz. It seemed like the teleportation array was affected by the aura from the breakthrough. The energy surged out of the teleportation array as it started revolving. It emitted a resplendent light and seemed as though it would tear through space. A peculiar fluctuation spread out as the teleportation started. Buzz. As the fluctuations swept through Yang Miji, she was finally able to let out a long breath. The scenery before her turned somewhat fuzzy and her head became a little dizzy as she got teleported. Nangang Suanhu, as well as the experts who were inside the array, were all teleported out of the secret realm. The netherworld ship stopped moving forward and kept floating outside of the array. Buletin Fang stood upon the deck as he looked at that teleportation array with a profound gaze. The energy of Nangang Wuokui, who was behind him, started vanishing as his aura became more stable. Rumbling sounds could be heard, caused by his true energy. There were two pitch-black chains swaying behind him. Nangang Wuokui was so excited that he wanted to loudly cry out. Never in his wildest imaginations would he have thought that he would leave the secret realm empty-handed. However, he would be able to make a breakthrough just because of a bowl of rice given to him by Buletin Fang. It seemed as though one's lucky chance would come on its own. Lord Dog was also done eating the dragon blood rice as it squinted its eyes and wagged its tail around. The netherworld woman was licking the bowl and her tongue licked every part of the bowl clean. The teleportation array has been activated. We need to leave now, Buletin Fang said. Nangang Wuokui nodded at him. He was finally able to leave this damned place and distance himself from that terrifying crazy woman. He was overjoyed because he managed to make a breakthrough and also excited as he could get far away from that woman. The fright which the netherworld woman brought onto him would surely cause him to have nightmares in the following nights after leaving this place. It would take some time before he would be able to forget about her. Buletin Fang took back the bowl which the netherworld woman passed to him and nodded at her. I already fulfilled my promise. We will bid farewell to each other here. I hope to see you again. Buletin Fang nodded at the netherworld woman and said. The netherworld woman, who had a tall stature, was still expressionless when Buletin Fang spoke to her. She simply looked at Buletin Fang with a calm gaze and didn't reply to him. Buletin Fang didn't care about it and turned around. Treading above the netherworld ship's fence, the wind whistled and it blew against him. His hair unceasingly fluttered behind him. Taking a step, Buletin Fang jumped out of the netherworld ship toward the teleportation array below it. The purple eyes of Whitey flickered for a moment before it unfolded its metallic wings and followed behind him. Nangang Wuokui took a look at the netherworld woman and let out a breath before jumping out of the netherworld ship. Only the netherworld woman and Lord Dog remained on that huge netherworld ship. Lord Dog looked at the netherworld woman with a profound and meaningful gaze before it disappeared from the ship. Only the netherworld woman remained on the ship, standing there alone. A breeze blew across the ship and her clothes slightly fluttered. It seemed as though there was a radiance flickering in her pitch-black eyes. Her sparkling feet lightly trod on the ground as she walked to the front of the deck. She stared at the teleportation array where Buletin Fang and Nangang Wuokui were. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips as she savored the aftertaste of the dragon blood rice. A light rosy glow appeared on her pale skin as a trace of excitement flashed through her eyes. She exerted strength in her legs as she jumped out of the netherworld ship. A rumbling sound was transmitted from the giant netherworld ship as it started shrinking. It turned into a pendant which the netherworld woman wore around her neck. The netherworld woman fell toward that teleportation array as her clothes fluttered in the wind. After he recovered from a short burst of dizziness, Buletin Fang opened his eyes. He saw the familiar but empty multi-story building which belonged to the Nangang family and also the teleportation array below him. It seemed like they had finally left the secret realm and were back in Heavenly Mist City. There were many people surrounding them and they were all guards of the Nangang family who were responsible for guarding the teleportation array. The people who had been teleported out earlier should have already left. When Buletin Fang walked out of the array, Nangang Wuokui and the others appeared behind him. Whitey folded its metallic wings and continued following behind Buletin Fang. Lord Dog took graceful cat steps as it strode forward at a moderate pace. Nangang Wuokui felt like his whole body was filled with power and he became extremely spirited as he sucked in a breath of air. This was the air which belonged to Heavenly Mist City. This trip to the secret realm was an indescribable nightmare to him. He was finally able to free himself from that nightmare and was extremely delighted. The biggest cause of his excitement was that his cultivation actually broke through to the next level. Since his cultivation had advanced and that old dog, Nangang Suan He, had already died in the secret realm. It was time for him to make a comeback and take back everything which belonged to him. He also had to save that lassie, Nangong Wan. It was fortunate that Nangong Wan didn't marry that sissy, Mu Chenfeng. Who would expect that the genius alchemist of the Heavenly Pill City, Mu Chenfeng, would end up dying in the secret realm? That wasn't the only thing which was unexpected and surprising. Nangong Yukui took a deep breath as he felt like the Heavenly Mist City would shortly experience a turmoil. After all, there were many geniuses which belonged to first-rate factions who died in that secret realm. It wasn't a small affair at all. The whole Heavenly Mist City would go into an uproar once again. Nangong Yukui clasped his hand behind his back as he stood beside the teleportation array while sighing. All of a sudden, the teleportation array behind him shone. Nangong Yukui was taken aback when he saw that there was someone else coming out of the teleportation array. How could there still be someone in the secret realm? He subconsciously turned around and was met with an extremely beautiful but ice-cold face. It was truly extremely beautiful. However, the moment Nangong Yukui saw the person, all the hair on his body stood on end. He almost pissed himself from fright. My frail heart! Why did this crazy woman teleport out of the secret realm? Chapter 473. Owner Buletin's naming sense. Nangong Yukui was thoroughly astounded when he saw the Netherworld woman appear from the teleportation array. Her extremely beautiful face caused his heart to shudder in fear. Her ice-cold temperament caused his body to stiffen. Why was she there? Shouldn't she stay in the secret realm forever? After he left the realm, he should never see her again, right? This nightmarish woman had a tall stature and voluptuous curves which were covered by a black dress. Her long and white beautiful legs were perfectly straight. She was peacefully standing in the middle of the teleportation array and looked at Buletin Fang with her pitch-black eyes. When Buletin Fang heard a disturbance behind him, he quickly turned his head around. He instantly saw the Netherworld woman standing in the middle of the teleportation array. Her long and black hair which reached her waist, coupled with her extremely beautiful and pale complexion, would be able to leave a deep impression on anyone. The Netherworld woman. Buletin Fang was taken aback. Just like Nangong Yukui, he was puzzled. He wondered about how she left the secret realm. Lord Dog squinted its eyes and grinned. It wagged its tail around continuously. Maybe she was unwilling to part with your dishes, Lord Dog said in its manly and mild voice. Buletin Fang was taken aback by Lord Dog's words and he turned to look at that plump dog. This fat dog's words seemed quite logical and reasonable. The Netherworld woman strode forward. Her white and fair feet trod on the ground and it seemed like she wasn't wearing any shoes at all. It seemed as though the Netherworld woman wasn't fond of wearing shoes. She walked out of the teleportation array and followed behind Buletin Fang. Do you still want to eat the dragon blood rice? Buletin Fang calmly asked her. The Netherworld woman, who still had an indifferent expression like before, nodded her head. That dragon blood rice which was mixed with crystal source purple essence thoroughly enchanted her. The spiritual essence contained in the dish was countless times richer than ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If she could frequently eat the dishes cooked by Buletin Fang by following him around, she would be able to easily suppress the curse. This way, she would be spared from the trouble of looking for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. She would also not suffer that hellish torment from that curse. She didn't want much and her desire was quite simple. She simply didn't want to suffer from such pain ever again. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows when he witnessed the Netherworld woman's gaze. He could feel the longing in her gaze. Buletin Fang, kiddo, why don't you take this lassie with you? Your new store needs a new waitress. You can't call over that lassie, Xiaoi, over to your new store, can you? Lord Dog's voice resounded once again in Buletin Fang's ears. Buletin Fang shot another glance at that plump dog. He felt that there was something fishy going on with all of this. I am not becoming this Lord Dog's accomplice by abducting this Netherworld woman. Am I? It was extremely likely that this was the case. However, when he carefully thought about it, Buletin Fang felt as though Lord Dog spoke some truth. It was true that his Cloud Mist restaurant needed a waitress. This woman had been living in the secret realm all along. Now that she left her home, she would be homeless in Heavenly Mist City. It would be quite cruel of him to not accept her and to let her drift around in the continent. Buletin Fang could always let Nangong Yukui look after her. However, when he saw the frightened expression on Nangong Yukui's face as he looked at the Netherworld woman, Buletin Fang knew that there was no way he would take care of the Netherworld woman. There was no other choice. Buletin Fang could only let the netherworld woman follow him. Okay, you can follow me. Buletin Fang nodded at her. The netherworld woman's eyes lit up and the corners of her mouth curled upwards in delight. Old Buletin. Are you really going to take her with you? She's... Nangong Wuokwee's face was filled with disbelief and shock as he looked at Buletin Fang. Why was he taking her in? How was he supposed to go to Buletin Fang's store like this? Before Nangong Wuokwee could finish what he was going to say, he felt as though someone was looking at him. The gaze which locked onto his body was brimming with killing intent. The netherworld woman turned her head and looked at him. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't. Big sister, you are the most awesome person. Nangong Wuokwee instantly cowered. All the words which were about to leave his mouth became swallowed by him. After they left the Nangong family's multi-story building, they entered the Heavenly Mist City's main street. This street was filled with people and it was bustling as usual. Although there were intense and bitter fights occurring in the secret realm which resulted in a huge amount of casualties, Heavenly Mist City was still auspicious and prosperous like before. There were countless carriages pulled by spirit beasts passing through the street and tall buildings stood on each side. Sounds of people selling stuff could be heard everywhere and the fragrance of elixirs filled the seemingly chaotic city. Nangong Wuokwee bade farewell to Buletin Fang before leaving. His cultivation had already attained a breakthrough. There were some important matters he had to take care of now that he was back. Buletin Fang taciturnly nodded at him. He brought Whitey, Blackie, as well as Shrimpy who was lying on his shoulders, back to the Heavenly Mist City's Cloud Mist restaurant. Obviously, there was another member in his party now and it was the tall netherworld woman. The upper layers of the pill tower were shrouded by clouds and mist. In one of its alchemy rooms, an old man, who was sitting cross-legged, had blood continuously flowing out of his mouth. This was Master Xianbei, who was brought out of the secret realm by Yang Miji. He was a man who had broken through 3 of the Supreme Being's shackles and was still heavily injured by the man covered in blood. He was still injured even though it had been some time since they left the secret realm. He still needed some time to completely recover. Yang Miji was nervously standing in the room as she looked at her teacher who was healing himself. After a long while, Master Xianbei's aura recovered slightly. He opened his eyes and waved his hands at Yang Miji in order to dismiss her. You should go to your room and properly cultivate. Try to break through to the divine physique echelon. If you succeed, I'll give you a precious object, Master Xianbei weakly said to Yang Miji. Yang Miji respectfully nodded before she turned around and left the room. She got many precious objects on her trip to the secret realm. Although they were lacking in comparison to what Buletin Fang got, she still obtained many heavenly materials and earthly treasures by following behind Master Xianbei. She was already half a step in the divine realm. Breaking through wouldn't be too difficult for her. She was also curious about the gift which her teacher prepared for her. Master Xianbei let out a long breath when Yang Miji left the room. He raised his hand which was slightly trembling. A ball of eerie white flame appeared in his palm. The heaven and earth obsidian flames, 9 Hell King flame. I hope that this flame can let that lassie advance further in her cultivation. I hope that she can get a good ranking in the great competition which will shortly start. Hopefully, she can enter the Heavenly Pill City's Pill Tower to train in it. This was the 9 Hell King flame. After Nangong Suanhee's death, this old man took it from his corpse. He didn't choose to fuse with it. Instead, he intended for Yang Miji to fuse with the flame. After all, he was already quite old. He had already exhausted his potential. Not to mention the fact that Yang Miji was his favorite disciple. She had the highest talent in alchemy which he had ever witnessed. Her talent wasn't inferior when compared to that freak, Nangong Wuokwee. Well, it was rumored that this 9 Hell King flame once belonged to Nangong Wuokwee. However, it was in the hands of this old man now. It was up to Master Xianbei to decide who the flame would go to. Buletin Fang returned to the district where the Cloud Mist restaurant was situated. Although he felt like his trip to the secret realm only took a short while, a whole month had passed. Since the Cloud Mist restaurant hadn't been open for more than a month, the surrounding elixir stores became prosperous once again. The Nangong family chose to open their shops in this district as they had realized that business would definitely flourish in this place. They never expected that some Cloud Mist restaurant would suddenly appear and use a completely unreasonable method to steal their elixir store's business. What the heck? Isn't that person owner Buletin? He is back from the secret realm. Oh my god! Owner Buletin is back. The store will be open for business once again. If that restaurant opens for business once again, wouldn't we lose our jobs? I suddenly feel quite sad and unwell. I want to cry. The complexion of the surrounding elixir store's owners darkened the moment they saw Bullet and Fang's group walking over in an imposing manner. Bullet and Fang was quite calm and uncaring. His face was expressionless and he nodded at those owners. It was as though he was greeting all his old friends. As a matter of fact, he was really well acquainted with them. All of them had eaten in his store before. Bullet and Fang had always been treating his customers warmly. Other than the owners of the elixir shops, the eyes of all the customers in their stores lit up. They were there to buy elixirs, but not anymore. After waiting for such a long time, owner Bulletin finally returned. They could finally taste those mesmerizing dishes again. The stinky tofu and the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Those were the delicacies which captivated them. In a few moments, an imposing and huge group of people followed behind Bullet and Fang. They awaited the reopening of the restaurant. However, after they followed the group for a while, their gazes all landed on a graceful woman who was clad in a black dress. She had an extremely beautiful face. She also had devilish curves and white jade-like beautiful legs. What the heck? How did owner Bulletin bring back such a beauty after going on a trip to the secret realm? Wouldn't he feel like he was letting down our Nangong goddess by bringing back a woman? The infuriated and indignant customers fixedly started at the Netherworld woman. The Netherworld woman stopped for a moment and turned around. She swept through them with her ice-cold gaze. All of a sudden, the customers felt as though their bodies were sealed in ice. This woman's gaze was too scary. All of them shivered in fear and they no longer dared to think about anything bad at her. The moment she turned around and started walking, her voluptuous body swayed. All of them felt as though their blood started to boil. It's an aloof and cold goddess. She's indifferent and cold like owner Bulletin. However, she's too beautiful. Was that goddess looking at me a moment ago? I felt that it was surely the case. From now on, I'll come to owner Bulletin's store daily to admire this goddess. Bulletin Fang opened the store's bronze gate and walked into his store. Well, what is your name? Bulletin Fang turned his head around and looked at the Netherworld woman as he asked her. The Netherworld woman shot a look at him but she didn't reply to him at all. She had her usual ice-cold and indifferent face. Bulletin Fang was somewhat dumbfounded by her reaction, or to say, the lack of it, and he looked at Lord Dog with a questioning gaze. Don't look at your Lord Dog. How can I know her name? Lord Dog rolled its eyes at him before it yawned. It took mesmerizing cat steps as it ran to the side of the path understanding tree and lay down on the floor beside it. Eating, sleeping, and taking cat steps. This was Lord Dog's daily life. From now on, you will be called Nethery. You'll be this Cloud Mist restaurant's waitress. You don't need to do anything other than record the customers' orders and give them to me. I will provide you with meals daily and all the dishes will be brimming with spiritual essence. That will be your wage for working here, Bulletin Fang said to the Netherworld woman. In any case, he already had to feed Lord Dog. There wasn't much difference if Nethery was added to the list of people he had to feed. After Lord Dog heard the name Nethery, the corners of its mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even a dog like itself found Bulletin Fang's naming sense awful. The Netherworld woman simply stood there blankly as she nodded her head. She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Bulletin Fang let out a breath and curled up the corners of his mouth as he turned around and entered the kitchen. Then, let's start doing business, Bulletin Fang said. At this moment, Nangong Wukui, whose body was emitting a baleful aura, stepped into the Nangong family's courtyard. Chapter 474. The Beautiful Waitress. Nethery. The courtyard of the Nangong family was extremely vast. There were many pavilions and kiosks located in the courtyard and there were streams running through it. There was a quiet and auspicious ambience surrounding the courtyard. The moment Nangong Wukui entered the courtyard, he immediately felt an austere air which caused him to involuntarily squint his eyes. When he entered the residence, some guards who were quite a distance from him became extremely afraid. They all turned around and ran away. They didn't even try to block Nangong Wukui and they all acted as though they had just seen a terrifying ominous beast. The current Nangong Suan who was still saddened and pained because of the loss of his brother, Nangong Suan he. When his subordinates informed him that Nangong Wukui was currently rushing over to where he was, his eyes opened wide. His nostrils flared in anger. He slapped the chair he sat on, and his powerful true energy shattered it into many pieces. That bastard had the guts to come back? Since my big brother died in the secret realm, how did that bastard live? Nangang Suanho emitted a strong murderous aura as he led some of his subordinates out of the hall. Nangang Wuyukwi leisurely sauntered toward Nangang Suanho's group. His red hair, which was fluttering in the wind, seemed like a blazing flame. Nangang Suanho's imposing manner was astonishing. With every step he took, the ground would shake and smoke and dust would rise up. His aura was rapidly rising and 2 swaying chains appeared behind him. Nangang Wuyukwi! How dare you come back? Are you seeking death? Nangang Suanho shouted and his voice was extremely loud. It was like a drumbeat which resounded through the entire Nangang family residence. Nangang Wan was imprisoned in a small simple and unadorned room when Nangang Suanho's shout resounded in her ears. She couldn't help but open her pretty eyes as her eyelashes slightly trembled. Why did Nangang Wuyukwi come back? Was he able to defeat Nangang Suanhe and his 2 brothers? Nangang Wan's heart was filled with worry as she didn't know that Nangang Suanhe and Nangang Xianying were already dead. Nangang Wuyukwi curled up the corners of his mouth as he calmly looked at Nangang Suanho, who emitted an astonishingly imposing manner. He was already an expert who broke through 2 of the Supreme Being's shackles, and that level of cultivation was truly powerful. However, Nangang Wuyukwi didn't fear him as he was also an expert who broke through 2 Supreme Beings' shackles. Even though he had only recently broken through the 2nd shackle, he was a genius. If he couldn't even defeat someone in the same realm as him, what kind of genius would he be? He was still confident in himself despite the fact that he had already lost his heaven and earth obsidian flames. Nangang Suanho was startled and terrified when Nangang Wuyukwi displayed his cultivation. This bastard actually broke through another one of the Supreme Being's shackles. It seemed as though this kid obtained many precious objects in the secret realm. When he thought about this, Nangang Suanho became even sadder. His brother Nangang Suanhe died miserably in the secret realm, however, this kid got some lucky chances and broke through. Comparing someone to another was truly infuriating. The more he felt this way, the more he wanted to kill Nangang Wuyukwi. Die! Nangang Suanho shouted and charged at Nangang Wuyukwi. Nangang Wuyukwi's eyes became ice cold. It was finally time to pay them back for everything they had done to him. Die! The 2 of them didn't use any fancy techniques and simply clashed into one another. Their fight was brutal and crude as they fought with each other using their fists. True energy surged out from their bodies as rumbling sounds resounded. As their chains swayed about in mid-air, they started fighting and exchanging fists. Every single strike from them caused the ground to shake. The Nangang family's guards apprehensively looked at the 2 of them as they fought. They didn't dare to join in the fight as a fight at such a level wasn't something which they could meddle in. They could only observe it from far away and wait for the outcome of the fight. In the Cloud Mist restaurant, there was a long line of people lining up as customers entered the store in high spirits. They discovered that the beautiful woman with long black hair unexpectedly became a waitress in this store and all of them became excited. It was as though they were all injected with chicken blood. However, many of them were nervous because of Nethery's aloof and cold temperament. Although many of them were nervous, there were also some of them who were excited by her unique temperament. They surrounded her and continuously spoke to her. Their eyes swept up and down her curvaceous body, especially her beautiful and fair long legs. They attracted the gazes of many people. Nethery simply stood there calmly. Her pitch-black eyes swept through everyone who was looking at her and they became even more profound and deep. She wasn't accustomed to such rapacious gazes. In fact, she loathed them. A stream of black true energy surged out of her body and her ice-cold voice echoed in the store when she opened her rosy lips. Order a dish. Otherwise, all of you should scram. Her words were as always concise and to the point. Her ice-cold attitude caused the customers to become even more excited and all of them became mesmerized by this aloof and cold goddess. They found Nethery's ice-cold and aloof temperament even more fresh and exciting than Nangang Wan's gentle and lovely temperament. Her aloof attitude caused their desires to burn as all of them wanted to conquer her. A customer stood up as he giggled. He went to Nethery's side and squinted his eyes as he said, "Ordering a dish? I will order a dish. However, beauty. I wonder whether you will keep this brother company and drink several glasses with me." Drink several glasses? Nethery's long and black hair fluttered up as her ice-cold gaze looked straight into the customer's eyes. The nose of Lord Dog, who was lying beside a path understanding tree and sleeping, suddenly twitched. It opened its drowsy eyes and it happened to witness the death-seeking customer. Letting out a yawn, it shook its head and continued to sleep. Trying to take liberties with the Netherworld woman? I wonder where you got your courage and audacity from. A pressure, a tremendous and terrifying one, tantamount to that of a towering mountain, caused the customer's smile to disappear. The lustful expression on his face vanished in an instant. This aloof and cold goddess instantly turned into a demonic fiend in his eyes. That tremendous pressure caused his chest to heave up and down intensely as breathing suddenly became extremely difficult. This woman was... She was too terrifying. Nethery raised her thin and fair palm, then grabbed onto the customer's neck. He felt as though goosebumps were rising out of his entire body when that goddess' ice-cold hand touched his neck. It felt as though it was a 10,000-year-old iceberg. His skin felt numb the moment she touched it. What kind of monster was she? The customer felt as though the shadow of death was upon him. The nearing of his death caused his whole body to shiver in fear. The customers who surrounded him were taken aback by Nethery's actions. They didn't know why such a mesmerizing goddess would turn so scary. You! Let go of me! The customer shouted in fright and terror. Instead of releasing her grip, Nethery's black eyes became even darker and her hand exerted even more strength. The customer was choking and his face flushed red. He was suppressed internally as well. No matter what, he was still a supreme being expert. How could he be like a harmless child in front of this woman? Where did she come from? If she was so powerful, why was she working as a waitress? The extent of Nethery's cultivation was something even Buletin Fang didn't know. In the restaurant, probably only Blackett was aware of the Netherworld woman's true power. Buletin Fang had never seen Nethery reveal the number of shackles she had broken through. He had never seen her display her true power before as well. However, he didn't care much about it. In any case, she was already his waitress. The customer whose neck was choked by Nethery felt as though he was about to meet the end of his life soon. His vitality was quickly weakening and dissipating as time passed. Was he really going to die here? The only thing he did was to take liberties with a woman. Why should he die because of it? Why was life so tragic? In the end, Nethery didn't kill him. When his eyes rolled upwards and he fainted, she released him. The customer who fell to the ground had bloodshot eyes as he heavily gasped for breath. Turning around, he ran out of the store without the least bit of hesitation. His wretched appearance as he tried to frantically escape caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. Nethery's ice-cold eyes swept through everyone. All of them felt like it was already winter as a chilly breeze blew through their heart. They felt as though their heart became frozen solid. "Owner, give me a bowl of egg-fried rice. Sweet and sour ribs. Give me a portion of delicious sweet and sour ribs. We are all here to have a meal, why are all of you causing trouble? Give me a bowl of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup." All of those customers felt as though their heart shuddered when Nethery swept her gaze past them. All of them quickly shouted out an order. This woman was too terrifying. If they wanted to take liberties with her, they should first consider whether they had enough lives to do so. Nethery expressionlessly listened to the names of dishes ordered by them before she turned around and strode forward with her long and fair legs. Her sparkling feet took several steps as she walked toward the kitchen. When she reached the window in front of the kitchen, she looked at Buletin Fang, who looked back at Nethery's ice-cold and beautiful face through the window. Nethery simply stood in front of the window motionless. She didn't say anything for quite some time. Slightly shifting her pitch-black eyes, she looked at Buletin Fang for a moment. In the next moment, she turned around and left. Buletin Fang's face had a confused expression on it as he wondered what she was up to. Compared to Buletin Fang, the customers were even more confused and stupefied. They finally let out a long breath after Nethery left. However, before they were able to relax, she came back. Moreover, she was even more overbearing when she came back. Nethery's long and black hair fluttered as ice-cold words came out of her mouth. "Say it again. The names of the dishes all of you ordered." Those customers were taken aback for a moment. While they were stunned, they felt an ice-cold killing intent lock onto them. Damn! When did ordering a dish become so dangerous? It was your problem that you couldn't remember the name of the dishes we ordered. Why are you blaming us? The customers really wanted to cry. However, when Nethery's glacial gaze swept past them, they restrained their tears. They obediently repeated their orders to her. Nethery's eyes flickered as she listened to them. She raised her fair and thin fingers as she tried to remember everything which the customers ordered. After she felt as though she remembered the order, she turned around and went back to the window in front of the kitchen. 2. Egg fried rice. 3. Sweet and sour ribs. 1 Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Th. 3. Red braised meat. The corners of Buletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but twitch when he looked at Nethery, who waved her fingers about. She waved her fingers in the air as she stammered out the orders of the customers. The extremely powerful Netherworld woman was actually unable to remember the name of some dishes. As he thought of Wu Yang Xiaoi who reported the orders to him in a sing-song voice, he almost cried. He really shouldn't be comparing the two of them as it would be too cruel to Wu Yang Xiaoi. After she was done with the order, she looked straight at Buletin Fang without moving her body. Well, when I finish cooking the dishes, I'll put them here. You can carry them to the customers afterwards, Buletin Fang said. Nethery nodded at him without really understanding what he meant. She turned around and looked at those customers which immediately jumped in fright when her gaze swept past them. Don't come over. We didn't provoke you. The customers were all fearful and apprehensive when facing the Netherworld woman. Nethery stopped looking at them and peacefully stood in front of the kitchen window as she waited patiently for Buletin Fang. When Buletin Fang finished cooking the egg fried rice, he placed it down on the window. Nethery's pitch-black eyes immediately lit up as she looked at that bowl of steaming hot egg fried rice. Buletin Fang was taken aback when he saw Nethery's eyes glow. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he had an extremely bad premonition. Chapter 475. Buletin Fang, I am hungry. A dust storm was billowing, and the crushed rocks littering the ground were blown around by the raging winds. Intense true energy fluctuations emanated from the Nangong family's courtyard. This fueled the already raging winds, causing them to move so fast that anyone caught within would feel a sharp stabbing pain as they blew past one's face. The ground was riddled with potholes and crushed rocks. Nangong Wukui had two chains swaying behind him, which emitted a powerful aura. He was gasping for breath as his scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, looking like a blazing flame. He strode forward slowly, stepping on the small rocks in his way, and this caused crunching noises to resound with every step he took. Nangong Suanhu lay strewn in a depression in the ground not far. His aura was extremely weak, and he was looking at the sky with a blank expression on his face. I said, that I have come, this time, to pay you back. You and your two brothers threw my Nangong family into upheaval, and your crime is unforgivable. Hence, you should know what awaits you now, Nangong Wukui coldly said between heavy breaths. Although he acted like a clown sometimes, once he put on a solemn and serious expression, he would look dignified and imposing. He pulled Nangong Suanhu out of the rebels and stared at him coldly. Although Nangong Suanhu was in a sorry state and had blood dripping down the corners of his mouth, he suddenly began to laugh heartily. He laughed loudly despite coughing blood. Nangong Wukui, did you assume that everything will end after you take back the Nangong family? Nangong Suanhu's eyes were filled with madness at this point. It will be useless because without Nangong Wangtian and us three brothers, the Heavenly Mist City's Nangong family will be quickly swallowed by the Zhang and Lin families. At that time, your fate won't be any better than mine, Nangong Suanhu said while laughing maniacally. When Nangong Wukui heard that, his expression became quite gloomy. He let out a long breath and struck Nangong Suanhu's face with his fist, sending him flying. Nangong Suanhu crashed into the ground, and his blood splattered around. Don't worry. The Nangong family won't decline in my hands, Nangong Wukui said in a decisive and resolute tone. He gazed at the terrified guards who were still in the vicinity. From now on, I'm the patriarch of the Nangong family. All of you must obey my orders, Nangong Wukui said. How could the guards dare to refute? After all, out of the three siblings, Nangong Suanhe and one other were already dead, only the crippled Nangong Suanhu remained. Hence, the guards would obviously support and endorse Nangong Wukui. Good, throw this old dog into the prison. He will remain there till my Nangong family thrives again so that he can witness it. The guards' hearts shuddered, but they quickly complied and surrounded Nangong Suanhu, whose cultivation had already been crippled by Nangong Wukui, and took the former to the prison. Nangong Wukui rubbed his chest slightly while gazing from afar, and his expression couldn't help but distort every time he rubbed it. Nangong Suanhu was right, it would be extremely difficult for the Nangong family which had lost many of its experts to still have a footing in the Heavenly Mist City. The Lin and Zhang families would surely not let such a gold mine like the weakened Nangong family off. Moreover, many disciples of first-rate factions died within that secret realm, and the Grand Baron sect, Wind and Thunder Pavilion, Puppet sect, and other powerful factions would surely dispatch their experts to the Heavenly Mist City. As the Nangong family owned that secret realm's teleportation array, they would surely be the first to bear the brunt of their anger. All of this was really troubling. Nethery held out her palm and took the fragrant, steaming hot bowl of egg fried rice. Carry it to the customer who ordered it, Bulletin Fang said as he looked at Nethery. Nethery nodded without diverting her gaze from the egg fried rice. Her delicate face leaned closer to the bowl, and when the steam from the bowl blew past her, her pale face couldn't help but take a rosy glow. She stuck out her tongue and licked the egg fried rice, then she threw some of the rice into her mouth. The egg fried rice's sweet taste exploded in her mouth, and her eyes couldn't help but light up. It was too delicious. Nethery licked her lips, and her eyes glowed. Bulletin Fang was speechless as he looked through the windows at Nethery, who was licking the egg fried rice, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. As expected, it was really unreasonable to make such a woman a waitress. Nethery then went and dropped the porcelain tray in front of a customer. The customer was stupefied when he saw the egg fried rice he had ordered. There was less than a third of it left. He turned around and looked at Nethery. The outrageously beautiful woman's eyes were still staring at his tray intensely, and the corners of her mouth still had some grains of rice sticking to it. "Could you please not do this to me?" The customer wanted to weep but he couldn't, and when he remembered this woman's terrifying power, he didn't dare to flare up. "Beauty, I will gift you the remaining egg fried rice, so please serve me another one," the customer said, enduring his pain. A bowl of egg fried rice cost 10 crystal. It was even more expensive than ordinary elixirs. When Nethery heard his words, she looked at him in surprise and discovered that his gaze appeared sincere. She took the porcelain tray without demur and stuffed the remaining egg fried rice into her mouth. Although the amount of spiritual essence contained in the egg fried rice was minuscule, the dish tasted delicious. It was as delicious as the dragon blood rice which Nethery preferred over heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Now that another delicious dish was right in front of her, she most certainly would not let it off. When she finished eating the egg fried rice, she wiped her rosy lips in content. Her tender lips now had an alluring luster to them because they were moistened by oil. Many customers looked at her with blank expressions. "Nethery, come over here." Bulletin Fang's indifferent voice echoed. He was leaning against the kitchen's door and watching her. Nethery suddenly became flustered like a child that was caught pilfering candy. However, Bulletin Fang didn't scold her, he just explained to her what she had to pay attention to while she was serving dishes. He placed emphasis on the fact that she wasn't allowed to pilfer food. Nethery had already eaten to her fill, so she nodded in an aloof manner. The remaining dishes were properly served to the right customer's table. This left Bulletin Fang quite satisfied. Nethery had adapted to her current job, and she seemed quite fond of it and accustomed to it. However, when Nethery served a dish, she involuntarily licked her lips because she really wanted to pilfer it. Enduring such an impulse was like torment to her. If Wu Yang Xiaoi saw Nethery's current predicament, then the little lass would nod at her in content. Who wasn't like this when they just started at owner Bulletin's place? The day's business quickly came to an end. After the last customer left the store, Bulletin Fang closed its bronze gate. He pulled a chair and sat on it, and rested for a while. Nethery strolled around barefooted. She seemed really curious about everything in the store. After walking around for a while, Nethery looked for a seat and sat down. She blinked her pitch-black eyes and turned to stare at Bulletin Fang. "Bulletin Fang, I'm hungry," Nethery said. Bulletin Fang was taken aback by her words, and at that moment, Lord Dog suddenly appeared beside him and said, "This Lord Dog is also hungry. Hasn't this plump dog been sleeping since they returned?" It got hungry even though it didn't have to move in the slightest. Was it a dog or a pig? Bulletin Fang was flabbergasted. He stood up and went to the kitchen. Nethery also stood up and followed him. However, when she was just about to enter the kitchen, she was stopped by Bulletin Fang, so she could only return to her seat. After Bulletin Fang entered the kitchen, he took out some dragon blood rice and skillfully cooked dragon blood rice smeared with crystal source purple essence and sweet and sour dragon meat ribs mixed with crystal source purple essence. When he finished cooking the dishes, he lifted each of them with a hand and went out of the kitchen. Nethery and Lord Dog were already quite anxious from all the waiting and looked at Bulletin Fang with the same expression. "This is Nethery's." Bulletin Fang put the dragon blood rice in front of the Netherworld woman. "This is Blacka's." He put the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs in front of Lord Dog. Rich fragrances and dense clouds of steam wafted out of both dishes, causing the store to be somewhat misty. Lord Dog, who was already impatient, instantly began to wolf its food down. After taking a mouthful of its food, Lord Dog couldn't help but squint its eyes and wag its tail around as it enjoyed the taste of the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs. "I'm truly too blessed, that kiddo's sweet and sour dragon meat ribs really is the real deal. I finally taste a delicious sweet and sour meat ribs after such a long time. The netherworld woman was scooping the dragon blood rice with her hand and stuffing it into her mouth. Buletin Fang couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw this. He went to the kitchen and brought back a porcelain spoon which he gave to Nethery, hinting at her to use it to scoop food, instead. Nethery stared at that porcelain spoon for a long time, but in the end, she tossed it aside and continued using her hand to stuff rice into her mouth, which now had oil dripping down it. She really did not have manners befitting of a beautiful woman. Nevertheless, her table manners were still better than Lord Dog's. Buletin Fang felt helpless. It seemed that teaching the netherworld woman how to use a spoon would be an extremely difficult task. Squish! Squish! In the brightly lit store, the netherworld woman and Lord Dog were happily and noisily eating their meals. The noise they made was even audible outside the store. By nightfall, 2 crescent moons hung in the dark sky, emitting a gentle light akin to a gauze draped over the world. Not only was it gentle like water, but it was also capable of calming one's heart. Buletin Fang, kiddo, your culinary skills have improved a lot. This sweet and sour meat ribs. Woof! Lassie, don't steal this Lord Dog's sweet and sour meat ribs. I will eat just a piece to taste its flavor, the netherworld woman's cold voice rang out. Woof! Do you want to stir a fight? That wasn't just a piece. Lassie, are you looking for trouble? The corners of Buletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he watched Blackie hide its porcelain bowl underneath its paws and the netherworld woman who eyed it with a flickering gaze. As long as you both are happy, it is fine. The next matter he needed to sort out was where the netherworld woman would sleep. Chapter 476. Is this place paradise? Where should he have the netherworld woman sleep? Buletin Fang pondered as he sat on a chair and watched the netherworld woman cheerfully fight over sweet and sour meat ribs with Lord Dog. This small matter had already given him a headache. This store had just 2 rooms, one of them was his, and the other belonged to Yang Miji. Should he let her stay in Yang Miji's room? If he did, then what would he do if Yang Miji suddenly returned? Although she rarely came back to the store, it would be really awkward if she returned someday and found someone occupying her room. Or should he let Nethery stay with him in his room? After he mulled over it for a while, Buletin Fang decided to rule that out. Smelly lassie, if you dare steal this Lord Dog's sweet and sour meat ribs again, then I really will flare up. Lord Dog wagged its tail as it glared at the netherworld woman who was holding a piece of sweet and sour meat ribs in her fair and thin hand. The netherworld woman licked her ruddy lips, which emitted a peculiar allurance, and stuffed the piece of sweet and sour meat ribs in her mouth, then ate it noisily. The delicious piece of sweet and sour meat ribs pleased both her body and her heart, overwhelming both with pleasure. Blackie felt as though something was wrong with his entire being. It was as though something in it had just gotten shattered. How infuriating! The plump dog suddenly realized that deceiving the lassie and bringing her back was equivalent to digging a pit for itself. This lassie was actually such a glutton. Would anyone believe how much she had eaten this day alone? Yet, she still wasn't satisfied, and even went as far as stealing my own sweet and sour meat ribs. Could she be any more unreasonable and overbearing? Did she assume that it was easy for this Lord Dog to get some sweet and sour meat ribs? Blackie had no means of dealing with her. It wasn't like it just could wave its paw and slap her away, could it? It was, after all, Blackie itself who lured her there. Since that action was a disaster which it had brought on itself, then Blackie could only restrain its tears and bear it. When Lord Dog saw her squint her eyes while happily and noisily eating its sweet and sour meat ribs, it barked at her in rage before wolfing down the remaining food on its bowl. Lord Dog quickly stuffed all the sweet and sour meat ribs on the tray into its mouth. Its mouth bulged, and its eyes were wide open, glaring at the netherworld woman. Then, it began to chew while keeping its gaze on Nethery. As Buletin Fang watched them, he felt speechless. Didn't this petty and stingy dog have a sliver of integrity? How could it fight over food with a woman? When the netherworld woman noticed that Lord Dog had eaten all the sweet and sour meat ribs on its tray, she indifferently grabbed the porcelain tray and began to lick it. The porcelain tray had been smeared with the broth of the sweet and sour meat ribs juice, which was quite delicious. Lord Dog almost choked when it noticed what she was doing. Could you please no be this demented? Couldn't you let my broth off? Buletin Fang was quite stunned by her actions. Fine, let's just assume that I didn't say anything about this woman before, however, this woman, Nethery, really is insane. When she placed down the porcelain tray, she lay down on a chair in a cozy manner. She was now so indolent, Her actions were akin to a meek black kitten's. Her voluptuous body heaved as she breathed, this action exuded a special allurance. Her pitch-black long hair had sprung loose in front of her face, covering half of it. The part of her face that was still visible was so beautiful that its allure was capable of shaking one to his core. After Lord Dog swallowed down the sweet and sour meat ribs, it licked its lips. It gave Nethery, who was lazily lying on her chair, a gaze, and snorted. Then, it strode forward with graceful cat-like steps and returned to the side of the path understanding tree, where it lay down and went back to sleep. Eating its fill and sleeping afterward was Lord Dog's preferred lifestyle. This was also the reason why it had become so fat. The Netherworld woman gazed at Buletin Fang and curled the corners of her lips upwards, expressing her happiness to Buletin Fang. Afterward, still subject to Buletin Fang's dumbfounded gaze, Nethery stood up, and a pitch-black true energy emanated from her palm. She waved that hand, and the pitch-black Netherworld ship, which was emitting an archaic aura, appeared right there. With a loud rumble, the Netherworld ship fell beside Lord Dog, creating strong winds that blew its fur, causing it to flutter. Under Nethery's fine control, the Netherworld ship shrank down by a large margin, and soon, it had shrunk to a size that let it fit right in the store. It stood just beside the path understanding tree. What was this woman up to? Buletin Fang was taken aback by her actions and looked on in confusion. He watched the Netherworld woman, whose long hair extended all the way down to her waist, walk toward the Netherworld ship. When she reached the ship, she turned around, cupped her fists and nodded at Buletin Fang, then walked forward with her sparkling feet and got aboard the ship. The corners of Buletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It seemed that his worries were needless. He had been thinking of where he could let her sleep, and now, it seemed he no longer needed to ponder about the issue anymore. The sounds of uniform breathing soon began to echo from the Netherworld ship. Buletin Fang stood up and took the porcelain trays on the table before returning to the kitchen. After he entered it, the dining room's light was extinguished, leaving it engulfed in darkness. He threw the trays into the system's dishwasher and stretched, then patted Whitey's plump belly before going upstairs. Buletin Fang took a bath and afterward shook his wet hair, letting it hang loose. He leaned against the window and admired Heavenly Mist City's beautiful nightscape, and this brightened his mood. The night passed without incident. The next day, when the comfortable and warm sunlight shone in through the windows on Buletin Fang's face, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still drowsy, and he couldn't help but yawn. He stood up and tied his hair with a velvet hair tie, then washed his face and rinsed his mouth before leaving his room. When Buletin Fang came downstairs, he was taken aback by a pitch-black silhouette standing between the dining room and kitchen, and staring at him with wide eyes. What the hell? Buletin Fang jumped in fright and took a step back in retreat before he was able to see who was the silhouette. It was Nethery. Why was she scaring people this early in the morning? Buletin Fang was just speechless. The Netherworld woman squinted her eyes, turned around, causing her waterfall-like black hair to rise gracefully into the air, and took a seat in the dining room. Did she want to have breakfast? The corners of Buletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This woman really was enthusiastic. He also suddenly discovered the lazy dog sitting straight in a chair, something he was seeing for the first time. It had its paws on the table and its tongue sticking out of its mouth. These two foodies really were. Buletin Fang chuckled lightly, then turned around and went to the kitchen. He did not immediately start cooking, however. Instead, he gripped his dragon bone kitchen knife and began to practice the Overlord 13 Blades technique. After he completed the temporary mission, his true energy cultivation rose by a large margin. However, he would still need several days before he would be able to break through to the divine realm. He had to practice more his Overlord 13 Blades technique with the same focus he used to practice the meteor cutting technique in the past. If a chef sought to prevent their culinary skill from deteriorating, he would have to diligently practice every day. Constant practice makes perfect, which was extremely important to any chef. With the dragon bone kitchen knife still in his grasp, Buletin Fang picked Shrimpy from his shoulder and placed it above the stove. Shrimpy was bewildered by Buletin Fang's actions and looked at him in confusion with its compound eyes. Buletin Fang twirled the dragon bone kitchen knife and pointed it at Shrimpy. Then, his aura became more imposing. Shrimpy was completely unfazed by Buletin Fang's imposing aura. It just ran carefreely around the stove, rapidly moving its countless tiny legs. Fine. I shouldn't be hasty when practicing a technique such as the Overlord 13 Blades. Buletin Fang stored his kitchen knife, picked up the carefree Shrimpy and tossed it back atop his shoulder. After it was thrown back onto Bullet Fang's shoulder, Shrimpy became more peaceful, lying there and spouting bubbles from its mouth. After he had practiced his cutting technique for a while, Bullet Fang started his daily cooking practice. He took a supreme beast's meat and cut it to pieces in preparation for sweet and sour meat ribs. He took out the black turtle constellation wok and spouted a ball of the golden 10,000 bestial flames, causing the kitchen's temperature to rise drastically. He poured oil into the wok and began to fry them. After just a short while, a rich fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. The eyes of both Nethery and Lord Dog, who were seated in the dining room, lit up, and they became very excited. When the noise coming from the kitchen ceased, the woman and dog directed their gazes toward the kitchen and spotted a tall man slowly walking out of the dark room. He was carrying 2 fragrant dishes on both hands. "This is black as sweet and sour ribs and Nethery's dragon blood rice," Bullet Fang said as he calmly placed both dishes down. After that, he returned to the kitchen. After a short while, he came out again carrying a steaming hot golden chimay. The Netherworld woman used her thin fingers to scoop up dragon blood rice and stuff it into her mouth. The past few days had been very blissful for her because she was able to eat dishes brimming with spiritual essence every day. Compared to the miserable life she led while drifting about the secret realm when she couldn't even guarantee her next meal, her current life was much more comfortable, even more than her life in the Netherworld. Lord Dog happily enjoyed its sweet and sour ribs. However, it ate its meal fast for fear that the Netherworld woman would try to steal some of it again. Unlike the 2 foodies, Bullet Fang gracefully used his chopsticks to grasp a piece of the golden chimay which had been smeared in soup. He used the chopsticks to poke a hole in the piece of golden chimay, and a fragrant soup gushed out of the incision. Bullet Fang sucked the soup in a hurry. When it entered his mouth, its mellow, rich taste made Bullet Fang feel all the pores on his body open up. It wasn't surprising that the Netherworld woman and Lord Dog were overjoyed when eating. This happened when Crystal Source Purple Essence was added to a dish. It improved the taste and flavor of the dish by an entire level. This golden chimay was more delicious than the others Bullet Fang had cooked in the past. It really was an extraordinary matter. After sucking its soup, Bullet Fang put the piece of golden chimay in his mouth and began to chew. The flavors of pork sliced meat and rice intertwined in his mouth. When it went down his throat and into his stomach, Bullet Fang felt warm. He let out a long breath because he was quite satisfied with it. Bullet Fang suddenly noticed that the Netherworld woman had finished her dragon blood rice and was now staring at his golden chimay. Without asking Bullet Fang any questions, she directly reached out and took a piece of golden chimay which she tossed into her mouth, without minding that it was still piping hot. Squish! Squish! The woman's eyes lit up as she chewed. "Did I discover another new delicacy once again? Is this place paradise?" The Netherworld woman closed her eyes in pleasure, and her ruddy lips which had been smeared with oil exuded an alluring luster. Bullet Fang curled up the corners of his mouth as he watched her. This foodie really was. He took another piece of golden chimay and happily ate it. Lord Dog took pleasure in his misfortune. "It is good that this lassie didn't steal my sweet and sour meat ribs today." After it had eaten the last of its sweet and sour meat ribs, Lord Dog strode forward gracefully with cat-like steps, returning to the side of Path Understanding Tree, and lay down before falling asleep. Bullet Fang had just finished eating his second piece of golden chimay when he noticed, to his astonishment, that Nethery was holding 2 pieces of golden chimay, one in each hand, while she was chewing another. He finally understood the pain that Lord Dog had gone through the previous day. This woman really was a glutton. After Bullet Fang had eaten his third piece of golden chimay, his body went stiff, and his face became expressionless because he discovered that the steamer basket was completely empty. Chapter 477. The owner bus store's beautiful woman. After they had eaten and drunk to their fill, the store began its business for the day. A loud creak resounded as Bullet Fang opened the store's bronze gate. As soon as the gate was opened, warm sun rays surged into the store and shone on Bullet Fang, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. There was a large stream of people outside as the elixir stores in the district had been hurriedly trying to sell some elixirs before the Cloud Mist restaurant opened. Their prices for these elixirs had become quite low because of Bullet Fang's store, but it was still enough to attract some customers. Doing business like this was quite difficult for the elixir stores, but it was not so bad that it caused them to lose their capitals. They were some customers who came to the district just to buy elixirs, after all. Although the Cloud Mist restaurant was already quite famous in the Heavenly Mist City, many people still didn't have a proper understanding of it. After all, Heavenly Mist City was quite big, covering a large expanse. The district in which the Cloud Mist restaurant was situated was administrated by the Nangong family. Beside the Nangong family, there were many other big families in the city: Lin family, Zhang family, City Lord's Palace, and other small families. It was the collaboration between these families that formed the flourishing city called the Heavenly Mist City. The Cloud Mist restaurant wasn't too prominent as it was just a restaurant in a small district. Its reputation wasn't even on par with some high-grade elixir stores like the Flowing Cloud store, which was one of the Heavenly Mist City's top-notch elixir stores. Compared to this store, the Cloud Mist restaurant was still lacking. There was no one in Heavenly Mist City who had not heard of the Flowing Cloud store before, and that was the case in other cities as well. The Flowing Cloud store could even be considered outstanding when compared with the Pill Palace or the other two Pill Cities elixirs stores. Temporary mission issued: in 3 months, the host must spread the Cloud Mist restaurant's name throughout the entire Heavenly Mist City, and it should be known by every citizen of the city. Mission reward: spicy diced chicken's recipe. As Bulletin Fang was enjoying the warm sun rays, the system's earnest and solemn voice suddenly resounded in his mind. The system had suddenly issued another temporary mission on such a beautiful morning. It really was going too far with this. Bulletin Fang's mouth twitched, and he let out a long breath. This mission wasn't easy. Spreading the Cloud Mist restaurant's name throughout Heavenly Mist City, and it should be known by every citizen of the city. Such difficulty. This wasn't something that could be achieved by cooking stinky tofu in front of his store. Bulletin Fang felt another headache because of this matter. Restaurants were quite negligible existences in the Heavenly Mist City, so to spread its name through the whole city, he must make out of it a store which wasn't in any way inferior to a top-notch elixir store like the Flowing Cloud store. Such a task would certainly be quite difficult, and he currently did not have any idea how he would achieve it. Owner Bulletin, are you starting business now? The owner of the elixir store closest to his restaurant greeted him after watching Bulletin Fang open the restaurant's bronze gate. Bulletin Fang nodded at him, then turned around and went back into the restaurant. The elixir store's owner chuckled lightly before he collected the elixir's jade bottles in display and eagerly followed the stream of people pouring into Bulletin Fang's store. Although the Cloud Mist restaurant did not have many dishes, the few dishes it did have all tasted quite delicious. More importantly, those who ate owner Bulletin's dishes discovered that the dishes produced the same marvelous effects that elixirs did. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they were also capable of increasing one's true energy. For them, this news was an extremely splendid one. Were they not buying elixirs just to strengthen their cultivation? Since they now had the opportunity to enjoy a delicacy while increasing their cultivation at the same time, how could they not treasure it? The number of people pouring into the store kept increasing, and soon, the store was as busy as a market. Many customers were ordering dishes excitedly. After Nethery had eaten and drank her fill, she began to do her job. Although she was a glutton, she wasn't stupid. She understood what she had to do. Her aloof temperament and ice-cold expression attracted many customers. Although many of them had suffered because of her the previous day, that was not the case for most of them. Many customers were mesmerized by her extremely beautiful face. She was a goddess after all, one who wasn't in any way inferior to the Nangong goddess. Hence, how could the crowd not admire her? However, because of the rumors about her that had spread among customers, they only admired her with their eyes. They had all heard how stupid trying to take liberties with her would be. Since there was no one provoking her, Nethery also did not cause trouble. Her thoughts were simple. She knew that if she did everything that Bulletin Fang asked of her, she would get food to eat. Her ideal life was quite simple. After working at the job for a while, Nethery had adapted to it. She was now able to easily report the name of the dish that was ordered. Bulletin Fang was quite satisfied with her progress. The store's business carried on properly as usual. In the Nangong family's courtyard, Nangong Wan wore a pink dress, and her long hair hung loosely behind her like a waterfall. Her exquisite face was filled with a trace of shock and disbelief, and her ruddy lips were parted slightly. Did you just say that the old dog, Nangong Suanhe, died? Nangong Suanhe was the main culprit for the state in which their Nangong family had ended in. Had he just died like that? Only dozens of days had passed, right? It isn't just Nangong Suanhe who passed away, Nangong Xianying also died. As for Nangong Suanhu, I crippled him and took back our Nangong family, Nangong Wukui said proudly, his head smugly held high, like a proud rooster's. Nangong Wan stared at her brother in astonishment. She clearly understood Nangong Wukui's personality. Had his clown-like personality changed because of what he went through? If that was the case, then it really was something worth celebrating. Oh, right. Little Wan, didn't that old dog Nangong Suan he set up an engagement for you? Don't worry, that sissy, Mu Chenfeng, already died in the secret realm, so you aren't bound by any engagement now, Nangong Yukui said, donning a smile. Nangong Wan's pretty eyes couldn't help but light up when she heard this. Is it true? Did Mu Chenfeng really die? It's true. Some unforeseen circumstances occurred in the secret realm, and many people died. As for your brother, I only managed to survive after going through countless difficulties and killing countless enemies in my way, said Nangong family solemnly, without feeling a sliver of shame. However, my brother-in-law was also of great help to me, he really is excellent. Shouldn't you consider it? Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law? Nangong Wan was taken aback. Who are you talking about? Old Buletin. Not only is he quite handsome, but he is also capable of cooking dishes. Can't you see how good he is? Nangong Yukui said, urging her. When Nangong Wan heard this, her face instantly became completely red. She now believed that she had been really naive. How could she have believed that the personality of a clown like Nangong Yukui would change? If you utter another word about this matter, then don't blame for sewing your mouth shut with needles, Nangong Wan said threateningly. Nangong Yukui's expression instantly stiffened when he heard that. Nangong Wan coldly snorted, turned around, and left. After she had walked for several steps, she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head around and asked, Hey, my elixir store should still be in its old place, right? I want to continue selling my elixirs. Nangong Yukui curled up the corners of his mouth as he watched Nangong Wan twisting her waist as she left. What a dishonest lassie! What selling elixirs? She just wanted to eat old Buletin's Buddha jumps over the wall soup and meet with him. Tisk, tisk. Pass down my orders. Ask all the people responsible for my Nangong family's industries to come to our Nangong family's multi-story building immediately. I will start a family meeting now. When he turned to saw Nangong Wan disappearing into the distance, Nangong Yukui's temperament changed instantly. He solemnly gave a guard beside him an order. That guard earnestly nodded and left. In the Nangong family's multi-story building. Within a vast meeting room, there were countless chairs made of old sandalwood, and there were old men sitting on these chairs. These were the people responsible for all the Nangong family's industries. Some of them were deacons, and some of them were elders of the family. If Nangong Yukui really wanted his control of the Nangong family to be firm, then he first had to control these people. After going through such a tragic affair, Nangong Yukui had grown up, and his temperament had become more steady and stable. The heart of many elders couldn't help but shudder as they faced Nangong Yukui's gaze. They all felt that something bad would occur in this meeting. Many of them knew of the grudge between Nangong Yukui and Nangong Suanhe, who was supported by his two brothers. Many of them had even helped Nangong Suanhe, so it was natural that they would feel nervous and apprehensive. They all felt that Nangong Yukui would not really dare to harm them because they controlled many industries belonging to the Nangong family. However, none of them was sure of what would happen. Nangong Yukui swept his gaze past everyone present and waited until they were all seated before he comfortably sat in his own chair and gazed at them with a cold expression. When that old dog, Nangong Suanhe, forcefully extracted my heaven and earth obsidian flames from my body, all of you should have been present. The hearts of all the Nangong family members present lurched, and their expressions became somewhat unsightly. All of you should have already heard that I crippled Nangong Suanhu, that the old dog Nangong Suanhe has died in the secret realm, and that I'm the current master of the Nangong family. Does any one of you object this? No one stood up because Nangong Yukui was the true and rightful successor of the Nangong family. Since you all acknowledge that I'm the current master and patriarch of the Nangong family, then I should properly pay you back today. A powerful true energy surged out of Nangong Yukui's body, and two swaying chains appeared behind him. A powerful pressure spread throughout the meeting room, causing everyone present to tremble. Countless guards rushed into the hall, and the ice-cold edges of their swords frightened the old men. Nangong Yukui had truly grown up. The elixir stores that Nangong Wan saw on her way to Cloud Mist Restaurant were all doing awfully, as usual. Their present states were no different from how it was before she disappeared for such a long time. Their businesses should have been stolen by Buletin Fang's amazing dishes. As Nangong Wan's thoughts shifted to Buletin Fang's Buddha jumps over the wall soup, she couldn't help but crave it badly. The soup was extremely delicious and was also capable of increasing her cultivation. The fact that she could increase her cultivation while enjoying such a delicacy was a pleasant surprise. It was like getting the best of both worlds. She arrived at her elixir store. It was dilapidated because no one had taken care of it for such a long time, and it was now covered by a thick layer of dust. She reached out and touched the building, causing a dust storm to surge and blow at her. Finding the dust unbearable, Nangongwan coughed. Fine. Tonight, I should look for someone to sweep and tidy this place up. But for now, I must go to owner Buletin's store to have a meal. Nangongwan swung her scarlet hair around, and her long slender legs strode forward, walking toward owner Buletin's restaurant. Since Nangongwan had come so late in the day, there weren't many customers left in the store. Most of them had already eaten their fill and were leaving in content. Tisk, tisk. That ice-cold goddess in owner Buletin's store is really beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman before. What nonsense are you saying? Our Nangong goddess isn't worse than her, is she? What do you know? The Nangong goddess's temperament lacks big time compared to owner Buletin's beauty. The customers' discussions caused Nangongwan's body to stiffen. Her ruddy lips, which were hidden by her veil, curled up into an ice-cold and prideful smile. Owner Buletin's beauty? How intriguing! I must personally take a look at her. Chapter 478 Nangongwan vs Nethery. The ambience within the Nangong family's multi-story building was quite intense and austere. The bloody purge did not take long, so the reeking scent of blood had long since dissipated. Nangong Wukwi was still sitting on his seat. At that moment, no one dared to look down on him. Patriarch, although our Nangong family have gotten rid of its internal strife, the Lin and Zhang families have already started taking moves against us. They have started encroaching on our industries. An elder said, nervously but respectfully. Patriarch, it has already been confirmed that the next Magical Hand Conference will be held in our Heavenly Mist City. The Pill Palace has already begun to prepare for it, and countless excellent alchemists and people with special gifts are rushing over to our Heavenly Mist City. We have to quickly confirm who will be taking our family's quota and competing in the conference, said an elder while looking at Nangong Wukwi cautiously. When Nangong Wukwi heard the report, he was slightly taken aback. The Magical Hand Conference was going to start again? Moreover, this time, the Magical Hand Conference would be held in Heavenly Mist City. How intriguing was that? Back then, the Heavenly Mist City had been really unstable, and it caused all manner of trouble. The conference couldn't be disregarded because it was an important event held by the Pill Palace. The conference was not held just to boost the status of alchemists, it was also geared toward providing opportunities to all manner of people with special gifts and talents. Although the conference didn't involve the entire Hidden Dragon continent, it still involved everyone in the Pill Palace's territory. The Pill Palace's territory had an extremely vast expanse with a population of tens of millions. From amongst them, there were 10,000 alchemists alone, and this figure did not include people with special gifts. The Magical Hand Conference was an event held by the Pill Palace's high-level members. One of the reasons why the conference was held was to spread the fame of alchemists. If an alchemist participating in the conference could make it to the top 10, his fame in the Pill Palace's territory would drastically increase to an extremely terrifying extent. After all, the conference was an event completely supported by the Pill Palace. The conference also served as an opportunity for people who weren't alchemists but possessed special gifts and talents. This included doctors, poison masters, etc. In this conference, they would all have the opportunity to display their skill, and it was already enough for them to attain a level deserving of the title Magical Hand. Regardless of whether or not one's skill centered around healing injuries, helping others break through, or strengthening one's foundation, so long as the skill was effective and practical, it would become the focal point of the conference. However, in the past, people with special gifts and talents were only needed to fill quotas and spots in the conference. After all, how could a doctor, poison master, and those with other professions rival alchemists? A single elixir would be all it took to thoroughly defeat these people. Patriarch, who will our Nangong family send to this conference? An elder sporting a foolish smile on his face cautiously asked Nangong Wukwi, who was lost in thought. In the previous tournament, it was Nangong Wukwi who had represented the Nangong family, but now that he was their patriarch, could he still participate? This was what that elder was puzzled about. We will participate. How could we not participate? I suddenly have a strong interest in the Magical Hand Conference this time. I won't be the only one to participate. Submit the name of that lassie, Little Wan. She studied alchemy for such a long time, but she has never participated in a formal competition. Now, it's time for her to test her skill, Nangang Wukui said as he clapped his hands, his face brimming with excitement. The elder was taken aback for a moment before nodding. You should take note that someone from the City Lord Palace will come to invite me over shortly. This is the magical hand conference, after all, and the patriarchs of every family will be invited to discuss it, Nangang Wukui said as he stood up. He began to walk forward, and just when he was about to leave the room, he suddenly said, additionally, although our Nangang family has only just gotten rid of its internal strife, it is still in existence that a random nobody can't bully. Don't fear the people sent by the Lin and Zhang families, instead, attack them back directly. Ah! Everyone was flabbergasted by his words. If any accidents occur, I will take care of it, Nangang Wukui said. We shouldn't cower, if we cower, then they will bully and oppress us even more. When Nangang Wukui had said all he had to say, he left the room. When Nangang Wan stepped into the Cloud Mist restaurant, she couldn't help squinting her pretty eyes as she perceived the fragrance that filled the air. She raised her fair hand and took off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. Her scarlet hair, fair skin, and her pure face made her look extremely beautiful. The customers still in the store all stared at her blankly. Although the Netherworld woman was beautiful, she was too aloof, cold, and indifferent, whereas Nangang Wan was pretty, lovely, and charming. Her beauty could cause anyone to feel excited. What the heck? It's the Nangang goddess. Why is she here? As soon as the Nangang family's internal strife ends, our goddess rushes here. Could it be for? Don't spout nonsense. Hasn't the Nangang family already betrothed her to a genius alchemist from the heavenly pill city? Has she not ended her relationship with owner Bulletin, yet? Tisk, tisk, tisk. The eyes of every customer lit up when they saw Nangang Wan. To these customers, the restaurant really was too marvelous. Not only did they get to eat delicious food which could increase their cultivations, but they also got to admire beautiful women, and most importantly, they also got to hear some juicy gossip about these beautiful women at the store. Nangang Wan's voluptuous and fair body swayed as she strode forward, attracting the gazes of everyone present. She looked for a seat and sat down, then raised her left leg and crossed it over her right one. The fair skin underneath her dress was all too alluring. All of the customers fixed their gazes on it. Thump! 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 Nethery came over, as usual. She had already mastered the act of coming to take customers' orders. What do you want to eat? Order! Said the Netherworld woman in an ice-cold tone. However, Nangang Wan did not order a dish immediately. Instead, she raised her head, and as her scarlet bangs swayed over her eyes, her gaze fell on Nethery's body. The fact that the aloof woman in front of her was really beautiful could not be denied. Even Nangang Wan had to exclaim in surprise when she saw Nethery up close. Black hair, black dress, black eyes, and a skin fairer than her own. Such a sight was really breathtaking and beautiful. This even made Nangang Wan feel ashamed of her inferiority. Nethery, on the other hand, had waited for a while, but she had not heard her customer order a dish. This caused her to furrow her brows as she gazed at the customer in front of her. Order a dish, or get lost. The Netherworld woman did not have a good temper. If it were not for the delicious dishes here, how could someone as proud as herself ever work as a waitress? The customers in front of her were all weak existences that she could easily slap to death. Are you owner Bulletin's new waitress? You really have a bad temper, Nangang Wan coldly said as she curled up her ruddy lips and squinted her eyes, revealing a dangerous expression. Nethery's expressionless face shook slightly when she felt a trace of hostility. She looked at the woman in surprise. This woman was quite beautiful, but she was still not as beautiful as herself. Let owner Bulletin come out, I will personally tell him the dish I want to order, said Nangang Wan chuckled as she raised one of her fingers and placed it above her ruddy lips. What do you mean? Do you want to cause trouble here? Nethery's eyes turned even more pitch black and profound. Suddenly, as she looked at Nangang Wan, a formless suction force spread from her eyes. Nethery's pitch black eyes had become like profound black holes to Nangang Wan, who felt like she had been trapped within them. Cold sweat drenched Nangang Wan's body, and she shivered intensely. Thump! Nangang Wan's mind was suddenly jolted, and she came back to her senses, feeling as though she had just managed to swim out of an extremely deep pond. Nethery had felt a hand pat her shoulder, and the profoundness in her eyes instantly disappeared right after. Nethery, don't cause trouble, Bulletin Fang said calmly. The netherworld woman turned around and gazed at Bulletin Fang expressionlessly before snorting lightly. Then, she turned around and went over to the side of the Five Stripes Path understanding fruit tree, where she pulled a chair and sat beside Lord Dog. Nangongwan was gasping for breath, and her towering chest heaved. Her eyes were filled with fright. A moment ago, she thought she was going to die. It was Bulletin Fang who had saved her. She raised her head and forced a smile. Owner Bulletin, I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you saved my brother, so I came over to thank you. Nethery, who wasn't far from them, widened her pitch-black eyes as she watched them. Lord Dog, on the other hand, yawned before taking a quick look at Nangongwan and turning away. What use did beautiful women have? It was not like they could be eaten like sweet and sour meat ribs. The spectating customers had watched the scene between Nethery and Nangongwan with excitement, curiosity, and shiny gazes. The Nangong goddess was actually defeated in her first confrontation with the store's aloof goddess. This way, things were set to become even more interesting and intriguing. Chapter 479. My sister. You truly had no idea about the truth. Nangong Wukwi hummed a song as he strolled through the Nangong family's courtyard, and his face was brimming with satisfaction. The courtyard was filled with many curved paths, but the environment was excellent, it had all kind of trees. As the sun shone down on the leaves littering the ground, it made the ground seem as if it was littered with shiny pieces of gold. Suddenly, Nangong Wukwi stopped humming, and his body trembled and shivered as though he had been struck by lightning. Hold on, did I miss something? That lassie, little Wan, went to old Bulletin's store, didn't she? Would she not end up meeting that terrifying woman? Nangong Wukwi pondered, suddenly feeling worried for Nangong Wan. He clearly understood how frightening the netherworld woman was, whenever he recalled the terrifying pressure that forced him to lie down, unable to budge, his heart would palpitate in fear. If little Wan did not act tactfully and ended up provoking that woman, then, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. He began to nurse a headache over this concern. A while ago, he was engrossed in showing off in front of Nangongwan and ended up forgetting to inform her of such an important matter. Lassie, please be safe and sound. At that moment, nothing else could rouse his anxiety as much as this issue, so he turned around and rushed out of the courtyard. Nangong Wukwi moved really fast because he was quite worried about Nangongwan. Patriarch, the city lord has invited you to his palace to discuss some important matters. An elder, who had just come in through the gate, saw Nangong Wukwi and waved his hand before he mentioned the invitation. I'm busy now, so postpone it. Nangong Wukwi rushed out without stopping for a single moment. The elder was just barely able to hear a few words before Nangong Wukwi dashed right by him and rushed away. Postpone it? How can I postpone it? The elder was lost for words. As soon as the city lord sends someone to invite you over, you discard your job and leave, you even want me to help you postpone it. Nangong Wukwi was still the old Nangong Wukwi, after all, he was as unreliable now as he was before. Nangong Wan, who had already calmed down, smiled, looked at Bulletin Fang and said, Owner Bulletin, how would you like me to thank you? When the spectating customers heard Nangong Wan say that, their entire bodies shivered. She was too charming and alluring. Since the goddess had used such a sweet voice to say such words, how could anyone bear it? Bulletin Fang watched Nangong Wan in astonishment. What was that woman up to, this time? If you want to have a meal, then you should just say so. Why are you bringing up such matters? Never mind that. Saving Nangong Wukwi was just something I did in passing. What do you want to eat? Tell me, Bulletin Fang said expressionlessly. Saving Nangong Wukwi really was something he did at passing, and he did it with just a bowl of dragon blood rice. It wasn't like he experienced any hardship or difficulty while doing so. Back then, if what he needed to save Nangong Wukwi was something like 100 jars of Buddha jumps over the wall soup, then he could have turned around and left decisively. 100 jars of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, even if that clown Nangong Wukwi was sold, he wouldn't fetch as many crystals as those jars of soup would. Although Nangong Wan wanted to say more on that matter, she just blinked her pretty eyes and placed her order. Okay, Owner Bulletin, serve me a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Owner Bulletin's Buddha jumps over the wall soup was a peerless delicacy, it was the most delicious dish she had ever eaten. Okay, wait for a while, said Bulletin Fang. After he had spoken, he turned around and went to the kitchen. When Bulletin Fang left, Nangong Wan shifted her gaze to Nethery, who was sitting on a chair not far from her. The gazes of both women met in mid-air, and there seemed to be arcs of lightning flickering between them. That was probably the rumored hostility between women. The atmosphere in the store swiftly turned awkward. Although the remaining customers in the store wanted to keep watching the spectacle, they had already eaten their dishes. Moreover, they felt uncomfortable due to the store's awkward atmosphere. Goosebumps sprouted all over their bodies whenever the aloof goddess' ice-cold gaze swept past them. It was too scary. The customers only hesitated for 3 seconds before they turned around and left the store. Only Nangongwan remained sitting in the store. After a short while, a rich fragrance wafted out of the kitchen and assaulted their noses. "Nethery, serve the dish." Buletin Fang's voice rang out of the kitchen's windows. Nethery's appetite had been roused by the fragrance, and when she heard Buletin Fang's order, she stood up immediately and instantly appeared in front of the kitchen. It was as though she had teleported. A look of surprise was on Buletin Fang's face as he watched the extremely excited Nethery. He could not help but feel that the woman was up to something again. When Nethery picked up the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup, her eyes lit up with a bright glow, and she lowered her head closer to the jar, perceiving the fragrance emanating from it. Buletin Fang raised his brows when he saw her do that. This woman. She wouldn't be thinking of eating this jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup, would she? Just as Buletin Fang had guessed, Nethery only took several steps forward before she removed the lid from the soup jar, which had a golden Buddha on it that was flickering in resplendent lights. An intense fragrance immediately surged out of the jar. It was fragrant. Too fragrant. Nethery's fair and beautiful face shone with a rosy glow as the steam blew at her. Nangongwan watched in shock as the pretty woman casually dipped her hand into the jar and took out a piece of meat, which she proceeded to eat in one mouthful. What the hell? Isn't she a waitress? Shouldn't this woman serve the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup to me? Why was she eating it? Nangongwan was so bewildered by the netherworld woman's actions that she began to nurse a headache. How was this the actions of a waitress? It was simply the actions of a bandit. The enraged Nangongwan shot to her feet and coldly said, "What are you doing? That's my jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup." Slurp. Nethery's pitch-black eyes calmly glanced at Nangongwan, then the netherworld woman grasped the jar with both hands and began to gulp its contents down. When the soup flowed down into her stomach, she couldn't help letting out a light breath in comfort. It was too delicious. She had eaten a new dish again. Buletin Fang was speechless as he leaned against the kitchen's door, then he proceeded to rub his temple. Nethery really did start eating the soup, after all. It seemed he had brought over a glutton worse than Lord Dog. Lord Dog opened its drowsy eyes, shot a look at Nethery, and snorted coldly. "You are just thinking nonsense. This Lord Dog only loves sweet and sour meat ribs, I don't eat such ordinary dishes." That woman was more gluttonous than Lord Dog. Nethery kept eating from the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup as she walked toward Nangongwan. When she reached her, Nethery pulled out a chair and sat down while eating the soup. Nangongwan's chest was heaving up and down in anger, but it was quite alluring. Her beautiful face had turned pale from anger. "You! Sister!" Just when Nangongwan was about to fly into a rage, a loud shout came from outside the store. Both Nangongwan and Buletin Fang were taken aback by it. Even Nethery, who was still eating noisily, raised her head. What happened? They all watched Nangong Wukui rush into the store with wide open arms and a face filled with grief. When Nangong Wukui rushed in and saw Nangongwan gazing at him as though he was a moron, he heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. As long as she was safe, it was fine. He turned and immediately spotted Nethery noisily eating from a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Nangong Wukui's heart lurched when he saw her. This woman really was too scary. However, since she was now in owner Buletin's store, she should have become more docile. Nangong Wukui let out a long breath. Nevertheless, before his breath had completely escaped his nose, he was frightened by what he heard Nangongwan say. "Owner Buletin, this woman is wantonly eating a customer's dish. Shouldn't you say something about it? Such a waitress will certainly damage your store's reputation. Shouldn't you fire her?" As soon as Nangongwan said that, Buletin Fang was taken aback, Nethery was taken aback, and even Lord Dog, who had been yawning lazily only a moment ago, was taken aback. Nangong Wukui's heart lurched, and he felt like his knees would go soft. "My sister, you really don't know the truth. Do you know how fearful is the existence who you speak about?" Nangong Wukui's heart sank, and he looked at Nethery in fright. As expected, the black, long-haired woman stopped eating, withdrew her hands from the jar, and shifted her gaze to Nangong Wan. Chapter 480. All of you had no idea about the truth. Don't. Nangong Wuokwee's heart sank, and his legs shivered. He was afraid that the Netherworld woman would get angry. If this woman was angered, then even 10 Nangong Wans would be incapable of bearing her anger. Hence, Nangong Wuokwee quickly walked in front of Nangong Wan and looked at the Netherworld woman with a sincere gaze. You can continue eating, eat as much as you want. My sister was just joking with you. With how beautiful you are, how is it possible for my sister to scold you? She just loves to befriend beautiful women, Nangong Wuokwee said, wearing a flattering smile as he looked at Nethery with an extremely sincere gaze. Although Nethery had oil dripping down her lips, her face remained expressionless. She turned to Nangong Wuokwee and furrowed her brows in revulsion before she turned and continued to eat from the jar. After Nangong Wuokwee managed to appease Nethery, he let out a long breath. Nangong Wan's eyes widened as she gazed at Nangong Wuokwee in disbelief. Did this clown really side with a stranger over her? Who was joking with her? This woman ate my Buddha jumps over the wall soup, it cost 10,000 crystals. The glare she directed at Nangong Wuokwee was so intense that her eyes seemed like they were about to shoot flames. Nangong Wuokwee, on the other hand, smiled bitterly and caressed her face. Since she's this beautiful, why don't you let her eat what she wants? Your brother will pay for another one just for you, Nangong Wuokwee said with a smile. After he had said that, he turned to Buletin Fang who was still leaning against the kitchen door. Old Buletin, serve us another jar of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Buletin Fang nodded at him, turned around and went back into the kitchen. Seeing as both women did not start fighting in the store, then he would let it be. Although Nangong Wan was not an unreasonable woman, she was still angry, she coldly snorted and took her seat once more. Nethery ate the soup cheerfully and completely ignored both Nangong Wuokwee and Nangong Wan. Nangong Wuokwee, if you don't give me a reasonable explication once we return, then don't blame for beating you up, Nangong Wuokwee angrily said, waving her fists to emphasize her point. A reasonable explication? If I really gave you an explanation, then you would be thoroughly frightened. Nangong Wuokwee bitterly laughed inwardly as he looked at Nethery with apprehension before sighing. After a short while, Buletin Fang finished cooking another jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. However, this time, he didn't let Nethery serve it, he personally carried it out of the kitchen. When he placed the jar in front of Nangong Wan, he pulled out a chair and sat opposite her. Buletin Fang then turned his head around and curled up the corners of his mouth as he watched Nethery vigorously gulp the soup in her jar. Nangong was still angry, she was even panting with rage when she began to eat. However, after engrossing herself in her meal for a short while, she calmed down and focused completely on her dish. When Nangong Wuokwee saw that, he heaved a breath of relief and sat down while chuckling bitterly. It was at that moment that Buletin Fang gazed at him. Old Buletin, I have something to tell you. The Nangong family only recently began to develop this district in which your store is situated, so it is one of the more backward industries of the Nangong family. The Lin and Zhang families have begun to target our Nangong family, and it is certain that they will start from this district, thus, I hope you will be careful from now on, Nangong Wuokwee said. Buletin Fang was taken aback by this development, but he still nodded at Nangong Wuokwee. Did he mean that there would be people who would come to cause trouble? Okay. Got it. Buletin Fang replied without a care. What he most lacked the most, and wished for at this moment, were people who would cause trouble here. Hence, he had no care at all for Nangong Wuokwee's warning. What he was worried about the most was not whether or not someone would come to cause trouble, but how he could spread the fame of his store. Spreading the store's name and making it famous throughout the entire Heavenly Mist City was not an easy task. Heavenly Mist City was too big. It was many times bigger than Lightwind Imperial Capital. Even when Buletin Fang was at the Imperial Capital, he had only managed to spread Fang Fang Little Store's name through a series of coincidences and accidents. Moreover, it could be even be said that his store's reputation was not prominent or widespread all through the Lightwind Empire. Thus, spreading the name of his store in Heavenly Mist City was even more difficult. I have something to ask of you. Buletin Fang looked at Nangong Wuokwee. Buletin Fang believed that since Nangong Wuokwee was the successor of such a big family, then he would certainly know of some means to spread propaganda. What's the matter? Nangong Wuokwee was startled and looked at Buletin Fang with a confused expression. Does the owner Buletin want me to take away that terrifying woman? If that was really the case, then I would turn around and leave decisively, and afterward, I would never step foot into the Cloud Mist restaurant again. However, Nangong Wuokui still believed that Buletin Fang wouldn't make such a demented request, and eventually, Buletin Fang's words contained nothing of the sort. If I wanted to spread my store's fame throughout Heavenly Mist City, how could I achieve it? Do you know of any shortcuts? Buletin Fang asked earnestly. Nangong Wuokui became lost in his thoughts. Nethery finally finished eating an entire jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. She wiped her ruddy lips and placed the heavy jar on the table. Thump! The noise caused Nangong Wuokui, who had been engrossed in his thoughts, to jump in fright. As the Netherworld woman had eaten and drunk her fill, and was now quite satisfied, she got up and walked to the Five Stripes Path Understanding Fruit Tree, where she proceeded to take a seat beside Lord Dog. Although the grade of the Path Understanding Fruit Tree was not high, it still emitted an aura that made the Netherworld woman and Lord Dog feel completely comfortable. I know a way to achieve it. My Nangong family is one of Heavenly Mist City's top-notch families. We have countless industries, and it will be easy for the industries to promote a store. Many alchemists whose fame have resounded across Heavenly Mist City had only managed to reach that height because of our industry's promotions, Nangong Wuokui said. Buletin Fang's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then, can you promote my store? I can, but it will be extremely difficult. Seeing as almost all of the Nangong family's industries are related to alchemy and elixirs, it would be quite easy for us to promote an alchemist, their fame would quickly spread. However, if we tried promoting your store. Old Buletin, you also know how bad the statuses of restaurants are in our Heavenly Mist City. Nangong Wuokui said, feeling helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Buletin Fang, but it was just that the price for trying was too great, and there might not be anyone who ended up caring about the restaurant in the end. This was somewhat troubling. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows. Should he employ his previous tactic, and go to places where crowds are gathered and cook stinky tofu to attract their attention and spread his fame? Succeeding through this tactic would be quite strenuous, and with how lazy Buletin Fang was, he certainly did not wish to utilize this method. Big brother, isn't the magical hand conference going to begin shortly? Nangong Wan, who was still eating, suddenly spoke. Nangong Wuokui was first taken aback, then he cheerfully grasped Buletin Fang's hand. Old Buletin, what little Wan said is certainly the case. You can participate in the magical hand conference, Nangong Wuokui said. With your culinary skill and your mystical dishes, you will surely stand out. The conference is followed by almost everyone in the Pill Palace's territory, so if you get a good ranking in the conference, your name will certainly spread throughout Heavenly Mist City. No, it will resound throughout the entire Pill Palace. The Magical Hand Conference. Buletin Fang asked in confusion as he calmly pulled his hand away from Nangong Wuokui's grasp. It's a competition held by the Pill Palace, and all manner of people can participate. However, a majority of those participating are still alchemists. Nevertheless, they are still some people like doctors, poison masters, and the likes who participate. Old Buletin, a chef like you can also join and try your luck. Didn't you want to spread your store's reputation? This is a good opportunity with which to achieve it, Nangong Wuokui said. You will achieve it as long as you manage to reach the top 10. From then on, the competition will be broadcasted throughout the territory of the Pill Palace through some special arrays prepared by the Pill Palace. When that time comes, everyone will know you, and if you publicize your store only a bit, it will flourish. Your speech seems quite logical and reasonable, I have no way of refuting it. Buletin Fang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Wasn't this the same commercial advertisements in his previous world? Well. Nangong Wuokui, are you a pig? Almost everyone participating in the Pill Palace's Magical Hand Conference are genius alchemists, even Three Clouds alchemists may appear there. Do you seriously think that owner Buletin can reach top 10 just by using culinary arts? Do you take those genius alchemists for some useless trash? Nangong Wan poured cold water on the elated duo when she saw them foolishly laughing by themselves. Although owner Buletin's dishes were quite delicious and even had the effects of elixirs, an alchemist like Nangong Wan could still judge their effect. Even the most delicious and expensive Buddha jumps over the wall soup was just tantamount to a 9th grade elixir. It was really lacking compared to a 1-mark spirit pill, let alone the higher graded 2-mark spirit pill and 3-mark spirit pill. The effects of these spirit pills could easily defeat the Buddha jumps over the wall soup's effects. If even the Buddha jumps over the wall soup couldn't defeat these elixirs, then what would owner Buletin use to defeat those excellent alchemists? Egg fried rice or sweet and sour meat ribs? He really had no way to compete against those geniuses. Nangong Yukui calmed down at that moment and came to the same conclusion that Nangong Wan did, hence, he could only smile helplessly at Buletin Fang. However, unlike them, Buletin Fang was still calm. He curled up the corners of his mouth and looked at Nangong Yukui with a scorching gaze. How can I participate in that magical hand conference? Egg fried rice, sweet and sour meat ribs, or Buddha jumps over the wall soup? You all still haven't seen a true elixir cuisine. You all have no idea about the truth. Chapter 481. Get lost, or die. Nangong Yukui left after a while. As he was now the patriarch of the Nangong family, there were many affairs he needed to take care of. He had only come to the Cloud Mist restaurant because he was worried that Nangong Wan would end up provoking the Netherworld woman. Since everything seemed fine, then he had to leave quickly. Buletin Fang didn't see Nangong Yukui off, he remained sitting in his original position whilst lost in thought. According to Nangong Yukui, it would be impossible for Buletin Fang to spread his restaurant's name by depending solely on the Nangong family. Therefore, he absolutely had to participate in the magical hand conference. However, how could he participate? Where would he apply for it? When Buletin Fang awoke from his reverie, he looked at Nangong Wan, who was sitting beside him cheerfully eating her dish, and said, "How do I sign up for the magical hand conference if I wish to participate? Where do I apply?" Nangong Wan put down the jar. Her face had become rosy after being blown by the Buddha jumps over the wall soup's steam, making the lassie look even more beautiful and charming. "Owner Buletin, do you really want to participate in the magical hand conference?" Nangong Wan believed that Buletin Fang's chances of succeeding were quite slim, for Owner Buletin was only a chef, not an alchemist. Therefore, how was he supposed to compete against the high-grade spirit pills refined by high-grade alchemists? "Indeed. I want to spread the name of my store," Buletin Fang decisively said. It seemed like he was serious about it. When Nangong Wan saw Buletin Fang's decisive and firm look, she knew that it would be impossible for her to make him give up, thus, after hesitating for a while, she chuckled sweetly. "If you want to participate in the conference, then you must participate as someone with a special gift, not as an alchemist. Those in Heavenly Must City that wish to apply can do so at the southern part of the city. If you wish to go there, then you must go early tomorrow morning," Nangong Wan said with a faint smile. "I must go to the southern part of the city?" The Heavenly Mist City had a place set up for the registration of. Since Buletin Fang didn't know where he should sign up, he didn't reject Nangong Wan's proposition. He nodded in reply. "Okay. Let's go together tomorrow morning." When Nangong Wan heard Buletin Fang's reply, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. She took out countless high-grade crystals from her bosom, handed them over to Buletin Fang, and cheerfully left the Cloud Mist restaurant. After Nangong Wan left, the store's opening hours came to an end. Buletin Fang stood up and closed the bronze gate. He collected the jars on the table and went into the kitchen. Nethery's pitch-black eyes were still watching Buletin Fang, only when he disappeared into the kitchen did she avert her gaze. Blackie, who was beside her, was sleeping soundly. She stood up and returned her chair to its place before casually waving her hand. The Netherworld ship instantly appeared and fell heavily on the ground, giving rise to a strong wind that blew at Lord Dog's fur, causing it to flutter. Lord Dog, who had been sound asleep, opened its eyes and glared at Nethery, who had already mounted on the Netherworld ship. "Lassie, let this Lord Dog sleep." When Buletin Fang entered the kitchen, he practiced his cutting technique for a while. He was slowly progressing in the Overlord 13 Blades technique after practicing it daily. His slow progress was a sharp contrast to how swiftly he learned the meteor cutting technique. Buletin Fang had no means to deal with this, but he knew that he should not be hasty in such a matter. An excellent chef and a veteran chef could stay in his kitchen for dozens of years, and he would use his whole life and time to practice his cutting skill and culinary arts. Really good cutting techniques were only learned over a long period of time. After Buletin Fang had practiced for a while, he returned to his room and took a bath, then he lay on his bed and slept with stable and calm breaths. 2 bright moons emitting cold lights adorned the sky of this pitch-black night. Their lights were like veils draped over the world. Dozens of people clad in black robes quietly entered into the district where the Nangong family was selling multi-taste fasting pills. Every one of these people wore a mask, and their facial features could not be seen. However, the auras emanating from them were extremely powerful. The person who led them was a divine physique echelon expert emitting a strong world pressure. This place is filled with properties belonging to the Nangong family. We should act according to the Lord's instructions and destroy all the stores here, preventing them from doing any business tomorrow. Understood. All the black-robed men answered at the same time. They quickly shot out, dispersing. They moved about in groups of 2. A surging true energy erupted, followed by an explosion as an elixir store was destroyed. Crushed rocks flew in all directions and fell to the ground, littering it. Another black-robed man jumped and swung his blade, sending forth a tyrannical blade energy which cut an elixir store in 2. This district had dozens of elixir stores, and they were all destroyed. During the explosions, the low-grade elixirs within some storms scattered about, and the lot was stepped on and crushed by a black-robed man. 2 black-robed men who were speeding along suddenly stopped upon discovering the presence of a restaurant. This isn't an elixir store? How could such a big restaurant be here? The 2 black-robed men looked at each other, wearing identical confusion-filled gazes. Should we destroy this restaurant? Is there still anyone inside it or not? One of the black-robed men asked. They began to hesitate because they destroyed the other elixir stores because they knew that no one was inside them. After all, every evening, their owners would take all their valuable elixirs with them and return home. As for this restaurant, they could not be sure of this. The owner may still be inside. Who cares? If this restaurant is one of the properties belonging to the Nangong family, then we will have achieved great merits. The other black-robed man clenched his teeth and coldly replied. After that, they stopped hesitating. Their true energies erupted, and their gazes became sharper. Then, the 2 of them charged at the restaurant. They sent out a tyrannical blade energy and a mighty sword energy. Their attacks were very imposing. They intended to directly destroy the restaurant with that attack. However, the 2 black-robed men were left dumbfounded. Even after waiting a short while, they did not see the restaurant get destroyed. In fact, it was as if their attacks had just been an illusion. The restaurant was still intact and undamaged, not even a single brick missing from it. The restaurant seemed quite towering and imposing. Let's try again. The 2 black-robed men glanced at each other and nodded. They attacked again, with extreme coordination. This time, they had put all their strength into their attacks. A formless giant blade hacked down on it. This time, one black-robed man clearly saw his giant blade, which was formed from true energy, stopping several meters from the restaurant, unable to go any further. What was happening? Why had it ended up like that? Their eyes widened, and their faces which were hidden by their masks were brimming with disbelief. Was it because of some array? But, they did not sense the aura of any arrays. Let me help you. The other black-robed man, who was still not convinced, roared angrily. His true energy soared up into the sky and turned into a giant blazing meteorite, which began to descend toward the restaurant. Its might was extremely astonishing. Their commander, who was somewhere in the distance, couldn't help furrowing his brows when he saw it. What were those 2 doing? Why were they making such a racket? Were they afraid that no one would know that they were destroying the properties belonging to the Nangong family? He moved his feet, intending to rush toward them. However, just when he was just about to move, his body suddenly stiffened. Those who disturb my sleep shall die. Those 2 black-robed men looked in fright at an extremely beautiful woman who was standing above the restaurant. Her black long hair shimmered with a resplendent glow when the 2 bright moons shone down on it. The ice-cold pressure permeating the surrounding made even breathing a strenuous task for them. The enormous true energy blade and the blazing meteorite, which was descending at high speed, did not reach her before she casually flicked them. It was as if she had waved away a falling pile of dirt. Their attack had disappeared just like that. In the next moment, right in front of their terror-filled eyes, black hair wrapped around their necks. Their consciousness only lasted enough for them to notice that the woman had disappeared from the restaurant's roof, then it all went dark, their consciousness had thoroughly faded away. The woman slowly retracted her black hair. She moved her fair long legs and as soon as her sparkling foot touched the ground, she turned around. Right behind her was the black-robed commander, who she just happened to have approached in less than an instant, making him almost suffocate. Get lost, or die, Nethery said expressionlessly. Chapter 482. What's the truth? Get lost, or die. Her voice wasn't loud, but on this quiet and peaceful night, it was quite distinct and clear. To the black-robed commander, it was resounding. The woman didn't seem harsh or stern, she just had a certain type of chilling attitude and indifference. The black-robed commander looked at his 2 subordinates and found them lying weakly on the ground. Their blood was gushing out of their bodies and pooling around them. A reeking scent of blood, which was capable of making one's hair stand on end, wafted out. "Who is your excellency? Were you not too ruthless a moment ago?" That black-robed commander constrained his fear and spoke coldly. His eyes seemed to flicker, and a silver spear appeared before him. If someone from the heavenly mist city was there and saw the spear, they would certainly recognize this person. The Zhang family's commander, the silver spear Zhang He. This man was one of heavenly mist city's famous experts. He had broken through one of the supreme being's shackles and had an outstanding battle prowess. However, even an expert like him was currently donning an extremely grave expression, and cold sweat was seeping down the hand that was holding the spear. This barefooted woman made him feel an extremely immense pressure. This woman was powerful, extremely powerful. Nethery's expression was ice cold. She always wore this expression whenever she faced strangers. A radiance flickered within her pitch-black pupils, and it gradually spread out into her sclera, turning them completely black as well. "If you don't want to get lost, then, die." An apathetic voice resounded. Her black hair fluttered, springing loose, and it seemed to cover the moons and hide their radiance. Zhang He cried out in anger, and all the pores on his body opened up as his true energy surged outwards and turned into a faint layer of mist which covered his body. He twirled his spear and thrust it at her. The incoming spear seemed like it would rip the sky apart. As the spear streaked towards Nethery, it looked like a flickering ray of light. An illusory swaying chain appeared behind the commander. Nethery's pitch-black eyes were profound and deep. As soon as her sparkling fair foot touched the ground once more, she disappeared like a ghost. The streaking silver spear was directly engulfed by darkness. Crack! As Nethery's black dress fluttered, the sole of her feet landed lightly on the ground, landing on some shattered stones, causing a faint noise to echo. Zhang He kept thrusting his spear at Nethery, but her waterfall-like hair swooshed around him, completely cornering him, and then it completely covered him, securing him tightly. Nethery lowered her thin hand and expressionlessly turned around to look behind her. Her hair tightened, causing the sound of bones being shattered to ring out. Crack! Zhang He couldn't even wail before he was strangled to death. Swoosh! Nethery retracted her hair, and let it hang loosely behind her. The pitch-black hair kept shrinking until it could reach her waist, making it seem exceptionally beautiful. As the radiance emanating from the two moons shone down on Nethery, it illuminated her extremely beautiful face. The commander died? The faces of the remaining black-robed men became filled with fright, and they decisively turned around and fled. The woman was a demon, she was a devil who had crawled out of hell. If someone capable of killing people with her hair wasn't a devil, then what could she be? However, the fleeing men had only managed to take a couple of steps before their eyes became bloodshot. They noticed that their feet had been grasped by black hair. That hair expanded rapidly until it completely covered them. Dozens of experts and a divine physique echelon expert, who had broken through one of the supreme being's shackles, had died in only several breaths of time. If this news spread, it would certainly cause a great uproar. The ground was littered with countless corpses. Nethery strode forward, and her feet seemed to step into the void. In the next instant, she had returned to the roof of the Cloud Mist restaurant. She raised her hand, and the moonlight shone down upon it, causing the hand to look even fairer and delicate, like a piece of white jade. She waved her hand, and a formless fluctuation spread outwards. Those corpses littering the ground were shattered instantly. They turned to dust and scattered. They only left puddles of blood behind, which exuded a reeking scent that permeated the air. The blackness in her sclera disappeared, and they turned white once again. The netherworld woman expressionlessly swept the surrounding with her gaze before her body started becoming fuzzy and disappeared altogether. The nose of Lord Dog, who was in the store, twitched slightly. It opened its drowsy eyes and looked at Nethery, who was just returning to the netherworld ship, and it said in a manly but mild voice, "Did you take care of all of them?" Nethery was startled, but she turned to look at Blackie and nodded. "With you here, this Lord Dog will have an easier life. How much better would it be if you were this Lord Dog's sweet and sour meat ribs?" The netherworld woman opened her ruddy lips and chuckled before returning to the netherworld ship. "This lassie." Blackie rolled its eyes at her before going back to sleep. The next day, Buletin Fang was awakened by miserable wails which sounded like the wails that pigs being brought to a slaughterhouse would make. He sat uprightly on his bed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked around in confusion. What happened? He got out of his bed and looked out of his windows. All he could see was crushed bricks and destroyed elixir stores. There was also a group of elixir store owners kneeling down on the ground and weeping. What happened? Bulletin Fang's eyes widened. How did so many elixir stores simultaneously collapse in one night? The fate of these elixir store owners was truly pitiful, seeing as they depended on their stores to make a living. In order to rent these places from the Nangong family, the store owners had spent a large sum of money, thus, this incident was a heavy blow to all of them. Some elixir store owners were sighing in despair, while some of them were wailing loudly, weeping bitter tears. There were even some elixir store owners who were hitting the restaurant's bronze gates heavily in extreme anger. They believed that the culprit behind all of this was Bulletin Fang. This was because all the surrounding elixir stores were destroyed, and only his restaurant was still intact and undamaged. It would be impossible for something like this to happen without them thinking of this possibility. The members of the Nangong family arrived quickly. They were led by one of the Nangong family's elders. This elder had a profound gaze, and after he had inquired about some matters from the distraught crowd, he shifted his gaze to the restaurant. The bloodstains that filled the ground also attracted his attention. What had happened the previous night? That blood was brimming with an intense true energy, meaning that the person from which the blood flowed out of must have possessed an extremely powerful cultivation. If they could find who the blood flowed out from, then they would know the truth of this affair. This elder believed that this matter was caused by someone from the Lin or Zhang family. This was because there had already been some rumors around warning of something like this. Nangong Wan and Nangong Wuokui also rushed there. It was impossible for them not to come over and investigate after such a grave affair had occurred. The destruction of one of the Nangong family's industries wasn't a small and trivial matter. Nangong Wan was quite capable and astute, and she managed to calm down those weeping elixir stores owners by comforting them and promising them a refund. Nangong Wan's elixir store was also destroyed, but she knew that this matter didn't have anything to do with owner Bulletin. It had most certainly been done by someone sent by the Lin or Zhang family. They most definitely had to investigate this matter. After Bulletin Fang had changed his clothes, he went downstairs and opened the store's bronze gate, then he leaned against it. Nangong Wan and Nangong Wuokui came over and greeted him. Bulletin Fang couldn't help furrowing his brows when he noticed the surrounding elixir store owners glaring at him. Owner Bulletin, we know that this had nothing to do with you, so don't worry. We will surely find out who did this. The Nangong family will not let such an offense pass by. Nangong Wuokui patted his chest as he assured Bulletin Fang. Nangong Wan was in quite a bad mood at that moment because her elixir store was also destroyed. She had intended to come over today and renovate, but she hadn't expected such an incident to occur. Owner Bulletin, the place where people with special gifts are signing up for the Magical Hand Conference is in the western region. Are you free now? I will accompany you there, Nangong Wan said after letting out a breath. I don't have time now, I still haven't had breakfast, replied Bulletin Fang. Nangong Wan's expression stiffened. She was somewhat dumbfounded by his reply. Do you want to join me? Come over and have a taste, but don't forget to drop some crystals before leaving, Bulletin Fang said before he turned and went to the kitchen. Nangong Wuokui's and Nangong Wan's eyes lit up. They were just about to enter the restaurant, however, when Nangong Wuokui saw Nethery coming out of the netherworld ship, he turned around and left like a mouse that had just run into a cat. Nangong Wan was left bewildered by his sudden retreat. Nethery expressionlessly descended from the netherworld ship and yawned. Then, a buzzing sound emanated from the netherworld ship before she took it back. When Nangong Wan noticed Nethery, her pupils suddenly dilated. She had just realized that a reeking scent of blood wafted out of Nethery's hair when the latter pulled it open, letting it hang loosely behind her. A drop of something fell on Nangong Wan's face, and she subconsciously raised her hand and wiped it. It was at that moment that she realized that her hand was stained with blood. Chapter 483. Even a chef like you want to sign in and participate in the conference? Did this blood fly out of this woman's body? Why was she stained with blood? What did the woman do? Nangong Wan's heart was filled with doubts, and she looked at Nethery, whose hair hung loosely behind her, with a grave expression. Nangong Wan felt like this aloof woman wasn't as simple as she seemed, and this wasn't just because Nangong Wuokui dreaded her. Just the aura emanating from the woman caused Nangong Wan's heart to palpitate. After Nethery straightened her hair, she raised her head and looked at Nangong Wan. She seemed bewildered as she wondered why Nangong Wan was staring at her. However, she didn't pay attention to Nangong Wan for a long. Instead, she turned around, went close to the kitchen, and stared at it with an expectant gaze. She knew that it was time for breakfast. A rich fragrance began to waft out of the kitchen shortly after. Nangongwan sat on a chair gracefully and crossed one of her fair long legs over the other, emitting the charm of a mature woman. The impatient Nethery sat beside her and frequently turned to look toward the kitchen. She really was a foodie. What dumbfounded Nangongwan even more was that a black dog had suddenly appeared on the chair at her other side. The dog placed its paws on the table and stuck out its tongue while waiting for breakfast. Nangongwan, who was now sitting in between a woman and a dog, found the current situation quite queer. What the hell is this? A short while later, a richer fragrance wafted out of the kitchen, and soon, a thin man walked out of it. He was carrying two piping hot and fragrant dishes in both hands. The man was Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang also had an odd expression on his face when he spotted the trio. However, he did not spare too much thought for it. Blackie, here is your sweet and sour meat ribs. Nethery, here is your dragon blood rice. Bulletin Fang placed the dishes in front of Blackie and Nethery, then he glanced at Nangongwan briefly before returning to the kitchen. A short while later, he came out carrying two baskets filled with soup dumplings. This is a basket of soup dumplings. They're quite delicious and suffice as breakfast. Bulletin Fang passed a basket to Nangongwan, then he took a seat and began to eat. All the while Bulletin Fang had been in this store, he frequently tried to create new dishes. This soup dumpling was a new dish he had come up with. However, he couldn't really be considered as the inventor of this particular dish because there were countless people who could also prepare it in his previous world. The difference between a soup dumpling and an ordinary dumpling resided in the fact that after the dumpling is immersed in the soup, its thin, satiny texture would turn transparent and translucent. The interior of the soup dumpling was not filled with a thick broth, it was just filled with an intense fragrance. Even if someone ate 10 of these fragrant and delicious soup dumplings, the person would still not get tired of them. Hence, the dish was a good choice for breakfast. Nangongwan's eyes widened as she looked at the basket of soup dumplings. The steam and pleasant fragrance wafting from the basket whetted her appetite. The people beside her had already started gorging their food. That black dog was eating its food noisily, while the ice-cold woman scooped rice with her hand and stuffed it in her mouth. Her table manners were really awful. Nangongwan picked a soft dumpling with her chopsticks and bit into it lightly. An intense fragrance burst out of the dumpling and surged inside her mouth. When her mouth registered the delicious taste of the dumpling, her body couldn't help but tremble. It's really, really delicious. When Nangongwan swallowed it down into her stomach, she moaned because of how deliciousness it had been. Bulletin Fang was eating from his basket cheerfully. He could have filled the dumplings with something, but he was too lazy to prepare what he could fill them with. If he had filled the soup dumplings with some special sauce, they would have turned out extremely delicious. Lord Dog had already learned from its past mistakes. It finished eating its sweet and sour ribs at the exact same time that Nethery finished her last mouthful of dragon blood rice. It licked its lips, laughed smugly at Nethery, and returned to the 5 stripes path understanding fruit tree. It lay down beside the tree and went back to sleep. Eating and sleeping was Lord Dog's daily life. After Nethery had eaten the last of her dragon blood rice, her gaze shifted to Bulletin Fang's basket of soup dumplings. After Bulletin Fang had eaten and drunk his fill, he didn't start the day's business, instead, he closed the store's bronze gate and followed Nangongwan out of the store. They were headed to the city's southern side to sign up for the Magical Hand Conference. Each family had a fixed quota on the number of people they could send to represent them, and all of those who were signing up by themselves were just vagabonds, doctors, or poison masters who weren't well known. Alchemists looked down on these kinds of people, considering them a dissident group. This was really the case because the most excellent doctor couldn't rival a single spirit pill. In each Magical Hand Conference, many doctors and poison masters would participate with the hopes of entering the top 50 so that their fame and reputation would increase. Gaining a resounding reputation was extremely beneficial to them. The southern region of the city was kind of flourishing. On the contrary, only the center of the Heavenly Mist City flourished greatly. The farther a place was from the center of Heavenly Mist City, the poorer that place would be. There were countless bronze buildings in the center of Heavenly Mist City, but in the city's southern region, such buildings were rare and few. When they arrived, they noticed that most of the buildings there were small and old houses. Nangongwan was quite familiar with this place, and with Bulletin Fang in tow, she walked down countless alleys. It was as though they were in a labyrinth. A short while later, they reached an extremely tall building. This is the registration center. For this conference, people with special gifts need to sign up here, said Nangongwan. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes and nodded as he looked at this building. A countless number of people clad in bizarre outfits entered and came out of the building. The aura emanating from their bodies wasn't powerful, but it was still quite strange. Some of these people were clad in grey robes, and they were emitting a gloomy aura. Some others had beards and wore white robes. These bunch sported gentle expressions on their faces. These groups were poison masters and doctors. They had no talent in alchemy, so they chose to walk down another path. Nangongwan led Bulet and Fang into this building. Its interior was bustling, there were many doctors and poison masters inside. Bulet and Fang was dazzled by the great number of people. They squeezed through the crowd and walked for a long time before reaching a small room. Owner Buletin, this is where the registration takes place. The person responsible for the registrations is an acquaintance of mine, Nangongwan said, with a smile, before pushing open the door and entering the room. Bulet and Fang followed her into the room and saw a one-eyed old man reading a book. The old man seemed to sense someone enter and looked up from his book. Young Miss Nangong, why did you come here? The one-eyed old man stood up in surprise. Nangongwan was one of the Nangong family's alchemists, so he instantly recognized her. Why had she come there, though? This was the registration center for applicants with special gifts and talents. Fu Bie, this is one of my friends. He wants to apply for the Magical Hand Conference, Nangongwan said, introducing Bulet and Fang to the old man. That one-eyed old man was taken aback for a moment, however, he finally understood why Nangongwan had come. Fine. Tell your name, cultivation level, and profession. The one-eyed old man returned to his seat and took out a thick registration book. He began flipping through his pages. Bulet and Fang. My cultivation level is in the 9th grade Supreme Being Realm, and my profession is chef, Bulet and Fang replied expressionlessly. The one-eyed old man nodded and began to record the information. You are a poison master. The one-eyed old man eyed Bulet and Fang in astonishment. Such a fair and honest kid didn't seem like the type who would engage in the vile arts of poison masters. Nangongwan smiled and said, Fu Bie, my friend isn't a poison master, he's a chef. A chef? Hold on, are you talking about those chefs who cook dishes in a kitchen? The one-eyed old man was stunned. He gaped at Nangongwan with an odd expression on his face. Even a chef had come to apply for the Magical Hand Conference. Wasn't it really hilarious? As the person responsible for the registration of people with special talents, Fu Bie had seen all kinds of doctors, poison masters, and even therapy masters. However, he had never seen a chef apply, till now. The other special talent applicants would make medicines and poisons, but what would he make? Dishes? Would he cook on the stage? When Fu Bie imagined the scene, he found it quite comical. Young Miss Nangong, are you making a joke to amuse this old man? There is no point in a chef participating in this conference, I won't register him in. That one-eyed old man believed that Nangongwan and Bulet and Fang had only come to joke around and amuse him. Bulet and Fang furrowed his brows when Fu Bie said he wouldn't register him. Is there a rule that chefs aren't allowed in the conference? Bulet and Fang asked. The one-eyed old man was taken aback by his question. There wasn't really any rule like that. Everyone that possessed special talents was allowed to participate, there were no professions that were prohibited from participating. However, a chef? This was too absurd and ridiculous. Then register my name. Why would it concern you whether I win or lose in the conference? Bulet and Fang asked. The one-eyed old man raised his brows. He felt the kid somewhat overbearing. However, he smiled coldly and put down his pen, then looked at Bulet and Fang and said, You are really confident. I can register your name, but you must pass a little test before first. If you can't display enough skill worthy of participating in this convention, then, get lost immediately. Chapter 484. The owner Buletin who was looked down upon. Fu Bie was displeased by the attitude of the kid in front of him. How could he say something like why would it concern you whether I win or lose in the conference when seeing as he, Fu Bie, was responsible for registering people there, making him also responsible for disqualifying them. The number of people with special talents was greater than the number of alchemists. This was because only a minuscule number of people could become alchemists, while many others were incapable of walking down that path. Those who couldn't become alchemists chose to become doctors or poison masters, instead. If all of the doctors or poison masters who came to apply were allowed to participate in the conference, then wouldn't he have to spend the entire day recording names? Wouldn't the ensuing large number of people water down the conference? Although chef was a nice-sounding title, they were, in fact, just mere cooks. Why would a mere cook seek to join the conference? Moreover, how many cooks were still left in Heavenly Mist City? If cooks were amazing, then they wouldn't have been forced to shut down their restaurant because of multi-taste fasting pills. There was no way for a chef to compete against an alchemist. Teacher. I heard that the young Miss Nangong came over. While Buletin Fang and Fu Bie were having a stare down, someone pushed open the door and rushed in cheerfully. It was a handsome youngster who had a bright pair of eyes that made him seem energetic and spirited. This person was Fu Ba's disciple, a young doctor who had an outstanding medical expertise. Young Miss Nangong, I haven't seen you in a long time. However, you are still as charming and beautiful as before. The youngster's gaze turned fiery when he noticed Nangong Wan in the room. Nangong Wan just smiled and nodded at him in reply, without uttering a word. Fu Bie, just register my friend's name. He really wishes to participate in this magical hand conference. That one-eyed old man shot a look at the expressionless Buletin Fang and couldn't help but inwardly sneer as he recalled his arrogant words. I can surely register him in, as I was always fair and just, but if your friend can't pass even a basic selection, then don't blame me for rejecting him. Little Zhen, lead this young master to where he can participate in the selection process with the fifth group. That youngster was taken aback. He turned to look at Buletin Fang in astonishment before nodding at him. Come with me, said that youngster, leading Buletin Fang out of the room afterwards. Nangong Wan didn't follow them. Instead, she left with the one-eyed man and arrived at the observation seats. Do you see that place? Go there and tell the person overseeing the process that you are here to participate in the selection, and he will let you in. However, I must tell you that there is no place for a chef here, the youngster said to Buletin Fang in a tone of astonishment. Only a mere chef, even if he was extremely amazing, he still wouldn't amount to anything. The doctors and poison masters somewhat derived their professions from alchemists, with the hope of surpassing alchemists someday. However, if a mere chef like him declared his wish to challenge an alchemist, everyone would laugh at him. You are probably the first chef in history who has come here to register for the Magical Hand Conference. I hope that you can pass the selection process, but if you can't pass such a trifling selection, then you just have to go home, take a bath and go back to sleep. That youngster scoffed at him. It wasn't as though he looked down upon Buletin Fang, he just believed that Buletin Fang's goals were outrageous. Buletin Fang just looked at him calmly without uttering a word. There were some things that one didn't need to explain, and Buletin Fang was too lazy to try and explain, as well. Moreover, this youngster wasn't qualified enough to warrant an explanation from Buletin Fang. These people knew nothing about chefs. A trace of mockery flashed within the youngster's eyes as he watched Buletin Fang walk toward the stage where the selection trails was going to be held. Then, the youth turned around and went to the observation seats because Nangong Wan was there. Have you come to participate in the selection? If so, then tell your name and profession. After that, you can go and stand in a corner, waiting for your turn, the examiner said, after calmly watching Buletin Fang for a few moments. Buletin Fang. A chef, replied Buletin Fang. That examiner was taken aback. He furrowed his brows and said, Speak clearly, what profession did you just say? A chef. Buletin Fang said, looking at the examiner as though he was a moron. That examiner was stunned by his reply. He had seen countless doctors and poison masters come to participate, but this was his first time seeing a chef. Was this kid just some clown? However, since the kid had come there to be examined, then he must have already passed through Fu Bie. Still, what kind of test should he set for him? That examiner began to nurse a headache over this matter, so he just looked at Buletin Fang and waved his hands at the chef in dismissal. You will join that group there. Your group will undertake a collective examination, and another examiner will judge the products you all make, to determine whether you are qualified to participate in the Magical Hand Conference or not. Buletin Fang nodded indifferently and went over to a group that already had 4 people in it. In the observation seats, the one-eyed old man sat on a chair while talking with Nangong Wan, who was beside him, with a cheerful disposition. Although the Nangong family was unstable at the moment, this didn't prevent him from trying to befriend Nangong Wan. This was because even a thin camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, no matter how much the Nangong family declined, they would still be in existence he wouldn't dare offend. Young Miss Nangong, your friend really is quite interesting. Shouldn't a chef just stay in his kitchen and cook? Why did he come to participate in the Magical Hand Conference? Moreover, I am even surprised that there are still chefs in our Heavenly Mist City. Fu Bie, you shouldn't look down on my friend, his culinary skill is truly unprecedented and unique. It had never been seen before, Nangongwan replied. She was confident that Buletin Fang's culinary skill would certainly amaze them all. Even she was shocked for a long time after she first tasted his dishes, which rivaled elixirs. That was a discovery that battered what she considered common knowledge. His dishes tasted better than elixirs, and their effects weren't any weaker either. This was an extremely astonishing matter. It seems like you are quite confident in your friend. We should wait and see, then, Fu Bie said, even though he didn't believe a chef could be that amazing. Even someone like him who was a top-notch doctor would be crushed directly and defeated if he was to face a one-cloud alchemist. Thus, what could a mere chef achieve? Let's have a look, then, the selection will begin shortly. Nangongwan calmly replied. The enormous arena they were in had an opening above it, from which light entered and shone down on the stage, brightening it up. Buletin Fang and the other 4 members in his group stepped up and into the arena. There were 5 platforms on the arena. This was where each of them would try to pass their tests. Buletin Fang stroked the bronze platform in front of him, which looked crudely made. He couldn't help furrowing his brows when he felt a stabbing pain on his palm that was caused by friction. The examiner came over and stood at the center of the arena center, then he began to explain the rules of the test. There weren't any concrete rules, however. Each of them were only required to make a product whose effects rivaled the effects of an 8th grade elixir, in order to pass this test. This requirement wasn't high, it could even be considered quite low because refining an 8th grade elixir was quite easy for an alchemist. Moreover, what high-grade alchemists refined were spirit pills that had extremely terrifying effects. Buletin Fang looked at others in his group, and he discovered that they were quite calm and collected, they seemed quite confident in their skills. Fu Bie, who was seating in the observation seats, smiled and said to Nangongwan, those 4 people all have extraordinary talents and wish to enter the top 100. It would be extremely difficult for your friend to stand out since he has run into them. Nangongwan only chuckled when she heard him. She was quite confident in owner Buletin's skill. Buletin Fang could sense and feel those people's confidence as they were quite sure of their skill. Alright, the test will start now. The time limit is just 1 hour. If you exceed it, you will be disqualified immediately. When the examiner finished his announcement, the people on the stage all began to work. This test was being watched by a countless number of people because, like Fu Bie had said, those 4 all had resounding reputations, and their test was certainly worth observing. Some people in the audience also noticed Buletin Fang mixed in with these 4. They watched him with sympathy-filled gazes because they believed he would have trouble standing out now that he had met into those 4. They figured that it was the kid's first time participating in the selection process because they didn't recognize his face. His luck was really bad, they thought. It was obvious that none of them expected anything from him. When Buletin Fang took out the black turtle constellation walk and slammed it on the ground, the entire audience quietened down for a moment, before raising an uproar. Countless sounds of laughter and jeers echoed throughout the arena. Had that lad come there to amuse them? Had he taken out that black walk to cook a dish? Chapter 485. A chef? He's obviously a poison master. No one had expected Buletin Fang would take out a wok. They could see that his item was only a wok, not a furnace used by alchemists to refine elixirs. At first, they thought that Buletin Fang had taken out a furnace, but after taking a second look, they couldn't help laughing out loud, their resounding laughter was brimming with mockery. I almost thought that an alchemist had appeared here, but it turned out that he had only taken out a wok. Will he use that wok to refine a medicine or a drug? Is this lad a doctor? Rubbish! Have you ever seen someone refine medicine with a wok? Even if he was a doctor, he would still use a furnace to refine medicines. The audience began to discuss and argue amongst themselves. The other 4 contestants in the arena, who were standing pretty close to Buletin Fang, had a clear look at him and discovered that the item he had whipped out was really just a wok. Furthermore, he wasn't just in possession of a wok, there was also a kitchen knife right beside it. When Buletin Fang raised the golden dragon bone kitchen knife, the whole place went into an uproar. My god! What does he want to make? Does the lad seek to cook a dish? Even cooks are allowed to participate in the selection? Or, had he just come to put on a show to amuse them? They were all bewildered and confused. Since symbolic tools like a kitchen knife and a wok had appeared in the area, if someone still said that Buletin Fang wasn't a cook, they wouldn't believe the person. Fu Bie was also dumbfounded. However, he chuckled lightly and said, "Young Miss Nangong, he has become a laughingstock now." However, contrary to the response he expected, Nangong Wan's expression did not change, neither did it turn unsightly. Instead, her lips had curled up slightly as she revealed a meaningful smile. Fu Ba took a long look at her before directing his gaze back to the arena. The other 4 contestants had also assumed that Buletin Fang came for fun, so they paid him no more attention. Their true energies surged out of their bodies as they took out bronze furnaces from their spatial spirit tools. 3 were doctors, and the last one was a poison master. However, both doctors and poison masters had to use a medicine furnace if they sought to refine some drugs. A medicine furnace was inferior to a pill furnace, but it was easier to control than the latter. The other 4 contestants placed countless spirit medicines on their bronze platforms. These spirit medicines emitted a rich fragrance and spiritual energy, which soared into the sky, intertwining along the air. The result affected the minds of the audience. The gaze of one of the doctors became sharp, and he took a deep breath before crushing a spirit medicine, which he proceeded to pour into his medicine furnace. He ignited his furnace, and it gradually turned bright red before starting to emit steam. The doctor took out a scarlet fruit, and with an extremely earnest and focused expression, he clutched the fruit with both hands, then he began to wring it with a peculiar technique, causing its skin to fall off instantly. Many people in the audience exclaimed in surprise and cheered when they saw him do that. The technique a doctor used to process his medicinal ingredients was extremely important. If he did not process his ingredients properly, how would he be able to refine a good medicine? A long, scarlet snake suddenly appeared in the hands of the poison master, exuding a gloomy aura. That long snake was sporting pitch-black fangs which seemed extremely poisonous. The poison master's expression didn't change for a second as he swung his hand and tore an opening in a place 7 inches from the snake's head. He inserted his thumb and index finger into that incision and pulled out a pitch-black gall from within. He raised the gall to his nose, sniffed it, and curled the corners of his mouth upwards. The number of poison masters was fewer than the number of doctors because the profession was filled with dangers. Poison masters frequently came in contact with all kinds of poisonous substances. However, everyone knew that it would be easier for an excellent poison master to challenge an alchemist than it would be for a doctor. This was akin to the phrase, "Danger is always accompanied by fortune." Although the poison master profession was fraught with danger, it was still easier for them to refine drugs that had astonishing effects, as a result of this danger. In the past, there was a poison master who managed to reach the top 30 in the Magical Hand Conference. Such an achievement caused a great sensation. It must be known that even entering the top 50 was marvelous to people with special gifts. The 4 other contestants did not hold back and displayed their skills. Although this was just a selection contest, they did not dare take it lightly. This was because refining drugs demanded their complete focus and attention. If they made just a small mistake, their entire refining process would end up a failure. Such a grave price wasn't something they could afford to pay. Suddenly, as the 4 other competitors were concentrating on refining drugs, a faint stench drifted over to them. A stench? Who had failed their refinement process? Did the person end up burning all his ingredients in his furnace? This was the first thought that crossed their minds. However, after twitching their nose slightly, they felt that something was off about the stench. It did not smell as if it was caused by burning ingredients. One doctor could not help turning his head to look at the source of the stench, and he saw Buletin Fang taking out an earthen jar, which he proceeded to place on his platform. The stench was emanating from Buletin Fang's platform. Buletin Fang swung his golden dragon bone kitchen knife, and it flickered like a shooting meteor. Everyone in the audience could only see a flash before they noticed that Buletin Fang's ingredients had been cut minced. Buletin Fang tipped these ingredients inside his wok and began to fry them. This caused sizzling sounds to resound through the arena. Everyone was struck dumb when they saw the steam rising from his wok. This kid really did start cooking on the stage. With how shameless he seemed, why hadn't he ascended to heaven already? A faint fragrance and a faint stinky odor wafted out of the wok. The combination of both odors bewildered many people. The 4 other contestants stole glances at Buletin Fang, then they diverted their gazes away, no longer interested in him. Although the odor was weird, they would not care about it as long as it did not affect them. They exerted their complete attention into refining their drugs. Buletin Fang began the next step in his cooking. He walked to the earthen jar on the bronze platform, and slapped its lid, causing it to fly away. The faint stench which had been wafting around instantly became extremely intense. It was though someone had just let loose a stinky fat right in front of everyone's noses. What the heck? What the hell is this? Why it's this stinky? What is that kid doing? Why is it this stinky? Is that earthen jar filled with excrements? Is he making a dish? Like hell I'll actually believe that. Where did this clown come from? Is he actually boiling excrement? The expressions of every audience member changed to one of surprise and anger as they covered their noses. They watched Bullet and Fang, whose expression was calm and indifferent, take out many black objects from within the earthen jar. A stinky viscous liquid was flowing out of these black objects. Fu Ba's complexion instantly darkened, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. However, Nangongwan found the scene both funny and embarrassing. She did not expect Bullet and Fang to make that dish. He would end up causing a scene. Young Miss Nangong, you weren't frank with me. This kid is a poison master, isn't he? If that is not the case, then how can he take out such disgusting objects? Fu Ba's complexion was dark, he felt he had been tricked by Bullet and Fang. A chef? Who the hell is a chef? Sizzle. 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 Bullet and Fang lifted a pitch-black stinky tofu with his golden dragon bone kitchen knife and threw it into the wok. A sizzling sound immediately rang out as oil splashed. The disgusting stench emanating from the wok became even more intense, and the odor engulfed the entire place. Bang! A explosion rocked the stage. A doctor who was not far from Bullet and Fang had clutched his throat and shed tears because of the stench. When he leaned against his bronze platform for support, the furnace in front of him exploded, and medicinal paste flew out of it and splattered all over the ground. It's so stinky that I could not use my mind anymore. The doctor was enraged and viciously glared at Bullet and Fang. That guy is doing all of this intentionally. The current state of the remaining two doctors was no better. Both of them had covered their noses, and their complexions had darkened as though they had been poisoned. Their furnaces trembled constantly, it seemed likely that they would explode soon. Both doctors were incapable of controlling their mental power properly because of the stench. The only person who was still calm and unperturbed was the poison master. He curled up the corners of his mouth as he looked at Bullet and Fang in surprise. It turns out that it's a person of the same profession. Such a move is really too vile and poisonous. The poison master took a deep breath and inspired that stinky odor into his nose. It's truly too stinky. But I like it, the poison master concluded with a smile. He took out a hairy black spider and threw it into his furnace, then began to increase the intensity of his flame. As the temperature of his furnace gradually increased, a faint, black stinky gas surged out of it. Bang! 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 Consecutive explosions rocked the stage as the furnaces of the remaining two doctors exploded, splashing medicinal paste around. The doctors' complexions were now quite dark. Since their furnaces had exploded, didn't this mean that they had failed to pass the selection? Such a matter was really too awful. Why did such a vicious and vile person exist? Bullet and Fang's expression remained calm and indifferent. As he stirred the stinky tofu in the wok, its disgusting odor changed slightly. A long while later, he scooped out the deep-fried stinky tofu from the wok and placed it in a porcelain bowl. It was smeared in the sweet spicy juice that he had prepared earlier. A sweet spicy stinky tofu was successfully cooked. Chapter 486. Weren't we birds of a feather? What? What is all of this for? The doctors almost flew into a rage when they saw Bullet and Fang put on an innocent expression. They really wished they could take out their shoes and hurl them at his face. If you hadn't cooked some random shit whose stench affected our minds, how would we end up blowing our furnaces by mistake? All of this was because of this damned guy. At first, they had assumed that he was harmless, and that his participation was completely irrelevant. Who the hell was irrelevant? Who would have expected this lad to be this vile? He actually had the guts to boil some excrement-like objects in the arena. Could he be any more shameless than that? Bullet and Fang was somewhat dumbfounded by the doctor's resentful gazes. Were these three morons? He was disinclined to pay any more attention to them. He turned to face the examiner and calmly said, "This is my product. It's already finished, and it was finished within the stipulated time of 1 hour." The examiner, who was still quite shocked, came back to his senses. He walked over and looked at Bullet and Fang's dish. Well, its appearance was unexpectedly quite nice. Although Bullet and Fang's skill of exhibiting dishes didn't go through the system's training, he still had experience from his past life, so he was able to display his dish quite impressively. They were, at the very least, still easy on the eyes. Although this examiner had worked as an examiner for many years, this was still the first time he had seen someone cook a dish on this stage. Hence, he was rather curious about the dish. He sniffed the dish slightly, and the aroma wafting from the dish instantly drilled into his nostrils, causing his face to darken. "What odor is this?" that examiner asked, almost throwing up, and the gaze he directed at the sweet spicy stinky tofu became one of fright. "It's a stinky odor." Bulletin Fang replied him, expressionlessly. "Are you a poison master? Do current poison masters learn to keep up with the times and progress further on? You actually made such a disgusting object. Aren't you deliberately using it to nauseate and disgust people?" The examiner glared at Bulletin Fang. The three doctors, who weren't far from them, also glared at him while nodding. "Examiner, you should immediately withdraw his right to participate. If he had made and showed off such a disgusting object in the Magical Hand Conference, then he would thoroughly disgrace our Heavenly Mist City." The three doctors were really angry and indignant, and they all asked the examiner to disqualify Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and turned to look at them. Had these three morons lost their minds because of that stench? "Shut up! If you still dare to speak up, don't blame me for beating you up," Bulletin Fang said indifferently. "Ah! Did this kid just spout such arrogant and overbearing words?" The three doctors were even angrier now. How could they fear Bulletin Fang? One of them was a divine physique echelon expert who had broken through one supreme being shackle, while the other two were still supreme beings. So, how could they fear a supreme being lad? "Tell me, how can this object be used?" "By eating it directly." The examiner restrained the doctors who were about to flare up and shifted his gaze back to the sweet spicy stinky tofu. "It is, obviously, by eating it directly," Bulletin Fang replied. "Directly eating such objects which were as smelly as excrement?" That examiner swallowed his saliva and looked at Bulletin Fang and realized that his gaze was quite sincere and honest. This was an encouraging gaze. In the observation seats, both Fu Bie and Nangang Wan were watching the events that unfolded. "It seems the kid has finished making his product, let's go down and have a look at it," Fu Bie said. After he had said that, he went down the observation stage. He really wanted to see the level of skill the arrogant kid who sought to enter the Magical Hand Conference as a chef had. What was the dish he depended on to be that arrogant? While the examiner was still hesitating to eat the dish, Nangang Wan and Fu Bie came over. When the examiner saw Fu Bie, his eyes lit up instantly. "Sir, you came over?" the examiner said respectfully. "Is this the dish made by that lad?" Fu Bie squinted his eyes as he looked at the sweet spicy stinky tofu. A thick stench and a sweet fragrance were combined in the dish, and it gave people an extremely peculiar feeling. Fu Bie couldn't help widening his eyes when he noticed it. The odor emanating from the dish caused all the hair on his body to stand on end. Even when he was in the observation seats, he found the odor unbearable, and now that he was perceiving it up close, he found it even more smelly. It was even more smelly than the drugs of common poison masters. "A chef? Is he a chef?" Fu Bie felt his common sense topple over. "Fine. You don't need to force yourself, I will personally taste it and examine him," Fu Bie said, twitching the corners of his mouth. As if being relieved from a heavy burden, the examiner passed the bowl to Fu Bie and fled far away from it, then continued to watch Fu Bie from a distance. "Fu Bie, will you taste it or not?" "If you won't taste it, then I will do it, instead," Nangang Wan said, with a warm smile. The stench was completely incapable of affecting her. It was many times better than that stinky tofu owner Bulletin had made in his restaurant. Fu Bie was surprised by Nangang Wan's words. She was the Nangang family's princess, yet she was actually willing to taste such a disgusting object. Did the dish hold a secret behind it? He scooped up a piece of the black stinky tofu, which had a slightly yellow luster, with his chopsticks. Oil dripped from it, and a nauseating odor wafted out of it. Fu Bie felt as though his stomach had become a mess. He really was risking his life to examine the dish. He closed his eyes and placed that piece of stinky tofu into his mouth, then began to chew it resolutely. He felt a soft texture in his mouth. It was supple, like cow's milk, and it was so comforting he was left feeling like something was massaging the muscles in his mouth. Unexpectedly, it tasted quite good. Fu Bie opened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed in surprise. The stinky tofu had absorbed a great amount of oil, and biting into it slightly caused sweet oil to seep out. Fu Ba's first impression of the dish was its stench, then its softness and sweetness. Did he actually find such a object quite sweet? Fu Bie thought that his head had been impaired by its stench. However, it was actually producing such a marvelous sensation in his mouth. The dish was not awful at all. Fu Ba's face was filled with disbelief. Such a great contrast really surprised him. Fu Bie, who seemed intoxicated by it, reached his chopsticks out to another piece of stinky tofu and grasped it, then he promptly stuffed it into his mouth. Squish! Squish! The more Fu Bie ate, the faster he ate. The three doctors were struck dumb by the unfolding event. They had no idea why Fu Bie was this passionate. It was spicy, crisp, and sweet. The sweet spicy stinky tofu caused Fu Bie to feel a great rush of excitement. The three doctors were flabbergasted. What was happening there? Why had Fu Bie, who was wearing a menacing expression only a moment ago, become this intoxicated? Wasn't that excrement-like object disgusting? Delicious. It tastes extremely delicious. Fu Bie exclaimed in surprise. Bouletin Fang was quite calm in the face of all that because it was all within his expectations. Moreover, the crux of this dish wasn't in its taste, but in its spiritual energy and its effects. After Fu Bie had eaten several pieces of stinky tofu, his body trembled as Bouletin Fang had expected. Fu Bie felt all the true energy in his body begin to rotate swiftly, and he also felt all the impurities within his fleshly body getting forced out. PFF. PFF. Several deafening farts resounded, which stunned everyone. Nangongwan reacted quickly and covered her nose with her sleeves while she swiftly distanced herself from him. Bouletin Fang also decisively distanced himself from Fu Bie. Fu Bie, on the hand, was letting loose these thunderous farts continuously because the impurities in his body were being forced out. With each fart Fu Bie unleashed, he felt his body become lighter and more relaxed. It was like he had suddenly become younger. He found the experience crisp and pleasurable. This dish's effect was even better than that of the 9th grade elixir body tempering pill. Fu Wa exclaimed inwardly. This kid wasn't just boasting. The effect of the dish he made was, unexpectedly, comparable to that of a 9th grade elixir. It was truly extraordinary. It seemed that he had misjudged the kid. Fu Ba's smelly farts were even stinkier than the stinky tofu's odor. Bang! An explosion rocked the stage as the furnace of the Poison Master, whose face was now filled with shock, exploded, causing a green paste to splatter all around. That smelly fart was so stinky that it disturbed even that Poison Master's mind, which caused his furnace to explode. That Poison Master was so pained that he couldn't breathe properly, and he almost shed tears. He had almost finished making it. He was so regretful that he almost became mad. Weren't we birds of a feather? Fu Bie was somewhat embarrassed. That was something he couldn't control. He was completely incapable of stopping himself from farting. After letting out several more deafening farts, the dish's effects began to weaken. Fu Bie, on the other hand, felt much lighter, and his mind was much clearer. The effects of this dish had really astonished him. Good, good, good. You passed. You passed. Fu Bie said joyfully. It was really astonishing that culinary arts could reach such a level. The examiner and the three doctors were dumbfounded by Fu Ba's words. Had Bouletin Fang passed the exam just like that? It was unfair. Bouletin Fang, however, was disinclined to care about their objections. Since he had already gotten the right to participate in the Magical Hand Conference, then there was no longer any need for him to stay there, he would go back and open his store for business. He turned around and walked toward the exit. Your Excellency Bouletin Fang, you already obtained the right to participate in the Magical Hand Conference, so don't forget to come to the plaza in the center of Heavenly Mist City in 3 days, in order to participate in the preliminary competition. Just as Bouletin Fang's body was about to disappear from Fu Ba's sight, he came back to his sense and hurriedly shouted out. Fu Bie was really excited. He felt that Bouletin Fang's appearance was probably a flicker of hope for people with special gifts in the upcoming conference. This lad could probably create a legendary record and achievement. Elder Fu, we aren't convinced about the results. That kid's product disturbed us, so why didn't you disqualify him? The doctors glared at Fu Bie as they demanded an explanation from him. After all, they had good prospects and an opportunity to reach the top 50, so how could they bear being eliminated without even competing in the conference? Moreover, the kid who caused them to get eliminated easily and effortlessly acquired the right to participate in the conference, so how could they bear it? Fu Bie licked his lips and calmly looked at them, without uttering a word. He passed to them the last piece of stinky tofu left in the porcelain tray. If you taste it, you will know why." The doctors were taken aback by his words, and they looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help twitching the corners of their mouth as they looked at the last piece of stinky tofu in the bowl, which emitted a stinky odor. Chapter 487. The heavenly mist city's undercurrents started surging. Nangongwan felt somewhat regretful that she did not get to taste Bulatan Fang's stinky tofu. After she had tasted the dish for the first time, her attitude toward it changed from disgust to fondness. She understood how marvelous the dish's charm was. After Bulatan Fang and Nangongwan left the southern region of the city, they rode a spirit beast carriage back to the Cloud Mist restaurant. The area surrounding the restaurant was still as messy as before, but a large number of people, who had been sent by the Nangong family, could be seen repairing the buildings. A long stream of people passed through the area, leaving the area bustling with activity and noise. After accompanying Bulatan Fang back to his restaurant, Nangongwan rode the spirit beast carriage back to her home. Her elixir store had also been destroyed, and so this was a matter she had no plans to let go of. She had to find the culprit and teach him a lesson. Enraged women were the most terrifying creatures. The current Nangongwan seemed frightening. However, all of this had nothing to do with Bulatan Fang. As soon as he returned to his store, he opened for business. There were fewer customers today. This was probably because the surrounding elixir stores had been destroyed. However, Bulatan Fang didn't dislike being idle. He pulled a chair to the front of the store and lay on it. As the warm rays of sunlight cascaded down on his relaxed figure, he couldn't help feeling sleepy. Inside the store, Nethery kept pacing back and forth, barefooted. She seemed really bored. She took a leaf from Bulatan Fang's book and also pulled a chair to the entrance of the store, then she sat down. However, she did not sit for too long before fleeing the area in a hurry because she could not bear the sunlight. She went over to Lord Dog and sat cross-legged beside it, and began to survey her surrounding with a blank expression on her face. In the Nangong family's courtyard, Nangong Wyukwi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and a gloomy expression on his face. "What did you find? Who was behind yesterday's matter?" he asked in a dignified tone of voice. "Patriarch, I already investigated. It should have been someone from the Zhang family behind it. Just the day before, the whereabouts of the Zhang family's commander, Zhang He, was unknown, and he still hasn't returned, yet. The Zhang family are furious, but they still chose to keep the matter away from the public, which seems really fishy," said an elder who had furrowed his brows. Nangong Wyukwi nodded at the elder and began to pace around. Then, he squinted his eyes and said, "It really is fishy. If one of their commanders disappeared, the Zhang family, with their temper, should have already sent out all their personnel to comb the entire city. However, they did not make any moves whatsoever. Is this because they have something to hide, making them unable to dare make a move? However, what could be behind Zhang He's disappearance? Was he killed?" the elder asked in confusion. Nangong Wyukwi suddenly thought of something. He had just recalled seeing Bulatan Fang's restaurant intact, without any damage whatsoever. Hence, Zhang He might have been killed by someone from the restaurant. If Zhang He had really attempted to destroy the restaurant like he destroyed the elixir stores, he would, most definitely, have incited the rage of one of the restaurant's experts. Who in that restaurant was capable of killing Zhang He silently? Other than that terrifying woman, who else could it be? As Nangong Wyukwi pondered about this, he couldn't help shuddering. "Prepare a spirit beast carriage for me, I will take a trip to the Zhang family. We won't take such losses sitting down, we must retaliate." The elder was taken aback by Nangong Wyukwi's declaration and turned to stare at him with a blank expression. Fine. It seemed that Nangong Wyukwi had become more reliable. The Heavenly Mist City's teleportation array was bustling with noise and activity once again, as many experts stepped out of the array. After each teleportation, a great number of people would step out of the array. The increase in the number of people wasn't just because of the teleportation array, there was an innumerable amount of giant warships rushing into the city, and these warships were filled with experts from various big factions. There was also a large number of alchemists coming into the city. These alchemists came from the Pill Palace's other two Pill Cities, Heavenly Pill City, and Heavenly Shine City. The reason behind the large influx of people was the Magical Hand Conference, which was to be held, this time, in the Heavenly Mist City. From amongst the lot of ships, there was a warship that had the words Mystery Capital House inscribed on it. The Mystery Capital House was one of Heavenly Pill City's top-notch elixir stores in existence, tantamount to the Heavenly Mist City's Drifting Cloud House. Every top-notch elixir store had a top-notch alchemist behind it. There was a Four Clouds alchemist in the Mystery Capital House's worship. He was one of the appraisers for this magical hand conference. The Heavenly Shine City's dazzling sun house's worship also arrived. Including the prestigious alchemists arriving from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City, one could see that these alchemists were all grand and imposing. The Heavenly Mist City was the weakest pill city because it had only one Four Clouds alchemist. 4 of the 5 Four Cloud alchemist appraisers present were from Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City. The Heavenly Mist City's lord personally came over to welcome them and invite them to his palace. The city bustled with activity and noise when these prestigious alchemists arrived. Buzz! A radiant glow flickered in teleportation array as an expert clad in a black robe stepped out of it. This expert carried a bronze coffin on his back. This coffin was emitting an extremely eerie aura. My 2 younger brothers died in the Heavenly Mist City's secret realm, didn't they? I heard that a lot of people managed to come back alive. Seeing as the members of my puppet sect died, why do these people get to keep their lives? The man raised his head, and an awe-inspiring glow flickered within his eyes, which were hidden by the hood of the black robe. Experts from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion also emerged from the teleportation array. Xiao Changjiun's death was a grave blow to them because his status was really high, thus, they sent someone to investigate his death. This wasn't just the case for Wind and Thunder Pavilion. The factions who lost disciples in the secret realm arrived in the Heavenly Mist City for revenge, and because of this, they sent even more powerful disciples. A man from the Grand Baron sect, who was carrying an enormous sword on his back, emerged from the teleportation array as well. He was Ximen Xian, the tyrant demonic sword of the Grand Baron sect's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven ranking. He was a swordsman who wielded a heavy sword which was formed by his sword intent. He was one of 3 most outstanding disciples of the Grand Baron sect's younger generation. His cultivation was extremely powerful, he had already broken through 3 Supreme Beings' shackles. The experts from the ancient Shura city also arrived. Misha could be seen respectfully standing beside a youth. This youth had a high and noble status. He was one of the direct descendants of the ancient Shura city's imperial family. Sir Tonghe, the Shura Tower is in the Heavenly Mist City. I saw it with my own eyes, Misha said respectfully. The youth had a very handsome face and a dazzling blood-red hair. He took a deep breath and said, I can sense very intense fluctuations from the Shura Tower. The Shura Tower is the sacred tool of my ancient Shura city, it must not be left outside. As more experts arrived, the activity within Heavenly Mist City increased. However, despite the increasing amount of activity within the city, Buletin Fang contentedly lay in his chair, basking under the sun. He was all along this lazy and was now squinting his eyes and relaxing while gazing at the passing clouds. Whenever customers came over, Buletin Fang would get up and go to the kitchen to make their dishes. After that, he would return to his chair in front of the store and lie in it. Many of the store's customers found his indolent appearance funny and embarrassing. The area around the restaurant had been swept cleanly. The rubble from the collapsed stores had been swept away, and only sand remained on the ground. This made the area seem quite spacious and empty. His restaurant proudly stood there alone, seeming quite conspicuous. The number of customers in the store slowly dwindled, and the Nangong family personnel stopped working and returned to their homes. Under the setting sun, Buletin Fang remained in front of the store, watching the shadow of the store elongate due to the dimming light of the sun. In the distance, 2 people could be seen gradually approaching him. These 2 were clad in blood-red robes, and they also had blood-red hair, which appeared bright under the light rays from the setting sun. Buletin Fang calmly looked at them. Misha sucked in a breath of cold air when he spotted Buletin Fang sitting in front of the restaurant. He did not dare act carelessly because the guy in front of him had managed to survive a face-off with the terrifying bloody man. This showed that the guy surely had powerful means. Misha was only wary of Buletin Fang, despite his seemingly weak cultivation level, because he knew how powerful that bloody man had been. Tonghe stood beside Misha, and the corners of the lips of his extremely handsome face, which looked like a work of art, curled upwards. The Shura Tower's aura is emanating from this person's body. It seems like the one who got Shura Tower, in the end, is just an ant who has not even broken through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. Chapter 488. Going to participate in the conference while carrying a board. As the rays of the setting sun shone upon them, the shadows of the 2 men became longer and longer. Buletin Fang stood up and stretched his body as he prepared to close the bronze gate in front of the store. He was ready to end the day's business. As the 2 men approached his store from a distant place, they directly walked toward it. When they stepped on the crushed stones, a cracking sound resounded and filled the area. Tong He's gaze was mild and calm. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind and his gaze fell on Bulletin Fang. More accurately, his gaze fell on the tower which was on Bulletin Fang's neck. That tower was none other than the Shura Tower. Tong He became extremely excited at this moment. After looking for the Shura Tower for such a long time, he was finally able to catch a glimpse of it. Sir, control your feelings. This guy isn't simple. When Miss He saw that Tong He was becoming extremely agitated, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He pulled at Tong He's arm and shouted at him. When Tong He heard Mish's words, he calmed down. If what Miss He said was true, this kid should have some extremely powerful means. He was able to steal the Shura Tower from such terrifying existences in the secret realm. He knew that he needed to be careful when dealing with Bulletin Fang. Tong He straightened out his clothes and wore a grave expression on his face as he slowly walked toward the store. Bulletin Fang had a confused look on his face as he looked at the two men who were approaching his store. He felt as though they looked somewhat familiar. However, he wasn't able to recall their identities or when he last saw them. Since he wasn't able to think of it, there was probably no need to think about it. Tong He sized up the store before he looked at Bulletin Fang with a warm gaze. Your Excellency! Are you the owner of this restaurant? Bulletin Fang was taken aback by his words. It's indeed me. Bulletin Fang replied Tong He's question. A trace of greed and longing appeared in Tong He's eyes when his gaze fell upon the Shura Tower which hung from Bulletin Fang's neck. That was the ancient Shura city's sacred tool. How could he treat such a precious object so casually? Tong He's gaze caused Bulletin Fang to slightly furrow his brows. When Miss He saw the change in Bulletin Fang's expression, the look on his face experienced a grave change. He pulled at Tong He's arm and warned him again. After Tong He came back to his senses, he took a deep breath and smiled in apology to Bulletin Fang. It's my first time seeing a restaurant in the Heavenly Mist City. Can you let me taste one of your Excellency's dishes? Since they were unable to rob Bulletin Fang, Tong He decided to take another roundabout way to approach him. Tong He inwardly decided that he should first probe out Bulletin Fang's power before making any decision. So, you are here to have a meal? The store is already closed. Come back tomorrow, Bulletin Fang said calmly to Tong He who was standing at the entrance. He walked back into the store and went to close the bronze gates. Tong He was dumbfounded by Bulletin Fang's actions. Why was he closing the store now? Tong He had just seen the Shura Tower and there was no way he was willing to leave just like this. Raising his palm, he placed it on the bronze gate, preventing Bulletin Fang from closing the store. Wait. I can pay you. I can pay you several times the cost of the dish, Tong He said. Was Bulletin Fang someone who would sell his principles for money? If the rules of the system changed, he would consider serving his food to Tong He. However, with the system rules still in place, there was no need for him to waste his breath with this Tong He. He calmly looked at the hand which Tong He placed on the gate. Tong He was somewhat sullen at this moment. He clenched his teeth and wasn't willing to let Bulletin Fang close the store. Someone like him who broke through three supreme beings' shackles was actually treated like this by an ant. Tong He was extremely infuriated and felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Sir, calm down, Miss He hurriedly said. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Bulletin Fang slammed the bronze gate shut. Tong He, who was standing at the entrance of the store, was left outside. A cold breeze blew against his face and his entire body shuddered. There wasn't anyone who dared to treat him like this. When he was in the ancient Shura city, everyone was extremely respectful to him. He would never have thought that an ant like punk would dare to disregard him and close a door in his face. I won't bear it any longer. Today, I will take back the Shura Tower even if I have to steal it, Tong He took a deep breath and coldly said. The moment the words left his mouth, a surging true energy gushed out from his body and his hair fluttered in the air. His gaze turned ice cold. Raising his palm, a true energy cyclone could be seen revolving on his palm. The moment he was about to destroy the gate and forcefully enter the store, the bronze gate opened up. Both Tong He and Miss He were shocked when the bronze gate suddenly opened. When the gate opened, the person who was standing at the entrance of the store wasn't Bulletin Fang. Tong He's pupils contracted and his true energy shook when his gaze landed on the woman who was standing in front of him. She had long black hair and she stared straight at him. Why did a woman suddenly appear? Not to mention the fact that it was such a beautiful woman. Nethery's ice-cold gaze fell upon Tong He's body. Her indifferent gaze caused goosebumps to appear on Tong He's body. Did he change his mind? Is he going to let us in? Tong He retracted his true energy and a warm smile appeared on his face. He knew that he shouldn't lose his bearing in front of a beautiful woman. At this moment, Tong He was completely oblivious to Miss He, who was standing beside him. The moment Nethery appeared, Misha's expression changed and he seemed as though he had just run into a ghost. Misha's complexion was deathly pale and his lips were trembling. He felt as though a lightning bolt struck him the moment he saw Nethery. Tong He had never met her. However, as someone who had entered the secret realm, Miss He obviously knew Nethery's identity. She was the Netherworld ship's Netherworld woman. The cursed Netherworld woman. What was she doing there? Wasn't she supposed to be in the secret realm? The power of the Netherworld woman was unfathomable. However, Miss He knew that meeting her in the secret realm was the same as meeting death. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Nethery was a terrifying existence. Sir. We should leave now. Misha's gaze was full of fright when he looked at Nethery. His heart shuddered and he pulled at Tong He's arm. Get lost. Nethery calmly looked at those two men and opened her ruddy lips. Two words came out from her mouth and she shooed both of them away. She could feel the killing intent leaking from Tong He. If she was in the secret realm, she would have already attacked him. Such a person wouldn't survive more than 3 seconds before her. Ah! Get lost! Tong He was taken aback. His complexion instantly turned gloomy. Was she asking him to get lost? This woman actually dared to be disrespectful toward him? Although he wasn't able to see through Nethery's power, he wasn't afraid of her. She didn't seem to be old enough to be one of those old monsters. He had never been afraid of anyone in the same generation as him. We'll leave. We'll leave immediately. Miss He was so frightened by her that he felt as though his galls rose up to his throat. Tong He coldly sneered and raised up his palm. There was only one thought in his mind and that was to obtain the Shura Tower. He wanted to forcefully enter the store and force Bullet and Fang to hand over the Shura Tower. All of a sudden, he felt like the flow of time stagnated as a fair and thin finger appeared before his eyes. The slender finger tapped against his forehead. Buzz! Tong He felt as though his head was about to burst open as a feeling of intense pain overwhelmed him. The power which came from that finger caused his entire body to fly away. He was thrown several miles away. As Miss He faced Nethery's gaze, his heart shuddered once more. He frantically made his escape. The Netherworld woman was actually protecting this store. What on earth was the origin of this restaurant? Misha's heart and mind shook when he thought about it. When Tong He crawled up from the ground, he was still stupefied, and fear lingered in his mind. His complexion was filled with panic and fright. His forehead swelled up. The color of his skin was so red that it turned slightly purple. He felt as though his head was about to burst open. A finger. Just a single finger sent him flying away before he was able to react. He wasn't even able to clearly see how that woman attacked him. She was too terrifying. Who was that woman? There was no one in his generation who had the abilities to crush him like that. The only reason he could think of was that the woman came from the Hidden Dragon Royal Court. Was the Hidden Dragon Royal Court backing that restaurant? Sir, are you all right? When Miss He saw that Tong He didn't die, he managed to calm down. That restaurant is weird. From today on, you should keep a close watch over it. We must look for an opportunity to take back the Shura Tower from that kid. Tong He was somewhat sullen at this moment. He had a cold expression on his face as he stood up and commanded Miss He. Turning around, he left the moment he was done giving out his command. Miss He finally released a long sigh. It seemed as though Tong He was still sane as he wasn't going to rashly attack that restaurant. If he really attacked that restaurant, they might not know how they died. That woman was, after all, the Netherworld woman. It wasn't surprising that the punk managed to take care of that bloody man since he had the Netherworld woman as his helper. It seemed as though they had to carefully plan their next move in order to obtain the Shura Tower from Bullet and Fang. Miss He followed behind Tong He as thoughts ran through his head. All of a sudden, he squinted his eyes as they slightly flickered. If I let someone from the Hidden Dragon Royal Court know that the store is harboring the Netherworld woman, what would happen? The Hidden Dragon Royal Court was the Hidden Dragon continent's top-notch sacred land. It was in existence more powerful than any first-rate faction. Although the ancient Shura city was powerful, it still had a long way to go if it wanted to rival the Hidden Dragon Royal Court. However, after thinking about it, he shook his head and gave up on that idea. He knew that he wasn't able to bear the consequences if he angered the Netherworld woman. Neither was he able to offend the Hidden Dragon Royal Court's members. 3 days quickly passed. When the morning sun rays shone upon Bulletin Fang and covered his body, he opened his eyes and got up from the bed. He washed his face and rinsed his mouth before going to the kitchen to practice his cutting technique. After practicing it for quite some time, he cooked Nethery and Lord Dog's breakfast before leaving the store. He still remembered what Fu Ba shouted at him before he left. The Magical Hand Conference's preliminary competition would be held in the plaza in the Heavenly Mist City's center on this very day. There was no way Bulletin Fang would miss the competition. Bulletin Fang wore a long robe as he walked out of the store. Leaping into the air, he took out the Cloud Mist Restaurant's board. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth as he looked at the 3 big words written on the Cloud Mist Restaurant's board. Carrying the board, he walked toward the Heavenly Mist City's central plaza. He would participate in the competition while holding the board. He would let everyone know that he was representing the Cloud Mist Restaurant. The Cloud Mist Restaurant's rise would start from this very day. Chapter 489. My brother-in-law is someone who will create a miracle. The Heavenly Mist City's plaza was situated in the center of the city. The surroundings were filled with countless high and tall bronze buildings. Those buildings were owned by several big families. The Lin, Zhang, and the Nangong families owned some of them. Even the Drifting Cloud House had its own building. The building owned by the Drifting Cloud House was even taller than the buildings owned by the 3 big families. The insides of the building were adorned with splendid gold and jade. The Pill Tower was quite a distance away from the central plaza. Due to the fact that it was constantly emitting pill energy, if it was placed in the center of the city would be affected. No matter if it was the Heavenly Pill City's Pill Tower, the Heaven Shine City's Pill Tower, or the Heavenly Mist City's Pill Tower, they were all built in a more remote and desolate place. Bulletin Fang walked through a small road as he rushed toward a tall building which seemed as though it was made of metal. He gradually saw more people in his surroundings when he neared the building. All kinds of spirit beast carriages, which gave rise to strong winds, were passing him noisily. Many people noticed Bulletin Fang and they turned their stares to him. His current appearance was quite conspicuous as he was carrying a giant board on his hand. 3 words, Cloud Mist Restaurant, were inscribed on that board. What was this guy up to? Many people couldn't help starting to laugh when they saw him. Most of them noticed the words inscribed on the board. Cloud Mist Restaurant? A restaurant? Was there still a restaurant in Heavenly Mist City? Although the Cloud Mist Restaurant was quite prosperous, most of the citizens were still oblivious about the existence of the restaurant. A majority of the people were still consuming fasting pills. They didn't even know that there was still a restaurant in Heavenly Mist City. Of course, there were also some people who knew owner Bulletin. They were surprised when they saw him. Owner Bulletin? Why are you carrying your restaurant's board for? To participate in the Magical Hand Conference, Bulletin Fang replied all of them calmly as he proceeded forward with his board. Are you going to participate in the Magical Hand Conference? You are a chef. Owner Bulletin, don't cause a scene there. Those who were acquainted with Bulletin Fang became dumbfounded. The Magical Hand Conference was a competition for alchemists. What was a chef like him trying to do? All of them quickly assumed that Bulletin Fang was joking when he said that he was going to participate in the competition. However, Bulletin Fang wasn't kidding when he said that he would participate. Bulletin Fang could see that there were many familiar people in the way. They were all going to watch the conference. The Magical Hand Conference was, after all, a large-scale competition held by the Pill Palace. It was normal for many people to be attracted to watch the competition. If they attended the conference, they would be able to see many famous alchemists. They might even get to see high-level members of the Pill Palace. Those people were all excellent alchemists. All of them were idol-like existences to the people in the Pill Palace's territory. Those people who were familiar with Bulletin Fang were confused by what he said. However, those unfamiliar with him laughed when they heard that Bulletin Fang, who proclaimed himself to be a chef, was going to participate in the conference. After passing through countless tall buildings, Bulletin Fang's eyes lit up, and there was a resplendent light in his pupils. There was an extremely spacious and empty giant plaza in the middle of those tall buildings. Old Bulletin, we are over here. Look over here. Bulletin Fang seemed as though he heard some shouts and subconsciously turned his head around. He looked toward the source of the noise and instantly saw the siblings, Nangong Wuqi and Nangong Wan, waving at him. They were seated quite some distance away from where he stood. Bulatin Fang was taken aback for a moment before he started to walk toward them. Nangong Yukui wore an odd look on his face when he discovered that Bulatin Fang was carrying his restaurant's board with him. That was certainly unexpected. Old Bulatin, what are you carrying this board for? Are you not going to participate in the conference? I want to spread the name of my restaurant. If I didn't bring this board with me, how could they know that I am actually representing the Cloud Mist restaurant? Bulatin Fang declared confidently. Fine. Your words actually contain some truth. I can't refute them. It was only at this moment that Nangong Yukui remembered Bulatin Fang's reason to participate in it. He was participating to spread his restaurant's name. However, wasn't this way too exaggerated? Nangong Wan squinted her eyes as she looked at him. She was actually hoping to see the scene when Bulatin Fang heroically descended from the stage with his board when he won. If such a thing happened, many people would be so startled and shocked that their eyes would pop out of their sockets. When the three of them were chatting, more people started streaming into the plaza. A giant metallic ship descended from the sky and strong gales were raised. Many experts who were wearing alchemists' white robes came out from the ship. Duan Yun, whose grey hair fluttered in the wind, couldn't help but take a deep breath when he descended from the Heavenly Pill City's warship. He had to secure a spot in the top 10 of this magical hand conference. Duan Yun had been practicing and tempering his alchemy skills in seclusion after he returned from the southern border. He had been stimulated by what he saw in the people he met during his trip. The dishes in a restaurant had better effects than elixirs. How could an alchemist like him accept such a cruel fact? If an alchemist wasn't able to defeat a chef, how was he supposed to proclaim that he had the noblest of the hidden dragon continent's professions? Duan Yun, you have to do your best in this conference. With your current skills, it won't be difficult for you to reach the top 50. An old man descended from the ship and patted Duan Yun's shoulder as he spoke to him with a smile on his face. Duan Yun turned his head around and looked at that old man with a respectful gaze. This old man was his teacher, one of the Heavenly Pill City's respected master alchemist. He was the four-cloud alchemist, Gu He. Master Gu He was one of the appraisers and judges in the Magical Hand Conference. Duan Yun excitedly nodded at him and a firm look appeared in his eyes. All right. Go prepare for it along with your senior brothers and senior sisters. I hope that none of you will let me down this time. We are competing against outsiders. Don't disgrace our Heavenly Pill City. Master Gu He laughed as he stroked his long beard before leaving with a dignified expression on his face. Duan Yun followed behind his senior brothers and sisters as they went to the center of the plaza. The Heavenly Mist City's alchemists are at a much lower level compared to our Heavenly Pill City. We have to let the Heavenly Mist City's citizens witness a true alchemist's ability. Among the Pill Place's factions, our Heavenly Pill City is the strongest. Hey, all of you, have a look at that place. There is someone who brought a board with him to participate in the conference. Duan Yun and his senior brothers and sisters, who all had their own pride, curiously observed their surroundings. All of a sudden, Duan Yun heard one of his senior sisters exclaim in surprise. Turning his head, he looked toward the direction where she pointed. He instantly saw a slim figure of a man who was carrying a giant board as he walked toward the place to register. He found the silhouette of that man somewhat familiar. Duan Yun's pupils contracted. He became puzzled all of a sudden. He felt as though he had seen that silhouette before at some place. However, after thinking about it for a long while, he couldn't remember where. When he was still racking his brains, his senior brothers and sisters pulled him over to the place of registration. There were 8 arenas in the middle of the spacious plaza. The preliminary competition would be held in 8 arenas as there were many people participating in the conference. When Bulatin Fang, who was carrying a board, reached the registration place, the alchemist who was in charge of registration looked at him as though he was some sort of retard. It was his first time witnessing a chef participating in the conference. It was also his first time seeing someone register for the conference while carrying a board. Was this person a clown invited by someone? Was he invited to liven up the atmosphere for this event? Old Bulatin, although you already passed through the registration place for people with special talent, the preliminary competition doesn't have a fair allocation. Your opponent might be a poison master or he might also be an alchemist. You must try your best not to get yourself eliminated too early. After Nangong Yukui took his number plate, he warned Bulatin Fang before leaving. Bulatin Fang nodded at him. The arena number which was inscribed on Bulatin Fang's plate was 8. The 8th arena was in one of the corners of the plaza and had a remote location. However, Bulatin Fang didn't care about it at all. Nangang Wukui was assigned to the third arena, which was in the center of the stage. Nangang Wan was assigned to the sixth arena. The three of them were separated and assigned to different arenas. Nangang Wukui. Was that fool carrying a board your friend? Even such trash dares to participate in the conference. Before Nangang Wukui reached the third arena, a mocking voice transmitted to his ears. He turned his head around and looked over. That person who just mocked him was a man with fair skin who was wearing an alchemist robe. He emitted a powerful aura. This man's face was filled with mockery. Lin family's third young master, you know nothing about my brother-in-law's skill. You should just shut up. Nangang Wukui curled up the corners of his mouth and calmly said. The Lin family's third young master, who was the Lin family's genius alchemist, shook his head as he looked at Nangang Wukui. This Nangang Wukui was indeed a weirdo, and even his friend was a weirdo. Your brother-in-law's skill? A chef's skill? Nangang Wukui, even if you are a moron, don't assume that other people are as retarded as you. A chef like him won't even pass through the preliminary competition. However, this is the first time I've seen a chef participating in the conference, the Lin family's third young master said in a mocking voice. Nangang Wukui looked at him and waved his hands in dismissal. He seemed to have something against the Lin family's third young master, and he snapped, my brother-in-law is someone who will create a miracle. What do you know about him? You should open your eyes and watch how he does it. After he spoke, Nangang Wukui stopped caring about Lin Sanbao and stepped onto the arena. He started preparing for the preliminary competition. A chef would create miracles? Lin Sanbao rolled his eyes at Nangang Wukui before stepping onto the arena as well. He took Nangang Wukui's words to be a joke. On the other side, in the 8th arena, Buletin Fang still carried his board as he stepped onto the arena. He walked toward the bronze platform before the judge's dumbfounded gaze. Dozens of other participants in the arena looked at Buletin Fang as though he was some sort of retard. Who the hell would come to participate in the competition while carrying a board? What were the words inscribed on that board? Cloud Mist Restaurant? Was he there to participate in the competition, or was he there to open a restaurant? Even if he was there to amuse the crowd, wasn't he going a bit too far? Just as they thought that, they saw something which made them even more confused. Thump! A loud noise echoed as the black turtle constellation walk slammed against his bronze platform. It caused the platform to sink down slightly. He waved his dragon bone kitchen knife and placed it on his bronze platform. He also took out a cutting board, porcelain trays, and stuff like that. Everything which he took out caused people to become even more bewildered. A kitchen knife, a black pot, cutting board, porcelain tray. Not to mention his restaurant board. Was he really thinking about opening a restaurant in the arena? Where did such a clown come from? After he took out everything, Buletin Fang raised his head and tied up his hair with a velvet tie before looking at the judge with a sincere gaze. I'm already ready, Buletin Fang said as he exhaled a breath of air. Chapter 490. Did you come here just for fun? What do you mean you're ready? Are you ready to cook dishes? All of the surrounding people were dumbfounded when they heard Buletin Fang's words. Such a set of equipment didn't seem like something which could be used in the magical hand conference. Instead, they looked like they should be used in a cooking competition. As it was only the preliminary competition, there were only a few people who were interested. The number of people who watched the preliminary competition was extremely little. Almost everyone would wait until the semifinals and finals before they showed up. At that time, only the talented alchemists would be left. The ones who would be able to ascend the stage would be the strongest ones. Only such an exciting and brilliant showdown would be able to interest most people. All of the judges who were in charge of this magical hand conference were people from the Pill Tower. They were all members of the Pill Tower and high-level alchemists. The judge was no longer able to endure Buletin Fang's behavior. Walking toward Buletin Fang, the corners of his mouth started to twitch as he sized up all the equipment which was on Buletin Fang's bronze platform. Competitor, are you taking part in this conference for fun? The Magical Hand Conference is an important and serious competition held by the Pill Palace. If you are taking part in it just for fun, please leave right now. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows as he looked at this judge. Why do you think that I would participate in the conference just for fun? Everyone in the surrounding looked at Buletin Fang with a gaze filled with mockery. He was someone who took out a kitchen knife and a black wok in an alchemy competition. He was still able to say that he was serious about the conference? Isn't everyone with special gifts allowed into the conference? It's fine as long as my dishes achieve the required effects. Why are doctors, poison masters, and alchemists allowed to participate but not chefs? Bouletin Fang earnestly asked the judge. That judge's complexion slightly darkened when the words left Bouletin Fang's mouth. He took a deep breath as he found that he was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to answer Bouletin Fang's question at all. The conference didn't stipulate that chefs were not allowed to take part. However, it had always been a common agreement that there wasn't any point in allowing chefs to take part as there wasn't any meaning for them in doing so. Was it possible that a dish could have the same effects as a medicinal powder? Even if the dish had the same effect as a medicinal powder, could it rival an elixir? Fine, you can continue to take part in the conference. I really want to look at the product you are going to create. If you are really here to take part in the conference for fun, I will personally throw you out of the stage. The judge was slightly angered by Bouletin Fang and he had a cold expression on his face when he spoke to the latter. Bouletin Fang simply rolled his eyes at the judge and stopped caring about him. Placing his board down on his bronze platform, he calmly waited for the start of the preliminary competition. Those in the surroundings diverted their gaze and didn't want to look at Bouletin Fang any longer. There were 50 participants in the 8th arena and 1/3 of them were alchemists. The rest were all people with special gifts. The requirement of the preliminary competition is quite simple. There is a time limit of 1 hour. Alchemists must refine a 9th grade elixir. Poison masters and doctors must refine a medicinal powder or liquid which have effects that could rival a 9th grade elixir. The judge who stood in the middle of the arena declared in a loud voice. After introducing the first round of the conference, the judge shot a look at Bouletin Fang and furrowed his brows. He added, I hope that all of you can take this conference seriously. This is a test for all of your achievements gained through years of practice and it's also an opportunity for you to stand out. Don't play around here like a certain person. Every single one of the participants knew who the judge was referring to and they all couldn't help themselves as they burst out laughing. The fact that a chef came to participate in the Magical Hand Conference was truly hilarious. Alchemy was the most prevalent occupation in both of the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City. After fasting pills with different tastes were created, all the restaurants in those two cities closed down. Only the Heavenly Mist City had the Cloud Mist restaurant. Therefore, all of the participants looked down on chefs. Bouletin Fang was still calm and aloof as he faced the mockery, as he was extremely confident in himself. The laughter which was coming from every single direction wasn't able to affect him in the slightest. After the judge gave out a long speech, he finally announced the beginning of the preliminary competition. The atmosphere of the plaza instantly changed the moment the competition started. Bang! Steam started to rise as countless flames shot up into the sky. Those were alchemists' alchemic flames which had an extremely high temperature. Playing and controlling fire was one of the alchemists' skills. There were even some alchemists who specially trained themselves to control fire in order to show off. There were many alchemists in the same arena as Bouletin Fang who possessed an alchemic flame. The moment the competition started, many flames of different colors burned above their palms and sizzling sounds could be heard in the air. There were some alchemists who were wriggling their fingers to control their flame. Their alchemic flame would jump between their fingers and it seemed to be extremely lively. All of the doctors and poison masters looked in envy at such a scene as none of them were able to control fire. Their medicine furnace relied on some normal mortal flames which were simply ignited by the doctors or poison masters. The grade of their flames was extremely low. The disparity in the grade of flame was one of the causes of the disparity between alchemists and them. Those alchemists were extremely proud and smug as they played with their flames. They could feel the envious stares of the doctors on them. Waving their hands, they threw their alchemic flames into their pill furnaces, which caused the temperature of the arena to rise drastically. All of the alchemists scoffed when they looked at the doctors and poison masters. They had an innate superiority compared to doctors and poison masters. Those doctors and poison masters were quite sullen and they angrily turned their head around. All of a sudden, they thought of the lowest existence there. It was that kid who came to participate while carrying a board. Even if their flames couldn't defeat that of an alchemist, how were they going to lose to a chef? They turned their head around and looked toward Bouletin Fang. Bang! A resplendent ball of golden flames almost blinded their eyes. Bouletin Fang opened his mouth and spouted a ball of golden flames. The moment the flames emerged, it was as though a resplendent sun appeared. It emitted dazzling and bright light. It seemed as though there were faint beast roars coming from the flame and there were countless spirit beasts galloping in it. The beasts were all roaring with anger and countless roars came from the tide of beasts in the flame. Buzz! The hearts of everyone in the 8th arena shuddered. The expression on all the alchemists' face changed and was replaced with a grave expression. Those fluctuations came from one of those flames. All of them turned their heads around and looked at the golden flame which Bulet and Fang spat out. The flame seemed to be a king among flames, and it agitated the alchemic flame in their energy core. All of their alchemic flames became restless, and they seemed as though they wanted to worship the flame coming from Bulet and Fang. A heaven and earth obsidian flame. All of the alchemists sucked in a breath of cold air. The flame which was spouted by that kid was actually a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Contrary to alchemists, the doctors and poison masters were somewhat bewildered by it. Their flames were just mortal flames which didn't possess any spirituality, and they were incapable of sensing the hostility coming from the 10,000 bestial flame. The only thing they felt was that Bulet and Fang's flame was quite amazing. As for how amazing it was, none of them had a clear idea. That judge's mouth slightly widened. A heaven and earth obsidian flame. How did this kid possess a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Aren't alchemists the only ones capable of subduing a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Is this lad a? The judge squinted his eyes as he thought of such a possibility. Was Bulet and Fang just deceiving him? Was he, in fact, an extremely talented alchemist? That's right. That should obviously be the case. However, Bulet and Fang's following actions crushed his guesses apart. Bulet and Fang took out an earthen jar from his system dimensional storage and placed it on his bronze platform. Apart from that earthen jar, he took out many ingredients which he used to make dishes. The items he took out were really ingredients used to make dishes. They were not some kind of famous spirit medicine. A trace of regret could be seen on the face of the judge who stood before Bulet and Fang's bronze platform. Bulet and Fang's following actions caused him to be even more aggrieved and pained. It wasn't just the judge who was affected. All of the alchemists in the 8th arena were affected. Bulet and Fang actually threw the heaven and earth obsidian flame beneath the black wok and used it to heat the wok up. Is this kid using a heaven and earth obsidian flame to make dishes? He's wasting and insulting the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Why isn't he hacked to death by lightning? The judge roared in his mind. Sizzle! 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 Pouring oil into the wok, Bulet and Fang took out the dragon bone kitchen knife and started waving it around. He sliced and processed all the ingredients. After processing the ingredients, he threw them into the wok and started to stir-fry them. They gradually started to emit a sweet fragrance. Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded when they witnessed such a scene. Even people around them saw it, and they found it to be both funny and embarrassing. He was really going to cook a dish. There was actually someone who would come to the Magical Hand Conference's stage to make dishes. There truly were all kinds of people and weirdos in this vast world. The judge who stood before Bulet and Fang's platform widened his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Bulet and Fang. He truly wanted to see what kind of dish Bulet and Fang would make using a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Shouldn't you distance yourself from me? When Bulet and Fang held onto the earthen jar and was about to open it, he felt the judge's gaze. Turning his head toward the judge, he asked in confusion. Ah? What do you mean? Why should I distance myself away from you? Don't ever dream about using any underhanded means. I'm watching your every move, the judge said to Bulet and Fang. Watching my every move? The corners of Bulet and Fang's couldn't help but twitch when he heard the judge. Fine. It's fine as long as you don't mind. I just hope that you won't end up crying. Bulet and Fang looked at that judge as if he was some sort of retard. As his true energy surged around his palm, Bulet and Fang raised his hand and slapped the earthen jar. Buzz. A sonorous buzzing sound echoed. The eyes of the judge, who stood in front of Bulet and Fang's bronze platform as he clasped his hands behind his back, stared straight toward the earthen jar. His eyes lit up when Bulet and Fang slapped the jar. Was the lad relying on the object inside the jar? The judge extended his neck and he wanted to see the item in the jar. He was curious about the contents. As a cracking sound echoed, a lid shot up to the sky. The judge who had extended his neck froze in place and the curious expression on his face disappeared. A certain odor came out of that earthen jar and instantly drilled into his nostrils. Chapter 491. For fairness. The moment the jar was opened, the stench erupted and assaulted the judge's face. The smell drilled into his nostrils and caused the judge's face, which was filled with curiosity, to stiffen. The color of his face changed, turning from yellow to purple in an instant. It eventually turned black and he felt as though he was about to throw up. What the hell was this odor? The mouth of that judge, whose face was filled with despair, swelled up. His eyes widened and he retreated back by several steps before falling down on his butt. Bulatin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth as he looked at that judge. He casually retrieved several pieces of stinky tofu from inside the jar. An intense stench was released from the stinky tofu as the pitch-black marinade dripped out from them. The stench started to diffuse in the air and went further and further. The judge finally understood why Bulatin Fang asked him such a question. Why didn't he distance himself from Bulatin Fang? How was I supposed to know that the earthen jar was filled with such a damnable object? What the hell was the object in the jar? Excrement? There were several people outside the arena whose eyes widened at this moment. It happened when they noticed the earthen jar which was in Bulatin Fang's hand. It was precisely that jar. That was the jar which was filled with the strong stench and it caused them to fail the selections. Everything was this guy's fault. They would never have expected that Bulatin Fang would dare to take out such a stinky object in the arena. Wasn't he afraid of causing public indignation? Was he not afraid to face everyone's rage? Bulatin Fang waved his hand and covered those stinky tofu with his true energy before processing them. Since Bulatin Fang wanted to attract the crowd's attention, he had to use the stinky tofu. After all, the stench of the stinky tofu had an extremely great power of attraction. People were curious by nature. The moment the stench assaulted them, all of them would want to know where the smell came from. The moment he had their attention, wouldn't he have a good opportunity to promote his cloud mist restaurant? Bulatin Fang decided to use the stinky tofu due to all these reasons. He believed in his own skill and he would make a name for himself with the stinky tofu's stench. A piece of stinky tofu would be enough for him to pass this round of competition. It was also capable of attracting the crowd's attention. Not to mention the fact that he could make the Cloud Mist restaurant's name more famous while doing so. Why wouldn't he use it? The stench gradually started to spread around the arena and all of his competitors caught a whiff of the smell. The odor caused the hair on their entire bodies to stand on end. What kind of smell is this? Why is it so stinky? The expression of everyone on the arena sharply changed in an instant. All of the alchemists' complexion became filled with fright and panic. While refining elixirs, they needed to connect with their alchemic flame with their mental force. They were not able to lose focus for even a moment. The appearance of that stench affected their mind and caused their mental force to become unstable. However, they were alchemists and they were many times more powerful than the doctors who participated in the selection along with Bulatin Fang. As such, even though they were affected by the smell, their furnaces didn't explode. However, they were all extremely angered by the smell as it had disrupted their concentration. All of them felt as though the sudden appearance of the stinky odor was unbearable. Especially when they were concentrating on refining an elixir. They all turned their heads around angrily to look at the source of the stench. At such a time, Bulatin Fang had a relaxed expression on his face as he continued to cook his stinky tofu. He intended to use the sweet spicy stinky tofu once again. This madman is actually boiling excrement in the arena. Everyone who was around Bulatin Fang widened their eyes and all of them had an angry expression on their face. What angered them even more was that Bulatin Fang was actually using a heaven and earth obsidian flame to boil excrement. How could such a wasteful person exist in this world? That heaven and earth obsidian flame was truly wasted in his hands. They were so angered that their complexion and expression became somewhat distorted. Bang! Bang! The sound of medicine furnaces exploding filled the arena. Several doctors were not able to endure it anymore and their hands trembled. Their minds shook and their medicine furnaces exploded. Their medicinal paste splattered all around. The alchemists were faring much better than the doctors, and although their alchemic flames were flickering chaotically in their pill furnaces, they were able to keep it under control. That judge, whose complexion was black, crawled up from the ground. He was the one who was closest to Bulatin Fang when he opened the jar. He was obviously the one who smelled the worst part of the odor. The smell was truly unbearable. What are you doing? The judge was so angry that his lips were shivering. He felt as though Bulatin Fang definitely took part in this competition in order to create trouble. How could such a stinky object have the same effect as an elixir? Bulatin Fang looked at that judge calmly without uttering a word. He turned back to his wok and continued to cook his stinky tofu. After it was completely fried in the black turtle constellation wok, the black stinky tofu had a light yellow luster around it. Taking it out of the wok, Bulatin Fang placed it on a porcelain tray and sprinkled some bright juice on it. He also added some sweet and sour seasonings. After he was done, a tray of sweet spicy stinky tofu which had quite a beautiful appearance was completed. I have prepared my product. Bulatin Fang took a towel and wiped his hand before looking at the judge. He was calm when he spoke to the judge. That judge, who was still enraged, was taken aback by Bulletin Fang's words. "You're done? Wasn't it too quick? Not even half an hour passed." That judge restrained his anger and looked at the sweet spicy stinky tofu which Bulletin Fang prepared. Was this lad depending on this dish when he joined the magical hand conference? That judge took a deep breath. The moment he took a piece of the stinky tofu, the stench drilled into his nostrils once again. He couldn't help but cough several times. "It's really too stinky." "Fine. Since you are done making it, I will properly appraise and examine your product." There was a slight trace of malice in the judge's eyes when he spoke about appraising Bulletin Fang's dish. He took out a jade talisman from his bosom. The jade talisman was thoroughly yellow and there were many patterns inscribed on it. The moment the judge poured true energy into the talisman, it started glowing. An array, the size of a basin, appeared above that talisman and started revolving above his hand. This is an array used to detect the quantity of spiritual energy contained within a product. The higher the quantity of spiritual energy in the product, the better and stronger the effects of the product on the human body. Moreover, this array can also determine a product's effects and its amplification of a human body's abilities. No one has been able to cheat when facing this array. The judge said those words while clenching his teeth. His gaze was fixed on Bulletin Fang's face as he wanted to see through his thoughts. However, he failed. Bulletin Fang's face was completely emotionless and there were no changes in his expression. "Examine it." Bulletin Fang was quite calm. However, he was somewhat astonished by the existence of such a peculiar array. That judge coldly snorted and pinched his nose as he approached the sweet spicy stinky tofu. The stinky odor which assaulted him still had a light sweet fragrance. The mixture of the two weird smells would stupefy anyone. The forehead of the alchemists in the surrounding was filled with sweat and none of them dared to look at Bulletin Fang. They simply focused all of their attention on refining their elixir in their pill furnace. Buzz. The judge controlled the array and made it envelop the dish. Rays and dot of lights, which seemed like the stars in the sky, unceasingly rotated around in the array. It seemed as though it was scanning the dish. As the array spun, the radiance which was emitted by it became brighter. "How's this possible?" That judge's eyes became wide and his face was filled with disbelief. How could the radiance of the array be so intense? It was unreasonable and illogical. Was that tray of that excrement-like object truly akin to a 9th grade elixir? There was no way the judge believed the result. However, he knew that it was impossible for the array to make a mistake. At this moment, he stopped caring about the stench coming from the stinky tofu. He leaned his head closer and looked at the rays of light which was flowing around in the array and his expression changed multiple times. "It's impossible. This is definitely fake." "You can try it and you will know whether or not the result is fake," Bulletin Fang said expressionlessly. "How can I try such an excrement-like object?" The judge was angered by Bulletin Fang's suggestion and he glared at the latter with indignation. Bulletin Fang was still calm and unperturbed while facing his gaze. He calmly stared at the judge. "Then, can I be considered to have passed the test?" Bulletin Fang asked. That judge found himself at a loss for words. If he judged Bulletin Fang based on the response of the array, then he would have passed the preliminary round without a doubt. However, the judge didn't believe that such a stinky object was comparable to a 9th grade elixir. "Judge, how can you let such a person pass the test? For the sake of fairness, you have to eat the dish and expose him." "Judge, you should eat it. He must have made such a stinky dish because he was sure that you would not dare to try it. You'll only be able to expose him if you eat it. His stinky dish caused us to be eliminated. You can't let him off just like this. If you allow him to pass, we will file a complaint to the masters responsible for the magical hand conference." The face of all of the competitors who were eliminated because of that stench was filled with anger and indignation. The complexion of that judge became even darker when he heard their words. "What the hell? It's easy for all of you to talk since you would not be the ones to eat his dish." The commotion at the 8th arena already attracted the attention of many people. Many spectators, whose gaze were wandering between the arenas, curiously looked toward the 8th arena. They managed to catch an extremely interesting and funny scene. Those spectators watched the 8th arena eagerly despite the overwhelming stench which was coming from it. There was a competitor who boiled excrement in the arena and all the other competitors who were affected by him were unconvinced with his result. They were forcing the judge to try his dish. "What the heck, this is truly exciting and interesting. Eat it. As a judge, you should be fair and just. Eat it." Quickly eat it, don't let such opportunist prevail and get away with it. Judge, we are cheering for you. Eat it. The spectators were hoping that this matter would get blown bigger and started shouting from the stand. Their shouts caused the judge's face to turn blacker and blacker. It's easy for all of you to say. If you were in my place, would you eat it? All of you are horrible people who only know how to seek pleasure in others' misfortune. The judge really wanted to cry after hearing the cheers for him to eat the dish. The judge's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he felt as though a gaze was directed toward him. That was a gaze from some of the major characters overseeing the Magical Hand Conference. They were located at a distant place. However, they were looking at him. He straightened his neck in an instant. Even though his expression was gloomy, he said, "Don't cause a scene. I'll eat it for the sake of fairness." Chapter 492. The stinky tofu is too terrifying. Despite how much he was not willing to, the judge was forced to eat the stinky tofu. No matter how pretty Bulletin Fang presented the dish, it would be impossible to whet anyone's appetite. In front of the gazes of everyone, the judge picked up a piece of stinky tofu and stuffed it into his mouth. The delicious and sweet taste exploded in his mouth and all of the pores on his body opened up. He felt extremely comfortable all of a sudden. The taste of this dish, which was overwhelmingly stinky, was unexpectedly delicious. The moment his teeth sank into the piece of stinky tofu, a sweet taste and the rich spiritual energy inside the tofu burst out. He became unable to stop chewing on the piece of stinky tofu. That judge widened his eyes and looked at Bulletin Fang. His gaze was filled with disbelief and shock. He was truly shocked. He was utterly dumbfounded. He was shocked that the dish actually had the effect of an elixir. Moreover, the effects of this stinky tofu were exceptionally good. It seemed as though there was no mistake with the result shown by the array. The only thing was that the dish was quite unusual. As for the doctors who had been eliminated, they stared at the judge who was motionless after he tasted the dish. It seemed as though they were unable to look at the judge any longer. The taste of such a smelly dish should have been extremely horrifying. They all started to sympathize with the judge. No matter what, all of them knew that the one responsible for everything was Bulletin Fang. That kid would definitely be kicked out of the conference. Since he had the guts to create such a scene in a serious and solemn conference, he had to be severely punished. Many doctors in the arena looked at Bulletin Fang with a gaze filled with joy and delight as they took pleasure in his misfortune. Since they were not able to pass this round, Bulletin Fang, who was the cause of their troubles, shouldn't dream of passing it as well. Bulletin Fang became dumbfounded when he realized the intentions of everyone looking at him. All of you don't know the truth. Even the spectators were no longer able to bear the sight of the judge who was stuck in place with his mouth wide open. They wanted him to give up. However, in the next moment, a scene which shocked all of them occurred. The judge who had stuffed a piece of stinky tofu in his mouth moved. Everyone was assuming that the judge would throw up, but his next action was completely outside of their expectations. He didn't throw up. Instead, he moved his chopsticks and took another piece of stinky tofu. He brought the piece of tofu up to his mouth. Did he go crazy? He actually likes it. Did he go crazy because of its stench? He's done for. That judge became a retard. That dish is poisonous. Everyone exclaimed in surprise and looked at the judge in disbelief. He was continuously taking pieces of the stinky tofu and stuffing them in his mouth. His eager appearance was like a hungry ghost who had been starving for several months. Squish! Squish! The arena became extremely quiet and peaceful for a moment as everyone was dumbstruck. The only sound that could be heard was the noise coming from the judge's mouth as he chewed on the stinky tofu. The noise caused the hair on their body to stand on end. All of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they watched the way the judge ate. At this moment, that judge's face was filled with excitement. His eyes were glowing and he was rapidly taking pieces of stinky tofu and stuffing them into his mouth. He was making sure that the sauce on the tofu didn't drip as he placed everything into his mouth. The sauce smeared the corners of his mouth and it made him look somewhat comical. The judge stuck out his tongue and licked off all the sauce around his mouth. Everyone looked at the scene in shock as they saw how the judge ate a piece of stinky tofu after another. He only stopped when there was no more stinky tofu in front of Bulletin Fang. Burp. After he finished the last piece of stinky tofu, the judge licked the tray. His face was filled with happiness and he couldn't help but let out a satisfying burp. His burp had a somewhat fragrant and stinky odor. The complexion of everyone sharply changed when they looked at the judge. Did this judge really become crazy? How's it? I should have passed the first round. Bulletin Fang calmly asked the judge. Bulletin Fang seemed quite confident as he curled up the corners of his mouth. He stared at the judge who had just cleaned the tray with his tongue. His confident look displeased the doctors in the arena. This lad was far too arrogant. The judge smacked his lips and exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Bulletin Fang. I would never have expected that such a stinky dish would be so delicious. Delicious? The judge's words stunned many people. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the judge. Do you think our noses are fake and deficient? That thing you ate was obviously extremely stinky. However, as they thought of the judge's appearance when he ate the dish, they felt as though he was someone who was eating a delicacy. Was that stinky tofu really so delicious? All of their thoughts started wavering as they hesitated at this moment. What is the name of this dish? The judge's voice was full of curiosity as he asked Bulletin Fang. The sweet spicy stinky tofu. Bulletin Fang looked at the judge and replied. At the same time, he raised his board which was beside his bronze platform in front of the judge's confused gaze. He placed his board above his bronze platform for all to see. The sweet spicy stinky tofu is one of the dishes made by the Cloud Mist restaurant. This dish is cooked by the Cloud Mist restaurant's main chef, Bulletin Fang. It is extremely delicious and I welcome all of you to come over and try it. Bulletin Fang pointed at the 3 big words inscribed in his board and expressionlessly made an advertisement. PFF. Everyone was stunned and bewildered. What the hell was that? Was such a bland promotion going to work? The judge was also taken aback for a moment before he heartily laughed. He revealed a playful smile and he said, I'm suddenly curious about this restaurant. If I have some free time, I will surely come over to support it. The taste of the stinky tofu is truly exceptional. After he spoke, he licked his lips. Did I pass through the preliminary competition? Bulletin Fang asked the judge again. Of course. You passed through the first round of the preliminary competition. There will still be another 2 more elimination rounds. If you manage to pass through them, you will be considered to have passed. Good luck to you. The judge stored his array and replied to Bulletin Fang with a smile. Bulletin Fang was taken aback by his words. There were still 2 more rounds of elimination? As expected of a conference held by the Pill Palace. The structure of the competition was really complex. However, Bulletin Fang could understand the meaning behind holding so many elimination rounds. There were many people who wanted to participate in the Magical Hand Conference. These elimination rounds were used to get rid of the people who were here to fish in troubled waters. The remaining 2 elimination rounds will be held tomorrow. I hope that you will come back to participate in them. However, you must not cook such a stinky dish once again as it will affect the other competitors, the judge said solemnly. The cheeks of the doctors in the surrounding streamed with tears when they heard the words coming out from the judge's mouth. The stench didn't simply affect them. It thoroughly devastated them. Okay, I won't make the stinky tofu tomorrow. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and nodded. He collected and stored the Black Turtle Constellation Wok, Dragon Bone kitchen knife, and the rest of his equipment before taking his giant board, then walked off the stage. All of the spectators around the arena subconsciously made a path for Bulletin Fang and looked at that youngster who gradually disappeared from their line of sight. Judge, how can you let him leave just like this? There were some people who were still not convinced. They angrily shouted at the judge. That judge was also headstrong and willful. He simply shot a cold glance at the doctor who was making a fuss and said, What? Are you not convinced by my judgment? Are you the judge? Or am I the judge? All of those doctors were taken aback by his words for a moment. However, they didn't back down and continued to scold the judge. We will sue you and denounce you to the appraiser's master. They didn't believe that a dish could have the effects of an elixir. They came to the conclusion that it was definitely the judge who was secretly helping that punk. The judge and the kid definitely had some kind of hidden connection which was not made known to the public. When the judge heard their words, he was thoroughly angered. All of you are just a crowd of men with frail will. You are all looking for an excuse to justify being eliminated. Just go ahead and make your complaints. I will simply stand here and wait for you to go and report me. I'm still a one-cloud alchemist of the Pill Tower. Would I be afraid of any of you? This judge didn't have a good temper and angrily glared at those doctors as he spoke. A one-cloud alchemist of the Pill Tower. His status shocked most of them and many of them became scared. They hesitated for a while before they flung their sleeves and left. Snort. What's this? As that judge looked at those people who were leaving, he coldly snorted and smacked his lips. He was enjoying the aftertaste of the stinky tofu. After those doctors left, the alchemists in the arena finally managed to finish their refinement. All of their faces were filled with sweat. The judge took that jade talisman again and passed through each alchemist as he started examining their products. The product quality is too inferior, it's a failure. The effects are not at the level of a 9th grade elixir, it's a failure. What the hell did you refine? It's a failure. As he examined the products, the judge's calm and composed expression changed. His forehead was filled with sweat. Out of so many alchemists, only some of them managed to refine an elixir whose effects reached the 9th grade. This was something unimaginable. According to his judgment, at least half of the alchemists on this arena would manage to pass this round. After he was done with the examination, the judge almost cried. Out of more than 50 competitors, there were only 3 people who passed other than Bullet and Fang. That stinky tofu's impact was truly too horrifying. The faces of those 3 alchemists who passed through this round were filled with fright. They were close to failure and the only reason they succeeded was because their pill furnaces were amazing. The spectators under the stage wore varied expressions at this moment. The scene was truly hilarious. Only 4 people out of 50 managed to pass the first round. Wasn't this the most brutal and cruel elimination round in history? That judge's expression was gloomy, however, he had no other way to deal with the results. He could only brace himself and report the results. After the 8th arena was tidied up, a new match was held. There were many participants and there would be at the very least 7 or 8 matches held in each arena. Just the first round would probably take up a whole day. In the following matches, the results in the 8th arena were becoming more normal. There were at least 10 people who passed through the first round. Just from this, everyone knew that everything which happened in the previous match was because of that extremely stinky dish. Those competitors who competed along Bullet and Fang were so depressed that they almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Did all of you hear about it? In the first match of the 8th arena, out of 50 people, only 4 of them passed. Was the difficulty of the first stage too high? Could it be that all of those people were trash? No, no, no. All of you are mistaken. I heard that it was all because of a chef. In just a short amount of time after the end of the first round, the matter started to spread. How could the occurrence of such an interesting matter in the preliminary competition not spread? Bullet and Fang's reputation started rising up after his first match despite the fact that most people didn't know what his name was. Everyone simply referred to him as the youth who was carrying a board. There would be many people who would be paying attention to him in his next match. Nangang Wukui and Nangang Wan also managed to pass their first match. Both of them couldn't help but laugh when they heard about such a matter. After all, he was owner Bulletin. They couldn't help but observe a moment of silence in tribute to those who participated in the conference beside Bullet and Fang. Who knew how many people would be out of luck tomorrow? However, it seemed as though the judge forbade him from cooking dishes which were extremely stinky in the competition. This conference would probably be the most hilarious and funny magical hand conference to be held ever. Chapter 493. The Elimination Rounds Dish. Creak. Bullet and Fang pushed open the bronze gate in front of the Cloud Mist restaurant. After returning to the store and opening the gate, Bullet and Fang was greeted by the sight of 2 pitch-black eyes. Nethery was sitting in the store as she looked at him with an eager expression on her face. Lord Dog was lying beside the path understanding fruit tree as he slept soundly. This plump dog was fond of sleeping when it had nothing to do and it wasn't out of Bullet and Fang's expectation that it was still sleeping when he returned. Nethery's eyes lit up the moment she saw Bullet and Fang at the entrance of the store. Bullet and Fang, I'm hungry. Nethery opened her mouth and spoke in a cold and aloof voice. Bullet and Fang was taken aback by her words for a moment. Nodding at her with an expressionless face, he turned his body and walked toward the kitchen. In just a short while, a sweet aroma permeated out of the kitchen. As he cooked, Bullet and Fang was thinking about the dish he should use in the elimination round the next day. What should he use? He was somewhat regretful that he couldn't continue to use his stinking tofu as he had planned to use it throughout the competition. Although it was stinky, it tasted extremely delicious. Due to the contrast in smell and taste, Bullet and Fang wanted to use the dish in all of the rounds. It was exactly the contrast and disparity between the extremely stinky odor and its sweet taste which would captivate more people. The principle behind it was just like how people would feel as though everything was delicious as long as they were hungry. The reason Bullet and Fang wanted to use the stinky tofu was exactly this. Sizzle. 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 The flames soared up as he stir-fried the ingredients in the wok. A sweet aroma and waves of spiritual energy came from the dish. With a flick of his wrist, he shook the wok. The dragon blood rice inside the wok rolled over, and after Buletin Fang lowered the intensity of the flames, a steaming hot portion of dragon blood rice was completed. Shrimpy, who was lying on Buletin Fang's shoulder, had been quite well behaved recently. It was asleep most of the time. Occasionally, it would open its eyes to observe its surroundings. All of this should be because it ate the crystal source purple essence. After he cooked the dragon blood rice, Buletin Fang started making the sweet and sour meat ribs for Lord Dog. If anyone were to ask Buletin Fang which dishes he was the most familiar with, apart from egg fried rice, it would be the sweet and sour meat ribs. That was because he had a black dog who loved to eat the sweet and sour meat ribs in his store. After placing the two dishes on one of the tables in the store, he completely ignored the woman and dog duo who were eating happily. He returned to the kitchen and thought about the dish he should prepare for the next round of the competition. What should he make tomorrow? Buletin Fang played with the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand and unceasingly waved it around. The purple eyes of Whitey, who stood before the door, were occasionally flickering. As it looked at Buletin Fang, it would sometimes raise its hand and scratch its round head. All of a sudden, Buletin Fang's eyes lit up as he thought of something. Since I'm not allowed to make a stinky dish, then why don't I make a fragrant one? Buletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and he settled on such an idea. If he was forbidden from using the extremely stinky tofu, why shouldn't he cook an extremely fragrant dish? This way he could easily attract people's attention and spread the name of his Cloud Mist restaurant. The dragon bone kitchen knife twirled around Buletin Fang's fingers before it fell into his palm. He firmly grasped the knife in his palm. After thinking about the dish he would make, he became much more relaxed. He practiced the Overlord 13 Blades technique for a while and cooked a portion of red braised meat before returning to the dining room. He started eating it beside Nethery and Lord Dog. After Nethery and Lord Dog ate and drank to their fill, both of them went to sleep. Returning to his room, Buletin Fang took a bath. As the dense mist which shrouded the bathroom blew into his eyes, he couldn't help but let out a breath. In the morning of the next day, Buletin Fang got up early from his bed and went to prepare Nethery and Lord Dog's breakfast. After he was done preparing the food, he opened the bronze gate of the store and started his business. As the owner of a store, Buletin Fang would never waste any time he had without making money. Anyway, all of the crystals earned by him would be converted into his cultivation. Although it was early in the morning, there were still many customers who came over. All of those customers knew that Buletin Fang was participating in the Magical Hand Conference. Despite the fact that they were not optimistic about his performance, all of them encouraged him. After all, owner Buletin was trying to challenge alchemists as a chef. It should have been already quite difficult for him to enter into the elimination rounds. None of them hoped that he would be able to go further. Nangongwan and Nangongwukui didn't come over today, and after Buletin Fang sold some dishes, he closed the gate to the store. He clasped his hands behind his back and left the restaurant to participate in the rest of the elimination rounds. That lassie, Nethery, who was barefooted and had no expression on her face, silently followed beside Buletin Fang when he left the store. Buletin Fang turned his head around and silently looked at her. He really had no idea what to say to her. This woman should have been too bored after staying in the store for such a long time. It was Nethery's first time seeing the prosperous heavenly mist city's scenery. Mighty waves rose in her gaze which used to be expressionless. She was quite curious about those tall and high bronze buildings. She was also curious about those carriages pulled by spirit beasts and other things of the like. After a while, closely follow behind me and don't run around. After passing this round of the competition, I will take you home. Buletin Fang felt as though he had to warn Nethery. If he didn't remind her, there was a high chance she would be lost in the city. Nethery simply looked at Buletin Fang with a calm expression even after his solemn and serious warning. She didn't do anything else or say anything. The two of them went to the Heavenly Mist City's Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was as bustling as usual and there was a vast crowd in it. It seemed as though there were more spectators than the first day as the preliminary round ended and the elimination rounds were starting. Nethery was extremely beautiful, and beautiful women would always become the focal point wherever there were people. Buletin Fang had such a feeling as he thought about how low-key he was yesterday and how he ended up being the focus of everyone's attention. Now, he was just one of the attractions. The gaze of everyone rested on the body of Nethery, who had long and black hair. She was extremely beautiful and had a pair of long jade-like legs. Just her legs alone attracted countless gazes. Nangong Wan and Nangong Wukui easily spotted Bulet and Fang. The moment Nangong Wukui caught sight of Nethery, his entire body shuddered. He turned around and intended to run away. However, the moment Nethery's gaze fell upon his body, he froze in place. He was extremely afraid of her, as he was extremely clear about how terrifying Nethery was. Nangong Wan smiled sweetly as she looked at Nethery. Although Nethery was beautiful, it wasn't as though Nangong Wan was ugly. She had her own confidence as a pretty woman. The appearance of two beautiful women caused the crowd to erupt. They went into an uproar. Bulet Fang wasn't accustomed to the feeling of being in the limelight. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Old Buletin, the elimination rounds aren't like the preliminary round. After all, they are used to eliminate the competitors, and they are both brutal and difficult. Everyone would display their true skills in the elimination rounds. You can't be careless. Nangong Wukui pulled Bulet Fang to the side and gave him some advice in a serious voice. I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on the faces of those old fellows when a chef like you makes it to the top 50 spots of the Magical Hand Conference. Bulet Fang nodded at him. This conference was related to his temporary mission. There was no way he was going to screw it up. There were more and more people who were streaming into the plaza, and there were even some warships which were floating in the sky. Those warships were emitting a tyrannical and stifling aura as spiritual energy radiated from them. Those warships stopped above the plaza and many people jumped out from them. Those were experts from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City. After checking his arena for this round of the competition, Bulet Fang found out that it was still the 8th arena. It was coincidental that he managed to participate in the same arena. After going through the preliminary match held on the previous day, more than half the competitors were eliminated. After the elimination rounds held today, the top 100 would be determined. The top 100 would participate in the semifinals. After he entered the 8th arena, Bulet Fang saw the judge who was standing in the middle of the arena. It was the same judge as the day before. The moment the judge saw Bulet Fang, his expression turned gloomy. Just the day before, he had been scolded by the people in charge of the competition as he was the one responsible for a match where only 4 people passed. He assumed that he wouldn't run into Bulet Fang today. However, Bulet Fang entered the 8th arena again. He was dispirited by the fact that he had to be in charge of the arena Bulet Fang was in again. It's all right, all right. This cook won't cook the smelly dish again. He won't affect other people this round. The judge started to comfort and console himself. Bulet Fang nodded at this judge before he ascended into the arena. He directly walked to his bronze platform. After arriving at the elimination rounds, the average level of his competitors had a considerable increase. Those elimination rounds were made in order to remove those people who were participating to fish in troubled waters. When the judge saw the competitors in this match, he became more confident and at ease. One of them was a disciple of the Heavenly Pill City, and he was a genius alchemist. Another one of them was the disciple of a great master alchemist from the Heavenly Shine City. He had excellent skills. The more he observed them, the more confident he became. All of them were people who were somewhat famous in the alchemist's world. They should all have strong mental force and would not be easily affected by other things. Even if that kid made some new moves, it wouldn't be too disastrous. The situation which happened yesterday should not happen again. Although he became more confident, he still had some worries in his heart when he looked at the expressionless Bulet Fang who was standing near him. His instincts as a man told him that this lad was going to create a scene again. Green smoke curled around Bulet Fang's hand, who stood before his bronze platform, as the black turtle constellation walk appeared above it. It slammed against the platform and caused it to sink down slightly. Bulet Fang took out all of his equipment like the dragon bone kitchen knife, green porcelain bowls and other items. That judge was staring fixedly at Bulet Fang. When he saw everything on Bulet Fang's platform, he sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected, he was going to make another dish. The moment the judge saw the earthen jar in Bulet Fang's hand, his nostrils flared and his pupils contracted. Where did the trust between people go? Didn't you promise not to make stinky tofu anymore? Why does this earthen jar look so familiar to me? That judge became quite anxious and he went up to Bulet Fang. Competitor, didn't we come into agreement that you wouldn't cook that stinky tofu in this competition again? The judge took a deep breath as he spoke. Bulet Fang was taken aback by his words. He had an odd look on his face as he looked at the judge. I understand. I'm not planning to cook the stinky tofu this time. Bulet Fang looked in confusion at that judge as he replied. With a wave of his hand, he opened up the earthen jar. There wasn't any stench coming out of that jar. That judge slightly twitched his nose as he sniffed the air. After making sure that there wasn't any stench in the air, he calmed down. In the next moment, he saw Buletin Fang pouring the contents of the jar into his black turtle constellation wok. Golden oil came out of the jar and filled the wok. He filled the entire wok with oil. Is he planning to deep fry something? The judge thought to himself inwardly. Since he wasn't allowed to make the extremely stinky tofu, Buletin Fang chose to make the extremely fragrant, improved version of the oyster pancake. Chapter 494. The continuous explosion sounds. That was right. What Buletin Fang intended to make this time was the oyster pancake, the one whose fragrance would permeate for 10 miles. If the stinky tofu was the most stinky dish, then the most fragrant dish would be none other than the oyster pancake. All deep-fried dishes were extremely fragrant, and it was especially the case for a dish such as the oyster pancake. This was a decision which he came to after he pondered for a long while. It would be difficult for an ordinary oyster pancake to amaze the crowd, so Buletin Fang changed its ingredients and chose better ones to let the effects of the oyster pancake reach an extremely astonishing degree. Fine, it's fine as long as you don't make such overwhelmingly stinky dishes. Even though it was delicious, the stench it emitted was truly too unbearable. After observing him for a long while, the judge didn't discover anything amiss about the dish Buletin Fang was about to cook. The dish this time should be a more ordinary one. As long as it wasn't stinky, it shouldn't cause much trouble. The competitors in the surrounding ascended the stage and stood before their own platforms as they started to prepare for the match. All of them curiously looked at Buletin Fang. In the elimination rounds, doctors, poison masters, and people who were not alchemists had mostly been eliminated. After all, they were at too much of a disadvantage when compared to alchemists. However, Buletin Fang was a chef and he was unexpectedly still in this round of the competition. Such a fact amazed many people. Hurry up and look. It's the chef who took part in the competition yesterday. This is already the elimination round. I'm looking forward to the dish he will cook this time. The stench from the dish he made yesterday was really too smelly. I'm suddenly looking forward to him passing these rounds. Don't all of you think that it would be quite a funny scene if a chef makes it into the top 50? Probably because of the presence of Buletin Fang, many spectators crowded around the 8th arena. They were all spectators who had seen Buletin Fang's performance the day before. They probably heard about it from someone that Buletin Fang was in 8th arena again and they came over to watch him. Almost everyone heard that a chef participated in the Magical Hand Conference. How could they not come over to watch him in action? The competitors in the arena were all astonished by the great number of spectators. They were only in the elimination rounds. Why were there so many people surrounding the arena? These participants had heard of what Buletin Fang did before and they knew that he was a chef. Many of them laughed at him for joining the Magical Hands Conference. A chef who joined the Magical Hands Conference, was he looking down on them alchemists? How could truly excellent alchemists be affected while refining elixirs? With them there, it would be impossible for that chef to pass those rounds. Many of the competitors in the arena started getting ready for the match and they shot Buletin Fang a vicious gaze. Snort. He's just a cook. He's just a clown who is trying to amuse the crowd. A man, who wore a cyan long robe coldly snorted as he looked at Buletin Fang in disdain. He had a reason for being this proud as he was an alchemist from the heavenly Pill City's Pill Tower. If an alchemist couldn't even defeat a chef, wouldn't he be just trash? In this Magical Hands Conference, there were many genius alchemists who were standing on the bronze platforms. This man who was wearing a green robe was one of those geniuses. A mere chef wanted to challenge alchemists in their specialized field. None of the alchemists treated him as an opponent. After all, the difference in standard between chefs and alchemists was too large, there was no way for them to compete with each other. In front of the disdainful gazes of the alchemists, Buletin Fang paid them no heed. He was inspecting his dragon bone kitchen knife at the moment and he blew a breath of air toward the blade of the knife. A sharp air emerged from it. After a while, the judge walked to the arena's center and started announcing the rules of the first elimination round. This is the first round of elimination after the preliminary round. Compared to the preliminary round, the competition in the elimination round is more stringent. The requirement on the participants' abilities is also very high. The judge looked at them and took a deep breath as he spoke. He knew that there were many talented alchemists there. However, there were some words which he still needed to say regardless of their status. In this elimination round, every participant will have half an hour to produce an elixir which is at least of the 9th grade. Moreover, the quality of the elixir has to reach the mid-rank. If your elixir does not reach the standard, it will be considered as a failure. At the end of the half-hour mark, we will use a special detection array to evaluate your product. It's necessary for all of you to show your abilities in order to pass this round. Refining a 9th grade elixir in half an hour was truly somewhat difficult. Many people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard him. They knew that the elimination rounds were difficult, but they didn't expect that it would be this difficult. It would be strenuous for even some 1-mark alchemist to refine a 9th grade elixir in half an hour. Not to mention the fact that there were many competitors who were not at the level of a 1-mark alchemist. The half-hour countdown will start now. The ambience of the whole plaza changed as an extremely deafening bell sound resounded. Bang! 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 Everyone tightened their nerves in an instant and began to show their abilities. A myriad of flames appeared the moment the competition started. Alchemic flames, spirit flames, and all sorts of flames rose into the sky. When Bulletin Fang spouted a mouthful of his 10,000 bestial flame, all of the flames in the 8th arena trembled. Although everyone knew that Bulletin Fang was a chef who used a heaven and earth obsidian flame to cook, when the scene of him cooking with the flame in front of them appeared, their hearts still ached. They were all jealous and envious of him. The requirements for a good flame was extremely high when practicing alchemy. If an alchemist could obtain a heaven and earth obsidian flame, their strength would experience an indescribable growth. Such a waste of a heaven and earth obsidian flame. There were many people who muttered in their heart when they saw that Bulletin Fang was cooking with a heaven and earth obsidian flame. They secretly hated Bulletin Fang in their hearts. The golden 10,000 bestial flame, which was like a blazing sun, flickered for a while before it went into the bottom of the Black Turtle constellation wok and started burning in it. The oil inside the wok quickly became scalding and started boiling. While the oil was being heated, Bulletin Fang displayed his extremely magnificent cutting technique. With a slight flick of his wrist, the dragon bone kitchen knife started dancing on his palm. As it spun around, whistling sounds were emitted. It seemed as though the knife was ripping space apart, which dazzled and stunned many people. Bulletin Fang took out an 8th grade spirit herb, and as the dragon bone kitchen knife spun around in his hand, the carrot-like spirit herb was shredded. The long strips seemed as though they were dancing in the air as Bulletin Fang controlled them with his true energy. They fell orderly on a porcelain tray which was on the platform. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim in alarm when they saw such a scene. In Heavenly Mist City, they rarely saw a restaurant. There was no need to mention that they hadn't seen a chef cook. Such a magnificent sight truly stunned all of them. Bulletin Fang's knife work was too quick and they were not able to follow his movements with their eyes. They were only able to hear the rhythmic slashes before the ingredients were neatly sliced. Moreover, every single slice seemed identical to each other. The spectators unceasingly exclaimed in alarm and surprise as Bulletin Fang displayed his cutting technique. The alchemists in the surrounding were displeased by such a sight. What the hell? He's just cutting ingredients, what are all of you shouting for? Can't you be quieter? Even though they had grievances in their heart, they were unable to pour them out as they had already started to refine their elixir. Alchemy was different from cooking. The alchemists had to extract the spiritual essence in the medicinal ingredients before fusing them according to various procedures to form a pill. Each step was extremely strenuous and difficult. They had to keep their mental force at its peak state in order to complete all the steps. It was also the first time that the judge witnessed Bulletin Fang's knife skills. When he saw Bulletin Fang's exceptional skill, he couldn't control himself as he exclaimed in surprise. However, he was, after all, a judge. Besides supervising the competitors, he still needed to maintain the order of the arena. After shouting once, he waved his hands at the spectators and tried to keep them under control. After the crowd settled down, all of them looked at Bulletin Fang fervently. This was the first time they had seen a chef at work and it was a fresh feeling for all of them. As the match went on, more and more people appeared around the 8th arena. Placing his palm above the oil in the wok, Bulletin Fang felt as though the heat was mildly scalding. He knew that the oil had been heated up enough and he slightly nodded his head. He threw that oyster pancake which had been smeared in rice milk into the wok. Sizzle! Sizzle! A continuous sizzling sound immediately resounded as the oil inside the wok started rolling around while white steam rose up from inside the wok. Bulletin Fang revolved his body's true energy and poured it into the wok. The oil in it started to swirl and it seemed as though it turned into a whirlpool. At this moment, the oyster pancake in the wok experienced some changes. It seemed as if it bloomed as the spirit energy around it charged to the sky. It looked like tentacles shooting into the sky, like a blooming epiphyllum. Blinding rays of light shot out in all directions. Wow! It's too beautiful. So this is what cooking looks like. It's too cool. It's so fragrant. Do any of you smell the aroma in the air? The spectators who were below the arena went into an uproar once again. A burst of fragrance was emitted from the oyster pancake in the wok and the smell was really strong. As steam rose up into the sky, a fragrant smell filled the area. Almost all of the spectators managed to catch a whiff of the fragrance and the expression on their faces changed. It became one of intoxication and saliva formed inside their mouths. They smacked their lips. That was an indescribable fragrance. As it drilled into their nostrils, it felt like a mass of silk as it aroused their taste buds. All of the hair on their bodies stood on end. They had never smelled something so fragrant before in their lives. Was this a pill's fragrance? No. Not even the fragrance of a spirit pill was able to smell so good. What in the world was that? Since the spectators had already smelt the fragrance coming from the oyster pancake, how could the judge not smell it? The judge was very gratified. Indeed, this kid didn't cook the same smelly dish he made the day before. The fragrance coming from this dish was much better. Smelling the aroma coming from the oyster pancake, the judge became unable to help himself. He smacked his lips and saliva filled his mouth. He turned his gaze and fixed it on Bullet Fang's bronze platform. This aroma was. It was extremely fragrant. All of a sudden, the judge's body stiffened as his expression gravely changed, and his body shook like a leaf as he looked at Bullet Fang. Bang! The sound of an explosion filled the arena. The explosion came from a medicine furnace somewhere in the back of the arena. A doctor had a face full of regret as he pulled the hair on his head. His eyes were bloodshot and he seemed extremely angry. Fragrance? That damned fragrance! Why did it have to smell so good? The moment he smelled the aroma coming from the oyster pancake, the doctor felt as though his spirit got thrown into a whirlpool. He became distracted and his medicine furnace instantly exploded. All of his efforts were wasted. How infuriating! This doctor wasn't the only one who was affected. As the fragrance filled the area, the atmosphere on the arena changed. The judge's pupils constricted as he looked at the scene around him in panic and alarm. Indeed, there was an ugly expression on the face of a majority of the participants at this moment. As the aroma of the oyster pancake drilled into their nostrils, it stirred up their feelings and made them crave delicacies. Moreover, it wasn't often for the participants to smell such a nice aroma. How were they supposed to resist the temptation from such a fragrant smell? Bang! 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 The sounds of medicine furnaces and pill furnaces exploding reverberated throughout the arena. The moment the furnaces exploded, the judge was not the only person who was stunned. The spectators who were standing below the arena were also shocked. They were brought back to their senses by the sound of explosions. Bullet Fang was calm as usual and he focused all of his attention on the oyster pancake in his wok. With a flick of his wrist, the oyster pancake which was fried till it was golden brown flew out of the wok and landed on a porcelain plate. As his dragon bone kitchen knife flashed, he lightly made a cut in the middle of the oyster pancake. As the outer layer of the oyster pancake was sliced open, the white and tender ingredients inside were exposed. Huge and fat oysters popped out and a burst of fragrance was released. My product, the enhanced version of the oyster pancake, is complete. Waving his knife a few times in the air, he firmly gripped his dragon bone kitchen knife, then said with an expressionless face after raising his head. The moment the words left his mouth, there were sounds of explosions which came from the back. Chapter 495. A marvelous feeling like the first night in the bridal room. Bang! 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 Sounds of consecutive explosions resounded through the whole stage. It wasn't just the judge who was stunned. It was also the case for all the spectators who were below the arena, watching the elimination round. A furnace exploded. The spectators saw the explosion of another one. Was the 8th arena the heaven for furnace explosions? There were many furnaces which exploded the day before. Today, there were also many people who made their furnace explode. It was truly too exciting. Everyone went into an uproar when they looked at the furnaces of the doctors and alchemists which exploded. Medicinal paste splattered all around the 8th arena and a burnt smell filled the area. There were some unlucky people who bore the brunt of the furnace explosions. Those people turned into black cats. Their faces became extremely black and dark. There was even smoke which came out from their mouth. The eyes of all those people who suffered from the explosion glittered. They were filled with grief and sadness. Turning to look at Bulet and Fang, they wished that they could ruthlessly beat him up as they were truly enraged by his actions. At this moment, that judge was dumbfounded. He finally understood why there was a nagging feeling in his heart that something was amiss. That lad really caused a scene on the 8th arena again. When he demanded that Bulet and Fang should not cook the extremely stinky tofu like he did on the day before, he was afraid that it would affect the other competitors today. Seeing as Bulet and Fang had obediently agreed without making a fuss, he felt as though Bulet and Fang was a sensible guy. What was the result of that? In the end, that brat made a mess on the 8th arena again. If he was so amazing, why didn't he try ascending to the heavens instead? He really didn't make the extremely smelly stinky tofu. Indeed, the dish he made didn't emit an intense stench. However, what the hell was with this extremely fragrant aroma? This fragrance could cause one to involuntarily become infatuated by it. They would want to continue to smell the fragrance coming from Bulet and Fang's dish. Likewise, the smell coming from Bulet and Fang's dish affected the other competitors. Moreover, the judge discovered that the effects and impact of the aroma were even more terrifying than the stinky tofu he cooked on the previous day. After all, when Bulet and Fang cooked the stinky tofu, there weren't so many people who blew up their furnaces. Those continuous and consecutive explosion sounds even formed a rhythmic tune. Only the true genius alchemists from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City managed to persevere. However, the current state of those genius alchemists wasn't looking too good. Their foreheads were filled with beads of sweat. Those participants were quite annoyed and vexed. Their eyes almost popped out from their sockets from how much they were concentrating. The fragrance which lingered around their noses seemed like it was arousing their most primitive desire. The feeling and sensation was something which they had never experienced in their life. It was like torture to them. Their bellies couldn't help but growl and their faces became flushed. Their faces were crimson as they pressed on to refine their elixirs. They were truly humiliated by him. They discovered that the chef, who they had looked down upon, was quite a treacherous and sinister person. The aroma emitted by that dish was like a poison which shook their minds. It disturbed and harassed all of them. Damn! The person who was the most dejected and devastated at this moment was none other than the judge. He almost wept as he looked at the competitors whose furnaces had exploded. They were eliminated from the competition immediately. He knew that he was going to suffer another scolding today. The number of people in the arena was gradually decreasing as one competitor after another was eliminated. Only 5 people remained in the arena and the expressionless Bulet and Fang was one of them. Oh my god! Was this chef sent by the heavens to punish me? The judge thought as he wept inwardly. There were still 4 people who managed to pass the match on the previous stage. As for this one, it would be already quite excellent if 3 of them managed to pass the round. Bang! Just as he thought about it, the sound of another furnace exploding resounded. Judge, what's the meaning of this? We are going to file a complaint. The last alchemist whose furnace exploded was extremely angered. He picked up pieces of the exploded furnace and threw them on the ground in anger. He was so enraged that his expression was distorted. The other alchemists also angrily condemned Bulet and Fang. The spectators around the 8th arena were extremely excited. They were clamoring as that was a fun show to watch again. None of them minded or cared about the matter that escalated quickly as long as they could watch a funny show. It couldn't be denied that Bulet and Fang's dish was really too fragrant. Judge, I finished making my product. Please examine it. Bulet and Fang was unfazed while facing their condemnations. He turned his gaze to the judge who wanted to cry but couldn't. The judge took a deep breath and walked toward Bulet and Fang's bronze platform. The closer he approached the platform, the more intense and richer the fragrance became. There was a dish which looked like a golden steamed bun resting on the tray. There was a cut in the middle of the dish from where dense steam and spiritual energy rose. It seemed as though there was light flickering on it and all of it caused the dish to seem extremely beautiful. The oyster pancake was displayed like the sweet spicy stinky tofu of the day before. Although it was just a single piece of oyster pancake which was on a tray, it seemed quite beautiful. Because of the oyster pancake's beauty as well as its sweet aroma, it seemed that the judge's grief and sadness were somewhat appeased. What did you cook today? The judge asked. It's called the oyster pancake, fragrance drifting 10 miles oyster pancake. Bulet and Fang earnestly replied. The judge looked at him with a deep gaze. Fragrance drifting for 10 miles? It should instead be called furnaces exploding 10 miles oyster pancake. This was a dish which made countless alchemists blow up their furnaces. Although the judge was ridiculing the dish in his heart, he still took out that golden jade talisman and poured his true energy into it. In an instant, the talisman formed an array which covered and engulfed the oyster pancake. Star-like dots shone on the surroundings of the oyster pancake. The radiance coming from the array became brighter and brighter. Such an intense spiritual energy concentration. It's even more intense than the stinky tofu you cooked yesterday. The judge took a deep breath as an expression of shock and alarm appeared on his face. Just the concentration of spiritual energy coming from the oyster pancake was no weaker than that of any 9th grade elixir. Moreover, it seemed to have reached the degree of a middle-rank 9th grade elixir. Just a deep-fried stuffed bun could be this amazing? The judge took out his chopsticks without saying a word and stuffed a piece of oyster pancake into his mouth. Ah! All of the spectators were unable to control themselves. They stared wide-mouthed as the judge placed a piece of the oyster pancake into his mouth. They stared straight at the judge as drool overflowed from the corners of their mouth. Crunch! A crisp sound echoed as the judge bit into the oyster pancake. The sound seemed as though it possessed some mystical power as it lingered in the air. The crunch echoed in the ears of everyone present and they involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It seems extremely delicious. What the heck? Look at all the saliva overflowing from my mouth. I lived for so long, yet I haven't eaten a real dish in my life. I have only eaten fasting pills before. I really want to eat that oyster pancake. Saliva flowed out of the spectators' mouths as they looked at the judge with envy and jealousy with their wide eyes. Squish! Squish! After biting into that luxuriant seafood which was inside the oyster pancake, the flavor of an oyster exploded in his mouth. The unique and distinctive taste of seafood overwhelmed his entire body. Ah! The judge's face instantly became flushed. A groan escaped his lips. It was too crisp and delicious. At that moment, the judge was so moved that he almost cried. The delicious dish really captivated him. He already forgot everything about the oyster pancake's effect. He simply immersed himself in its taste. The taste was so pleasing and he felt as much pleasure as he did on the first night he passed in the bridal room. In just a few moments, the oyster pancake on Bullet and Fang's tray was completely devoured by the judge. After he ate the oyster pancake, the judge even bit and licked his chopsticks. His current appearance disgusted all of the spectators. What the heck? We all must go report such a disgusting and sick judge later. Your dish is truly delicious. It also can't be denied that along with its delicious taste, it has an effect equivalent to that of a 9th grade elixir. If I'm not mistaken, the oyster pancake has the effect of allowing one to quickly recover true energy, am I right? The only reason I can't feel the effects is because I have not spent any true energy. However, I can still feel that my true energy is revolving 5 times faster than usual. This also means that it can allow one's true energy recovery speed to be faster by 5 folds. The judge, whose face was flushed, opened his misty eyes and looked at Bullet and Fang. What? 5-fold amplification? How could that dish be so amazing? The alchemists who were in the arena had been ready to mock Bullet and Fang. However, they were dumbfounded at the moment. It wasn't just the alchemists who were shocked, the spectators around the 8th arena were also stunned. Even the 9th grade chi gathering pill couldn't reach up to a 5-fold amplification of true energy recuperation speed. The effect of the oyster pancake was too terrifying. What was the concept of a 5-fold recovery? It meant that if a supreme being expert only had 30% of his true energy left, he would be able to recover all his true energy in the time it would take for him to make a cup of tea if he ate an oyster pancake. Such an effect had already surpassed and exceeded the effects of a 9th grade elixir. While everyone was stunned and the judge was exclaiming in surprise, Bullet and Fang, who was expressionless, took out a giant board from his system's dimensional storage. A thump sound echoed as it fell on his bronze platform. The fragrance drifting 10 miles oyster pancake is the newest dish of the Cloud Mist restaurant. It can be taken out of the restaurant and each person can only buy 2 servings of it. The effects of the oyster pancake can be duplicated. First come, first served. Bullet and Fang made a bland advertisement with an expressionless face. It seemed quite hilarious when he advertised his restaurant. However, the spectators couldn't laugh when they heard what Bullet and Fang said. This time, they were truly attracted by his advertisement. The Cloud Mist restaurant? Was it the restaurant ran by this chef? Was the Heavenly Mist City's Cloud Mist restaurant selling these oyster pancakes? It seemed like they had to go there in order to find out. The judge didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. This lad brought out his board and made an advertisement in the middle of the competition again. Cough, cough. I declare that the competitor Bullet Fang has passed the first elimination round. Go and prepare for the second elimination round, which will start in 4 hours. Bullet Fang was taken aback by his words. After collecting his board, he realized that there was still another elimination round. However, how could another round trouble Bullet Fang? With the oyster pancake in his hand, it wouldn't be difficult for him to pass the second round as well. Bullet Fang was extremely confident in the oyster pancake. Even if it wasn't enough, he would just make Shrimpy swim around in the oil in the wok in order to boost the effects of the oyster pancake. All of the alchemists were angered. They all surrounded the judge as they were quite displeased by the fact that Bullet Fang passed the first round. However, after the experience on the day before, the judge became even more like a hoodlum. There are no issues with the array. The effect of the product has nothing wrong as well. The dish simply smells nicer. It's your fault that you are unable to resist the temptation of the dish. The fragrance of a true elixir pill is no weaker than Bullet Fang's dish. When that time came, what excuses would all of you use? The judge spoke overbearingly and left all the eliminated alchemists speechless. Finally, the remaining 3 alchemists completed the refining process of their elixirs. The judge immediately wore a smile on his face. As expected of the geniuses alchemists from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City, they didn't let him down. It seemed as though the results today wouldn't be worse than yesterday's, as there were still 4 people who managed to pass. If he didn't compare himself to the judges from the other arena, he wouldn't feel the pain. The judge had already become slightly apathetic to the fact that there were only 4 contestants who managed to pass. He was actually even somewhat overjoyed and satisfied when he saw that 4 people passed. It seemed as though the judge had truly gone insane. However, when he examined their elixirs with the array, the judge felt as though he was really about to go nuts. Chapter 496. The Public Enemy of Alchemists. When the judge saw the array inspection results, his expression stiffened, and his delight from a moment ago disappeared. All the surrounding spectators were dumbfounded. They found it really incredible. The pupils of the alchemists from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City dilated, and their bodies shuddered. They had failed. They all failed. The elixirs they had refined did not reach the stipulated requirement, causing them to get eliminated in this elimination round. Despite all that, Bullet Fang remained indifferent. He grabbed the cloud mist restaurant's board with one hand. He exerted some strength and hoisted it onto his shoulder before slowly walking down from the arena. The spectators looked on at him in shock as they made a path for him. Only one person had passed the 8th arena's round, and that person was the only chef in the Magical Hand Conference. Hiss! They all couldn't help sucking in mouthfuls of cold air. The events that had just occurred, to them, were incredulous and extraordinary. Such as result was too outrageous. At that moment, the alchemists from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City slipped into a reverie, albeit not a pleasant one. They were highly talented geniuses and had garnered some fame in the world of alchemists. However, they still couldn't pass this elimination round and were eliminated. This was a grave blow to them. If not for the disturbance caused by the fragrance, then how would I have ended up refining such a thrashy elixir? An alchemist from Heavenly Shine City was so angry that his expression became somewhat distorted, and he almost flew into a rage. His entire body could not stop trembling with rage. Unlike him, the alchemist from the Heavenly Pill City just shook his head and sighed. He was more open-minded than his counterpart from the Heavenly Shine City. However, it would be a lie if he said that he didn't resent Bullet Fang. If it were not for the alluring fragrance that was emitted while Bullet Fang was cooking, he would not have been eliminated in this round. After all, he was a genius who had the possibility of reaching the top 50. However, there was no such thing as only if in this world. We failed, and we can only blame ourselves since our skills weren't good enough. We must continue to strive hard in the alchemy path. All the alchemists sighed, and then they turned around, walked down from the stage, and left. Out of all of them, the judge suffered the most. As he took back his jade talisman, he felt as though a torrential storm of curses were rushing at him from the chief judge. The day before, 4 people had passed, at least, but now, only one person passed. This was something that had never happened in any Magical Hand Conference. As the judge clutched his head, he suddenly felt fear at the thought of running into Bullet Fang again. As long as that guy climbed up the stage, nothing good would occur. If I run into him again, I'll quit being a judge, else he really will cause me to have a cardiac arrest. At that moment, the judge had tears streaming down his cheeks, while the spectators clamored in excitement. An extremely exciting piece of news had spread out of the 8th arena once again. From out of the group of 51 competitors, including genius alchemists from the Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City, who had just competed in the arena, almost all of them were eliminated. Only one person had managed to pass the round. Furthermore, the competitor that passed the round wasn't an alchemist, a doctor, or a poison master. He was just a chef. A chef had participated in the Magical Hand Conference and managed to stand out in the elimination round by passing it. Were the alchemists with him all morons? When the news spread, the spectators became excited and exclaimed in surprise. People were usually attracted by the appearance of such dark horses in the competition. Unlike the spectators, the alchemists stood in solidarity against Bullet and Fang. They were alchemists, after all, so they had to protect the dignity of alchemists on their own. The chef, to them, was a common enemy of all alchemists. Although the alchemists who were defeated by Bullet and Fang in that round were angry, the person who had suffered the most was the judge. As the judge had expected, he got scolded by the chief judge, leaving him feeling so aggrieved that he almost choked. This was especially true after he was suspended from his duty as a judge because countless complaints about him were received. How pitiful was that? The judge was quite aggrieved at that moment because he really was innocent and free of guilt. However, as he mulled over his ordeal some more, he calmed down and relaxed. After all, if he hadn't been relieved of his position as a judge, he would once again run into that chef who carried aboard, Bullet and Fang. Was our senior brother Lu eliminated? Duan Yun's pupils dilated when he heard the news. A genius who had placed among the top 50 of the Heavenly Pill City's Pill Towers ranking was actually eliminated in the elimination round. That piece of news thoroughly shocked Duan Yun. Senior brother Lu sat dejectedly in the Heavenly Pill City's warship. He seemed dazed and beside himself. The Magical Hand Conference was an event for alchemists to prove themselves. It was an extremely important stage for all alchemists. They had made countless preparations in order to showcase their skills and amaze everyone. However, senior brother Lu got eliminated before he had managed to display his true skill. This was an extremely grave blow to him. It's said that out of the 50 people who had participated alongside our senior brother Lu, only one managed to pass the round, and furthermore, that person wasn't even an alchemist. One of the alchemists from Heavenly Pill City's alchemists said while sighing in regret. Duan Yun was taken aback by the alchemist's words. Had the round been that brutal and difficult? Out of 51 contestants, only one person had managed to pass? How did such a matter occur? From the 50 participants in his arena, around 15 people had managed to pass that round and head to the second elimination round. That's just the way it is. Do you know how shocked I was to learn that the guy who defeated our senior brother Lu was a chef? A chef? Duan Yun was taken aback once again by his words. Even chefs could participate in the conference? That's right, a chef. The chef cooked an extremely fragrant dish that prevented the others from concentrating while they refined their elixirs. It was said that more than 40 people blew up their furnaces. That chef was really demented, said the alchemist from the Heavenly Pill City in a tone of surprise. When Duan Yun heard that, he breathed in deeply because he found it somewhat hard to believe. Was that chef trying to challenge every alchemist? If he wasn't, why would he dare to be that rampant? Junior brother Duan Yun, I still must tell you the most important part. Every dish the chef made was equivalent to a 9th grade elixir, and they let him pass the matches. This was the most incredible aspect. Can't you see that the emergence of such dishes is a bare provocation to the prestige of alchemists? Hold on. Duan Yun heaved in another deep breath, and his body shivered when he heard that. A dish that had the same effects as an elixir? Why did he find that really familiar? Suddenly, the image of a small restaurant within a small empire in the land of southern border appeared in Duan Yun's mind. That small restaurant was located in a really remote area, but it was still very prosperous. All the dishes at that restaurant were similar to elixirs, and the effects one would gain from eating them weren't any weaker than what one would gain from an elixir. Was the person participating here one of the owner Buletin's junior or senior brothers? If it was the case, then there would be a tough and bitter fight awaiting him. Duan Yun's body shivered involuntarily, while his hair fluttered in the wind. He deeply understood how formidable owner Buletin's skill was. Senior brother, do you know when that chef's next match will be held? I want to go and watch it, Duan Yun asked. That alchemist was taken aback by the question, but he shook his head in affirmation. Nevertheless, all the matches that the chef participated in had been lively and bustling. The next elimination round will be held in the 5th arena, and the chef will be participating, as well. Another piece of news which I got through my own information network reveals that the next elimination round will be personally supervised by the chief judge. The fifth arena? When Duan Yun heard that, he was so surprised that his expression turned ugly. Senior brother Zhang, won't you also compete in the fifth arena? Duan Yun said, with a small voice, to the youth in front of him. I'm competing in the fifth arena? What the heck? I was only concerned with that chef's match location, and I ended up forgetting to check my own. The youth's complexion turned pale, and he turned around and sprinted toward the outside. After a while, Duan Yun heard the loud and miserable wails of someone. What the heck? The second elimination round in the fifth arena. 4 hours quickly passed. Bulletin Fang arrived in front of the fifth arena, and he was carrying his Cloud Mist restaurant's board. He was somewhat surprised when he saw the large number of people that surrounded the arena, sealing it. What happened? Nethery, who followed beside him, coldly looked at the spectators surrounding the arena. She seemed to have understood Bulletin Fang's current predicament because, as her hair fluttered in the wind, she strode forward and stood in front of Bulletin Fang, after which, she raised her fair and thin arm. Make way! An indifferent voice echoed as black true energy surged out of Nethery's arm. A rumble resounded, and a path was forcefully created within the sea of people. 2 large masses of people fell onto both sides of the path. Bulletin Fang was taken aback by the development, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Nethery was truly domineering. She looked at him and proudly flung her black long hair around. The spectators were somewhat stupefied, but they could only look on as Bulletin Fang slowly strode forward and ascended to the arena. The cold and aloof Nethery stood beside the arena, and no one dared to step within several meters of her because she was emitting an extremely terrifying and stifling aura. Bulletin Fang walked to his bronze platform and placed down the board he had been carrying. He proceeded to take out his black turtle constellation walk as usual. As the heavy walk fell onto the bronze platform, a sonorous rumble resounded, and the platform trembled slightly. All the other competitors proceeded to ascend into the arena. Bulletin Fang's current fame wasn't the same as before. He wasn't as unknown and obscure as he was when he just arrived. When the alchemists discovered that Bulletin Fang would be competing in the same round, their hearts lurched as though 10,000 black dogs were galloping within them. As for Heavenly Pill City's senior brother Zhang, his complexion grew paler, and his face brimmed with despair. It will soon start. I wonder how many people will be eliminated this time. Competing with this chef is the most tragic and pitiful situation that someone can encounter in this magical hand conference. I'm really looking forward to the chef's entry into the top 50 and for him to compete against the truly talented alchemists. Don't you all think that it will be quite interesting? The spectators chatted amongst themselves in excitement, while the nerves of the alchemists in the arena tightened. However, they didn't dare loosen up. At this time, the chief judge came over. He was a dignified-looking man who was one of Heavenly Mist City's pill towers. 3 Clouds Alchemists. The man arrived wearing a solemn expression at this moment. When he stepped into the arena, with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze, which seemed as sharp as a sword, immediately fixated on Bulletin Fang. Was this guy the chef who caused 2 great elimination of competitors? He really wanted to see what kind of trick the chef would use now. There was no one who dared to use cheap tricks in front of him. Bulletin Fang seemed to have sensed the chief judge's gaze, and he raised his head to meet the sharp gaze headlong. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and rolled his eyes at the chief judge, then began to twirl his dragon bone kitchen knife before hacking his cutting board with it. Just after that, in front of countless shock-filled gazes, he took a giant crab from his system's dimensional storage. It was a giant crab that was tied up with ropes. There was still foam coming out of its mouth. Everyone present was shocked. What the heck? Will this chef make a new dish? Chapter 497. Terror caused by the chef. A crab? A huge crab? The chief judge was a bit shocked. If he wasn't wrong, then that crab should be an 8th grade water spirit beast. This water spirit beast was from the boundless ocean. It was rare to spot such a spirit beast on land. As an alchemist, he had naturally seen this beast before, but in some ancient books and records. The rose from this crab could be used for alchemy, and it could also be used by female cultivators to keep their skin shiny and smooth. What did Bulletin Fang plan to do with such a huge crab? Did he plan to cook it? The alchemists on stage acted as if they were facing their mortal enemy. They did not know what Bulletin Fang was going to do next. Know your enemy and yourself in 100 battles, and so they had learned from Bullet Fang's past activities. In his first match, the guy made a dish that was so stinky that it caused a number of alchemists to fail, with a dozen people exhausted. However, Bullet Fang himself had passed that round. In his second match, the guy did not make any stinky dishes. However, that time, he did the complete opposite and made a sweet-scented oyster pancake, but somehow, this dish also caused a lot of alchemists to fail. All the talented alchemists in that round of Heavenly Pill City have fallen through. However, the chef himself made it through that round. And only God knew what he was up to now. The chief judge turned his sharp gaze toward Bullet Fang, trying to figure out why the chef was always making trouble. However, he was soon disappointed because Bullet Fang did not even raise his head, neither did he return the chief judge's gaze. This is the second round of elimination, the difficulty will be the same as the first round. In half an hour, you will all need to make a 9th grade elixir or something similar. This time, we have limited slots, only the first 10 people to finish will pass, the others will be eliminated, the chief judge announced, with a tone of voice that was just as cold as the rules of the round. However, contrary to his expectation, after he made the announcement, the audience began to laugh and whisper amongst each other. What if less than 10 people are able to finish? I think the judge will go crazy. The referee will soon know how it feels to be dominated by that chef. When the chief judge heard what the audience was discussing amongst themselves, his face darkened, and he began to wonder why the audience was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. They should know that this was a serious match. Quiet. Remember that I stated that the second round of elimination has started. The chief judge coldly said. Within the audience, the judge who had been temporarily dismissed by the chief judge was watching the ensuing events with wide eyes. Although he had been temporarily relieved of his previous position, the judge did not feel sad, instead, he looked forward to Bullet Fang's match. What was Bullet Fang going to whip out this time? A crab? Was he really going to cook that crab? If he really was just going to cook the crab, then it should not affect the other competitors, right? After the chief judge signaled the start of the round, everyone on the stage began to move, and soon, flames of different colors emerged. The people all gathered up. After all, Bullet Fang now had a high reputation, so all his matches garnered a lot of attention. Hong hong hong. Various flames burned brightly, and heat from the stage increased. Almost all the contestants were alchemists. Doctors and poison masters were rarely seen at this point in the contest. Bullet Fang was the only one on stage who was not an alchemist. However, not everyone was as good as he was. He had already become the biggest dark horse in this magical hand conference. Not many people in the audience thought that Bullet Fang had a huge chance of advancing to the semifinals, least making it into the top 100. Bullet Fang chose not to bring out the 10,000 bestial flames. Instead, he just stared at the crab. This was a crab he had caught back in the Grand Serpentine City, at the time when the oceanic species sieged the city. Back then, all manner of oceanic species had emerged from the seas. They were a nightmare to the serpent people in Grand Serpentine City, but to Bullet Fang, these oceanic species were all rare ingredients. Like that huge supreme being mantis prawn which was still in his system panel. Bullet Fang had his plan for choosing this crab. Before, he had selected the dish oyster pancake, which smells good to the extreme. This started the road to the popularity of Cloud Mist restaurant. It made Bullet Fang delighted, so he planned to focus on fragrance for this round. Do crabs smell good after they are cooked? Of course, they certainly do. The pan-fried flour crab was extremely fragrant. If a dish like that was already this fragrant, how fragrant would a dish made with an 8th grade ingredient be? After all, an 8th grade crab was a much better ingredient than a normal crab. Green smoke curled around his hand, and the golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his grip. Bullet Fang twirled the knife in the air, and then he swung downwards, cutting off the ropes binding the enormous crab. As soon as the ropes was cut, the enormous crab, who had long since been tired of foaming at the mouth, suddenly moved, its 8 legs and 2 large pincers suddenly perked up as it tried to right itself. Ding dong ding dong! The sounds of the crab's legs hitting the bronze platform attracted the attention of the audience. The people from the Heavenly Mist City had never seen a ferocious ocean species crab before. They all exclaimed in surprise and excitedly watched the incessant crab wave its pincers around. The contesting alchemists were all shocked, and they involuntarily looked over. They let out long breaths of cold air when they saw the enormous crab. Is this guy here to jest? How does one eat this shell creature? That is terribly disgusting. I would rather die than eat something made from that crab. The audience was also shocked by the sudden and terrifying appearance of the crab. Bulletin Fang, however, was very calm. He had expected the crab to react this violently for a moment. The chief judge's face darkened. The match had only just started, but Bulletin Fang was already making such big things happen. However, he could not blame Bulletin Fang for anything. After all, the chef was just handling his ingredients. This was the same way any alchemist would handle their medicinal materials, and he was in no place to stop the contestants from handling their materials. Therefore, he had no choice but to stand and watch. The alchemists on stage took in deep breaths, turned their heads, and began to concentrate on the elixirs they were making. Ka-sie! Ka-sie! The enormous crab howled and glared at Bulletin Fang with its compound eyes. It waved its pincers wildly, and every time its pincers cut through the air, they made a sonorous sound which terrified the spectators. Senior brother Zhang took a deep breath and relaxed. Okay, this time there was nothing for him to worry about. At his level, he should be able to advance. Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Senior brother Zhang's pupils dilated, and the flames in his pill furnace increased. Not only had his mind just trembled, but also the spirit that strained tight almost collapsed. What the hell had happened? The other alchemists on the stage had also looked over at Bulletin Fang as well. They were dumbfounded. Bulletin Fang, on the other hand, already had a way to deal with the ferocious crab. He looked up at the enormous crab, which was waving its pincers threateningly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He picked up the black turtle constellation wok and hurled it at the crab. Dong! How heavy was the black turtle constellation wok? Bulletin Fang did not know exactly, but he knew it was heavy and packed a punch. The crab could not dodge on time and was sent flying onto the bronze platform. When the crab landed, the bronze platform trembled, which, in turn, caused the entire stage to tremble. Everyone, including the chief judge, looked over at Bulletin Fang's platform. The crab did not seem to have passed out after being struck once. It shivered and began trying to get up again. Bulletin Fang frowned and waved the black turtle constellation wok in the air before smashing it downward. Dong! 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 He smashed the enormous crab 3 times, in succession, and even the sturdy bronze platform couldn't help but sink down into the stage. Each time the wok smashed the crab, everyone's mind would tremble, and their hearts would palpitate. Poof! However, it was the alchemists on the stage who wanted to cough out blood the most. Each time Bulletin Fang swung his wok, their alchemic flames would follow the beat, and their minds would tremble uncontrollably. For some alchemists with poor focus, this would cause their furnaces to explode directly. However, luckily, only one guy's furnace exploded this time. As all the others strengthened their minds, they were eager to cry without tears. Could they really continue to refine their elixirs under these conditions? All the racket, which was no different from earthquakes, was just an effort to stun a crab. The chief judge took a deep breath, and his face darkened even more. No wonder the previous judges clamored for this chef's dismissal. Things would get really awkward whenever one came across this kind of competitor. After the strikes, the crab was stunned, and Bulletin Fang could finally start the next stop of his cooking. He proceeded to twirl the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand, and the sharp glint that reflected off it was blinding. Bulletin Fang placed one hand on the crab's shell, but he had no plans to pry open to crab's shell. Instead, he swung the dragon bone kitchen knife heavily and repeatedly, instantly cutting off each leg of the crab with each swing. He grabbed a crab leg and placed the tip of his kitchen knife of it, then he sliced downwards, stripping the shell of the crab leg. When the shell was split open, the white and translucent crab meat was scooped out by Bulletin Fang. As the movements were smooth, it made the audience exclaim in great surprise. After removing the meat from all the crab legs, Bulletin Fang placed them in a porcelain bowl he had just taken out. He poured some oil into the wok, then opened his mouth and spewed out his 10,000 bestial flame, which seemed like a miniature sun. When the audience saw it, they exclaimed collectively in great surprise. Sure enough, that was a heaven and earth obsidian flame. The chief judge's face darkened even more. This chef actually used a heaven and earth obsidian flame to cook? Why had he not met this chef earlier so that he could beat the heck out of him? When the oil and wok began to splatter about, Bulletin Fang tipped all the crab meat into the wok. Chi chi chi! As soon as the crab meat was poured into the wok, the crab fat was cooked and burst out of the fragrance, surged up straight into the sky. This fragrance was even better than the oyster pancake's fragrance. The chief judge's face froze. The audience was shocked. The alchemists seemed distracted again. However, the fragrances did not linger in the air for long. Bullet Fang took out a steamer and scooped out all the meat from the wok, along with its broth. Then, he poured some Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water into it and placed the huge oceanic crab into the steamer, covering it. As soon as he did that, the lingering fragrance vanished completely, and the alchemists, whose hearts had been distracted, let out sighs of relief. The chief judge looked at Bullet Fang, who seemed relaxed and at ease, and an ominous feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Chapter 498. With the appearance of the aroma from the crab, every furnace will explode. Why did the fragrance suddenly become thinner? It was almost gone. Such an ending surprised everyone. Initially, the dense fragrance aroused the appetite of many spectators. However, the aroma disappeared in an instant, what caused many of them to feel uncomfortable. The judge was full of tears as he stood below the stage. He felt as though Bullet Fang was jealous of his handsome face. Why else would Bullet Fang mess with him? Why did things like this happen when he was the judge? First, it was the smelly odor. Next, it was the fragrance. When the head judge went up on the stage, this brat suddenly became terrified. Why were you afraid now? Hurry up and keep causing trouble. The head judge felt as though something was wrong in his heart. However, when he sniffed the fragrance in the air, the tight feeling in his heart loosened. As long as this brat didn't cause any trouble, everything would be fine. The alchemists also let out long breaths. Seeing as everything was quiet, they watched Bullet Fang as he placed his hand on the steamer to wait for his dish to cook. All of them were finally able to relax. This time, they would finally be able to refine their elixirs in peace. When they saw that there was nothing exciting going on, the audience felt disappointed in their heart. Everyone who was there to watch a good show wanted nothing more than to watch another round where all the furnaces exploded. It was too bad for them that Bullet Fang was intimidated by the head judge. After all, it was the head judge. The head judge was someone who was pretty awesome. Without Bullet Fang causing a disturbance, all of the alchemists fully focused as they started to refine their elixirs. In an instant, the entire stage was filled with fragrance coming from the various elixirs which were in the process of refinement. From that moment on, it would be their turn to shine. Boom! Boom! A pill fire swept through the area and it resembled a fire snake which was swallowing and spitting pill energy. As it swept around the stage, a heat wave filled the area. It seemed extremely cool. It was a technique which was displayed by an alchemist from Heavenly Shine City. It caused the audience to burst out in shock and they were alarmed when he displayed his technique. Senior brother Zhang, who was from Heavenly Pill City, couldn't sit still either. His heart was agitated and with a loud shout, his pill fire seemed as though it turned into thunderbolts which fell from the vaults of heaven. It fell down from the sky and crashed into his furnace which seemed to be constantly fusing with the void. Sizzle! Arcs of lightning flashed in the medicinal liquid and it seemed as though they were little snakes slithering around. It looked extremely cool. Wow! It's the Heavenly Pill City's Pill Tower's lightning quenching technique. The fire snake technique from Heavenly Shine City is really cool as well. They really live up to their name of genius alchemists. This is real alchemy. It's really too awesome. The people watching below the stage were attracted by the amazing and dazzling alchemy skills above. All of them shouted out in excitement. However, because they saw that Bullet Fang wasn't going to cause trouble today, many of them felt that it was going to be a boring match. Several left as they went toward the other arenas. There were some audience members who left the fifth arena as they went toward other arenas in order to watch the competition. All of them went to show some support to their alchemy idols. Well, this was supposed to happen in the first place. How could a chef be compared to an alchemist? They were on completely different levels. As long as an alchemist pulled out all the stops, a chef could only be crushed under their feet. In the previous rounds, the alchemists were simply not accustomed to Bullet Fang's way of doing things. They were surprised by the aroma and odor of his dishes which caused them to lose their focus. That was the only reason why their furnaces exploded. Today, seeing as Bullet Fang wasn't going to do anything like the previous few rounds, many people left. Even though that was the case, there were still many people who harbored hope in their heart. They were waiting for Bullet Fang to do something explosive. For example, the judge who had been screwed twice by Bullet Fang was waiting for him to do something during the competition. At this moment, he was eagerly crouching beneath the platform as he stared at Bullet Fang, who was on stage. He felt as though Bullet Fang would definitely surprise him. All of a sudden, the judge got excited and all of the pores on his body opened. Bullet Fang finally moved. He, who had his eyes closed as he stood motionless, finally moved. Nobody knew when, but Bullet Fang had already opened his eyes. The palm which was resting on the steamer released a huge amount of true energy which quickly entered it. It was as though a whirlpool of true energy was formed as it swirled around inside the steamer. He moved. He finally moved. Is he actually planning to do something? I'm really looking forward to it. It's time to witness a miracle again. Will there be any explosions this time? At the moment Bullet Fang made his move, the audience started to burst out with excitement. Many of them stretched out their necks as their gaze shifted to where Bullet Fang was standing. There was a nagging feeling in their heart as they felt as though Bullet Fang was about to do something. There was definitely going to be a good show to watch. At the same time, the alchemists who were on stage had already reached the last stage of their refinement. They were getting ready to congeal their elixir. The medicinal liquid in the interior of the furnaces was rolling around and it seemed as though it was controlled by spirit power which came from the alchemists. Seeing as it was time to form the elixir, all of the alchemists focused their attention into the interior of their furnaces. The medicinal liquid constantly clumped together. Pill which didn't seem to be completely formed gradually appeared in the furnaces. The alchemists' elixirs were about to be completed. Of course, the head judge naturally noticed Bullet Fang's movements but his heart was infinitely calm. The alchemists were about to form their elixirs. What else could this brat do to screw up the competition? Even though he had been cooking his dish for such a long time, there wasn't any fragrance which was emitted from the dish. There wasn't any stench coming from it either. There should be no other way he would be able to affect the other participants. Well, there were other ways this brat could use to affect the other competitors. However, he could only use them if he was prepared to go to heaven. Otherwise, everything was going to end peacefully. The head judge coldly laughed in his heart. If there were at least 10 people who were qualified to pass this round, no matter how awesome Bullet Fang's dish was, the head judge would never allow him to go on to the next round. The earlier he made this brat leave the competition, the safer he would feel in his heart. Other people joined the competition to take part in a contest of skill. As for this brat, he was there to play with their hearts. Bullet Fang finally took the steamer out from his black turtle constellation wok. By this time, all the water which filled the wok to the brim had changed into steam and was gone. The water which had the smell of crab meat was steamed dry, and the bottom of the wok was reddish in color. At this time, Bullet Fang's hand lightly pulled as he opened the lid of the steamer. Was his dish finally going to be revealed? Everyone became excited as they stared at the steamer which had just been opened by Bullet Fang. Although the head judge was calm on the surface, his heart jumped when he saw that Bullet Fang was about to present his dish. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he looked at the steamer which was in Bullet Fang's hand. Whoosh! The sound of something bursting filled the area when Bullet Fang opened the lid of the steamer. In an instant, white billows of steam filled the skies. It surrounded Bullet Fang and clouded the view of the audience. The audience below the stage fiercely sniffed the air but they were unable to smell anything even after sniffing for half a day. What in the world was going on? Why was there no smell? The audience members were shocked in their hearts. Could it be that the dish Bullet Fang made this time was actually an ordinary dish? Without a strong smell, how was he going to achieve victory over the alchemists? Bullet Fang placed the lid over to one side as the steam gradually cleared. The dish which was in the steamer was finally revealed. A huge crab sat in the steamer and it was completely red in color. Although the crab no longer had legs, the 2 huge claws were still intact. On top of the shell of the crab which was red in color, glistening droplets of water could be seen. The droplets of water were small and exquisite which made it seem really charming and cute. The smell which was emitted by the crab wasn't strong at all. However, when everyone looked at the crab in the steamer, all of them started to feel hungry. It looked like it would taste really good. It seems as though this brat isn't going to cause trouble this time. When the head judge saw the crab, he was shocked as well. However, when he thought about how Bullet Fang was not going to cause a disturbance there today, he became a little happier. Buzz! Above the platform, strange fluctuations started to spread out. It was a phenomenon which happened when someone was about to successfully congeal an elixir. Since it was strong enough to cause even space to tremble, this elixir was definitely not going to be an ordinary one. Could it be that someone was refining a spirit pill? The attention of the audience was immediately captured by the alchemists. After all, it was a rare occurrence for the audience members to watch the successful creation of a spirit pill. This was an extremely attractive scene for many people. The alchemists who were able to refine spirit pills were definitely people who were cloud-level alchemists verified by the pill tower. A 1 cloud alchemist was able to refine a 1 mark spirit pill. A 2 cloud alchemist could refine 2 marks or 3 marks spirit pills. As for 3 cloud alchemists, they could refine 4 marks or 5 marks spirit pills. The list went on. A cloud-level alchemist refining a spirit pill. That was a scene which could stir up everyone. The fluctuations in the air became more and more intense, which was a sign where more than one alchemist was refining a spirit pill. The competition was becoming more and more exciting. What the heck? It's the genius alchemist of the heavenly pill city. Pill energy condensing into a cloud. He is the one refining a spirit pill. Are you blind? Can't you see that the alchemist from Heavenly Shine City is refining a spirit pill as well? Now, we have no idea who will be able to successfully congeal their elixir. It seems like this is a challenge for all of them as well. The audience were exclaiming and cheering without end. It seemed as though they were full of praise for the alchemists who were on stage. Competition between alchemists was commonly seen. The most exciting part was seeing who successfully completed the refinement process first. Next would be crushing the opponent's product with an elixir of superior quality. At this moment, it seemed as though all of the attention was on the formation of the spirit pill. There was no one who bothered with Bullet and Fang any longer. However, there was an exception. It was the judge who had been screwed over twice by Bullet and Fang. He stared at Bullet and Fang intently. It seemed as though he held quite a strong grudge against him. All of a sudden, the judge was shocked. He was shocked as Bullet and Fang started to cook again. As he stimulated the 10,000 bestial flames, Bullet and Fang directed it toward the ingredients and crab meat which was in the wok. Whoosh! 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 As Bullet and Fang stir-fried everything, an aroma filled the arena. It was extremely fragrant. However, when compared to the oyster pancake, the fragrance was somewhat lacking. It wasn't able to affect the alchemists. Sniffing the fragrance which was lingering in the air, the audience members became certain that Bullet and Fang was already at his wit's end. He was no longer able to display his might. Many alchemists smelled the aroma in the air and their heart didn't move in the slightest. They sneered at Bullet and Fang. After all, he was just a chef who did stuff a little irregularly. There was only one person who knew what Bullet and Fang was doing. It was the judge who got screwed over twice. In a few moments, the wok jerked and waves of hot air rolled outwards. The red, stir-fried crab meat seemed as though it was still shivering when Bullet and Fang took it out of the wok. He poured it over the red crab which came out from the steamer. Whoosh! Hot air filled the area along with some popping sounds. Bullet and Fang was extremely calm. With a flick of his finger, the dragon bone kitchen knife fell into his hand. With a few light slashes, the knife seemed like a dazzling flower as Bullet and Fang showed off his awesome cutting skills. Bullet and Fang focused all of his attention on the crab as his eyes never left it. With 2 fingers, he pressed on the shell of the crab. With a slide of the dragon bone kitchen knife, the mouth of the shell was opened. The sound of something breaking could be heard all of a sudden. The crisp and melodious sound didn't attract any attention from the people in the surrounding. However, when Bullet and Fang separated the shell of the crab from its body, steaming hot air emerged. The hot air started to spread out along with a strong aroma. The fragrance took over the entire arena by storm. The head judge was stunned and the rest of the audience was shocked as well. A resplendent light shot toward the sky from Bullet and Fang's bronze platform. In an instant, the eyes of everyone landed on that platform. That dish! What in the world was it? How was it able to emit such a blinding light? Boom! 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 The head judge's heart shook all of a sudden. His entire body was covered in cold sweat in the next instant. On the stage, in a few moments, earth-shattering sounds of explosions filled the area. Angry voices could be heard following the explosions. The audience was completely shocked. Everyone was shocked as they sucked in a breath of cold air. Who the heck said that Bullet and Fang was not going to cause trouble today? The fragrance which had been stored in the dish for such a long time emerged suddenly. In the instant it appeared, all of the furnaces exploded. Chapter 499. The Scheming Chef. The chief judge was shocked and could not help but stand still, looking dumbstruck and somewhat sluggish. The audience below was also startled and unsure of what was happening. They were all stupefied. What had happened just then? How did the furnaces of every alchemist explode simultaneously? Didn't they say that they wanted to refine perfect elixirs? What the hell happened? One alchemist let out a breath of cold air. He seemed to think of something and turned to look in Bullet Fang's direction. As he had expected, he spotted some dishes which were exuding dazzling radiances atop Bullet Fang's bronze platform. A dish that could glow? Wasn't that miraculous? And as expected, it just had to come from Bullet Fang. Everyone was surprised. They had all expected Bullet Fang to get knocked out in this round, but unexpectedly, he was able to persevere to the final moments and complete a dish that emitted an exhilarating aroma. The aroma permeated every cranny of the arena like a hazy cloud. The spectators could not help narrowing their eyes as they sniffed in deeply. They all looked to have been captivated by the aroma. The aroma was really fragrant. It was a lot richer than the oyster pancakes fragrance from the previous day. Furthermore, the aroma also brought with it the natural fragrance of the ocean. The aroma was exhilarating enough to captivate just about anyone. The people living in the inland cities found the smell of the ocean really enticing. The chief judge snapped out from his reverie, and his body began to tremble. His anger had reached the zenith. It really happened. Such an unimaginable development had happened right in front of his eyes. Unforgivable. It was not emitting any aroma just a moment ago, right? Why had it suddenly brought forth such an intense fragrance? This guy definitely did that on purpose. This chef's thoughts are, unexpectedly, so deep. When everyone was filled with anticipation, this guy's dish did not release any aroma. But, as soon as everyone relaxed and forwent their anticipation, he chose to unleash his dish's fragrant aroma, causing the competition alchemists to involuntarily blow up their furnaces. What a scheming chef! Bang bang bang! Explosions rocked the arena, and flames shot into the sky. The magnificent scene made many members of the audience gasp in admiration. They could not contain their excitement. Being able to watch such the magnificent scene of multiple alchemy furnaces exploding was really rare. At that moment, the entire central plaza was engrossed in the scene. Explosions and flames kept rocking the entire arena, making for a really cool scene. How could such a scene not attract the gazes of everyone present? Senior brother Zhang's face was beet red. The thunder-like alchemic flames kept bombarding his elixirs, which was just about to take form. However, at that moment, a pleasant aroma drifted over and drifted into his nostrils, quickly traveling down his nasal cavity. What aroma is this? Why is it so fragrant? Is this the smell of the ocean? Wave after wave. Senior brother Zhang could not help narrowing his eyes, immersed himself in the misperception. He felt as though he was in the ocean, with gentle waves caressing his skin. Such a feeling was too splendid, splendid your balls. Senior brother Zhang's mind trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and they had turned bloodshot. The scene of the ocean and its waves vanished, and it was replaced by the view of violent explosions going off on the stage. The resounding rumbles caused his heart to shudder. It was just too terrifying. Simply too terrifying. No wonder junior brother Lu was eliminated. The effects of the aroma were practically fatal to alchemists. It caused their minds to wander, and this made it difficult for them to control their alchemic flames. When their alchemic flames became irascible, it caused their furnaces to explode. Pucci. In another remote location, the alchemists from Heavenly Shine City were trying to persevere. They stubbornly coughed out a bit of essence blood onto the alchemic flame, and this caused the alchemic flame to stabilize. Ah! My furnace has exploded. My furnace had also exploded. I knew it. I knew the furnace would certainly explode. Why did I have to compete against such a person? Argh! Why is it so fragrant? Why is it so fragrant? The alchemists whose furnaces exploded all wailed in anguish atop the stage. Some alchemists grabbed their hair and pulled as their eyes turned bloodshot. Some other alchemists flew into a rage and vented their anger on their exploded furnace, trampling its pieces as hard as they could. They all reacted differently to the situation. Bullet Fang, on the other hand, seemed indifferent to everything that was happening around him. He heaved in a deep breath, and the aroma from the sea crab was pulled into his nostril, making his body and mind relaxed. It really deserved to be 8th-grade ingredient. After cooking it, its aroma was simply too fragrant. The audience below the stage were so excited, they had difficulty breathing. This was especially so for the temporarily dismissed judge, who had been swindled by Bullet Fang twice. He was so excited, he felt like leaping onto the stage and rushing forward to give Bulletin Fang a kiss. When the temporarily dismissed judge spotted the unsightly expression on the chief judge's face, he felt as though he had finally released a fart that had been stuck in his chrysanthemum for half a day. It was truly satisfying. Back then, I said that the blame can't be placed on me. This chef is a freak. Whoever encounters him is out of luck. The judge laughed happily in his heart. Did you see those furnaces explode? The explosions were loud, and flames soared up into the sky. It was just too magnificent. This is the first time I have seen such a spectacular sight. In a split second, the alchemist's furnaces all blew up. Could that chef be the nemesis of every alchemist? No wonder there are no longer any chefs in the heavenly pill cit, it seems like they have been eradicated. The audiences whispered to each other. At that moment, the chief judge's heart was dripping blood. He swept his gaze across the arena, and the scene that met his eyes left him downcast. The furnaces of almost every alchemist on stage had blown up at the very last minute. Only 2 alchemists were still refining their elixirs. One was the genius of Heavenly Pill City, and the other was the genius of Heavenly Shine City. This was within his expectation. If these 2 alchemists were to fail, he would vomit blood. Buzz. A fluctuation sweep across the entire arena. Senior Brother Zhang uttered a loud cry. He had finally finished refining his elixir. A line moved around his elixir, forming a fuzzy pattern. It was very obvious that he had refined a 1-mark spirit pill. Although the pattern was fuzzy, it was complete. The alchemist from the Heavenly Shine City had also finished refining his elixir. His countenance was dispirited, and his eyes were dark. They were signs of overexertion. The chief judge was finally able to relax. 2 1-mark spirit pills. It seemed there were now 3 people who could advance from this elimination round. This time, he did not taste Bulletin Fang's dish first. Instead, he walked over to Senior Brother Zhang and the alchemist from Heavenly Shine City Alchemy. The chief judge wanted to test their elixirs first, so as to prevent undue delays. The final result did not disappoint him. Although the aroma of Bulletin Fang's stage had plagued these alchemists at the final stage of their elixir refinement, the coagulating stage, almost causing their furnaces to explode, they were able to persevere and completely refine their elixirs. They were genius alchemists, after all. Moreover, there was no need to elucidate the quality of a 1-mark spirit spill. Thus, both alchemists really had advanced. The chief judge heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze towards Bulletin Fang, or rather, his gaze focused on the dish atop Bulletin Fang's bronze platform. A big steamed red crab. The crab had been deshelled and filled with a piping hot fragrant broth. It appeared extremely enticing. The white crab meat and tangerine yellow crab egg were so distinct as they released rich fragrances. It was so enticing. The chief judge could not help admitting that the dish was visually captivating, and with the fragrant aroma wafting out of it, he just could not contain himself. He walked up to Bulletin Fang and looked at him profoundly. This is the dish you made for this round? What is it called? Steamed ocean crab, Bulletin Fang replied nonchalantly. Steamed crab? The chief judge sucked in a mouthful of air. The fragrance of the crab stimulated his nasal cavity, causing him to gulp a mouth of saliva. The aroma is just too fragrant. Can a steamed dish really be this aromatic? As if he had noticed himself losing his self-control, the head judge coughed lightly. Subsequently, he took out a golden talisman. The moment the talisman was activated, a magic array appeared and enveloped the steamed ocean crab. Buzz. A slight fluctuation spread out. The magic array instantly began to emit a bright radiance. Thereafter, the bright light began to rotate, and with each rotation, it glowed brighter. As expected, the spirit energy contained in this dish is so rich, it has exceeded a 9th grade elixir. It is simply unfathomable. When he saw the response from the magic array, the chief judge narrowed his eyes. It seemed that everything the previous judge had told him was actually the truth. This chef was no ordinary chef. His culinary skills were simply too abnormal. Senior Brother Zhang and the alchemist from Heavenly Shine City also narrowed their eyes and involuntarily exhaled breaths of cold air. The spirit energy in this dish was not any inferior to the spirit energies in their 1-mark spirit pills. Was this a joke? You can try it. You will only know its effects after you've tried it, Bulletin Fang indifferently said to the astonished chief judge. The head judge finally made a move. He took a quick glance at Bulletin Fang and grabbed a pair of chopsticks. The hand holding the chopsticks was visibly trembling. How many years had it been since he tasted such a dish? From the moment the multi-taste fasting pill emerged, he had stopped eating food. However, he had gotten the opportunity to taste such an aromatic dish. This had faintly stirred his emotions. The crab meat was being irrigated by a piping hot broth, and a few crab legs were floating atop the broth, making the dish look rather adorable. The chief judge inserted his chopstick into the dish and prod the crab meat. During the cooking process, Bullet Fang had controlled the fire so well, the crab meat ended up extremely soft. One did not need much strength to peel the shell off the meat. He pulled the shell off the meat, and the heat from within burst out. Within the white crab meat, there seemed to be translucent water vapor condensing. The vapor went on to form a misty ball that made the dish look captivating. The chief judge used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fair crab meat, which he proceeded to dip into the broth that Bullet Fang had poured atop the crab. The fragrance was so rich, the spectators could not help gulping down mouthfuls of saliva. The members of the audience below stretched their necks higher, impatiently watching the chief judge move that bit of fair crab meat into his mouth. Ah! Some members of the audience were licking their lips, while others were drooling. Do you have to make it so enticing? The audiences grumbled. They could look at the dish, but they could not taste it. This kind of sorrow was hard to describe. Nethery's gaze was fixated at the dish. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she tapped her exquisite foot on the ground. Instantly, she floated over to the stage, landing right beside Bullet Fang. You can't eat this dish is for the competition, Bullet Fang said. However, he was taken aback by her sudden appearance. Why did this woman run over here? The chief judge was completely captivated by the flavor of the dish. The delicate crab meat easily crumbled in his oral cavity, and its fragrance burst forth like a dragon, assaulting every part of his oral cavity. With his taste buds being assaulted, his breathing intensified. The rich ocean flavor that had burst forth from just this mouthful of crab meat made the chief judge feel like he had been submerged in the ocean. The waves rushed at him, and their hazy moisture cleansed his body. At that moment, he felt his corporeal body become extremely sturdy, and its muscles bulge. Only a mouthful of this crab meat was enough to strengthen his corporeal body by leaps and bounds. The dish's overwhelmingly delicious taste aside, its effect alone was extraordinary. It was simply godlike. Too delicious. Taking advantage of the fact that the chief judge was still immersed in tasting his dish, Bullet Fang whipped out the horizontal signboard and ruthlessly smashed it onto his bronze platform and his advertisement for the day. While Bullet Fang was advertising, no one knew when Nethery, who had been standing beside him, grabbed the huge steamed crab and began to eat it. That scene, coupled with Bullet Fang's advertisement, caused the enticement to increase dramatically. Chapter 500. The owner Bulletin, who had a simple goal. Advertisement. It was another advertisement. The audience below was completely speechless. Every time this chef was done cooking, he would begin to advertise that Cloud Mist restaurant. They had begun to get suspicious of Bullet Fang. Was his true purpose in entering the Magical Hands conference to advertise his shop? Nethery was extremely delighted, and her mouth was smeared with oil. Upon seeing someone as beautiful as Nethery having no care for her image, the audience below went wild with shock. Her beauty was a feast for their eyes. Even the way she ate was magnificent in their opinion. The chief judge returned to his senses, and his eyes opened as wide as saucers. He glared at Nethery with an expression filled with discontent. When did this woman come on stage? We are having a competition right now. How can random people just come on stage when the competition is on? The chief judge coldly said. He let out a mouthful of air and stared at Nethery as she ate large mouthfuls of crab meat. The scene gave him a slight heartache. When the guards at the bottom of the stage heard the chief judge's angry yell, they immediately rushed up onto the stage and surrounded Nethery. The chief judge was very angry. He had only managed to eat a mouthful of the delicious steamed crab when this woman unceremoniously snatched it away from him. He had never seen such a shameless woman before in his life. Suddenly, he spotted a broken crab shell still on the plate. The shell was completely red and contained some white crab meat, which was exuding a pleasant aroma. The chief judge picked up the crab shell and used his chopsticks to pick out the remaining meat within the shell. He stuffed it into his mouth and savored the taste. This woman is an employee of my Cloud Mist restaurant. Bullet Fang elucidated. Although this woman's sudden appearance was a little troublesome, Bullet Fang still explained everything he needed to. He wasn't afraid that they would hurt Nethery. In fact, he was more worried about what would befall them should they try to do anything to her. Netherry was the Netherworld woman. Even Buletin Fang himself had no idea what her abilities were. All he knew was that she was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he had entered the Magical Hands Conference to promote his Cloud Mist restaurant, not to cause any trouble. His goal was simple and innocent. If the alchemists learned of Buletin Fang's intentions, they would spit at him so much that he would drown in a sea of saliva. Ever since he joined the competition, he had caused an endless amount of trouble. What did he now mean he did not wish to cause any trouble? What did he mean by a simple and innocent goal? Buletin Fang was certainly the most interesting chef in the world. Chief Judge, what do we do? When one guard heard Buletin Fang's explanation, he had no idea what to do. He turned to look at the Chief Judge, with confusion in his eyes. However, the Chief Judge was eating happily at the moment. The tangerine crab paste had smeared the corners of his lips, leaving him looking like a glutton. The guard was speechless. Forget it. Leave. We are going to leave. The guard muttered, with a heartbroken expression. He was so close to the fragrant aroma that it was almost unable to control himself. What the heck? Was the Chief Judge especially messing with me? The audience quietly watched the guards, who had rushed up the stage with great momentum, disperse with drooped shoulders. The Chief Judge licked the shell from which he had just eaten, and the delicious taste of crab meat left him craving for more. It's really delicious. The Chief Judge sighed. This was the first time he had tasted something this delicious, and the feeling was indescribable. Why was the multi-taste fasting pill compared to this dish? They were on different levels. If he really compared them both, he would say that the condensed grain elixir tasted like shit when compared to this dish. As the Chief Judge raised his head, his heart began to ache. This was because Netherry had eaten most of the dish before he could react. In fact, she was currently gnawing on a huge red pincer right in front of him. The way this woman ate was extremely terrifying. Whenever she bit into the shell, loud crunches would resound. She did not even spit out the shell and just swallowed everything. Was her stomach made out of iron? Chief Judge, did I qualify for the next round? Buletin Fang looked at the Chief Judge, who was glaring at Netherry with a hateful expression. His appearance made it seem as though he had suffered bitterly because of her. Another loud crunch resounded as Netherry bit into the pincer again, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the Chief Judge looked at Buletin Fang and nodded his head. Passed. You passed. There will be a third round of eliminations later on. As long as you pass that round, you will qualify for the semi-finals. There is another elimination round. Buletin Fang furrowed his brows. However, he soon regained his calm. Was it not just another elimination round? What was the big deal? He could just cook another steamed crab. Buletin Fang nodded and began to pack everything that was on his bronze platform. When he was done, he grabbed his enormous signboard and slowly walked off the stage. Netherry bit down again, producing yet another audible crunch. As she chewed with fainter crunches, she raised her long and beautiful legs and followed after Buletin Fang. There was another explosion in the fifth arena. The chef wiped out almost all the alchemists participating in the same arena he was. Only the genius alchemists from Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City managed to pass. The enemy of all alchemists strikes again. He has crushed the competition and entered the last round of eliminations. The crowd went wild. The news began to spread like wildfire, it caused the entire plaza to boil with excitement. Since he had qualified for the next round, Duan Yun picked up his alchemic furnace. In his heart, he cheered, this was because he was one step closer to his goal. He had only just left the stage when the explosive news of Buletin Fang, which was sweeping through the entire plaza, reached him. Duan Yun was shocked when he heard the news. That chef showed off his skills and prowess. Did senior brother Zhang pass this elimination round? This terrifying chef. He really gives one a sense of familiarity, Duan Yun muttered in his heart. He had once met a chef who was ferocious and terrifying as this one. That chef was someone he met in the southern border, owner Buletin. And now, another terrifying chef had appeared in the Heavenly Mist City's Magical Hands Conference. He felt that both chefs had the same origin. Could there be a hidden power in the hidden dragon continent that only consisted of chefs? A chef who was just as good as alchemists. That was something difficult to imagine. When Duan Yun returned to the Heavenly Pill City's battleship, he instantly realized that atmosphere aboard the ship was very tense. Senior brother Zhang was sitting at the side, with a serious expression on his face. He sighed continuously. Senior Brother Zhang, did you advance to the next round? Duan Yun hurriedly asked. Well, I advanced to the next round, however, my heart just does not want to calm down. The impact that the chef had on me was just too great, Senior Brother Zhang said, with a dispirited expression on his face. Strictly speaking, he should have lost. Suffering defeat at the hands of a chef was something the usually arrogant Senior Brother Zhang found hard to accept. I really don't know what that guy will cook in the final elimination round tomorrow. None of you saw how multiple furnaces exploded simultaneously on stage today. My little heart nearly jumped out of my chest, Senior Brother Zhang murmured, feeling a little frightened. A little further from them was Senior Brother. He was leaning against the railing on the deck, looking dispirited and filled with despair. Duan Yun squinted his eyes. He felt that something was different about this magical hands conference, and it was probably because of that chef. Bullet and Fang's actions were not only discussed aboard the Heavenly Pill City's battleship. Almost every force from the 3 Pill Cities was talking about Bullet and Fang today. A chef who had advanced all this way using an unreasonable method that caused the furnaces of alchemists to explode. He fiercely barged into their field of vision. This was a provocation to all alchemists. For the arrogant alchemists, this was something that was not allowed to happen anymore. Thus, almost every alchemist banded together and took Bullet and Fang as their common enemy. They wanted to crush him completely. When Nangang Wukui and Nangang Wan heard the news, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. What the heck? Owner Bulletin really is awesome. We thought that he was going to be eliminated. We never believed that this guy would actually force his way into the 3rd elimination round. Was this Bulletin Fang's counterattack? Did he plan to force his way into the top 100? Although Nangang Wan had been eliminated already, she did not care too much about it. After all, she already knew the extent of her own abilities before she partook in the Magical Hands Conference. Nangang Wukui, on the other hand, had advanced into the 3rd elimination round. Although he no longer possessed his Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame, which slightly affected his alchemy prowess, he was Nangang Wukui. After all, it was too easy for him to pass the elimination rounds. When Yang Miji learned that a chef had managed to charge into the 3rd elimination round, she was momentarily stunned. Was Bulletin Fang the chef that had advanced into the 3rd elimination round? There was only one chef in Heavenly Mist City, so who else could it be other than Bulletin Fang? Was this guy trying to pierce through the heavens? He had actually forced his way into the 3rd elimination round. Thinking up to this point, Yang Miji suddenly had the urge to return to the Cloud Mist restaurant. She wanted to question Bulletin Fang thoroughly. She had not even taken a step forward when she noticed her master, Master Xianbei, glaring at her. Thus, she could only stay in the pill tower obediently and prepare the formula for the elixir she would be making for the 3rd round of elimination, which was to be held the next day. The sky was already dark when Bulletin Fang returned to the store. 2 bright moons hung in the sky and covered the land with a soft glow, making the earth look as though it had been covered in fine gauze. As Bulletin Fang was closing the restaurant's bronze gates, a look of shock appeared on his face, and he stared into the distance, with an expression of doubt. There seemed to be a shadow passing by. The corners of his lips briefly curled upwards, and Bulletin Fang no longer paid any attention to it. With a loud bang, he slammed the bronze gates shut and went into the kitchen. From the darkness, Misha's figure slowly emerged. He looked at the restaurant with a gloomy expression and sighed deeply. With that woman in the shop, it would be almost impossible for him to steal the Shura Tower. Was the artifact of the ancient Shura city fated to remain in the hands of others? This could not remain the case. He knew that he would have to report this to Lord Tonghe. After Lord Tonghe communicated with the ancient Shura city, they would dispatch some else experts to settle this problem. Otherwise, he would only be able to look at the Shura Tower from afar. After pondering for a while, Misha slowly slipped back into the darkness and disappeared. When Bulletin Fang arrived at his kitchen, he prepared a bowl of sweet and sour dragon meat ribs for Blackie, but he did not prepare any dragon blood rice for Nethery. After all, this woman actually rushed up onto the stage, snatched the dish he had prepared for the competition away from the judge and ate it. After all that, would she still crave dragon blood rice now? If this went on, Nethery would become fat, just like Blackie. Because of this, despite how hard Nethery stared at Bulletin Fang, he did not cook any dragon blood rice for her. Blackie lay on the table and looked at Nethery, whose face had become as black as coal. The plump dog could not help itself and giggled non-stop. Nethery expressionlessly gazed at Blackie. When she saw the fat on the plump dog's face jiggling as it chuckled, she narrowed her eyes. Hey, girl, don't snatch Lord Dog's meat ribs. Woof. Bulletin Fang was in the kitchen practicing his Overlord 13 blades when he suddenly heard Black as enraged barking. He tilted his head and glanced at the two of them before returning to his practice. As he practiced his knife skills, he pondered about the dish he would be making the next day for the third round of eliminations. Since the third round was important, Bulletin Fang knew that the competition would be intense. A lot of spectators would also be present to watch the round. As such, Bulletin Fang felt that he ought to prepare a dish that would shock everyone. What kind of dish would be able to shock the crowd? This was a serious question. With the golden dragon bone kitchen knife in hand, Bulletin Fang seemed to space out. I have already made a dish with a fragrant aroma and a dish with a smelly odor. Let me make something spicy tomorrow.